Who is Lin Feng? Surely, he is none other than our illustrious protagonist. Let us delve into the realm that we are destined to dominate. Transcended, transformed into the illustrious master, Xiao Yan. The system has gone haywire. The journey begins at the pinnacle. A Dou Emperor, the elder Yao, is bewildered, kneeling in reverence, calling him master. Xiao Yan is astonished, his once feeble body transformed into a divine vessel. What? Someone dares to mock my disciple? In a fleeting thought, the entire city bows in submission. What? A 3-year agreement still looms? Come, disciple. Allow your master to guide you on a journey to the Yunlan Sect and conveniently annul the marriage. Chapter 1. Am I Master Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan's early days are truly filled with frustration. In a dimly lit bedroom, the only source of illumination emanates from a mobile phone screen, casting a faint white glow upon a youthful visage contorted with anger. Lin Feng, an ordinary middle school student, presently reclines upon his bed, engrossed in the online novel titled Fighting to the Skies. The more he reads, the tighter his brows knit and his inner fury swells. A peerless genius, reduced to nothing due to an elderly man residing within a ring, his cultivation regressing by 3 years, falling from grace, subjected to daily ridicule as a waste, and that Lin Yan ran, leading a group to my home, publicly humiliating me before the entire clan by annulling our engagement. Who could endure such indignity? It's akin to having one's face dragged through the mud. The more Lin Feng contemplates, the more incensed he becomes. With a sudden burst of energy, he sits upright, unable to restrain himself from shaking his fist at the air, passionately expressing his grievances. If only I could traverse into that world, I would ensure that Brother Yan receives a Dou Emperor's golden finger. Starting at the peak, let's see who dares to utter a word of dissent. What nonsense is this 3-year agreement? What about the Soul Palace? I would confront them on the spot. Boom! As if in response to his fervent declarations, the moment his words fell, a blinding white light erupted from his mobile phone screen, more radiant than the sun. Holy cow! He barely had time to exclaim before the blinding light morphed into a colossal vortex, unleashing an unparalleled force of attraction. Lin Feng, along with his unremarkable blanket, was instantaneously drawn into it. A whirlwind of chaos ensued, as if his soul were tossed into a washing machine, swirling incessantly. After an indeterminate period, Lin Feng regained his consciousness. He abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself seated upon an ancient wooden chair within an elegantly rustic chamber. What in the world? Am I dreaming? He pinched his thigh, the sharp sensation confirming the reality of his circumstances. Before he could gather his thoughts, a forlorn and slender silhouette caught his eye. It was a youth, appearing no older than 15 or 16, dressed in simple black attire, seated by the window, staring vacantly at an antiquated ring upon his finger, sighing deeply. The youth's lips moved, murmuring in a tone only he could perceive. "Master, are you still with us? If this continues, I truly cannot endure any longer." Boom! This familiar line resonated within Lin Feng's mind like a thunderclap, shattering the silence. The black-clad youth. The ancient ring. Master, isn't this the feckless period, Xiao Yan? Have I truly crossed over? At the moment when Lin Feng's heart surged with tumultuous waves, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Host's soul stability detected. Binding conditions met. Activating the supreme Ancestor system. Binding host. Lin Feng. Current world. Duki continent. Main mission. Return. Assist the destined child, Xiao Yan, in defeating the ultimate antagonist, Soul Emperor. Upon completion, the host may return to the original world. Newbie gift pack distribution in progress. Congratulations, host. You begin at your peak, receiving the full cultivation of a Dou Emperor. At the moment the system prompt concluded, an unfathomable power, capable of annihilating stars and reshaping the universe, surged forth, filling every fiber of Lin Feng's being, and permeating each of his cells. In that instant, he felt as though he had transformed into the sovereign of this realm. With but a thought, he could shroud the sun and moon in darkness, causing the stars to realign. With a mere breath, the entire Duki continent could be reduced to cosmic dust. This overwhelming sensation of absolute dominion sent shivers of ecstasy through his very soul. So this is power. So this is a Dou Emperor. Buzzed up, Lin Feng closed his eyes, reveling in this invincible euphoria. Not far ahead, Xiao Yan's ancient ring suddenly trembled slightly. A spectral, semi-transparent elder spirit materialized slowly from the ring. It was Yao Chun, the revered Yao Lao. He had sensed the intense despair within Xiao Yan's heart and wished to offer some words of comfort. However, As soon as he appeared, his soul quivered violently. Something was amiss. There was another presence in the room. Yao Lao turned his head in suspicion, following the direction of his senses. Just a glance, and it felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his entire soul nearly shattering on the spot. What manner of being was that? He sat there quietly, making no move. Yet Yao Lao sensed an overwhelming aura supreme, transcending heaven and earth, as if it were the source of myriad paths, the beginning of all. Sentient beings. Before this aura, he, once the most formidable alchemist of the continent, a peak Dozun, felt as insignificant as a mere speck of dust. No, he was even less than that. Thud. Yao Lao's spirit, utterly beyond his control, succumbed to a primal fear that emanated from the deepest recesses of life, causing his knees to buckle as he knelt heavily in midair, facing Lin Feng. His voice trembled with profound terror, every word seemingly extracting the last ounce of his strength. Junior Yao Chun pays homage to the esteemed emperor. I do not know which emperor has graced this place. I am blind to the greatness. I beseech the emperor for forgiveness. The room fell into an eerie silence. By the window, Xiao Yan was utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the old man that had suddenly emerged from within his ring, then glanced at the figure kneeling in midair, who referred to himself as Yao Chun. Finally, his gaze fell upon the unfamiliar young man seated nearby, who inexplicably evoked a sense of familiarity within him. At that moment, his worldview was in a state of chaotic disintegration and reconstruction. Meanwhile, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes. He observed the trembling Yao Lao kneeling before him, and then glanced at the bewildered future flame emperor beside him, as memories from the novel surged in his mind. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, a playful expression forming as he spoke in a tone that conveyed a sense of familiarity, as if greeting an old friend long unseen. Little Yao, has it only been a few years since we last met? Have you already forgotten your master? Chapter 2. The Emperor's Flame, Take It as Kindling. Master, is it truly you? The room was enveloped in an eerie silence. The venerable alchemist, suspended in midair, felt as if his mind had been reduced to a formless mass. Young alchemist? This appellation sent him into a frenzied search through centuries of memories. From his illustrious youth to the period when he commanded respect across the continent as the revered medicine sovereign, and finally to the years spent in hiding within a ring after being betrayed by his own disciple, Han Feng. Yet, there was nothing, not a single fragment of information regarding this remarkably youthful master standing before him. What on earth could this mean? Beside him, Xiao Yan was rendered utterly petrified. He glanced from the enigmatic young man claiming to be a master to the quaking figure of his own once mighty mentor, who now knelt in fear. His worldview was collapsing and reassembling at an unprecedented pace. At last, the venerable alchemist trembled as he raised his head, his tone bordering on desperate as he tentatively inquired, "Master, are you certain you have not mistaken me for someone else? I am but the humble Yao Chun, a solitary wanderer, and I have never had a mentor of your stature." With a sigh of resignation, Lin Feng regarded the terror and confusion etched on his face. He felt no inclination to delve into intricate explanations of systems or transmigrations. It seemed that dealing with this ancient relic of hundreds of years required tangible evidence to elicit recognition. Clearly, you need to witness something substantial to jog your memory, Lin Feng remarked casually, slowly unveiling his right palm. In an instant, a resplendent, indescribable blossom of colorful flames, the fire lotus, gracefully ascended from his hand. The lotus, no larger than a palm, appeared to encapsulate every hue of the world. Scarlet, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet, 22 distinct colors intertwined and flowed seamlessly, forming a breathtaking tapestry that even the gods would find mesmerizing. It radiated no searing heat, yet exuded an unparalleled majesty, a sovereign presence that commanded reverence. This was the Emperor's Flame, a manifestation that transcended all other fires in existence. As the Emperor's Flame materialized, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. All fire-attributed energy within the city of Wutan and within a 100-mile radius seemed to respond to a monarch's call, instantly depleting and transforming into invisible torrents of energy that surged fervently towards the Xiao clan's modest courtyard. What is this? The venerable alchemist, once infamous for his mastery of fire, found his very essence shaken to its core upon witnessing the vibrant fire lotus. It was as if 1,000 bolts of lightning had struck him simultaneously. His soul, overwhelmed by sheer astonishment and terror, teetered on the brink of dissolution. He cried out, his voice piercing and mournful, akin to a cuckoo weeping blood. The Emperor's Flame. The legendary Emperor's Flame. How can this be? How could there truly exist a living Dou Emperor in this world? In that moment, the alchemist's worldview shattered into fragments, obliterated by the presence of this seemingly inconsequential yet magnificent fire lotus. However, Lin Feng regarded his shock with indifference, not even sparing him a glance from the corner of his eye. He turned his head and cast a gaze as gentle as a spring sun, melting the winter snow towards the stunned Xiao Yan beside him. Disciple, you have endured much over these 3 years. After speaking, he gently blew upon the imperial flame in his palm. A wisp of flame, 100 times finer than a strand of hair, separated from the imperial flame, resembling a docile, colorful spirit, drifting lazily without a hint of smoke or fire. Towards Xiao Yan, ultimately merging softly into his brow. Boom. At that moment, this minuscule flicker of flame erupted into an indescribable torrent of warmth. Akin to the creation of the universe, upon entering Xiao Yan's body, he felt an ineffable sensation of comfort spread throughout his being. The meridians, previously blocked and damaged due to regression in strength over the past 3 years, melted away like snow under the blazing sun in the face of this warm torrent, swiftly restoring and expanding them in a manner beyond comprehension. The impurities that had accumulated within him for years were instantaneously vaporized and expelled. The chilling aura belonging to the soul of the medicine elder, which had lingered within his fighting spirit, was directly purified, leaving not a trace behind. His fighting spirit soared, 3 segments, 4 segments, 5 segments, 7 segments, 8 segments, 9 segments. Without any bottlenecks or hindrances, it skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Ultimately, it stabilized at the pinnacle of the 9 segments of fighting spirit. The entire process, from the moment the flame entered his body to the completion of his advancement, took less than 3 seconds. My power. Feeling the unprecedented surge of strength within, Xiao Yan trembled with excitement, his eyes instantly reddening. The humiliation, ridicule, and resentment of 3 years seemed to find an outlet at that moment. He was about to kneel in reverence when a gentle force caught him. Lin Feng waved his hand and, with an undeniable authoritative tone, slowly declared, "From this day forth, you are my disciple, Lin Feng. No one on this Douqi continent shall bully you again. Should anyone dare, my ancestors will ensure their obliteration." This domineering proclamation echoed within the small room. Yet, scarcely had the words left his mouth when mocking laughter filled the air from beyond the door. "Oh, isn't this our Xiao family's once genius, now a waste? Still daydreaming here? Has your training dulled your mind? Ha ha." Immediately following, a loud bang resounded. The already somewhat dilapidated door was kicked open by 2 boisterous Xiao family youths. They strode in with an air of arrogance, their faces brimming with derision and mockery, ready to continue their taunting antics. Chapter 3. In an instant, all beings submit. Bang! The door was violently kicked open, splintering wood flying. 2 young men clad in Xiao family attire entered, their expressions filled with unabashed disdain and mockery. At the forefront stood Xiao Ku, arms crossed, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan, who had just regained his strength and was reveling in the surging energy within him. A mocking smirk crept upon his lips. "Oh, is this not our once-in-a-century genius from the Xiao family, now reduced to the status of a worthless wretch, Xiao Yan? What's the matter? Hiding away in your room, indulging in daydreams instead of venturing out to disgrace yourself?" Another lackey named Xiao Ning chimed in with a cackle. "Come on, Ku. Perhaps our worthless young master is contemplating some unparalleled divine skill, preparing to soar to greatness." The harsh laughter echoed within the small chamber. Xiao Yan, having just regained his powers, felt a blaze of fury ignite in his eyes, fueled by 3 years of humiliation, endurance, and resentment. All the pent-up negativity found its outlet in that moment, propelled by the overwhelming force of his 9th-level fighting spirit. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening under the strain, ready to retort and shatter the contemptuous expressions of the 2 before him. However, before he could utter a word, Lin Feng, who had been languidly seated on a wooden chair, finally reacted with a flicker of interest. He merely thought that these 2 flies were rather bothersome. With a slight furrow of his brow, his deep, cosmos-like eyes glanced indifferently toward the doorway. Just that single glance. Boom. An invisible and indescribable aura, transcending the laws of heaven and earth, surged forth from Lin Feng, enveloping the surroundings with a terrifying imperial might, akin to a torrential river breaking free from its dam, radiating outward from him in all directions, like mercury flowing without obstruction. Where this imperial might passed, time seemed to freeze, and space appeared to stand still. At that moment, the entire city of Wutan plunged into an unprecedented, deathly silence. Merchants shouting in the streets had their smiles abruptly frozen on their faces. Mercenaries in taverns raised their cups, only to halt midair. In the Mitre auction house, the enchanting Yafei, poised to attend to esteemed guests, trembled violently, her beauty paling. The Uba and Jella families, along with all those engaged in cultivation, scheming, or revelry, regardless of their endeavors or locations, found themselves gripped by an irresistible tremor of fear emanating from the depths of their souls. Thud, 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 thud. Countless figures simultaneously felt their legs weaken. They were uncontrollably compelled to kneel in unison, bowing heavily towards the direction of the Xiao family. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of the city, hundreds of thousands of souls, succumbed in reverence. As the focus of this imperial might, Xiao Ku and Xiao Ning were overwhelmed by an unimaginable terror. The mockery and derision etched on their faces froze like a painting encased in ice, not even a scream escaping their lips. As the two individuals suddenly rolled their eyes, foam spewed from their mouths, resembling two pieces of wood stripped of their bones, collapsing backward with a thud, falling unconscious upon impact. The room and its surroundings finally returned to a serene silence. Xiao Yan stared blankly at the two unconscious figures at the doorway, simultaneously sensing the profound stillness enveloping the city, filled with an almost imperceptible yet overwhelming aura of dread and reverence. His heart raced wildly in his chest. Is this the might of my ancestor? To think he need not lift a finger? Moments later, hurried and frantic footsteps approached from a distance. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, accompanied by several pallid elders of the clan, tumbled into the courtyard. Yet, they dared not step further. Thud, leading the charge. Xiao Yan and all the elders of the Xiao family fell to their knees in unison, fervently bowing towards the open door, their voices trembling with fear, nearly blood-curdling. The younger generation Xiao Yan, have failed to offer a proper welcome. I do not know which divine being has descended upon the Xiao family, deserving of death 1,000 times over. We implore the divine being for forgiveness. However, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the uproar outside, as if it were merely the chirping of ants. He found this spectacle akin to a novice village play rather tiresome. He slowly stood, approached Xiao Yan, and patted him on the shoulder, a hint of playful amusement finally gracing his profound gaze. Disciple, look, these little grasshoppers have been dealt with. Tell my ancestor, are there any recent grievances troubling you? For instance, Lin Feng deliberately elongated his words, asking with keen interest, is there a woman named Nailan Yinran who has made a 3-year pact with you, causing you much displeasure? Xiao Yan was taken aback, the humiliation of his broken engagement flooding his mind. Yet, before he could respond, Lin Feng waved his hand with an air of undeniable authority, boldly proclaiming, let us go. This place is too suffocating. My ancestor will take you on a journey to Yunlan Sect, and by the way, we shall annul that wretched engagement. Chapter 4, Uninvited Arrival. The Emperor approaches Yunlan. Come, my ancestor will take you to Yunlan Sect for a journey, and we shall also annul that wretched engagement. Lin Feng's nonchalant voice echoed in Xiao Yan's ears, yet every word struck like a thunderclap, stirring immense waves within his heart. To go to Yunlan Sect? For a journey? To annul the marriage? Xiao Yan's breath quickened in that moment. The humiliation of the broken engagement had been his greatest inner demon for 3 years. A shame he desperately sought to cleanse. Nailan Yinran's haughty demeanor and the unassailable power of Yunlan Sect haunted him like a nightmare for over 1,000 days and nights. He dreamt of fiercely throwing that divorce decree back at Nailan Yinran's face. Yet, this was Yunlan Sect, a colossal entity that none dared provoke within the entire Gamma Empire. His original plan was to endure for 3 years, and on the day of the pact, to rise as a formidable force and defeat Nailan Yinran, thus redeeming his honor. But now, the venerable master unexpectedly declares a desire to embark on a journey? What is the difference between this and an ordinary person proclaiming a stroll into the lair of a colossal dragon? The master, Xiao Yan, felt his lips move, instinctively yearning to dissuade. Rationality advised him that this was utterly insane and perilously reckless. He had barely begun to articulate that the Yunlan Sect lay far beyond the capital of the Jiamad Empire, and that departing from Wutan City would require months even on the swiftest of flying beasts. Should we not deliberate for a more opportune time? However, before he could finish his thought, the spirit of Yao Lao within the ring was nearly beside himself with panic. My little ancestor, do not act impulsively. Yao Lao's ethereal form whirled frantically within the confined space of the ring, as agitated as an ant on a hot skillet. That is the Yunlan Sect. The sect leader, Yin Yun, is a bona fide Dou Emperor. There are at least 8 or 10 Dou Wang elders within the sect, not to mention the ancient being, Yin Shan, who has been in seclusion for an unfathomable number of years. Senior, although your strength is unfathomable, the Yunlan Sect has stood for a millennium. Its profound heritage is not to be underestimated. We need not confront them head-on at this moment. Indeed, Xiao Yan speaks wisely. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. We ought to contemplate this matter with prudence. Yao Lao was genuinely frightened. Though he was a Dou Zun in his past life, he fully understood the terror of a sect with a 1,000-year legacy, the formidable protective array, the overwhelming strategies of numbers, and the myriad hidden cards. Even a Dou Zong might perish if ensnared within. This newly recognized master, while extraordinarily powerful, still seemed to him merely a Dou Zun or a half-saint. To charge directly into the gates of the Yunlan Sect, it was akin to courting death. Yet, in the face of his disciples' hesitance and his apprentice's trepidation, Lin Feng merely smiled nonchalantly, as if he had just heard an amusing jest. He interrupted Xiao Yan's unfinished words with an air of undeniable casualness. Deliberation? Too slow. He extended his hand, and before Xiao Yan and Yao Lao could react, he grasped Xiao Yan's wrist firmly. Disciple, remember this. The journey of the strong is, in itself, a form of cultivation. Steady yourself. As his words fell, Lin Feng stepped forward, toward the seemingly empty courtyard wall, as leisurely as one would after a meal. With that single step, boom, in that instant, Xiao Yan's entire world felt as though it had been cast into the tranquil surface of a lake by a stone, distorting, shattering, and reshaping in an instant. Before him, the familiar Xiao family courtyard transformed into a myriad of dazzling, elusive lines, frantically retreating behind him. He felt not a whisper of wind. He sensed no pressure or discomfort from traversing space. He could not even perceive himself moving forward. The sensation was extraordinarily wondrous. It was as if he were not chasing the world, but rather the entire world, the very fabric of space, was humbly parting to grant him passage. The cobblestones beneath his feet seemed to morph into an infinitely extending canvas, being drawn back by an invisible hand at a speed surpassing light. How long did this sensation last? A fleeting moment? Or perhaps an eternity? Xiao Yan had completely lost his grasp of time. When he regained his senses, he felt a change beneath his feet. No longer was he standing on the somewhat rough bluestone slabs of the Xiao family courtyard. Instead, he found himself on an extraordinary surface, cold and smooth, as if sculpted from a single piece of exquisite jade. He abruptly lowered his gaze to behold an expansive, magnificent plaza paved with pure white stones stretching endlessly before him. Raising his eyes, he was enveloped by swirling mists, and the air was thick with an almost palpable essence of celestial energy. Inhaling it brought a refreshing exhilaration, as if his very soul had been cleansed. Directly ahead of him stood a towering mountain gate, reaching heights that pierced the heavens, silently rising amidst the sea of clouds like a sword of light. Above the gate, 3 grand characters, intricately designed and gilded, shimmered under the sun, exuding a commanding presence that sent shivers down one's spine. Yunlan Sect. Xiao Yan swallowed hard, his mind a blank slate. Just one step, merely a single step, from the Xiao family's courtyard in Wutan City to the sacred mountain gate of the Yunlan Sect. Tens of thousands of miles away. What does this signify? This is a miracle, a feat only a deity could accomplish. Within the ring, Yao Lao had fallen utterly silent. His soul, akin to a weathered statue eroded over a millennium, stood frozen in place. In his mind, only boundless waves of shock and 2 words remained. Fighting Emperor. Only a legendary fighting emperor, capable of wielding the very essence of the universe and bending the laws of space to their will, could achieve such a feat. No, it's impossible. How could there still be fighting emperors in this world? Yao Lao murmured, his entire understanding of life shattered and crushed in that singular moment. What terrified him even more was another revelation. The cloud smoke sun covering formation, the mountain protecting array. Yao Lao's voice quivered. He could distinctly sense that, right where they had just touched down, an invisible yet colossal energy barrier enveloped the entirety of Yunlan Mountain. This was the mountain protecting formation, revered for a millennium. Empowered by generations of sect leaders, said to withstand the relentless bombardment of multiple Dou Wang practitioners for 3 days and nights, without faltering, the cloud smoke sun covering formation. Yet had they simply walked through it, that formidable array, which would give even a Dou Huang cultivator a headache, showed not even a ripple of energy, nor the slightest sign of disturbance as they passed through, as if it were non-existent, as if it were merely a decorative curtain, hanging at the entrance of an ordinary household. This was not merely breaking the rules. This was a complete disregard for them. A crushing force that transcended the very fabric of rules. Lin Feng released Xiao Yan's hand, dusting off non-existent particles from his sleeves, surveying the surroundings as if appraising the scenery. Not bad. A bit more spacious than our courtyard. His words jolted the 2 drowsy figures nearby into full awareness. 2 disciples of the Yunlan Sect, tasked with guarding the mountain gate, were currently dozing behind a massive stone lion. One of them was abruptly awakened by a sudden sound, rubbing his bleary eyes and muttering impatiently, "Who is it? What is all the noise so early in the morning?" He lifted his head and casually glanced towards the center of the plaza. In the next moment, his voice faltered and the remnants of sleep vanished without a trace, replaced by a profound sense of bewilderment and confusion. How could there be people in the plaza? He blinked vigorously and rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not mistaken. 2 figures stood there as if they had materialized from thin air, a young man in black robes and an inexperienced youth. "Hey, brother, look, am I seeing things?" He elbowed his companion, who was still drooling. Be quiet. I was just dreaming of Sister Nalan smiling at me, the older disciple replied impatiently, waving his hand before finally opening his eyes. He too was left dumbfounded. The two stared at each other in shock for a full 3 seconds. The younger disciple pinched his thigh hard. Ouch! The sharp pain jolted him awake, making him realize that everything before him was not a dream. Someone had intruded. Without alarming anyone, they had silently breached the sect's protective barriers and appeared directly in the Mountain Gate Plaza. A chilling wave of dread surged from their spines to the crown of their heads. Enemies. Enemy attack. A piercing scream, warped with terror, shattered the serene morning of the Yunlan Sect. Immediately after, the sound of alarm bells rang out, sharp, urgent, and laden with the scent of death, echoing like a death knell throughout the skies of the Yunlan Sect. In an instant, the serene mountain, bathed in the glow of dawn, erupted as if a boulder had plunged into a cauldron of oil. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless powerful auras surged from various halls, caves, and training rooms within the sect, propelled by astonishment and fury, racing like shooting stars towards the Mountain Gate Plaza. Thus began a storm capable of shaking the very foundations of the entire Jimar Empire. At the eye of the storm, Lin Feng merely lifted his head to glance at the incoming flashes, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Not bad. The service at this tourist attraction is quite enthusiastic. Chapter 5. A Thought That Shakes the Blossoms, the first encounter with Yun. The piercing alarm bells, akin to a summons from death itself, struck repeatedly at the hearts of every disciple of the Yunlan Sect. The entire celestial mountain, standing atop the sea of clouds, was in an uproar. What is happening? It's the highest alert for an enemy attack. Who dares to intrude upon our Yunlan Sect? Hurry to the Mountain Gate Plaza. Have disciples been slain? Countless figures erupted from their training abodes, transforming into streaks of light, filled with astonishment and fury, converging towards the Mountain Gate. They were the disciples of the Yunlan Sect, the pride of the Jimar Empire, and their innate arrogance prevented them from tolerating any form of provocation. As they gathered at the edge of the Mountain Gate Square, the sight before them replaced their fury with an inexplicable emotion. In the center of the square, there was neither the anticipated sea of corpses nor the brutal battlefield filled with fierce combat. Instead, there stood two figures, a young man in a black robe and a youthful boy. They remained there silently, appearing less like invaders and more like travelers enjoying a leisurely outing, particularly the young man in black, who did not even glance at the thousands of disciples drawn by the sounds around him. He casually surveyed the scenery with a playful smile gracing his lips. This was a profound and intrinsic disregard, arrogance incarnate. Seize them. Some impetuous inner disciples, seething with anger, were about to advance. However, at that moment, an intangible, indescribable change subtly enveloped the entirety of Yunlan Mountain. It was neither a pressure nor an aura of death. Rather, it was a higher existence descending upon this place, triggering a natural reverence within the energy field of heaven and earth. Lin Feng did not actively emit any aura, yet as a Dou Emperor, he was the embodiment of the Tao in this world. Each breath he took, each heartbeat resonated with the fundamental laws of this realm. His presence here equated to the Tao standing here. Consequently, the dense energy of heaven and earth within the Yunlan Mountain began to stir uncontrollably. It was as if it had acquired life and consciousness, transforming into fervent devotees rushing toward the figure at the center of the square, forming an enormous energy vortex invisible to the naked eye. The disciples observing from afar felt a sudden constriction in their breath, their Dou Qi becoming sluggish. Those who were closer, having charged halfway, experienced an even more intense sensation. They were horrified to discover that their Dou Qi began to disobey their commands, as if compelled to prostrate and worship a sovereign, utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. Thud, thud. The foremost disciples, their legs giving way, uncontrollably knelt on the ground, their faces pale, filled with terror and confusion. What was happening? My Dou Qi is no longer obeying my commands. Panic spread like a plague in an instant. Meanwhile, in a secluded and elegant courtyard at the back of Yunlan Sect, a young girl clad in a moon-white long dress sat cross-legged in a closed meditation chamber. Her beauty was exquisite, her demeanor cool and composed, with a trace of innate pride in her brows. She was Nalan Yanran, the young master of Yunlan Sect. At this moment, she was at a critical juncture in her attempt to break through to the Dome Master level, in preparation for the promise made 3 years hence, to prove to her former fiancé and the entire Gamma Empire that her choice had been correct. She had devoted herself to an unimaginable level of effort over the past 3 years, forsaking all pleasures and dedicating herself entirely to her cultivation. She firmly believes that, through her innate talent and relentless effort, she will undoubtedly stand upon the pinnacle of success in 3 years, inspiring the young man named Xiao Yan to gaze upon her resplendent brilliance throughout his life. The fighting spirit surged through her meridians, roaring like a tumultuous river, relentlessly crashing against the formidable barrier of her limitations. Just a fraction more, merely a breath away. Lin Yinran bit her silver teeth tightly, urging her soul's power to the utmost, summoning the final surge of fighting spirit, preparing to launch a decisive assault. However, in that fleeting moment, a mysterious tremor unexpectedly emanated from the heavens and the earth. Immediately, the fighting spirit within her, which had once flowed with the grace of her own command, suddenly froze as if bound by an unseen force. No, it was not mere stillness. It was submission. They were no longer a part of her being, but had transformed into humble servants, trembling in reverence towards an exalted existence. This abrupt turn of events caused Lin Yinran's all-out strike to spiral out of control. The furious fighting spirit rebounded within her, and she tasted a metallic sweetness in her throat as a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth, staining her moon-white gown. An invisible force violently jolted her from her meditative state, leaving her breathless and weakened. How could this be? Lin Yinran, disregarding the blood at the corner of her mouth, felt a wave of shock and confusion wash over her otherwise serene and exquisite visage. She could not comprehend. She was utterly bewildered. What had transpired? Why had her prideful fighting spirit betrayed her? Why had the fruits of her arduous cultivation crumbled so effortlessly? Her pride, her diligence, her talent, at this moment, they felt like a grand jest. Little did she know, her failure was not due to a lack of effort, but rather because, in the distant square of the mountain gate, an incomprehensible presence had descended. Her lifelong pride felt as fragile as dust in the face of the residual waves emanating from this being. Within the grand hall of the Cloud Mist Sect, upon the first toll of the alarm bell, the sect master, Yun, awakened from her meditation. As a formidable Dou Emperor, her perception of energy was unparalleled by that of ordinary disciples. In an instant, she sensed it, a presence, supreme and terrifying, seemingly fused with the very essence of heaven and earth, yet exuding an unsettling calm. This aura bore no hostility, no malice, it merely existed in quietude. Yet it was this very existence that sent shivers coursing through the depths of Yunlan's soul, a peak powerhouse of the Jaimar Empire. A Dozun? No. Perhaps even a legendary Dosheng? A tempest of trepidation surged within her heart. Without a moment to ponder, she transformed into a streak of azure light, slicing through the sky with unparalleled speed, appearing above the mountain gate square. Suspended amidst the clouds, her resplendent attire fluttered in the wind, showcasing the regal bearing of a Dou Emperor. Who dares intrude upon my domain? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with authority, poised to demand an answer. As her gaze traversed the throng and ultimately settled upon that figure cloaked in black, all the authoritative words she had meticulously prepared became lodged in her throat in that fleeting moment. Her pupils contracted sharply, her breath momentarily suspended, and her heartbeat faltered. Who, indeed, was this person? Words such as handsome, extraordinary, or transcendent seemed woefully inadequate to encapsulate his essence. His visage appeared to be a confluence of all that is beautiful in the world, yet it transcended any tangible notion of beauty. His eyes, profound as the infinite cosmos, seemed capable of drawing one's very soul into their depths with a mere glance. What further unsettled her was the aura he exuded, a serene presence that seemed to harmonize with all of existence, while simultaneously standing apart, sovereign over all. He stood there as if not merely a man, but rather as the heavens, the earth, the Tao, the very source and culmination of all that exists. In this moment, the esteemed leader of the Yunlan Sect, the legendary female combat emperor of the Gamma Empire, found herself momentarily lost in reverie. She forgot her identity, neglected her circumstances, her mind a blank slate, until a series of furious shouts jolted her back to reality. Sectmaster! The cries snapped Yunjiao from her stupor, causing her delicate form to tremble as she regained her composure, a barely perceptible blush gracing her exquisite cheeks. She forcefully suppressed the unprecedented flutter in her heart, restoring her authoritative demeanor as she descended gracefully to the ground. With a serious expression, she fixed her gaze upon Lin Feng and inquired, "Pray tell, who are you? What business do you have intruding upon my Yunlan Sect?" Unbeknownst to her, her voice lacked its usual sternness, tinged instead with an air of cautious inquiry. However, scarcely had her words left her lips when whoosh, 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 several streaks of light shot forth rapidly from the direction of the back mountain, landing heavily beside her and stirring up a tempest. It was none other than Yunlin, the Grand Elder of the Yunlan Sect, accompanied by several elders from the Law Enforcement Hall, all of whom bore expressions of indignation and fury. Upon landing, Yunlin first offered a respectful bow to Yunjiao, only to swiftly direct a piercing gaze at Lin Feng and Xiao Yan. His dissatisfaction intensified upon witnessing the sect master's unexpectedly cordial demeanor towards the intruders. When his gaze finally locked onto the familiar figure beside Lin Feng, the flames of his rage ignited to their zenith. Xiao Yan. His voice dripped with unrestrained malice and disdain. You, worthless scion of the Xiao clan. It was already a tremendous favor from my Yunlan Sect to allow you to live for 3 years after you were sent to cancel the engagement. Today, you dare to bring someone to wreak havoc upon my Yunlan Sect? He naturally assumed Lin Feng to be a hired aide from the Xiao clan. Old grievances and new resentments surged within him. The Grand Elder of the Yunlan Sect pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, his voice thunderous as he bellowed. Where do you come from, you audacious ruffian? Kneel and surrender at once, or today shall witness the two of you bathed in blood right here. Chapter 6. The elders demand accountability, the emperor mocks. Where do these madmen come from? Kneel and surrender at once, or today I shall have your blood spill upon this ground. Yunlin's thunderous roar echoed across the Mountain Gate Plaza, infused with the formidable aura of a Dou Wang powerhouse. His face, etched with fury and murderous intent, was devoid of pretense. In his eyes, this was nothing short of a farce. An unknown ruffian, accompanied by a discarded waste of the sect, dared to trespass upon Yunlan Sect in such a manner? This was not mere provocation. It was akin to spitting upon the time-honored plaque of Yunlan Sect. As the Grand Elder of the sect, it was his unassailable duty to uphold its dignity. Yunlan was right. To trespass upon the Mountain Gate and disdain the sect's rules was a crime deserving of immediate execution. Sect Master, I implore you to issue the order. We will swiftly eliminate these two ruffians. The other elders of the law enforcement hall stepped forward, their fighting spirit surging, their murderous intent palpable. They surrounded Lin Feng and Xiao Yan, gazing at them as if they were already corpses. The atmosphere in the plaza turned tense, the air thick with an impending sense of conflict, as if it were saturated with the cold, rusty scent of clashing blades. Calm your anger, Elder Yunlin, esteemed elders. At that critical moment, Yunyan's voice, tinged with barely concealed urgency, rang out. She gracefully stepped forward, positioning herself between the two parties, her exquisite visage marked by gravity. There is something amiss, their origins are unclear, and she intended to caution them against rash actions. Sensing the unfathomable power within the young man clad in black, he stood unperturbed before the killing intent of several Dou Wang elders, like a rock cast into the ocean, causing not even a ripple. This tranquility was, in itself, the most terrifying of forces. However, before she could finish her words, Yunling's voice abruptly interrupted her. Sectmaster. His tone was laced with dissatisfaction and doubt. These two have trespassed upon our sacred mountains array, a capital offense. Now, they dare to publicly insult our sect's dignity. This is an even graver sin. Regardless of their origins, today they must atone for this disgrace with their blood. He cast a glance at Yun, whose protective stance was unmistakable, igniting an unwarranted ire within him. In his view, the sect master, being a woman, was far too lenient. In the face of such a matter that concerned the sect's honor, she hesitated, truly the compassion of a woman. He turned his gaze back to Lin Feng, his eyes narrowing like a venomous serpent as he barked, You, boy. I care not who you are, or what relation you bear to this waste from the Xiao family. Kneel, bow your head in repentance, and sever your arms, perhaps. For the sect master's sake, I may allow you to keep your life. He viewed this decree as a final act of mercy towards Lin Feng. He believed that under the immense pressure of the Yunlan Sect, any individual ought to comprehend reverence and submission. All eyes in the plaza were fixed upon Lin Feng. Thousands of disciples of the Yunlan Sect gathered, eager to witness the audacious choice of this audacious rogue. Would he kneel and beg for mercy, or would he stubbornly resist, only to be obliterated by the elders? Even Xiao Yan felt the tension, his fists clenched tightly. Despite having witnessed the miraculous powers of his ancestor, he recognized that the formidable force of the Yunlan Sect, embodied by several Dou Wang elders, could easily topple a dynasty within the Gama Empire. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng remained unfazed in the face of Yunling's imperious ultimatum and the chilling intent to kill that could rend stone and metal alike. He did not even flutter an eyelid. It was as if he had not heard the cacophony of taunts. Perhaps to him, the furious roars of the Dou Wang elders were no different from the summer cicadas or the barking of dogs by the roadside. He simply turned his head, his deep, starry eyes quietly observing his disciple, who trembled slightly from anxiety and anger. Then he spoke. His voice was soft and unassuming, yet it struck like an invisible hammer, shattering the tumultuous atmosphere and resonating clearly in every ear. Xiao Yan, he began, as if gently instructing a junior in the familiar confines of their own garden. Behold the so-called prestigious sect. His gaze swept across Yun, then over the enraged elders, finally resting on the youthful, proud faces of the disciples. a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Rigid in rules, yet devoid of reverence. Narrow-minded and myopic. He paused, as if delivering a final summary of this impromptu lesson. The conclusion resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating across the heavens of Yunlan Sect. Such a place is not worth your time. 3 years wasted. Silence engulfed the world as if a mute button had been pressed. The wind stilled, the clouds froze, and every breath hung suspended in that moment. Yunling's expression was a spectacle to behold, transitioning from rage to disbelief, then morphing into a twisted shade of purple born from profound humiliation. For a fleeting instant, his mind went blank, and he questioned whether he was imagining things. What was this madman uttering? That the Yunlan Sect was unworthy of Xiao Yan's time? This was beyond mere disdain. It was a brutal disassembly of the sect's millennia of pride, glory, and renown, crumpled into a ball of refuse and casually discarded into the filth. With a visceral surge of blood rushing to his head, Yunling felt a bitter taste rise in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Consumed by rage. You insolent fool. You seek death. The Grand Elder of Yunlan Sect was utterly unhinged, disregarding all sect rules and any notion of fairness. One thought consumed him. He must kill this man before him, in the most cruel and agonizing manner, tearing him limb from limb. Boom. An overwhelming aura of terrifying combat energy, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, surged from his body, transforming into a tempest of azure energy that engulfed the entire square. Extreme wind. Falling kill. Yunlin rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing his most formidable killing move. The wind attribute energy from the heavens and earth converged wildly into his palm, coalescing into a fearsome spear composed of whirling azure wind blades, stretching dozens of feet long. The spear's tip, aimed with lethal intent, elicited a mournful cry from the very fabric of space, straining under its weight. Stop! Yun's expression changed dramatically. She sought to intervene, but it was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as the terrifying wind spear, capable of effortlessly piercing a mountain, surged towards the nonchalant figure in black robes. However, just as the spear was about to graze Lin Feng's sleeve, and as a sinister smile crept across Yunling's face, an immense elder pressure, 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than his own, descended like a collapsing sky from the depths of the cloud sea behind the main hall. Preposterous. Accompanied by a voice that resonated like the tolling of a solemn bell, the spear, forged from Yunlin's lifelong combat energy, seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, halting just 3 feet from Lin Feng. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, it shattered into countless fragments, dissolving into the primal energy particles that dispersed into the air. Yunlin was struck as if by a heavy blow, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. Eyes filled with disbelief. An aged figure appeared in the arena, as if by teleportation. The newcomer, clad in a simple gray robe, bore a gaunt visage. Yet his gaze was sharp as that of a hawk. Upon his arrival, an aura of unquestionable authority emanated, commanding the attention of all. Every disciple of the Yunlan Sect, including Yun, immediately bowed in utmost respect. We welcome the elder patriarch back from seclusion. Yun-san, the previous sect master of Yunlan, had secluded himself for years in pursuit of the Dozong realm. He had finally been stirred. Chapter 7, Shadows Beneath the Sun, spoke volumes. As the name Yunsan resonated alongside the appearance of the venerable figure, the entire Yunlan Sect seemed to find its cornerstone. All the panicked disciples, the bewildered stewards, and even the fuming elders felt an unprecedented sense of calm wash over them in that moment. This was the former sect master of Yunlan, the legendary figure who had once led the sect to glory, leaving a resounding reputation throughout the entire Jiamai Empire. Furthermore, he was the unwavering anchor, entrusted with immense hopes by the sect to break through to the legendary Dozong realm after years of seclusion. He had returned. With his mere presence, he effortlessly dispelled the lethal strike from the Grand Elder Yunling, a blow powerful enough to shatter stone. He stood there quietly, and the overwhelming aura of a peak Do Huang naturally spread forth, quelling the turmoil and bloodshed that had engulfed the arena. Elder Patriarch Yunlin, neglecting to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, bowed deeply, his face a mixture of shame and excitement. Master, we welcome the esteemed elder back from seclusion. Yun and the other elders also stiffened, respectfully bowing in unison. Within the Yunlan Sect, Yunsan's prestige surpassed even that of the current leader, Yun. Yunsan nodded slightly, acknowledging their homage. Yet his keen, hawk-like eyes remained fixated on the figure of the young man in the black robe at the center of the square. A tempest of emotions surged within him. As a peak Do Huang, on the verge of stepping into the realm of Dozong, his perception of energy far exceeded that of Yunlin. From the moment he emerged from his seclusion, he sensed something amiss. The entire energy field of the Yunlan Sect was in an uncanny state of reverence, not forcibly induced, but rather an instinctual submission. And at the heart of this submission stood the seemingly unremarkable, strikingly handsome youth before him. Unfathomable, completely inscrutable. This ignited an unprecedented vigilance within Yunlan. He took a deliberate step forward, his voice steady and imbued with the authority of one accustomed to power. He inquired, "Might I ask who you are? You have graced our Yunlan Sect today, wreaking havoc upon our gates and injuring our elders. What is your purpose?" Unlike Yunlan, who resorted to threats, he maintained a composed demeanor, clearly indicating the other's transgressions while leaving room for dialogue. His words were impeccably crafted, showcasing the poise and strategic mind of a master. To him, even if the individual before him were a secluded ancient being, they should afford him, as a recognized pinnacle of the Gamma Empire, a modicum of respect and engage in earnest conversation. However, he was confronted by Lin Feng. From the moment Yunlan appeared and exerted his imposing presence to the instant he posed his question, Lin Feng remained in a nonchalant posture, seemingly engrossed in studying the patterns of the plaza's tiles, utterly disregarding the gravity of Yunlan, the stabilizing force of the Yunlan Sect. It was only after Yunlan's words reverberated in the air for a full 3 breaths that Lin Feng seemed to awaken from his reverie. Slowly, he turned his head, for the first time meeting the gaze of the venerable elder of the Yunlan Sect. In his deep, starry eyes, there was no trace of reverence, no weight of solemnity, and not even a hint of hostility. Instead, there was a subtle amusement, as if he were observing a farcical performance. The corners of his mouth curled upward, forming a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, and he refrained from answering Yunlan's inquiries. Instead, with an air of casualness akin to conversing about mundane matters, he uttered a statement that left the entire assembly momentarily speechless. "Yunlan, is it? There is no need to rush to inquire who I am, nor to hastily assign me labels." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every attendee, as if imbued with an unusual charm that caused their hearts to skip a beat. Before addressing the matter at hand, Lin Feng's gaze shifted past Yunlan, with a keen interest directed towards the magnificent main hall behind him, and further still into the depths of the cloud sea. "Why don't you first bring forth that esteemed guest from the hidden chamber in the back mountains, the one from the Soul Palace? Let everyone witness this, shall we?" Boom. If Lin Feng's earlier appraisal of Yunlan was akin to a resounding slap to the face, then this seemingly casual remark now resonated like a divine thunderclap capable of splitting the heavens. It struck with unparalleled precision upon the crown of Yunlan's head, the thunder of judgment reverberating in broad daylight. Time appeared to freeze in that singular moment. Space itself seemed to solidify. The expressions of the thousands of disciples from the Yunlan Sect lingered in a mixture of reverence and excitement at the emergence of the old sect master. The shame and indignation etched on Yunlan's visage had yet to dissipate. On Yunyan's exquisite face, there remained a gravity and curiosity regarding the mysterious powerhouse before her. Yet, all of this transformed into an eternal tableau the instant those words fell. Everyone's minds became a blank slate. Soul Palace? These 2 words represented the deepest taboos for any sect within the Jaimar Empire. They were the very embodiment of malevolence, colluding with the Soul Palace. This was a transgression grave enough to incite the entire continent's forces to descend upon the Yunlan Sect, capable of obliterating it 1,000 times over. And Yunlan, the figure revered as the backbone and future of the sect, experienced a cataclysmic shift in his countenance. Initially struck with shock, this was soon replaced by an incredulity that pierced to the marrow. Ultimately, all color drained from his face, leaving it a ghastly white reminiscent of the dead. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if subjected to the most excruciating torture imaginable. In his once keen, hawk-like eyes, the noble demeanor of a master had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming, palpable fear that arose from the exposure of his darkest, most hidden secret. This secret was more precious to him than life itself. No one aside from him and that damned guardian should ever have known. Yet now, it was laid bare before the entire sect by this enigmatic youth, uttered in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. Thud. The elders beside Yunlan, upon witnessing his disheveled and ashen visage, felt a chill run down their spines. Suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation, their legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground. The plaza, once charged with tension, fell into a suffocating and eerie silence. "No, it cannot be." Yunlan's lips quivered. He sought to retort, to rebuke, to cloak his inner turmoil with the imposing presence of a peaked Do Huang. Yet, the voice that escaped him was dry, hoarse, trembling beyond his control. You dare to slander me. In the realm of the Yunlan Sect, we stand resolutely opposed to the Soul Palace. What, then, is this notion of esteemed guests? This final struggle appears so utterly feeble, so devoid of strength. The profound terror that runs deep within him has betrayed him mercilessly through every glance and every gesture. Chapter 8. The void reaches out, unveiling the dark hand. Blood spills forth as rivals clash. Yunsan's hoarse, trembling voice reverberates across the desolate square, a sound so powerless, so colorless. This last act of defiance resembles a drowning soul flailing desperately, yet unable to grasp even a single straw of salvation. His countenance, twisted by fear, and his eyes, stripped of any semblance of a master-esque grace, reveal the innermost secrets of his heart, laid bare. In the square, thousands of disciples of the Yunlan Sect exchange bewildered glances, their minds rendered utterly incapacitated. On one side stands their venerable patriarch, revered as a deity and seen as the future of their sect. On the other looms an indescribably mysterious and terrifying entity, whose words cut through the veil of reality. The patriarch's current demeanor unmistakably suggests that he has been ensnared in a fatal trap. The words Soul Palace weigh upon each disciple's heart like an invisible mountain, suffocating them with disbelief and despair. How could their proud sect, which has thrived for a millennium, possibly be entwined with the most wicked and forbidden organization on the continent? Yunyan's exquisite and regal visage has turned pale as she oscillates her gaze between the disoriented Yunshan and the composed Lin Feng, her heart tumultuous with unprecedented turmoil. Reason dictates that collusion with the Soul Palace is utterly implausible. Such an act would be tantamount to self-destruction. Yet the sight of her teacher, so heart-wrenchingly tormented, strikes her like heavy hammers against her heart, shattering her once resolute beliefs inch by inch. Amidst this suffocating atmosphere, a light chuckle pierces the silence. It is Lin Feng. Observing Yunshan's blusterous facade, a mockery of bravado, he shakes his head as if witnessing an amusing performance. It seems he speaks slowly, his tone laced with a palpable mirth akin to a cat toying with its prey. You are someone who will not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Without further ado, he dismisses any further banter with Yunsan. Under the watchful gaze of 1,000 eyes, filled with astonishment, fear, and disbelief, Lin Feng executes a motion that halts the world in its tracks. He gestures toward the towering main hall behind Yunsan, a realm safeguarded by countless prohibitions and formations, and casually extends his right hand. With fingers splayed, he reaches into the air. No surge of fighting spirit, no ripple of energy. Not even the faintest trace of smoke or flame accompanies his action. Yet, in the next moment, an unimaginable scene unfolds, shattering the hearts of all present and dismantling their worldview. The space before Lin Feng's palm ripples as if a stone had been cast into a still pond, creating visible waves that radiate outward. Immediately, the space, sturdy enough to withstand the full force of a Dou Wang strike, began to warp and blur, ultimately resembling a delicate sheet of window paper or a soft curtain, gently pulled apart by an invisible hand. His entire palm effortlessly penetrated the distorted void, vanishing from sight. A miracle. At this moment, the words erupted uncontrollably in the minds of everyone present. This was not merely a martial technique. It transcended even the realms of Dou Huang and Dou Zong's manipulation of spatial power. Torn apart, space relies on brute force. Yet the spectacle before them was one of mastery. It was a display of divine manipulation, treating the very laws of space as mere playthings. Nalan Yinran covered her mouth, stifling a scream. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Her breath had ceased. The Yunlan Sect, of which she was so proud, and the 3-year agreement she cherished, seemed insignificant and laughable in the face of that hand reaching into the void. Yun trembled uncontrollably. As a Dou Huang expert, she understood better than anyone the significance of this display. It signified that the opponent's realm had reached a legendary level, one beyond her wildest imagination. And Yunsan, upon witnessing that hand disappear into the void, felt the last trace of color drain from his eyes. He knew precisely where that hand was headed. It was the deepest, most secret chamber of their sect, as agreed with the protector. There, he had laid down dozens of isolation formations. It was his greatest secret, his final refuge. But now, all defenses, all prohibitions, had become mere jokes before that hand. An unprecedented, bone-chilling fear surged through him, akin to countless venomous snakes piercing from his tailbone, racing up his spine to engulf his mind, obliterating all reason and hope. It was over. Everything was over. Under the horrified gaze of all present, Lin Feng's arm abruptly withdrew from the distorted void. His movement remained casual, effortless, as if he had merely retrieved a trivial item from his own cabinet. Yet in his grasp was a figure ensconced in a thick, inescapable black mist, thrashing wildly while emitting a silent yet soul-piercing wail. That eerie aura, that malevolent energy. Evidence. A living, irrefutable piece of evidence. It was effortlessly extracted from the most concealed corner of the Yunlan Sect, like pulling a struggling chick from its nest. Thud. Yunlan could no longer bear the weight of the revelation. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. His eyes glazed over, his face ashen. His mouth moved soundlessly, yet no words emerged. All his pride, all his cunning, all his ambition were, in that moment, shattered to dust by a hand that emerged from the void. This was no mere judgment. It was the most direct and brutal execution from the divine. Chapter 9. The Guardian of the Soul Hall. Dust in the wind. A profound silence enveloped the scene, akin to the stillness of a grave. Time and space seemed to lose all significance at that instant. The gaze of the thousand-strong assembly was irresistibly drawn to Lin Feng's hand, or rather, to the figure within his grasp, enveloped in dense black mist, struggling like a chick with its throat constricted. Evidence. Living evidence. As this thought struck like lightning through the minds of all the disciples of the Yunlan Sect present, their expressions towards their venerable leader, Yunlan, transformed instantaneously, from reverence to confusion, and finally to disdain and terror. Yunlan was finished. He collapsed to the ground, a hollow shell devoid of spirit. His once vibrant face now an ashen gray, lacking any semblance of life. All his dignity, all his prestige, all his ambition were crushed the moment that living evidence was dragged from the void. At this moment, the black mist held tightly by Lin Feng finally began to react. Having been forcibly apprehended from its bewilderment, the Guardian, as a protector of the Soul Hall, he had witnessed countless formidable beings and had orchestrated innumerable despairs. Yet, upon recognizing the youth grasping him, an overwhelming fear, far more intense than any despair he had ever inflicted, erupted from the depths of his very soul. An emperor, the aura of an emperor, though faint to the point of being nearly imperceptible, the transcendent essence that surpassed all creation, rendering the laws of existence trivial, was unmistakable. It was the ultimate realm, etched in the souls of every powerful being within the Soul Hall, a realm they both yearned for and feared. Fight. Emperor, he yearned to scream, to roar, to expend all his strength to convey those two words, to warn the Soul Hall headquarters of the incomprehensible and insurmountable terror that had appeared. However, it felt as if an invisible hand had seized his soul, rendering him incapable of uttering even a complete syllable, forcing only a series of gasps, rife with boundless dread, from his throat. To Lin Feng, his struggles resembled the incessant buzzing of a fly by his ear, irritating. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. He couldn't be bothered to glance at the trophy in his hand. With a mere flick of his other finger, he casually directed it towards the black mist, giving it a light tap. This was an action of astonishing nonchalance, as trivial as brushing off a speck of dust from one's shoulder. There was no outburst of fighting spirit, no surge of energy, no resonance of laws, not even a whisper of wind. Yet, at the very instant his fingertip made contact, the entire world seemed to be muted. The formidable guardian of the Soul Palace, renowned throughout the Gamma Empire for silencing the cries of infants and instilling dread in countless sects, was an entity composed of an eerie black mist, impervious to the majority of physical assaults. In a moment of frenetic struggle, it attempted to emit a warning, yet everything was frozen in that instant, eternally captured. Then, under the gaze of 1,000 eyes, that swirling black mist dissipated as if it were a snowman exposed to the relentless rays of the midday sun, or a drop of dew plunged into molten lava. Not a single scream escaped its form, nor did it leave a trace of existence behind. It simply evaporated, dissolving from this world, utterly and completely, as though it had never existed at all. The plaza of Yunlan Sect fell into a silence more terrifying and suffocating than before. If the earlier display of void exploration was a miracle, a shock that began to shatter their worldview, then this ephemeral wisp of ash was a judgment, a terror that froze their very souls in despair. This was a Dou, a living embodiment of unpredictable power, not a mere trifling creature. To think it could simply vanish with a flick. A sound echoed in the oppressive silence, a swallow, difficult and laden with fear, escaping from an unknown source. It pierced the stillness like a dagger. Nailin Yanran, unable to withstand the unimaginable impact, felt her pride, stubbornness, and defiance replaced by an overwhelming dread, covering her mouth. Her legs weakened, and had it not been for Yunyan's timely support, she would have collapsed to the ground. What was her cherished talent, her 3-year commitment? In the face of a deity capable of reducing a Dou to ashes with a mere gesture? A joke? A grand farce? Yunyan trembled violently as she supported her disciple, her once resplendent features now drained of color and filled with bewilderment. As a Dou, she understood the implications of this event more than anyone else. While a Dou could be slain in an instant by a Douzuan, such effortless and clean annihilation was inconceivable. This was not merely a disparity in strength, it was an overwhelming crushing of life itself. Thud, thud, thud. On the plaza, the elders and disciples of Yunlan Sect could no longer stand. An instinctual fear, primal and raw, surged through their beings, compelling their bodies to yield. Their knees buckled, one by one, as they knelt uncontrollably. In the end, apart from Lin Feng, Xiao Yan, and the supported Yunlan Yanran, none remained standing. And there, at the forefront, the instigator of this calamity, Yun San, who witnessed the entire event, felt every last shred of his desperate hope and flicker of optimism obliterated along with the Guardian's ash. His mind could no longer process any thoughts. He instinctively directed his forehead, again and again, forcefully striking against the unyielding white jade tiles in the direction of the cloaked youth. Thud, thud, thud. Blood seeped from his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, mingling with the tears and mucus on his face, rendering him utterly wretched. No longer pleading for mercy, he merely murmured, in a voice choked with sobs and hoarse to the extreme, God, it is God. The divine has descended. Chapter 10, a 3-year pact? The sect dissolved. God, it is God. The divine has descended. Yun San's hoarse, desperate murmurs intertwined with the dull, rhythmic thuds of his forehead colliding with the white jade tiles, becoming the sole sound in the desolate square. Blood cascaded from the corner of his forehead, combining with the murky tears and mucus, leaving the once formidable visage of the former master of the Yunlan Sect now reduced to a state of absurdity and humility. The former mightiest being of the Gamma Empire, the venerable patriarch of the Yunlan Sect, now resembled a pitiful dog, wagging its tail in desperation. All his dignity, cunning, and ambition had been thoroughly obliterated, reduced to mere dust by a mere flick of a finger. He dared not plead for mercy any longer, for he had come to a profound realization. He lacked even the qualification to implore this formidable presence for clemency. He was left with only his most primal instinct, to bow. In the most humble of postures, he sought a sliver of compassion from the divine, which was perhaps unfathomable, or might not even exist. On the square, thousands of kneeling disciples and elders of the Yunlan Sect were enveloped in silence. Their minds had completely crashed. Fear washed over them like the cold sea, rendering even the act of breathing a luxury. What had they witnessed? The evidence of the patriarch's collusion with the Soul Palace had been forcibly extracted from the void. Then, that enigmatic guardian of the Soul Palace, as if swatted like a fly, simply vanished. This transcended their comprehension of power. This was not of human origin. This was divine retribution. Lin Feng, however, remained oblivious to it all. He did not even cast a glance at Yun San, who lay bloodied and battered at his feet, as if he were merely an inconsequential stone. His gaze languidly swept across the square, ultimately resting on two strikingly beautiful women who still managed to stand, albeit precariously, Yun and the pallid, wavering Na Lan Yanran, whom she supported. Lin Feng emitted a soft sound, as if he had finally found a point of interest worth a modicum of attention. He spoke in a tone that was not loud, yet resonated clearly in the ears of every onlooker, as though announcing a trivial matter. For the sake of your pleasing appearance, I shall grant him an opportunity. At these words, the entire venue fell silent. The kneeling Yun San's bowing motion abruptly froze, and his eyes instantly ignited with an incredulous joy, as if he had survived a calamity. An opportunity. The divine presence granted him a chance at life. Yun and Yunlan Yanran trembled delicately, lifting their gazes towards Lin Feng with a complex expression that intertwined fear, confusion, and a faint glimmer of hope. However, Lin Feng's subsequent words plunged them into an abyss of despair. His gaze finally shifted from the two women, landing for the first and last time upon Yun San. In his eyes, there was no fury, no intent to kill, only an absolute indifference, akin to how one might regard lifeless objects. From this day forth, the Yunlan Sect is disbanded. All of you, descend the mountain, and you may live. A chilling pause ensued, a frigid aura capable of freezing souls enveloping the peak. Otherwise, this mountain shall become your grave. Boom. This proclamation struck the hearts of every disciple of the Yunlan Sect like a thunderclap, more profound than any miracle witnessed before. Disband the Yunlan Sect? A colossal entity that had stood for a millennium atop the Jaimar Empire, reduced to nothing by a single utterance? It was a cruelty surpassing death itself. This was an uprooting of their faith, their pride, their very roots. Countless disciples wore expressions of despair more profound than that of death. Yet, for Yun San, these words were akin to celestial music. Death, or merely the dissolution of the sect. Was there even a choice? His blood-stained visage burst forth with unparalleled joy and excitement, as if he had grasped the last straw of salvation, fearing that Lin Feng might retract his words at any moment. At your command. At your command. By the decree of the divine, Yun San dares not disobey. He scrambled to his feet, disregarding the slightest semblance of the old sect master's dignity, and with all his might, projected his voice across the entire Yunlan mountain range. His tone was hoarse, piercing, filled with the frenzied elation of survival. All disciples and elders of the Yunlan Sect, heed my command. I, Yun San, in the name of the old sect master, hereby declare, the Yunlan Sect is disbanded from this day forth. All of you immediately, instantly, descend the mountain. The crowd erupted into chaos. If Lin Feng's words were a verdict, then Yun San's frenzied command was the final straw that broke the camel's back. No, old sect master, please. The sect cannot be disbanded. We live as members of the Yunlan Sect, and we shall die as its spirits. Why had it come to this? In that moment, the faith of countless disciples shattered completely as they cried out, lamenting, the entire square descending into a scene of chaos and apocalyptic despair. However, amidst all the tumult, one person remained untouched by the clamor, Lin Feng. She stood dazed, releasing the hand of Yun that had been supporting her, her entire being resembling a beautifully crafted statue bereft of a soul. Disbanded? The Yunlan Sect is disbanded? Her mind was a void, the engagement she had sought to sever. Even at the cost of bearing the world's scorn, the 3-year pact she had taken pride in, fought for, and diligently cultivated, never daring to slacken her efforts, now lay in ruin. She had fantasized countless times about the moment when, under the gaze of the multitude, she would triumph over Xiao Yan and prove to the world that she had not chosen the wrong stage. Yet, in an instant, right before her eyes, in a manner so absurd, so ludicrous, and so utterly complete that she could not even fathom it, everything vanished. It was gone. Nothing remained. Had she won? Had she lost? No, neither. It was the supreme deity, passing by, who found their incessant chatter annoying and effortlessly shut down the entire game server. A wave of unprecedented absurdity, powerlessness, and nihilism crashed over her heart like a cold tide, drowning her in despair. All her pride, all her determination, all her efforts transformed in that moment into a colossal joke, a joke unworthy of even a glance from the divine. With a sudden gasp, blood erupted from Lin Feng's mouth, staining her white dress crimson. The light in her eyes dimmed completely. Her legs buckled, and she fell straight back. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan stood a short distance away, silently observing the unfolding chaos. He watched as Yun San collapsed, the turmoil within the sect, and Lin Feng's downfall. The flame of vengeance that had simmered in his heart for 3 long years did not blaze to its peak at that moment. Rather, it extinguished quietly, for his ancestor had turned the entire prairie to ashes in a manner he could never aspire to match. Hatred, in the face of absolute power, appeared so pale, so utterly meaningless. He lifted his gaze to the figure in the black robe, who remained unfazed, as if merely performing a trivial task, and in his eyes, only boundless reverence and yearning remained. This, indeed, was the realm of true strength. Chapter 11. The Alchemist's Concern and the Ancestor's Promise. The dissolution of the Yunlan Sect swept through the Gamma Empire like an unexpected tsunami, shattering the power structure that had been meticulously maintained for a millennium. Once a sacred place, it now lay desolate, strewn with debris and resonating with the terrifying legends surrounding that black-robed deity. However, at the eye of this storm, Lin Feng showed no interest whatsoever. He did not linger atop Yunlan Mountain for a second longer. The moment Lin Feng collapsed, bloodied, he deemed the farce fit to conclude. With a casual wave of his hand, he vanished from the spot, taking with him Xiao Yan, who remained ensnared in shock and awe. In the next instant, in the central area of Gamma's sacred city, on the grounds that once housed the ruins of the Lord's mansion, the light and shadows subtly warped. A vast and luxurious courtyard, complete with pavilions, bridges, and flowing waters, materialized as if it had stood there for centuries, with the moss on the cobblestone path appearing entirely natural. As Xiao Yan's feet touched the ground, he gazed at this magnificent scene. No, this divine creation, with his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. His mind had been operating at full capacity since the events at Yunlan Sect. With a mere flick of his fingers, the soul-extinguishing hall was obliterated, and with a casual wave, he constructed a courtyard. Each action of his esteemed master relentlessly redefined his understanding of power's limits. The once burning desire for vengeance had dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented fervor for the ultimate realm of existence. Nightfall quickly enveloped the city of Jayamar. Deep within the courtyard, in a tranquil chamber, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions and enter a state of cultivation. He recognized that he now possessed the finest conditions for refining his abilities, and he was determined not to squander a single moment. At that instant, the ancient ring upon his finger glimmered faintly. A spectral, aged figure gradually emerged from it, none other than Yao Lao. However, the expression on Yao Lao's face was devoid of its usual tranquility and satisfaction, now replaced by a complex amalgamation of reverence, excitement, and profound concern. He first bowed deeply towards the empty seat, a gesture of utmost respect for his master, whose whereabouts remained unknown. Then, turning to face Xiao Yan, Yao Lao's countenance was grave. Little Yan, his voice emerged, low and hoarse. Master? Xiao Yan opened his eyes, a trace of confusion evident. Today's events concerning the Yunlan Sect have illuminated the boundless capabilities of our revered ancestor. With him backing you, you may traverse this continent and even ascend to higher realms without restraint. Yao Lao began, his tone initially filled with awe before shifting to an unparalleled seriousness. However, there is one matter that even our ancestor may require you to risk your very life for. That is your burning technique. Upon hearing these 3 words, Xiao Yan's heart instantly tightened. This mystical art, capable of devouring foreign flames for evolution, constituted his greatest secret and trump card. Yao Lao floated closer. His demeanor weighted with gravity. The burning technique defies the heavens. To evolve, it necessitates the consumption of foreign flames. These flames represent the most destructive and volatile energies in existence, each possessing the might to scorch mountains and boil seas, born from the most perilous of places and appearing but once in a millennium. The emergence of any foreign flame is sufficient to incite the continent's most formidable powers, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed. Their rarity surpasses your imagination. More critical is the process of consumption. Yao Lao's spiritual form shimmered with excitement. When foreign flames enter your body, it is akin to magma coursing through your veins. The agony of being consumed would reduce even a Dou Huang to ashes in an instant. In my youth, I traversed the continent, and could only claim a modicum of confidence in subduing the bone spirit cold fire, and that was only after preparing countless rare treasures and dedicating decades of effort. Consuming foreign flames is a path fraught with peril, 9 deaths to 1 life. No, it is a journey of 10 deaths without hope of life. Yao Lao's voice grew increasingly somber as he gazed at Xiao Yan, his eyes brimming with concern. In my own past, I fell victim to this very path. Were it not for our ancestors' presence, I would never dare to guide you towards such a perilous road. Yet, the burning technique is already cultivated, leaving you with no other choice. Listening to his master's earnest teachings, Xiao Yan felt a surge of emotion swelling within him. He understood that every word spoken by his teacher was earned through the lessons of blood. The perilous path ahead far exceeded his previous expectations. He clenched his fists, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. Teacher, I am unafraid. Sighing deeply, the esteemed elder Yao seemed to have made a momentous decision. He abruptly turned, bowing deeply toward the empty seat of honor, his voice imbued with earnestness and supplication. Master, your disciple, Yao Chun, has a request. His voice echoed through the silent chamber. In the next moment, a languid voice, as if just roused from slumber, suddenly pierced the stillness, startling both Xiao Yan and Elder Yao. What is all this noise at such a late hour? Lin Feng's figure had, unbeknownst to them, already materialized in the principal seat. Leaning back against the chair, he yawned widely, displaying an unmistakable impatience. Seeing this, Elder Yao was not only unperturbed but rather overjoyed, hastily articulating his plea. Master, your disciple dares to implore you for a favor. In the future, when Xiao Yan's strength is sufficient, having cultivated to the level of Dou Huang and even Dou Zong, when he is prepared to consume thee, I hope you might extend your gracious protection to ensure his life. He continued fervently, I am willing to serve you as a humble beast of burden for eternity. Upon uttering these words, Elder Yao's spiritual form slowly knelt before Lin Feng. This was the most solemn and singular request that the continent's former premier alchemist could conceive. Watching from the side, Xiao Yan felt his eyes grow moist. He recognized that his teacher had relinquished all dignity for his sake. He too lifted his gaze, filled with anticipation and trepidation, to Lin Feng. Would the ancestral master acquiesce? However, Lin Feng's response left both master and disciple utterly dumbfounded. After listening to Elder Yao's heartfelt and weighty request, Lin Feng momentarily paused, then displayed a look of profound confusion and incredulity, as if questioning, what nonsense are you uttering? He dug into his ears, straightened in his seat, and frowned at Elder Yao, his expression akin to that of a bewildered fool. Just consume a fire. Why make it so complicated? In a single utterance, all of Elder Yao's carefully prepared words lodged in his throat. Lin Feng waved his hand, his impatience intensifying. You still need to wait for him to cultivate to Dou Huang and Dou Zong? When will that be? I don't have that much time to waste with you. With that, he could hardly be bothered to glance at the utterly bewildered Elder Yao, shifting his attention to the equally stupefied Xiao Yan. A playful smile crept across his lips, and in a tone as casual as one might use to inquire whether for dinner one preferred rice or noodles, he asked, Xiao Yan, would you like as your enlightening plaything? Boom. This statement struck like a divine thunderbolt in the minds of Elder Yao and Xiao Yan. A plaything? This was a transcendent treasure that could drive even Dou Zun and Dou Sheng to madness. Yet, in the mouth of their ancestral master, it was merely a toy. The ethereal form of Elder Yao began to flicker violently. He felt as though the worldview, values, And cultivation perspectives he had painstakingly built over millennia were being crushed to dust by an invisible hand, only to be trampled mercilessly upon the ground, subjected to relentless friction. Master, Ancestor, do you mean? Xiao Yan stammered, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Lin Feng, observing their naive expressions, finally lost all patience. He rose from his seat, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke with an authoritative tone, as if declaring an undeniable truth. Let us proceed. Do not squander time. Ancestor will take you to sample a few flavors, to see what pleases your palate. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. Elder Yao's ethereal form ceased its flickering. He stood motionless, surrendering all thought. He sensed that in that fleeting moment, his soul had been utterly shattered, leaving behind merely a thoughtless shell. Strange fire. To sample flavors? What flavors might there be? He mused, bewildered. Could it be spicy? Or perhaps numbing and spicy? Or garlic-infused? Only a chaotic haze remained in Elder Yao's mind. Meanwhile, after enduring a 10-second lapse in cognition, Xiao Yan was suddenly engulfed by an indescribable ecstasy, overwhelming enough to submerge him entirely. He was unsure of the veracity of the Ancestor's words, but one thing was clear. Whatever the Ancestor proclaimed would undoubtedly come to fruition. His very blood seemed to boil with excitement. The gaze he cast upon Lin Feng transformed from one of awe and reverence into fervent, almost worshipful devotion, akin to that reserved for a creator deity. Lin Feng offered them no respite to process their emotions. His eyes fell upon a few glimmering points on the map, and he casually gestured toward one. Let us commence with the nearest. The Tagore Great Desert, the heart fire of the Azure Lotus. By its name, it should possess a rather subtle flavor, perfect as an appetizer. Chapter 12. The Journey of the Dou Emperor, a step spanning thousands of miles. Lin Feng's remark about serving as an appetizer struck Elder Yao's last vestige of reason like a heavy hammer, shattering it completely. An appetizer? The former continent's foremost alchemist found his ethereal essence flickering, as if it could dissipate at any moment. His eyes were vacant, suspended in the air, muttering incomprehensible nonsense that left Xiao Yan bewildered. Azure Lotus, with a lotus seed flavor? That should be fragrant and sweet. The fallen heart's source sounds fiery. Perhaps it is numbing and spicy, or possibly exceedingly hot. And what of the 3,000 flames of Yan? 3 flames, surely. That must be explosively spicy. No, no, Xiao Yan is weak. He cannot handle such heat. The bone spirit cold fire, ice and fire in duality? That flavor is too intense. It would require additional payment. Elder Yao had completely lost his grasp on reality. His millennia of alchemical wisdom and reverence for strange fires had been thoroughly disoriented under Lin Feng's culinary perspective. Now, instead of perceiving the strange fire as a celestial treasure, he was earnestly studying it as if it were a mere recipe. Xiao Yan stood aside, listening to his teacher's nonsensical ramblings, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. However, at that moment, he could not afford to concern himself with the teacher any longer. His heart was ablaze with a fervor named ecstasy and anticipation, leaving him in a state of exhilarating excitement, on the verge of an explosion, to seek out the extraordinary flames, unheard and unseen by ordinary people, and not merely one, but several. Moreover, he would savor their essence. What an extraordinary privilege this was. He dared not contemplate further, fearing that overwhelming happiness might render him unconscious. Master, when shall we depart? Xiao Yan clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as he inquired impatiently. Ah, look at your urgency, Lin Feng remarked, casting a glance at the now food enthusiast Yao Lao and then at the exuberant Xiao Yan, who seemed ready to soar into the desert at any moment. Finally, Lin Feng lost a fraction of his patience, feeling that the master and disciple were dilly-dallying excessively. It was merely a matter of finding a toy. Why all the needless chatter? All right, cease your noise. Lin Feng stood up, casually brushing non-existent dust from his sleeves, and spoke to the two before him in an exceedingly nonchalant tone, uttering 3 words: stand firm. No sooner had the words left his lips than he lightly waved his wide black robe towards Xiao Yan and the ring suspended in midair. In the next instant, Xiao Yan felt everything before him transform. There was no howling wind from the transformation into wings, no violent fluctuations from tearing through space, not even the slightest sensation of being pushed back. He felt as if he stood rooted to the spot, never having moved. Yet, the world before him morphed into a canvas whimsically painted by the hand of a deity. The pavilions and towers in the courtyard, the babbling brooks, and the cobblestone paths, all instantly lost their original forms. They stretched, twisted, transforming into countless radiant lines, retreating in a manner incomprehensible. It was as if the entire world was actively distancing itself from him. Xiao Yan was rendered speechless by the surreal spectacle before him. He could not hear the wind, feel the air currents. The very concept of time seemed to vanish in that moment. All he could do was widen his eyes, gazing at this miraculous scene. Within the ring, Yao Lao, who had been engrossed in studying the combinations of exotic flames and fragrances, was abruptly jolted awake by this strange occurrence. Forcing his soul out, when he beheld the external scene, his aged face was suddenly enveloped by an unprecedented terror and dread, 100 times more intense than the moment he witnessed the Soul Palace Guardian being vanquished. No, this is not right. This is not speed. Yao Lao emitted a soul-piercing shriek. He had once been a Dou Zun powerhouse, merely a step away from becoming a Dou Sheng. With an understanding of spatial power far surpassing ordinary comprehension, he could distinctly sense that the spatial barriers surrounding them remained as solid as ever, showing no signs of being torn. They were not engaged in spatial jumping, for the cobblestones beneath their feet remained steadfastly below them. Master, he. With his profound soul perception at the level of a Dou Zun, Yao Lao fervently extended his senses outward. When he finally discerned the truth of the situation, his soul nearly shattered on the spot. They were not flying at all, not even moving. It was the world that was in motion, the vast and boundless Dou Qi continent beneath their feet. In Yao Lao's perception, an indelible scene unfolded before him, one capable of overturning the entire history of cultivation on the continent. Lin Feng, the exceedingly youthful ancestral master, was leisurely pacing in place with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of relaxation akin to a stroll in his own backyard. Yet around him, the entire map of the Dou Qi continent was being drawn like a soft carpet pulled by an invisible giant hand, rolling back in a manner that defied all physical laws and spatial understanding. The holy city of Gamma, the Black Corner region, the undulating mountains, the endless plains, these geographical features on the map lost all sense of distance in the face of this divine power, being swiftly drawn to Lin Feng's feet only to rush past him from behind. This was not mere travel. The path was pursuing them. No, it was not even the path pursuing them. It was the divine dragging the very tapestry of the world. My heavens! Yao Lao, once a Dou Zun, exhausted all his learning, yet could not comprehend the magnitude of the power before him. He understood that Dou Sheng experts could open spaces, but that merely involved cutting a hole in the fabric of space. What Lin Feng was doing now was akin to lifting the entire fabric and shaking it at will. In just a few breaths, the vibrant light that had swiftly passed by suddenly came to a halt. Everything around them regained clarity. Xiao Yan nearly lost his balance as the cold, damp slate beneath his feet had, without him realizing, transformed into a scorching, golden glowing desert. Waves of searing heat rushed toward him, making him feel as though he were in a colossal furnace. Instinctively, he turned his head. In the distance, at the edge of the horizon, the outline of a city appeared, now as diminutive as a grain of rice, flickering in and out of visibility. That was the holy city of Gamma. In a single step, merely a motion of the ancestral master's sleeve, they had traversed countless mountains and rivers, arriving directly at this legendary land of death, the Tagore Desert. Teacher, this. Xiao Yan's voice trembled, overwhelmed by the shock. Yao Lao's soul flickered as it drifted from the ring. He did not respond to Xiao Yan, but gazed at the figure in black robes, still with hands clasped behind. In a manner akin to reverence toward a creator deity, in a voice trembling with awe, he explained the miraculous event that had just transpired. Little Yan, you must remember. What just occurred was not mere speed, nor was it spatial traversal. It was the divine, personally manipulating the canvas of this world. Boom. The canvas was being stirred. These 4 words struck like a thunderclap, resounding fiercely in Xiao Yan's heart. He finally comprehended the truth. The might of his master could no longer be encapsulated by the mere title of Dou Emperor. He did not adhere to the world's rules. He was, in essence, the embodiment of those very rules. As the master and disciple remained enveloped in the profound shock that could shatter the resolve of any Dou saint, Lin Feng's languid voice echoed once more. We have arrived. Below lies the lair of the Serpent Clan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao immediately gazed downward. There, amidst the boundless expanse of golden desert, stood an immense, ruggedly exquisite city. Countless warriors of the Serpent Clan patrolled its streets. It seemed they sensed the arrival of these unwelcome guests. Suddenly, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the entire holy city. In an instant, thousands of Serpent Clan warriors soared into the sky like arrows released from a bow, surrounding them in a dense formation, their cold, vigilant gazes fixated upon the intruders. A formidable aura intertwined, forming an inescapable net. However, this was not the end. At that moment, a chilling, alluring, and overwhelmingly terrifying presence erupted from the magnificent temple at the heart of the holy city, akin to an ancient beast awakening. The strength of this aura caused ripples to spread across the surrounding space. A Dou Emperor, and not just any Dou Emperor, but one at the pinnacle of their power. Under the weight of this presence, Xiao Yan found even breathing to be an arduous task, his very soul trembling uncontrollably. Then, amidst the awe-filled gazes of the Serpent Clan warriors, a woman adorned in a purple brocade robe, radiating an enchanting grace and unparalleled beauty, slowly ascended into the air. Her elongated purple eyes were filled with pride and coldness, as if she regarded all worldly matters with disdain. She was the absolute sovereign of this desert. The queen of the serpent clan, Dou Sha, suspended in the air, her gaze cut like a blade through Lin Feng and the others, and finally, with an unmistakable, regal tone, she demanded, "Who dares to trespass upon my serpent holy land?" Chapter 13. The Majesty of the Queen, the Might of the Sovereign. Who dares to trespass upon my serpent holy land? The chilling, haughty voice of the queen, imbued with unparalleled authority, thundered like a tempest across the searing desert. Within her words resided the absolute will of a Dou Emperor at their zenith. As her voice faded, an otherworldly purple energy storm erupted around Queen Dou Sha, spiraling outward in a frenzied rush. The air wailed, and space itself contorted. The very heavens trembled beneath the wrath of this queen. Below, thousands of Serpent Clan warriors, invigorated by their queen's oppressive aura, turned their bloodthirsty and cruel gazes toward Lin Feng and his companions. Before their queen, any foe would be reduced to mere dust. At the forefront, Xiao Yan felt as though he had transformed into a solitary vessel adrift amidst a tempest, poised to be shattered by the terrifying purple storm at any moment. His complexion paled instantly, his breath stilled. As waves of piercing pain surged from the depths of his soul, an instinctual terror arising from the absolute suppression of life itself. This was the pinnacle of a Dou Huang, the true sovereign of the Tagore Desert, the queen of beauty and poison. Within the ring, the spirit of the medicine elder grew unusually grave. Such an overwhelming pressure. Even in the central plains of Ur, this queen would have been considered a formidable force. Be cautious, Xiao Yan. Yet, just as the master and disciple braced themselves for the impending threat, they observed their ancestor, Lin Feng, at the very eye of the storm, remaining remarkably calm and indifferent. He even appeared distracted, taking a keen interest in the architectural style of the Serpent People's holy city below, as if the cataclysmic pressure were merely a gentle breeze brushing against him. The queen of beauty and poison narrowed her elongated purple eyes, a flicker of astonishment and indignation crossing her stunning countenance. How could her formidable pressure be ineffective against the young man in the black robe? This was inconceivable. As the queen of the Serpent People, she possessed an unwavering pride. Her authority would not tolerate any provocation. With a disdainful snort, the queen ceased her indiscriminate pressure and concentrated her formidable Dou Huang might into an invisible purple cone, aimed directly at the inscrutable young man in black. She intended to shatter his faade with absolute power. As the queen unleashed her true strength, Xiao Yan and the medicine elder felt their hearts leap to their throats. However, what unfolded next would be forever etched in their memories. The purple pressure cone, potent enough to pierce mountains, approached within 3 feet of Lin Feng's body. Yet, there was no explosion, no collision, not even a ripple was stirred. It simply melted away, silently dissolving as if it were winter ice encountering the blazing sun of summer, evaporating into nothingness, as though it had never existed at all. Within 3 feet of Lin Feng, it was as if an entirely separate realm had been established. While the external world raged with storms, he remained steadfast and unyielding. The anger on the Queen of Beauty and Poison's face froze instantly, replaced by an expression of disbelief and horror. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been casually surveying his surroundings, finally felt a twinge of impatience ignited by repeated provocations. Slowly, he turned his head, and for the first time, his tranquil gaze met that of the exalted queen of the Serpent People. He did nothing, uttered not a word, merely cast a glance in her direction. Yet, it was precisely this glance that exuded an indescribable, ineffable aura, transcending all understanding. As if it emanated from the very dawn of the universe, a supreme divine presence that overshadowed all beings. Boom. Queen Dou, renowned for her ferocity and dominance, was struck as if by a million thunderbolts the moment she encountered this aura. Her once proud, peak Dou Huang presence shattered like a burst bubble, collapsing instantly into nothingness. The arrogance and coldness in her enchanting violet eyes dissipated, leaving only an uncontrollable fear that stemmed from the very essence of her soul. With a pained, muffled groan, Queen Dou's voluptuous body trembled violently in midair, her complexion turning as pale as parchment. To her horror, she realized that the Duki within her had completely solidified in that instant. They lay dormant, not due to suppression, but in reverence, as if subjects bowing before their supreme sovereign, trembling in submission without daring to stir. With a thud, the formidable Serpent Queen found it exceedingly difficult to maintain her levitation without her Duki's support. Weakening, she tumbled several meters before barely regaining her composure. The arena fell into a profound silence. The thousands of once menacing serpent warriors below stood as if petrified, gazing in disbelief at their invincible queen, who had been so effortlessly subdued by merely a glance. Who is this extraordinary being? Senior Queen Maidu stifled the tremors coursing through her very soul, mustering all her strength to keep her voice steady, no longer daring to harbor any animosity. Her exquisitely pale face was now marked by boundless awe and trepidation. I, a lowly junior, failed to recognize your esteemed presence. I implore your forgiveness. Her voice lost all remnants of regal authority, reduced to the humble plea of an ant before a deity. The pride, cold beauty, and dominance that once defined Queen Maidu were utterly shattered by Lin Feng's mere glance. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao were left utterly numb, their minds surrendering to the incomprehensibility of the scene before them. They stared blankly at the once dreaded queen, now resembling a frightened kitten quaking before their revered ancestor. Such is the might of divine authority. True divine power requires no physical confrontation. A single glance can cause even a peak Do Huang to crumble and bow in submission. Lin Feng paid no heed to Queen Maidu's pleas for mercy. His gaze seemed to penetrate her very being, delving through the grand serpent holy city below, straight into the depths of the golden desert. There, he sensed a familiar yet feeble flame's essence. A smile of interest finally graced his lips as he spoke in a tone that seemed to be both a self-reflection and a proclamation to all. Oh, so it is hidden here, Chapter 14. The heart fire of the Azure Lotus? Bring it forth. Lin Feng's seemingly casual words, almost like a self-mutter, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Below, thousands of powerful serpentmen, including several elders trembling under the queen's oppressive aura, were left in a state of bewilderment. Hidden here? What could possibly be concealed here, other than their serpentmen tribe? Could it be that this formidable being was not here to trouble them? High above, the pale, exquisitely beautiful face of Queen Medusa briefly flickered with extreme astonishment and perhaps a hint of hope. She suppressed the shivers that surged from the depths of her soul. Fixating her gaze on Lin Feng, it seemed as though his eyes did not linger on her, but rather penetrated through her, through the entire holy city, reaching toward the unknown depths beneath. Was it not her he sought, nor the serpentmen tribe, but rather that entity deep within the earth? The thought ignited an uncontrollable instinct for survival within Medusa's heart. As long as he was not targeting the serpentmen, then there was still a glimmer of hope, even if it meant allowing him to take that object. As long as the tribe could be preserved, any price would be worth paying. In stark contrast to the serpentmen's astonishment and relief, the ethereal presence of Yao Lao within the ring trembled violently upon hearing Lin Feng's words. He immediately comprehended. His master was indeed after the. He truly intended to extract the legendary Qinglian Earth Heart Fire as an appetizer. Little Yin, take note. This will be a lesson you shall never forget. Yao Lao was so exhilarated that his words became incoherent, his voice quivering with excitement. Xiao Yan was even more tense, holding his breath, fists clenched, eyes wide, afraid to miss any detail. That was a divine entity that countless alchemists yearned for, capable of driving even Do Huang powerhouses to madness. How would his ancestor retrieve it? Would he break through the crust directly? Or would he use brute force to upheave the entire holy city? However, Lin Feng's subsequent actions exceeded the imagination of all present beings. He appeared to have lost patience with this game of hide-and-seek, disdainfully curling his lip. Finding something was proving too cumbersome, buried so deeply. Never mind, I shan't play anymore. With those words, amidst the tense, expectant, and fearful gazes of all, Lin Feng casually lifted his boot-clad foot. Then, he gently stomped down upon the hard, stone and metal-paved central square of the holy city below. A soft thud echoed. The sound was as gentle as a pebble dropping into water, even quieter than a heartbeat. There were no earth-shattering roars, no cataclysmic tremors. Not even a wisp of dust was stirred. Yet, in the wake of that soft sound, a miraculous event unfolded that rendered the entire Do Chi continent speechless. The section of the square, paved with solid black obsidian beneath Lin Feng's foot, did not crack, nor did it shatter. It began to soften and become transparent, resembling boiling wax. Yes, transparent. That indomitable obsidian, that immensely solid earth, at this moment seemed to have lost all its attributes as a solid, transforming into a flowing, crystalline body of water. Water. An elder of the serpent people nearly had his eyes pop out, instinctively rubbing them and exclaiming in astonishment. The earth had turned to water. This transcended mere power. It was creation itself. It was divine retribution. It was the divine force that directly altered the fundamental rules of the world. This liquid earth swiftly spread outward, transforming the area within 1,000 meters of Lin Feng into a vast, transparent lake. Through this bizarre lake, everyone could see clearly into the depths beneath. They beheld the deep foundations of buried temples, the intricate underground waterways, and even the tumultuous, roaring world of magma far below. At the heart of that searing ocean of lava, a massive lotus, formed from azure magma, quietly blossomed. Above the lotus, a small flame, no larger than a palm and resembling a lotus flower, burned quietly. The blue heart fire of the earth, a sacred relic guarded by the serpent people for nearly 1,000 years. And now, it was exposed in the most incredible and unrestrained manner before everyone. Queen Beautiful Poison's pupils constricted to the size of the most dangerous needlepoint. Her last shred of hope was utterly shattered. What he sought was indeed the sacred fire. However, before she could regain her composure from the visual shock capable of shattering even a saint's resolve, an even more terrifying scene unfolded before her and all present. The azure heartfire of the earth, seemingly sensing something, suddenly erupted into a vigorous dance. It was not fury nor rage. Instead, it was exuberance. It was a joy and reverence that stemmed from the very essence. Like a child who had wandered for eons, finally feeling the call of its mother. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all, that azure heartfire, along with the entire azure lotus platform beneath it, actively detached itself from the lava lake, transforming into a streak of azure light, rushing upward with an impatient speed. It did not pause for a moment, directly passing through the thick, liquid earth. The molten rocks and soil even actively parted to clear a path for it. It was not seized. It was not merely invited forth. It was a voluntary submission, eagerly racing toward its true master. Ultimately, this azure light halted midair. The azure heartfire of the earth, coveted by countless powerful beings, obediently and gently floated above Lin Feng's palm, quietly burning. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. In the vast expanse of the world, only the heavy sound of breathing remained. Xiao Yan and the venerable Yao Lao had succumbed to a profound numbness, their minds rendered blank. Was it truly possible to acquire thee in such a manner? With a stamp of the foot, the earth became transparent, and with a mere gesture, the emerged on its own. It was over. The enchanting visage of Queen Medusa now bore the pallor of despair. Her last flicker of hope, her final sacred artifact, had fallen into enemy hands in a manner utterly incomprehensible to her. As the proud queen and guardian of the serpent clan, an ember of frenzied combat spirit ignited within her amidst the depths of despair. Even in death, she would defend the last vestiges of her dignity. She began to desperately gather the remnants of her, preparing to unleash a self-destructive secret technique. Yet, at the very moment she was ready to fight with abandon, she beheld the terrifying entity who toyed with the in his grasp, scrutinizing the in his palm. To her astonishment, his brows furrowed tightly, and a hint of undisguised disdain flickered across his face. Lin Feng brought the docile flame to his nose, inhaling deeply, and then, with a tone reminiscent of tasting something distasteful, he curled his lips in disapproval. Is this it? A pungent scent of sulfur, subpar quality, and feeble power. Xiao Yan. This substance lacks flavor. Chapter 15. This fire, bestow you a new life. Is this it? A pungent scent of sulfur, subpar quality, and feeble power. Xiao Yan. This substance lacks flavor. Lin Feng's words, laced with palpable disdain, as if critiquing a roadside stall's inferior fare, reverberated like thunder in the silent air above the Serpent Clan's sacred city. In an instant, time and space seemed to freeze. Thud. Below, an elder of the Serpent Clan, overwhelmed by shock and losing his composure, plummeted from midair, crashing into the sand and creating a pit in the shape of a human. Many others were rendered completely still, as if petrified in mass. The taste is lacking. The quality is subpar. This referred to a sacred artifact that their clan had safeguarded for nearly a millennium. One that could drive the strongest warriors of the entire northwestern continent to madness, prompting them to wage a genocide for its acquisition. Insanity. This world had surely gone mad. At that moment, the most devastated were three individuals. The first was Xiao Yan. His mouth agape, he stared blankly at the gentle in the hands of his ancestor. His mind completely malfunctioning. Did truly have a distinction in taste? What caliber of heavenly treasures had his revered ancestor previously considered mere snacks? He felt his imagination was as barren as the vast Taggart desert beneath his feet. The second was Yao Lao. The soul within the ring flickered violently at an unprecedented frequency, as if it might disintegrate at any moment due to unstable voltage. What had he just heard? Someone was critiquing the ranked 19th on the, claiming its taste was lacking? This is no longer a mere act of killing with intent. It is as though he is grinding the entire lifetime of the continent's foremost alchemist into the ground, rubbing it harshly with the sole of his shoe. At this moment, the worldview of the esteemed apothecary elder shatters more completely than sand. The third individual, teetering perilously on the brink of madness, is none other than the Queen of Medusa. Fresh from the despair of losing her sacred artifact, she ignites the last flicker of a desperate, mutually destructive battle spirit. She has resolved to defend the dignity of the Serpent Clan and her sovereignty with her very life and soul. Yet now, her opponent dares to express disdain? He dismisses what she is prepared to sacrifice everything to protect? This is a humiliation 1,000 times more cruel than outright death. It is a brutal, irrational assault that transcends the very essence of life, a degradation from an entirely different dimension of understanding. The visage of the Queen of Medusa, already pale as parchment, instantly flushes crimson, a vivid tapestry woven from the threads of pure humiliation and wrath. She can no longer contain herself, even if it means death. She shall ensure that this madman pays the price. This is a battle to the death. With a piercing scream, the Queen of Medusa ignites the last vestiges of her fighting spirit, her voluptuous form transforming into a streak of violet light as she charges recklessly towards Lin Feng. However, just as she is about to unleash this final strike, the black-robed youth, whom she despises to her very core, performs an action that utterly confounds her. Lin Feng does not even glance her way, merely flicking his wrist with languid indifference. Whoosh! The azure heart fire, which he had deemed lacking in flavor, is cast aside as carelessly as one discards refuse, hovering effortlessly before the Queen of Medusa. Her reckless charge comes to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair. Her violet eyes filled with murderous intent fixate on the nearby azure heart fire, her mind a blank slate. What does this mean? Is he returning the sacred fire to her? Why? As the entire assembly grapples with profound confusion, Lin Feng's languorous voice resounds once more. Enough with the theatrics. He finally raises his eyelids. Casting a glance at the Queen of Medusa, his expression akin to that of a caretaker observing a petulant child. This fire is too weak, its quality far too inferior. It is scarcely worthy of being a plaything for a novice. Boom. These words send the Queen of Medusa into a fury, nearly causing her to spew blood. Yet, Lin Feng's subsequent statement douses her anger in an instant. However, since you are somewhat agreeable to the eye, I shall lend you a hand with it. His gaze seems to penetrate her very being, delving into the essence of her soul. Your so-called method of evolution is fraught with peril, riddled with flaws. And its success rate is pitifully low. Even if you were to succeed by sheer luck, you would merely become a mindless little serpent. What is the point of that? The Queen of Medusa feels as though struck by lightning. He is aware of the highest secrets of evolution within her clan? Who on earth is he? Before she could fully comprehend the shock, Lin Feng, with an air of impatience, gently blew towards the suspended azure lotus of the earth's core fire. The breath, soft as a lover's whisper, brushed against the azure flame, and in that instant, a miracle unfolded. The once modestly glowing fire lotus erupted into a resplendent brilliance. No longer merely azure, it now emanated a magnificent azure golden hue that was indescribably noble. The flames, once ethereal in form, solidified and became crystalline, resembling a masterpiece sculpted from the most exquisite azure gold divine jade. Within the flames, impurities invisible to the naked eye were instantaneously vaporized and purified by that breath. A terrifying primordial force, more than 100 times purer, filled with the essence of creation and life, erupted forth. This was no longer the azure lotus fire. It had transformed into divine fire. The spirit of the alchemist, trapped within the ring, emitted a wheezy sound, as if grasped by the throat. He felt the elevation of the flame's rank and its very essence of life being forcibly enhanced. To breathe life into such a celestial fire, facilitating a leap in its existential tier, this was a method only possessed by a creator deity. Queen Medusa stood frozen, overwhelmed. She sensed the aura emanating from the newly transformed azure golden core fire, which made her very soul yearn and tremble. In that moment, her proud queenly heart was utterly shattered, pulverized, and then remolded. All hatred, anger, and humiliation dissipated before this miracle, leaving only boundless reverence and submission springing from the depths of her soul. Just then, Lin Feng's voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated like a divine decree in her ears. Do not linger. Begin your evolution. I am pressed for time. Chapter 16, Miracle. Painless evolution. Do not linger. Begin your evolution. I am pressed for time. Lin Feng's voice, so flat it bordered on indifference, echoed like a final ultimatum in Queen Medusa's ears. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Her mesmerizing purple eyes, capable of captivating all, fixated on the suspended azure golden core fire. The flames burned quietly, no longer ferocious, instead radiating a warmth that her very soul found deeply inviting and yearning. Evolution. The very term had been her obsession, and that of the entire serpent race, for centuries. To achieve this, she had meticulously gathered countless resources, conducted numerous simulations, and prepared thoroughly. She understood that, according to her original plan, devouring the strange fire to evolve would be a perilous gamble. She would endure endless agony as her body burned and her soul struggled under the fire's searing heat. Whether she would succeed was uncertain, even to her. The best outcome would merely be to transform into a juvenile snake with potential for evolution, stripped of all power and consciousness, waiting in a long slumber for an unknown awakening. But now, before her stood a man shrouded in mystery, instilling within her a sense of despair. With a mere breath, he transformed the sacred artifact she relied upon into an existence beyond her comprehension. He spoke of his method of evolution, fraught with peril and marred by flaws. Should she place her trust in him, or adhere to the meticulous preparations she had honed for centuries? Alas, she found herself devoid of choices. In the presence of his indifferent gaze, seemingly capable of piercing through the ages, all her pride and preparation felt like a mere jest. "Little Yan, behold," echoed the voice of the alchemist from the ring, no longer resonating with shock, but trembling with a reverence akin to that of a pilgrim. Typical evolution involved beings defying the heavens, battling the laws of nature with their very existence at stake. Yet today, what you witness is a deity rewriting the rules for you. This is not evolution. It is a divine gift, a miraculous act of creation. Xiao Yan ceased her thoughts. Her eyes widened, etching the spectacle before her into her mind. Finally, under the anxious gaze of all, the Queen of Poison, the stunning ruler of the Serpent Clan, slowly closed her enchanting violet eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly, as if resigning to fate or perhaps resolving to a certain determination. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she executed an action that sent shivers down the spines of every elder in the Serpent Clan. She audaciously inhaled the modified azure core fire, drawing it into her being. "Your Majesty." Several elders gasped in alarm, their hearts lodged in their throats. It was over. Such a terrifying foreign flame entering her body would surely turn the queen to ashes in an instant. However, the anticipated agony that should have seared her flesh and bone did not arrive. The expected anguished cries were absent, and not even a hint of chaotic energy ensued. The queen's delicate form trembled slightly in midair, and soon, an expression of sheer incredulity and delight graced her exquisite features. No pain. Truly, not a shred of suffering. Once the azure core fire entered her, it did not unleash a violent burn. Instead, it transformed into the gentlest, purest essence of energy, flowing tenderly through her limbs and bones, merging harmoniously with her bloodline and soul. That sensation was not akin to having consumed a cataclysmic fire. Rather, it felt like immersing oneself in the finest hot spring during the coldest winter. An indescribable sensation of exhilaration and bliss, derived from a leap in the essence of life, spread throughout her being. She did not even need to guide this energy actively. It instinctively began to reshape her meridians, refine her bones, and elevate her bloodline. What had been the most perilous and precarious steps in her original plan now unfolded with the ease of eating and drinking. This was no mere evolution. It was a profound metamorphosis, a baptism. Suddenly, as Queen Poison reveled in this miraculous experience, a dramatic change erupted. A dazzling seven-colored radiance surged forth from within her, soaring into the heavens. The brilliance was so sacred, so resplendent. Amidst the radiance, the faint echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries resounded, seemingly heralding the birth of a new deity. Soon after, the vibrant hues of dawn rapidly coalesced, enveloping Queen Medusa in a magnificent, luminescent cocoon of prismatic light, radiating a gentle glow. The cocoon had formed. This was the emblem of successful evolution. An elder of the serpent people exclaimed with fervor, "Splendid! Her Majesty has succeeded. If we merely wait a few years, or perhaps a few decades, until Her Majesty awakens from her slumber, our serpent clan shall surely welcome a formidable Dou powerhouse." Tears flowed freely from another elder. However, the elder within the ring let out a scoff, his tone laced with derision for their ignorance. "A few years? Several decades? Foolish mortals, how could you comprehend the methods of the divine? Open your eyes and behold. The true miracle is just beginning." As if to corroborate the elder's words, a crisp sound, akin to the shattering of crystal, resonated from the enormous cocoon. A fissure appeared upon its surface. What? The serpent elders, who had moments ago been elated, now found their smiles frozen in shock. It cracked? How could this be? Shouldn't the cocoon enter a prolonged period of slumber? It has only been a few breaths. How could it possibly crack? Could it be that the evolution has failed? As they struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene, more fissures spread like a web across the entire cocoon. Finally, with a soft thud, the colossal prismatic cocoon, having coalesced for merely a handful of breaths, shattered with a resounding crash. It transformed into a cascade of colorful specks, akin to the most resplendent meteor shower, gently descending. Under the astonished gazes of the serpent clan, rendered speechless, and amidst the numb stares of Xiao Yan and the elder, a brand new, more graceful and perfect figure emerged from the fractured light ring. She retained her enchanting visage, but her skin had transformed into the purest white jade, shimmering with a radiant glow. Her purple hair danced without wind, embodying both allure and nobility. Most astonishing was the aura she exuded. No longer was it the pinnacle of Dou. Instead, it was a presence that surpassed her previous strength by numerous folds, vast as the ocean and profound as the abyss, embodying the might of Dou, ascending to the heavens in a single step. Not only had she flawlessly completed her evolution, retaining her full intellect, But she had also transcended the lengthy cultivation and accumulation required for the Dou realm, standing at the pinnacle that countless individuals could only dream of throughout their lives. Medusa, now known as Kai Lin, slowly opened her eyes. She felt within her a surging power capable of effortlessly tearing apart the heavens and the earth. A newfound nobility and strength coursing through her veins. The once cold and proud gaze of her violet eyes was replaced by an endless haze of confusion and reverence. She gently lowered her head, her gaze settling upon the black-clad young man below, who stood with his arms behind his back, his expression unwavering. She realized that her modest accomplishments likely held no merit in the eyes of this godlike figure, who would scarcely deign to grant her a second glance. Her own pinnacle may indeed fall short of his very beginnings. Suppressing all her aura, the newly ascended queen of the serpent folk, now at the pinnacle of her power, began to descend gracefully from the air. Ultimately, amidst the incredulous stares of her kin, she offered a profound and reverent bow to Lin Feng, the divine being who had bestowed upon her a new lease on life. Chapter 17. The Queen submits. The serpent tribe pays homage. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Above the holy city, all the formidable serpent warriors, including several venerable elders, seemed to be frozen in time, staring blankly at the extraordinary spectacle unfolding below. Their queen, the embodiment of hope for the serpent tribe over centuries, had just ascended to the unparalleled heights of a Dou master. Queen Medusa, at this moment, was performing an act of utmost reverence toward the enigmatic young man in black, bowing as though prostrating before a living deity. Her posture was the epitome of humility. Her expression radiated the essence of piety. It was as if she were not addressing a mere mortal, but a divine entity walking among them. Each serpent's mind had succumbed to a state of paralysis, their thoughts frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Should not their queen be enraged at the theft of the sacred fire? Should she not be furious about the invasion of their territory? Why then did she present herself in such a manner? At this moment, the former queen, Kai Lin, who stood as the focal point of the gathering, felt a more profound shock coursing through her than any other. She slowly straightened, sensing the unprecedented, surging power within her that seemed capable of tearing the heavens asunder. She understood that she had entered an entirely new realm of existence. According to the ancient texts of her people, she was now among the rare Dou masters of this northwestern continent, a pinnacle existence capable of founding a school and earning the admiration of thousands. Had it been merely half an hour ago, she would have been ecstatic, eager to proclaim her return to the entire continent. Yet now, her heart was devoid of joy, filled instead with boundless trepidation and reverence. For she was acutely aware of the source of this power, this rebirth. It was not born of her perilous schemes, nor was it the result of her will as a queen. It stemmed from the very man before her, whose casual breath had transformed her long-desired, exotic fire into an incomprehensible divine artifact. With a mere breath, he had turned her arduous evolution into a leisurely baptism. With a single exhalation, she had ascended from the pinnacle of Dou Huang, directly to the summit of Dou. This was no mere strength, it was creation itself. It was the manifestation of will, the conjuring of existence from nothingness. In his presence, her so-called power at the peak of Dou was likely no more significant than that of a robust ant. The end of her journey lay beyond her reach, as even the starting line she had casually drawn was unattainable. Upon grasping this reality, the last vestige of pride belonging to Queen Medusa within Kai Lin dissipated completely. Taking a deep breath to quell the surging tides of emotion within her, she spoke with a tremor of reverence she had never before expressed. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for granting me rebirth and the grace of renewal. May I be so bold as to inquire your esteemed name?" Her voice, amplified by her fighting spirit, resonated throughout the sacred city, reaching the ears of all the serpent people. Their queen identified herself as Kai Lin, and dared to employ such humble language? Yet, what transpired next nearly caused their eyes to bulge in disbelief. The young man in the black robe, Lin Feng, standing with his hands behind his back, lazily cast a glance in her direction. His gaze was devoid of emotion, as if he were merely observing a stone by the roadside or a wild blade of grass. Then, with an air of nonchalance, he uttered, "Oh, you have quite the flair for naming yourself. From now on, you shall be called Kai Lin." At these words, Kai Lin's heart tightened, and she hastily lowered her head, too intimidated to respond. Subsequently, Lin Feng's words, akin to a final decree, resonated once more. "You seem somewhat clever. Henceforth, you shall accompany me as a maid." A maid? Boom. Those two words struck like 1,000 bolts of lightning upon the heads of all present serpent people. What had they just heard? To have a peak Dou expert serve as a maid? To have their queen consort to servitude? What an affront! What audacity! Several fiery-tempered elders among the serpent people trembled with rage, nearly rushing forth to confront him. However, their queen's reaction left their words lodged firmly in their throats. Upon hearing the term made, Kai Lin momentarily froze, only for an expression of incredulous joy and honor to bloom upon her exquisite visage, devoid of any humiliation or anger. Without a shred of hesitation, she knelt before Lin Feng, her forehead touching the ground, and with all her strength, declared loudly, "Kai Lin obeys. Thank you for your grace. My master." She was no fool. She understood that with the extraordinary powers he possessed, her meager strength was inconsequential in his eyes. His invitation to follow was not a recognition of her abilities, but rather an unparalleled act of divine benevolence. To walk alongside a being of such divinity, even in the capacity of a mere maid serving tea, was an extraordinary opportunity sought by countless souls across the cycles of existence. How could this be seen as an insult? It was, in fact, the greatest honor of her life, extending beyond this existence and into the next. Beholding his queen, willingly and even joyfully embracing the role of a handmaiden, the Serpentine kin finally grasped the truth. They had been utterly mistaken. They had presumed that the queen's submission stemmed from fear, yet now they comprehended that it was not fear, but rather a sacred pilgrimage. This enigmatic youth was no mere passerby of power. He was a deity descended to the mortal realm. How could mere mortals ever fathom the intentions of a god? Thud. The most senior elder of the Serpentine tribe was the first to react, exerting all his strength to kneel heavily before Lin Feng. Thud, thud, thud. Like the first domino in a chain reaction, in an instant, thousands of Serpentine warriors in the holy city fell to their knees in unison. No longer burdened by doubt or resentment, they were overtaken by fervent devotion that sprang from the depths of their souls. We bow before the divine. The arrival of the divine is the greatest fortune for our Serpentine kin. The thunderous sounds of worship echoed through the heavens, shaking the vast expanse of the Tagur Desert. From a distance atop the sand dunes, Xiao Yan stared dumbfounded at the scene, mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, completely bereft of words. A peaked Dozone queen had become the handmaiden of his ancestor, and she appeared as joyful as if she had won the lottery? This world was truly mad. Within the ring, Yao Lao also fell silent. He no longer wished to analyze Lin Feng's strength, for it was utterly pointless. He could only silently lament, "Xiao Yan, your ancestor is not merely playing a game." Despite the grand spectacle of worship, Lin Feng had little interest in lingering. He found it merely noisy and waved his hand in impatience. Turning his gaze towards the still-dazed Xiao Yan, he spoke, "Enough of this, young one. The essence of the Blue Lotus Heartfire is far too gentle for someone as inexperienced as you. Come, let us acquire something more vigorous to serve as an appetizer." Chapter 18. The next destination, Canaan Academy. Lin Feng's light-hearted words resonated like the final decree, echoing over the silent holy city of the Serpentine tribe. Each word distinctly penetrated the ears of Xiao Yan, Yao Lao, and the newly reborn Kai Lin, who lay prostrate. Appetizer? A more vigorous snack? The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched, and his mind completely surrendered to confusion. He understood that the snack his ancestor referred to must be another kind of extraordinary flame capable of driving the entire continent into madness. Yet, this sacred object, potent enough to compel even Dou Huang and Dozone powers to wager their lives, was casually reduced to the level of mere candies and sunflower seeds in the mouth of his ancestor. The cognitive dissonance was more disorienting than witnessing a miraculous phenomenon. The recently sworn allegiance of Kai Lin was marked by a tremor in her delicate form, her enchanting violet eyes reflecting an increasingly profound reverence. She understood better than anyone the terror of the. Yet, her new master seemed to treat the collection of as casually as a leisurely outing to the market. The last vestige of pride belonging to the Queen of Beauty and Poison was utterly crushed by this notion, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of honor in following the footsteps of a deity. The incessant clamoring below was becoming irksome. Lin Feng appeared slightly impatient with the thunderous worship emanating from the crowd, and with a casual wave of his hand, the cacophony abruptly ceased. It was as if an invisible hand had grasped the throats of all the serpent people, compelling them to maintain their kneeling postures, silencing them completely. "Master, shall we depart immediately?" Kai Lin gracefully stepped forward, positioning herself half a step behind Lin Feng, bowing slightly as she inquired in a voice that was both humble and melodious. Her demeanor was impeccably balanced, embodying the respect of a servant while retaining the poise of a formidable individual, ensuring she did not appear overly subservient and thereby diminish her master's stature. The terrifying aura of her peak was perfectly contained within her, with only a faint pressure radiating around her, silently proclaiming that anyone daring to approach within 3 feet of her master would face her wrath. Lin Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then, without casting a glance at the serpent people below, he stepped forward with the ease of a leisurely stroll after a meal. In that moment, Xiao Yan felt his surroundings blur. The yellow sand and the holy city instantaneously transformed into 2 streaks of light, retreating rapidly. Everything around them became indistinct. stretched into vibrant lines. There was no sound of the wind, no sound of air being sliced, nor even the slightest ripple of energy to be felt. The entire world seemed to morph into a painting, with them standing at the center, as the canvas itself swiftly rolled backward. This, Master Ancestor. Xiao Yan stammered, overwhelmed and unable to articulate a complete thought. This was not the first time he experienced such a divine mode of travel. Yet each instance served to amplify his feelings of insignificance and ignorance. Do not speak. Feel it with your heart. The voice of Yao Lao resonated within the ring, imbued with unprecedented excitement and tremor, as he nearly roared in Xiao Yan's mind. Little Yan, have you lost your senses? This is an extraordinary opportunity. When an ordinary tears through space, it merely creates a crude tear in the fabric. But your Master Ancestor is rewriting the very rules of this fabric. He is not walking. Rather, the world is actively yielding to him. This represents the most profound understanding and application of spatial laws. Watching 1,000 cannot compare to experiencing your Master Ancestors stroll firsthand. Quickly, remember this sensation. It will yield unimaginable benefits for your future mastery over spatial power. Awakened abruptly by the sharp admonition of the elder Yao, Xiao Yan instantly shook off his distractions, closed his eyes, and devoted all his strength to comprehending the enigmatic rhythms of the surrounding space. Meanwhile, behind them, the heart of Kai Lin was similarly stirred by tumultuous waves. She was, after all, a genuine peak dozong. She could distinctly perceive that her once proud mastery of spatial power seemed as naive as a child's doodle in light of her master's effortless stride. The master had not even summoned any Dou Qi. He simply walked. His very existence twisted and altered the laws of this world. Choosing to submit had undeniably been the most astute decision of her life. Her gaze grew increasingly reverent as she followed Lin Feng closely, not daring to transgress in the slightest. Hey, old man. At that moment, Lin Feng's languid voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Which direction is the next destination? The Jianan Academy? Elder Yao, within the ring, jolted as if struck, nearly bowing down in his spirit form. He hastily conjured a map in Xiao Yan's mind with utmost speed, indicating the direction. To report back to the Ancestor, it is that way. Just cross the Black Corner domain. Oh, Jianan Academy. I've heard of it, Lin Feng remarked casually while glancing in the indicated direction. It seems to be the most formidable kindergarten on this continent. I wonder what their snacks taste like. Elder Yao nearly choked on his own breath. The Jianan Academy. The pinnacle of learning in the Dou Qi continent, a sacred ground that countless geniuses aspired to enter, had been likened to a kindergarten by his ancestor, the guardian there. The Grand Elder Su Qian was a renowned Dou Zong powerhouse. Beneath the ground lay the fallen heart source, a force so formidable that even he found it challenging to contend with. Yet, from the ancestor's tone, it sounded as if they were merely visiting an ordinary attraction, sampling local delicacies. Elder Yao completely abandoned any attempts to fathom the ancestor's thoughts through a conventional mindset. All he could do was remain silent and gradually acclimate. Meanwhile, in the Black Corner domain, at the Jianan Academy's inner courtyard, a towering black spire, reaching 100 feet high, pierced the heavens like a sword. This was the very core of the inner courtyard, the goal for countless students, the sky-burning, refining tower. Surrounding the tower was a vast plaza. At this moment, some formidable young men and women were gathered in small clusters within the plaza. They were the Academy's students, true prodigies, each capable of inciting fierce competition among various factions in the outside world. However, amidst this serene atmosphere of cultivation, a sudden ripple coursed through the air in the center of the plaza. 3 figures materialized seemingly out of thin air. One was a young man in a black robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze imbued with a sense of curiosity akin to that of a tourist. Following closely was another youth, equally clad in black, displaying a mix of nervousness and excitement at being somewhere new. And then there was the third figure. As all the inner courtyard students' gazes fell upon this last silhouette, their breaths collectively halted for a fleeting moment. Before them stood a woman clad in a form-fitting purple gown, her silhouette enchanting and her curves breathtaking. Her face, stunningly beautiful to the point of being otherworldly, was complemented by a pair of mesmerizing violet eyes capable of driving any man to madness. Yet, overshadowing her unparalleled beauty was an ethereal, chilling aura that emanated from her, an almost imperceptible pressure that sent shivers down the spines of the talented students surrounding her, despite her efforts to restrain it. The terrifying presence characteristic of a Dou Zong powerhouse still instilled fear and trepidation among the gathered onlookers. Is that a Dou Zong powerhouse? Exclaimed an astute student, his complexion paling in an instant. But what left them even more bewildered was the sight of this extraordinarily beautiful and overwhelmingly powerful woman simply standing quietly behind a seemingly unremarkable young man in a black robe. Her stance, her posture, and the slight droop of her eyelids unmistakably indicated that she was a guard, or perhaps even a maid. The notion of a Dou Zone powerhouse serving as a maid flashed through the minds of all the students, shattering their worldviews in an unprecedented manner. Who exactly was this young man in the black robe? Just as the crowd fell into an eerie silence, several aged figures appeared like phantoms, surrounding Lin Feng and his companions. They were elders tasked with guarding the Tianfen refining Qi Tower, each possessing the strength of a Dou Wang or even a Dou Huang. The elder with a ruddy face, sensing the unabashed Dou Zone pressure emanating from the woman, wore an expression of utmost seriousness. Nevertheless, he bellowed, "Who goes there? This is a restricted area within the inner court of the Xiao Yan Academy. Dare you trespass? Identify yourselves at once and surrender. Or do not blame us for being impolite." His voice, imbued with the authority of a Dou Huang, reverberated throughout the square. However, the intimidation he sought to project fell flat. The young man in the black robe he questioned barely spared him a glance, merely lifting his head to curiously examine the towering black structure, as if admiring an intriguing edifice. This blatant disregard ignited the elder's fury. "Impudent! Seize them!" Just as they prepared to act, Lin Feng's voice, languid and almost bored, finally broke the silence. "Oh, the kindergarten security personnel seem rather diligent." Chapter 19. Dou Huang Elder? How dare they make a fuss? Lin Feng's seemingly casual, yet profoundly contemptuous remark echoed clearly across the once silent square before the Tianfen refining Qi Tower. Each syllable landed like a resounding slap on the faces of the elders, led by the ruddy-faced elder. Kindergarten security? In an instant, these formidable Dou Wang and Dou Huang figures, who could rattle the very foundations of the world with a mere stomp, felt a surge of blood rush to their heads, their brains buzzing as if they might explode right then and there. Who were they? They were the elders of the Xiao Yan Academy South Inner Court. They were revered figures among countless practitioners on the Dou Qi continent. They stood atop the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Canaan Academy is revered as the supreme sanctuary of learning. Yet today, within their own domain, and under the gaze of countless talented students from the inner court, they have been brazenly insulted, called mere kindergarten security guards. This is no longer mere provocation. It is an affront, a blatant humiliation that tramples upon their dignity and that of the entire Canaan Academy, grinding it beneath their feet with merciless disdain. "What did you just say?" The elder with a flushed face trembled with rage, his aged visage turning a deep shade of purple as he pointed a quivering finger at Lin Feng. "You insolent wretch! You seek death." The other elders, equally incensed, felt their inner energies erupt like a volcanic eruption. "How dare you insult our academy? Such a crime is unforgivable. Seize him. Show no mercy. Execute him on the spot." In an instant, a terrifying pressure, unleashed by a Dou Huang and several Dou Wang experts, swept through the square like a tsunami. The air thickened, and the space trembled. The surrounding talented students felt suffocated under this overwhelming force, their blood surging, retreating in fright, their faces etched with horror. Is this the true power of the elders? It is utterly terrifying. That reckless young man in the black robe is surely doomed. Xiao Yan, standing behind Lin Feng, also felt the mountain-like pressure, his complexion paling slightly as he instinctively prepared to channel his energy in resistance. However, his master, Lin Feng, remained unfazed, exuding an aura of calm indifference. He did not even lift his eyelids, standing with hands clasped behind his back, observing the towering black structure with great interest, as if the terrifying pressure capable of rending mountains was merely a gentle breeze. This complete disregard acted as fuel to the flames, igniting the elder's fury. "Die!" The elder with the flushed face bellowed, taking the lead to strike. A colossal fiery hand, forged from potent energy, descended upon Lin Feng with the might to scorch mountains and boil seas. The remaining elders followed suit, unleashing a torrent of blades and energy from all directions, sealing off every possible escape for Lin Feng. They intended to obliterate this audacious provocateur of Canaan Academy's dignity into mere ashes in the most thunderous and tyrannical manner. Just as all attacks were about to strike Lin Feng, a cold, alluring figure, devoid of any human emotion, moved. Kailin. She had remained quietly half a step behind Lin Feng, akin to the most loyal shadow. At this moment, she merely took a delicate step forward, positioning herself perfectly in front of Lin Feng. Her captivating purple eyes held no fluctuation, only a hint of disdain. To her, the full-force assault of these Dou Huang and Dou Wang experts felt like the incessant buzzing of flies, a disturbance to her master that elicited profound annoyance. Annoying. She parted her crimson lips, uttering those two icy words. Then, under the gaze of thousands, she executed an action that left all observers stunned into silence. She casually lifted her fair, jade-like right hand and gently waved it toward the cataclysmic torrent of energy ahead. The gesture was delicate and graceful, reminiscent of shooing away an irritating fly. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling spectacle of light, only an eerie silence. The colossal fiery hand, the sharp glimmers of blades. The tumultuous wave of energy, upon nearing the 3 feet in front of Kai Lin, dissipated as if they were snow under the sun or dust scattered by a gentle breeze, silently and bizarrely vanishing without a ripple. What? The elder with a flushed face felt his pupils contract to the size of pinheads, a singular thought flashing through his mind. In the next instant, an indescribable, overwhelming force collided with them. This power was domineering and unyielding, yet honed to perfection. With that, led by the elder of the Dou Huang rank. All those who had attempted to strike were rendered speechless, their bodies resembling kites severed from their strings as they spewed forth blood, helplessly hurtling backward. Bang, 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 bang. A cacophony of dull thuds echoed, akin to a relentless drumbeat pounding in everyone's hearts. The once mighty elders of the inner courtyard, who held themselves in high regard, were now akin to broken sacks, mercilessly smashed against the hard walls of the square, producing a series of sickening crunches before they slumped to the ground in a heap. Their fates uncertain. Silence. The entire world seemed to have been pressed on pause. In the square, thousands of talented individuals from the inner courtyard stood frozen in place. Their mouths agape, eyes wide with shock, their faces etched with the same expression, a profound daze and confusion born from a complete upheaval of their worldview. What had they witnessed? A single palm strike. No, it wasn't even a strike. Merely a casual wave from that astonishingly beautiful woman. The core of power within the Jianan Academy, comprised of a Dou Huang and several Dou Wang, had been utterly obliterated, swept away effortlessly like refuse. Among the crowd, several renowned masters, celebrated for their prowess, felt their limbs turn icy, a chill surging from their feet to their very core. Their once proud talents and strengths now seemed trivial, reduced to a mere jest in the face of that simple gesture. They finally comprehended why that woman had remained so composed throughout. In her eyes, those elders, who they had always looked up to, were truly no different from mere ants. And in the midst of that profound silence, Kai Lin slowly withdrew her jade hand, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Her cold purple gaze swept over the heap of elders whose fates were now unknown. Her voice laced with an unmistakable and chilling intent. My master is present here. Do you dare to act presumptuously, you mere ants? Had it not been for my master's mercy and his reluctance to see blood tarnish his eyes, you would have long since been reduced to ashes. Her voice resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Master? Mercy? Defiled vision? Boom. All gazes, once again uncontrollably, converged upon the young man in the black robe, who had remained utterly still, even his posture unchanged. Their hearts throbbed wildly. A mere glance from this terrifying woman had left the elders of the Dou Huang utterly devastated. Yet she was merely his maid? What, then, could her master be, if not an utterly fearsome entity? They dared not contemplate, nor could they fathom. Within the ring, the alchemist had completely fallen into a stupor. He murmured to himself, to assign a peak Dou zone powerhouse to handle mere flies by the roadside. Who exactly is this revered ancestor? Xiao Yan also swallowed hard. He was aware of Kai Lin's strength. Yet witnessing her effortlessly dismiss a Dou Huang still struck him with profound shock. Was this the might of a peak Dou zone? Was this the prowess of a mere maid beside the revered ancestor? He clenched his fists, the yearning for power burning intensely within him like never before. Just as the atmosphere in the square reached a freezing point, a buzzing sound erupted. An aura, tenfold, even 100-fold more potent than that of the several elders combined, descended from the apex of the Tianwen refining Qi Tower like a tempest. Who dares to act so brazenly within the confines of the Jianan Academy? A voice imbued with endless authority and fury boomed, akin to thunder rolling across the heavens. Following this, a figure appeared in midair as if teleporting. Clad in simple linen robes, with hair and beard as white as snow, the elder hovered, exuding an aura of unyielding power without a hint of rage. He was none other than Su Qian, the true authority and stabilizing force of the inner academy. Su Qian's gaze immediately fell upon the square. Upon seeing the elders sprawled on the ground, breathless, his expression turned a ghastly shade of iron. However, the moment his eyes swept over Kai Lin, his pallor shifted to one of grave astonishment. Peak Dou zone, he gasped, waves of turmoil surging within his heart. When had such an unknown peak powerhouse appeared on this continent? Yet, before he could recover from his shock, the black-robed youth, Lin Feng, whom he had entirely overlooked, slowly turned his head. For the first time, his profound gaze met that of the esteemed elder of the inner academy. Then, in a tone even more casual and irrefutable than before, he spoke. You are the principal here? Chapter 20. May I borrow this tower for a moment? You are the principal here? This seemingly casual remark, yet imbued with an innate, transcendent authority that overlooked all, pierced through the heavy atmosphere wrought by the arrival of Elder Su Qian like an invisible needle. Principal, Su Qian's face, usually marked by the gravitas of a long-standing position, twitched involuntarily. He hovered in midair, his vigorous fighting spirit swirling around him, momentarily disrupted by the unexpected appellation. He had envisioned countless scenarios for this encounter. The visitor could be a formidable nemesis seeking vengeance, a hidden powerhouse provoking a challenge, or perhaps an envoy sent by an ancient family to assert dominance. He had prepared himself for a stern inquiry, an unwavering confrontation, and even the negotiation of terms. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the first word spoken would be, "This? The kindergarten principal?" Such a designation struck him as more absurd and confounding than a direct insult of old curmudgeon. The tone carried no anger, no provocation, only a dispassionate declaration of an objective reality. It was as if, in the speaker's eyes, this esteemed institution, revered across the continent, was merely a kindergarten in need of a principal's oversight. A surge of fury welled up from within, yet rationality rang alarm bells in Su Qian's mind. The young man before him, capable of rendering a breathtaking beauty of the peak Dou zone into a mere servant, was a presence he had never encountered, truly terrifying. He must not succumb to anger. Absolutely not. Su Qian inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tempest of rage threatening to erupt. His murky yet gleaming old eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, desperately searching for even the slightest crack in that expressionless facade. However, he faltered. Those eyes were as profound as the cosmos, his proud Dou zone's spiritual power, probing forth, met with utter futility. Like a cow sinking into the sea without leaving a ripple. "Pray tell, who might you be?" Ultimately, Su Qian spoke, his voice hoarse and grave, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. "Our Canaan Academy holds no enmity with you. Yet, you trespass upon our grounds and grievously wound our elder. What is your purpose? I implore you to provide an explanation." He invoked the prestigious name of Canaan Academy, attempting to exert even the slightest pressure with the authority of the continent's foremost institution. However, Lin Feng's response plunged his heart into despair once more. Lin Feng finally withdrew his scrutinizing gaze from Su Qian, languidly glancing up at the towering obsidian spire that pierced the clouds, as if that were the true object of his interest. Moments later, he turned back to Su Qian. His tone as nonchalant, as if he were merely asking to borrow a light. "No need to be anxious. I'm just passing by." For simple words rendered all of Su Qian's carefully prepared retorts abruptly silenced. Passing by. How could one describe the act of descending into the heart of the inner courtyard, accompanied by a peak Dou zone servant, and injuring numerous elders, as merely passing by? Before Su Qian could voice another word, Lin Feng seemed to sense his unease and added, "By the way, I'm here to retrieve something." Retrieve something? Su Qian's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, he thought of the item suppressed at the tower's base. Could it be that their target was the fallen heart source? A chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. If this is indeed the purpose of your visit, then today, Canaan Academy is likely to confront its gravest crisis since its inception. "You jest, my lord." Su Qian's expression shifted dramatically as he spoke sternly. "Canaan Academy possesses none of the items you seek. I implore you to depart swiftly. Today's events can be overlooked." Regardless of the circumstances, he had to deny it. That object was tied to the very existence of the inner academy and could not be compromised. Observing Su Qian's vigilant demeanor, as if facing a formidable adversary, Lin Feng found it rather amusing. He finally raised his hand and pointed at the towering black edifice, proclaiming in an irrefutable tone the words that left everyone present utterly bewildered. "May I borrow your tower for a moment?" Silence. An unprecedented stillness enveloped the square. Both the astute onlookers and the recently arrived mentors, whose auras were equally formidable, including Su Qian himself, were collectively ensnared in profound confusion. Borrow the tower for a moment? What audacious words are these? What manner of action is this? In countless minds, an image emerged of a child pointing at a neighbor's grand house, innocently proclaiming, "Uncle, may I borrow your house for a moment?" Yet the speaker of this phrase was a terrifying being capable of making even peak Dou zone serve as a mere attendant. And what he desired to borrow was the very foundation and emblem of Canaan Academy, the heavenly flame refining tower. This sheer absurdity rendered the atmosphere palpably eerie. No one laughed, for they found no humor in the situation. Instead, an inexplicable chill surged within their hearts. Within the ring, Yao Lao had entirely relinquished attempts to comprehend the behavior of this ancestral figure. "Borrow the tower for a moment?" he murmured to himself. Could it be some form of divine ability from the imperial realm, allowing him to circumvent seals and directly extract the fallen heart source through this action? This was simply. His alchemist's soul quivered. He sensed that his understanding of this world was being brutally reshaped and refreshed by this ancestral figure, time and again. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with blind adoration and anticipation. Borrow the tower? Whatever the ancestral figure intended to do must surely be magnificent. He had already begun to envision the awe-inspiring transformation that this renowned tower would undergo at the ancestral figure's touch. My lord, do not go too far. Su Qian finally snapped back from the shock of absurdity, his fury boiling over. This was no longer mere provocation, it was mockery. It was as if the entirety of Canaan Academy was being treated as a mere toy to be manipulated at will. The Heavenly Flame Refining Tower is the very foundation of Canaan Academy, embodying the institution's millennia of heritage. How dare you insult it so? Su Qian bellowed, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a Dou expert, standing resolutely against the distant Kai Lin. If you dare to take another step forward, do not blame us for turning against you in a fight to the death. He knew he might not be the opponent he faced. Yet he understood that as the Grand Elder, he had no avenue for retreat. With the tower stands the Academy. Should the tower fall, so too shall the Academy. Observing Su Qian's tragic and fearless demeanor, Lin Feng ultimately lost all patience. He shook his head and sighed. Alas, communicating with you kindergarten teachers is truly exhausting. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he moved. With neither astonishing speed nor flamboyant grace, he sauntered leisurely towards the celestial incineration refinement tower, taking deliberate steps as if approaching a tree in his own backyard rather than a fortress of impregnable strength. Stop him. Su Qian's eyes brimmed with fury as he let out a desperate roar. An overwhelming surge of fighting spirit coursed through his veins, and with his hands forming seals. Colossal walls of wind, constructed from pure energy, materialized before Lin Feng, attempting to impede his advance. Simultaneously, several powerful auras were stirred in the shadows, evidently the hidden elders preparing to join the fray. Nonetheless, Lin Feng's steps did not falter in the slightest. Those energy barriers, capable of withstanding cataclysmic upheavals, crumbled before him like fragile parchment. His body effortlessly glided through, leaving not a ripple in the wind walls, as if he were merely a fleeting shadow. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As Su Qian's expression transitioned from rage to horror, ultimately settling into a pallid void. And under the stupefied gaze of thousands of teachers and students who looked on as if they had seen a specter, Lin Feng arrived before the towering edifice. Dark and steeped in ancient and weathered aura, he halted, gradually lifting his right hand. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. All hearts raced to their throats. Breath forgotten, they beheld that pale, slender hand, seemingly devoid of threat, casually reaching towards the indomitable tower's body. Gently, with a soft clap, it resonated faintly, as if merely striking a table. Lin Feng's palm met the frigid surface of the tower. Chapter 21. The Divine Palm. The tower vanished with a gentle sound. So subtle it resembled the casual swatting of a mosquito on a summer night or the delicate flick of dust from a tabletop. This noise, in stark contrast to the profound silence enveloping the scene, where even heartbeats echoed clearly, seemed utterly incongruous and trivial. Lin Feng's hand, appearing delicate and devoid of power, had made contact with the celestial incineration refinement tower, forged from special obsidian and impervious to the ravages of time. At that moment, time appeared to cleave into 2 worlds. In one, Su Qian's face twisted and flushed from his hoarse shouts. His declaration that the tower was integral to the Academy's millennial legacy echoed ominously above the square. In the other, Lin Feng's disinterested gaze met with the languid descent of his palm. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, no violent tremors shaking the ground, not even the faintest ripple of fighting spirit to spread forth. All preconceived notions and judgments grounded in the common knowledge of the Dou Qi continent shattered at that moment. Yet, amidst this eerie calm, an astonishing scene unfolded, freezing the souls of thousands present, including the venerable Yao Lao within the ring. The towering, ancient edifice exuding an aura of time-worn majesty, the obsidian giant tower, began to vanish at the point where Lin Feng's hand made contact. Indeed, it disappeared, not crumbled, nor shattered, nor reduced to dust, but rather erased in a manner more unfathomable than anything conceivable, defying all earthly laws. It was as though a canvas depicting a towering structure was gently, without a trace of chaos, erased from that very point outward by an invisible eraser from a divine realm. The tower's resilient, metallic glossed obsidian material showed no signs of cracks, nor did it shed any debris. It simply transformed from existence into nothingness, silent and unannounced. A void the size of a fingernail appeared upon the tower's surface, through which the azure sky and white clouds on the other side were visible. Su Qian's pupils instantly constricted to the size of the most perilous needle. The anger, grandeur, and resoluteness etched upon his face evaporated, leaving only an indescribable sense of bewilderment and dread emanating from the depths of his soul. What was happening? What transpired? Where was my attack? What did the tower's recoil? Why was it like this? His mind, that of a Dou Zone powerhouse who had lived for centuries, could not provide even the slightest rational explanation for the extraordinary spectacle before him. And as the speed of erasure accelerated in the moment of collective bewilderment, the void began to expand uncontrollably from Lin Feng's hand, like ink diffusing into clear water. There was no sound. Yet it felt as though everyone could hear the spine-chilling lament of existence being obliterated echoing in their minds. The pinnacle of the Tianfen refining tower, a symbol of the highest honor of Canaan Academy, was the first to be consumed by this void. The spire, which had moments ago pierced the heavens, quietly and gracefully vanished before the eyes of the multitude, as if it had never existed at all. Am I ensnared in an illusion? A talented student from the inner academy muttered with trembling lips, vigorously rubbing his eyes, even resorting to inflicting pain upon himself with Dou Qi, desperate to awaken from this absurd nightmare. However, what he beheld was an even more devastating sight. The void spread downwards like an unstoppable flood breaking through a dam. The topmost layer vanished. The penultimate layer disappeared. The anti-penultimate layer, one layer after another. The magnificent tower, akin to an ice pop being devoured from above, was being methodically erased before their very eyes, layer by layer, in a silent yet visibly tangible manner. Master, Ancestor. Xiao Yan's lips trembled, and he felt his teeth chattering. He had envisioned countless magnificent scenes of his ancestral master unleashing his power, shattering towering spires with a single palm, flattening mountains with a mere step, commanding the very winds and clouds. Yet, he could never have dreamed of the incomprehensible spectacle before him. This was no mere display of strength, it was a miracle, a realm of the divine, inaccessible and unimaginable to mortals. Erasure, this was utter annihilation. It was the complete obliteration of existence itself, from the very fabric of causality. Within the ring, the soul of the apothecary had ceased to tremble, now flickering violently, as though it might dissipate at any moment from sheer shock. Once the foremost alchemist of the Dou Qi continent, he had followed Dou Zun masters, delved into countless ancient texts, and believed himself to possess an unparalleled understanding of the world. He had even speculated about the might of the Dou Emperor, a force capable of opening spaces and altering celestial phenomena. However, opening space is predicated on the laws of space. Altering celestial phenomena involves manipulating the energies of heaven and earth. They all operate within the bounds of established rules. Yet, what was unfolding before him? This was the very act of creating rules. It was a proclamation to the world. If I declare you non-existent, then you must cease to exist. Such unreasonable, tyrannical methods, which dismissed the laws of heaven and earth as inconsequential, shattered the apothecary's final mental defenses. He finally comprehended it. The Dou Emperor he had envisioned was fundamentally different from the Dou Emperor his master displayed. His imagined Dou Emperor was but a solitary peak, while his master was the entire expanse of the sky. Boom. Just as the heavenly flame refining tower was reduced to its last foundation, an abrupt change occurred. With the colossal structure above it completely vanishing, an invisible flame, 100-fold, 1,000-fold denser in its ferocity and destructive aura, erupted violently from the base of the tower. This flame, formless and colorless, distorted the surrounding space, as if it threatened to consume even the light itself. Scorching, an unprecedented heat. In that instant, the temperature of the inner courtyard plaza soared by thousands of degrees. Some nearby disciples felt their Dou Qi armor threatened to ignite, screaming in terror as they desperately retreated. Meanwhile, Su Qian and the other elders were sent flying by the violent shockwave of energy, struggling to regain their balance mid-air, their faces etched with despair. The heavenly flame refining tower was gone. That towering edifice, which had stood for a millennium, suppressing the Academy's greatest menace, had been effortlessly obliterated before their eyes by a mere hand. And now, with the tower's disappearance, the entity that had been sealed for 1,000 years was finally about to emerge. It was over. Su Qian's lips turned ashen as he stared blankly at the spot where the tower's foundation had been. It was no longer solid ground. Instead, a gaping abyss, over 100 feet in diameter, yawned like a monstrous maw of the earth, a terrifying scar leading to the depths of hell, laid bare for all to witness. Deep within the cavern, there churned a viscous magma, exuding an aura of annihilation. The entire inner courtyard of Canaan Academy was, in fact, constructed upon a terrifying active volcano. Roar. Just as everyone was awestruck by the spectacle of this subterranean realm, a dragon's roar, brimming with boundless joy, relentless cruelty, and deep-seated resentment, erupted violently from the depths of that molten world. The sound waves materialized into tangible shockwaves, striking fiercely at the hearts of all present. Weaker students spat blood on the spot, fainting from the overwhelming force. Even the formidable fighters felt their blood surge, dizzy and disoriented. The entire inner courtyard, with its countless structures, began to tremble violently and crack under the weight of that dragon's roar. It was as if doomsday had arrived. In Su Qian's eyes, the last vestiges of color faded, leaving only a desolate gray. He understood that this was the roar of the fallen heart source. It was declaring its newfound freedom. It was over. Everything was lost. He murmured to himself, his voice laden with profound bitterness and despair. The seal had been broken. Chapter 22. I hear you are quite irritable. The seal had been shattered. As Su Qian's hoarse and desperate voice tolled like a death knell in the hearts of every teacher and student at Canaan Academy. True upheaval finally stirred within the abyss of the magma's gaping maw. The earth trembled, not just the ground, but the very space encompassing the inner courtyard began to shake with unprecedented intensity. It felt as though an ancient, fearsome beast, imprisoned for countless eons, was slowly awakening from the depths of the earth. On the plaza, the surviving students could no longer maintain their footing, staggering and collapsing. Many thrown to the ground by the terrifying vibrations, their faces etched with apocalyptic terror. Quick, retreat. Everyone fall back. Su Qian's eyes widened with desperation as he summoned all his fighting spirit to bellow at the terrified students behind him. Yet, it was too late. Roar. A sound clearer by 1,000-fold, a myriad of times over, filled with infinite resentment and ecstatic fury, detonated in the minds of all present like a mental nuclear bomb. This time, it was not merely a sound wave. It was an impact at the very soul level. Gush, gush, gush. On the plaza, hundreds, even thousands of students, regardless of their standing within the academy, whether they were prodigies or not, fell to the ground, their eyes rolling back, blood spilling from their mouths and noses. Fainting on the spot, even the elders of the inner courtyard, having reached the rank of Dou Wang, turned pale, their bodies swaying perilously, as if they might plummet from the air at any moment. This was the true terror of the 14th ranked, the fallen heart source. Immediately after, at the heart of the churning, boiling magma world, an invisible and colorless flame shot up into the heavens. Initially, the flame was no larger than a fist. But the moment it broke free from the magma, it surged forth with the wind. 1 zhong, 10 zhong, 100 zhong, 1,000 zhong. In the blink of an eye, a colossal dragon, composed entirely of pure, formless, colorless flames, coiled majestically above Canaan Academy. It possessed no physical form, yet its very essence twisted the surrounding space violently, akin to ripples upon water. Lacking eyes, it nonetheless emanated a palpable presence, as if too insatiable. Tyrannical gazes filled with a desire for destruction loomed over the land that had confined it for a millennium. Gulp. An elder of the Fighting King realm struggled to swallow. His throat parched to the point of feeling as if it might ignite. The Dou Qi armor enveloping him crackled under the scorching heat of the invisible fire dragon, as if it were on the verge of melting away. This was merely the residual warmth radiating from the entity, unconscious of its power. It was over. Su Qian's gaze turned to ashes. He understood better than anyone that the recently liberated fallen heart source had strength that far surpassed that of ordinary Dou Zong experts. Even at his peak, he would last no more than 10 exchanges against this beast. Furthermore, the protective array of the academy and the heavenly burning refining Qi Tower were no more. Today, the Jianan Academy was doomed to face catastrophe. Beast, do not be so arrogant. Yet, in this moment of despair, Su Qian, the esteemed elder who had guarded the academy for centuries, reignited his last flicker of resolve. He bit down on his tongue, forcing back his injuries, and roared to the dozens of elders behind him, who were equally pallid. Brothers, let us form the array. Even if we perish here today, we must not allow this monster to wreak havoc upon the world. Yes, elder. The group of elders were stirred to fight. Enduring the piercing agony of their souls and the searing heat, they soared into the air, unleashing their Dou Qi without reservation, attempting to conjure the earth fire-locking heaven array left by the former president in a final struggle. However, the formless fire dragon merely cast a disdainful glance at them. It did not launch an attack. Instead, it opened its massive maw and drew in a powerful breath. Whoosh! A terrifying suction force surged forth. The Dou Qi that Su Qian and the others had just gathered was uncontrollably drawn into the fire dragon's gaping mouth, as if rivers converging into the sea. The formation, not yet complete, collapsed in an instant. Thud! Su Qian and the others were struck down like rag dolls, blood spattering violently as they crashed into the distant structures, their fates uncertain. So fragile. The esteemed council of elders from Jianan Academy was utterly powerless before this freed aberrant fire. Roar! 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 With a single strike that vanquished all opposition, the invisible fire dragon bellowed with triumph and arrogance. It greedily inhaled the air of freedom, reveling in the boundless power coursing through it. As the buildings of the inner academy began to melt and collapse under its ferocious might, the sky was stained with an eerie crimson, as if weeping blood. The entire world felt as though it were on the brink of apocalypse. Master, Ancestor Xiao Yan's complexion had turned ghastly pale, though he stood behind Lin Feng. Untouched by the chaos, the cataclysmic scene before him sent shockwaves through his soul. He could not help but glance to the side. However, to his astonishment, in the face of a cataclysmic scene that would render even the strongest of fighters despondent, his revered ancestor, Lin Feng, displayed not a hint of gravity. Rather, he seemed to exhibit a curious delight. Yes, a genuine interest. Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely observing the fiery dragon that roared defiantly in the sky, his gaze imbued with a playful amusement, as if he were watching an entertaining circus performance. Master Ancestor, what could he possibly be contemplating? Within the confines of the ring, the spirit of Yao Lao was on the verge of stagnation. He was not only shaken by the dreadful power of the fallen heart source, but also unnerved by Lin Feng's unfathomable demeanor. He acknowledged the might of his ancestor, a strength capable of obliterating the heaven-burning, refining chi tower. Yet, the fallen heart source was a divine entity birthed from the cosmos, fiercely malevolent. Should it escape, the repercussions would be unimaginable. At that moment, the formless fire dragon, having wreaked enough havoc in the skies, seemed to grow weary of its rampage. Its colossal form pivoted in midair, preparing to transform into a streak of light and ascend skyward, intent on escaping the prison that had confined it for a millennium. In that instant, Lin Feng finally made a move. He did not strike, nor did he unleash any aura, and he did not alter his stance in the slightest. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, and, with an air of disdain akin to one disapproving of the clamor of the streets, murmured 3 words to himself, so noisy. As his words faded, he lifted his eyelids, and for the first time, his tranquil gaze, as serene as an ancient well, fixed upon the towering fire dragon that was about to vanish into the clouds. Just a single glance. A simple, unremarkable glance. There was no fluctuation of fighting spirit. No hint of murderous intent, not even a trace of emotion, just as if one were casually observing the scenery by the roadside. Yet, at that moment, time seemed to be suspended. The very fabric of space appeared to solidify. The formless fire dragon, surging upward with a thunderous might, its immense body capable of eclipsing the sun, came to an abrupt standstill the instant Lin Feng's gaze met it. All its movements, its momentum, its ferocity, and its roars ceased abruptly. The entire world plunged into an eerie, suffocating silence. What had transpired? All the survivors, the conscious beings, including Yao Lao within the ring, experienced a complete mental shutdown, their minds turning blank. They could not comprehend. They could not make sense of it. Their lifelong understanding shattered into pieces before a scene that transcended all worldly logic. Meanwhile, within the suspended fire dragon, its innate intelligence stirred, unleashing a cataclysmic wave far mightier than the molten rivers outside. Fear, a primal, pure, and irresistible terror stemming from the very essence of life, from the core of existence. In its perception, that gaze was neither an attack nor a pressure. It was the very heavens. It was the realm that birthed and nurtured it, the supreme cosmic law inscribed deep within the essence of its soul. Before the heavens, all its struggles and powers appear utterly laughable, inconsequential. Ah, the roar caught in its throat, emblematic of freedom and tyranny, under the weight of profound terror, transforms into a lament brimming with grievance, ingratiation, and boundless flattery. Indeed, a lament. It resembles a miscreant pup, caught red-handed by its master, desperately wagging its tail, beseeching forgiveness. Then, amidst the gaze of thousands of teachers and students, under the scrutiny of Xiao Yan, the venerable Yao Lao, and all those still lucid, the colossal, invisible fire dragon, which once dominated the heavens and earth, voluntarily coiled its immense form and descended gently from the skies. It lowered its gigantic, fearsome head with deep humility. Ultimately, its entire body lay prostrate upon the roiling sea of magma, trembling in the direction of Lin Feng. In that moment, it bore no semblance of a fearsome celestial creature, but rather resembled a pet awaiting its master's decree. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the entire Canaan Academy, where one could hear a pin drop. The apocalyptic scene that had just unfolded starkly contrasted with the absurd and grotesque tableau before them, creating a dissonance potent enough to drive any onlooker to madness. The elders, including Xiao Yan, had just struggled to rise from the ruins, and upon witnessing this spectacle, their mouths dropped open wide enough to accommodate a fist, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Their minds had utterly abandoned the capacity for coherent thought. Subdue the. In the ring, Yao Lao's soul floated vacantly, repeatedly murmuring in a hollow, bewildered tone. Is it possible to command through mere gazes? A lifetime devoted to the study of had imbued him with an understanding of its ferocity and dread. What agonizing sacrifices had he endured to tame the bone-spirit cold fire? Yet today, what did he behold? A single glance rendered the 14th-ranked falling heart flame to its knees. Yao Lao felt as though his entire life's alchemical studies had been squandered on a dog. And amidst this profound silence, Lin Feng gazed at the fire dragon, submissively coiled upon the magma, and appeared somewhat dissatisfied. He gently shook his head. then casually beckoned to the massive dragon head below. Come, little Yanzi, open wide and savor the sweetness. Lin Feng's soft gesture seemed like a supreme decree from the heavens. The once mighty fire dragon, now trembling in fear, quivered violently at the command. It found itself utterly incapable of resistance, unable even to conjure a thought of defiance. With a lament filled with endless grievance and dread, the heart of the dragon, its core essence, suddenly erupted in a dazzling burst of brilliance. Immediately, a fist-sized orb, entirely transparent and seemingly sculpted from the most flawless crystal, appeared to encase an entire starry sky within, pulsating gently like a heart. This was the source flame of the fallen heart, an embodiment of the wisdom and power that had been nurtured over countless years, a supreme treasure capable of driving even the mightiest Dou Zone to madness, compelling them to risk their lives in pursuit of it. As the source flame was extracted, the colossal fire dragon rapidly diminished in size, its brilliance fading at an alarming rate, ultimately transforming into a feeble serpent merely a dozen meters long, languishing on the magma without the strength to move, consumed by an innate fear of Lin Feng that resonated from the depths of its soul. Meanwhile, the liberated source flame transformed into a streak of light, obediently and gently, akin to a fledgling swan returning to its nest, floating before Lin Feng and resting quietly in the palm of his hand. Ferocity, all present, including the soul of the revered Yao Lao within the ring, could distinctly sense the unfathomable and tempestuous energy contained within this diminutive flame. It possessed a destructive force capable of incinerating even the most powerful Dou Zone into nothingness in an instant. Yet, this formidable bomb lay quietly in Lin Feng's palm. As serene as a docile kitten, Lin Feng regarded the flame for a moment, seemingly unsatisfied, and gently clicked his tongue. The energy felt too heavy, too cluttered with stray thoughts, lacking purity, much like an unwashed wild apple that, if consumed directly, might lead to an upset stomach. While engaging in this self-reflective critique, he made a motion that caused the hearts of everyone present, especially Yao Lao, to momentarily cease. He gently closed his fingers around the flame, as if intending to crush a walnut. Master, no? The anguished cry of Yao Lao's soul echoed from within the ring. That was the source of one of the most ferocious accumulations of energy in existence. Any application of external pressure could trigger an instantaneous detonation, with power enough to level everything within 100 miles. What was Master intending? Did he wish to crush the? However, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not materialize. Lin Feng's fingers appeared to close, yet they never truly touched the flame. An intangible force, transcending space and the laws of nature, emanating from a divine will akin to that of a creator, enveloped the flame. Purify, Lin Feng uttered softly. In an instant, within the core of the source flame, all the rebellious, tempestuous, and destructive desires belonging to the fallen heart were eradicated as if they were snow under sunlight or gold cast into royal water, completely wiped away in the blink of an eye. Not a trace remained. The brilliant radiance of the flame transformed at that moment, becoming remarkably gentle and pure, devoid of any ferocity, leaving only the most fundamental, refined, and benign essence of fiery energy. After completing all of this, Lin Feng loosened his grip and gazed at the fire seed in his palm, which had transformed into a warm, jade-like gem radiating a gentle glow. Satisfied, he nodded. Well, it's clean now, it can be consumed. With that, he turned around and casually presented this meticulously processed, invaluable source to Xiao Yan, who was already dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. The expression on Lin Feng's face mirrored that of a kind-hearted grandfather offering a freshly washed candy to his little grandson. Here, Xiao Yan. Lin Feng smiled, his tone undeniably authoritative. Open your mouth, eat the candy. Silence. The entire Canaan Academy was ensnared in a silence more terrifying than death itself. Su Qian and the elders gaped, their mouths agape as if they could fit an ostrich egg, their eyes bloodshot from overwhelming shock, as if they might burst from their sockets at any moment. Eat candy? He referred to that thing as candy? That was the fallen heart source. Ranked 14th on the list, a peerless monstrosity that could bring even a Dou Zone to their knees. And now, after merely processing it, he intended to feed it to a mere boy who hadn't even reached the level of a great dosher? How absurd. How insane. How utterly incomprehensible. No, absolutely not. In the ring, Yao Lao finally broke free from the endless shock, expending nearly all his spiritual energy to emit the most anguished roar ever heard. Master Ancestor, this must not happen. The must be integrated into the body with immense willpower and exquisite fire control, carefully refined. Even the slightest error could lead to self-immolation and explosive death. Xiao Yan can't even control his Dou Qi. How could he possibly endure the energy of the fallen heart source? This is akin to forcing him to swallow an entire volcano, with no difference whatsoever. He will die. He will truly die. Yao Lao's voice was filled with unprecedented terror and despair. He felt that all his life's knowledge of alchemy was being mercilessly trampled underfoot by the ancestor before him in a manner he could not fathom. He attempted to break free from the ring to prevent what he perceived to be an inevitable death sentence. However, Lin Feng merely cast a casual glance at the ring. That single glance rendered Yao Lao's soul and the ancient ring completely immobilized by an irresistible force, unable to move or even make a sound. Lin Feng's gaze returned to Xiao Yan, his lips still curved in that warm, unquestionable smile. "Open your mouth," he reiterated. Those two words seemed to carry a magical power that compelled obedience. Xiao Yan's mind remained a void. He had heard Yao Lao's harrowing warning. He understood the terrifying nature of the candy before him. Yet, however, gazing into the serene yet encouraging eyes of his master, an overwhelming trust, transcending life and death, surpassing reason, and emanating from the deepest recesses of his soul, instantaneously engulfed all his thoughts. If the master proclaimed it to be edible, it must indeed be so. If the master declared it to be sugar, then it unquestionably was sugar. He hesitated no longer, relinquishing all contemplation, akin to an obedient child. Instinctively and slowly parting his lips. Witnessing this scene from afar, Su Qian and the others felt their hearts nearly cease to beat. Madness. These two individuals were unequivocally deranged. One dared to feed, while the other audaciously dared to consume. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He curled his finger and delicately flicked the source of the foreign fire in his palm. Whoosh. That supercharged energy bomb, capable of shaking the very foundations of the Black Corner region, transformed into a gentle stream of light, gracefully tracing a parabolic arc, landing precisely and lightly in Xiao Yan's open mouth. Gulp. Xiao Yan instinctively swallowed it. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Su Qian's eyes were locked onto Xiao Yan. He envisioned that in the next second, the youth would erupt like a lit firecracker, bursting into a cloud of crimson mist. Within the ring, the imprisoned Yao Lao's eyes reflected boundless sorrow and despair. It's over. The successor he had painstakingly sought was finished. Yet, 1 second passed. No explosion. 3 seconds passed. Still no explosion. 10 seconds elapsed. Not only did Xiao Yan not explode, but instead, an expression of utmost comfort and bliss graced his face. A warm sensation, akin to soaking in a hot spring, swiftly radiated from his abdomen to his limbs. The fallen heart source that had been ingested posed no ferocity or resistance. Instead, it embraced Xiao Yan like a long-lost child returning to a mother's embrace. It willingly and joyfully merged with the small blue lotus fire within Xiao Yan, commencing the fusion. It was not Xiao Yan who endeavored to refine it. Rather, it was the source that actively, even obsequiously, offered its purest energy to Xiao Yan, facilitating the most perfect and seamless evolution of his burning art. Boom! An unprecedented, terrifying aura, 100-fold stronger than before, surged from Xiao Yan's body, soaring into the heavens. At that moment, his realm skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, embarking on a frenzied and irrational ascent. Dou Master, 1 star, 5 stars. 9 stars, Pinnacle. Crack. An invisible barrier shattered with a thunderous roar. Dou Spirit. 1 star Dou Spirit. The aura showed no signs of abating, continuing to surge upward wildly. 2 stars. 3 stars. 5 stars. 7 stars. Ultimately, under the gaze of all who were utterly numbed and dazed, as if they had encountered a ghost, Xiao Yan's aura stabilized at the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Spirit. The distance to the title of Dou Wang is but a single step away. From a novice who had just stepped into the realm of the great Dou Master to a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Ling. He accomplished this transformation in the time it takes to savor a piece of candy. Bursting with satisfaction, Xiao Yan, enveloped in a cocoon of fiery light, even let out a contented belch. Meanwhile, the elderly pharmacist, whose lifelong teachings were utterly shattered by the scene before him, felt his soul flickering intensely, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming shock as he fainted. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the unfathomable magma world, seemingly provoked by Xiao Yan's rocket-like ascent. Following this, a presence, exponentially more powerful than Su Qian's, emanated an ancient, dignified aura tinged with a hint of fury, akin to a colossal dragon awakening from its slumber, soaring from the very core of the earth. Presumptuous! Who dares to cause havoc in my Canaan Academy and disturb its millennia of foundations? A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 24, The Dean? Sit down and allow me to enlighten you. That thunderous roar resonated as though it had traversed the epochs, carrying a terrifying pressure capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Presumptuous! Who dares to cause havoc in my Canaan Academy and disturb its millennia of foundations? With a resounding crash, a figure, ancient yet remarkably upright, tore through the fabric of reality and descended upon the ravaged plaza. The newcomer. with flowing white hair and clad in simple linen robes, stood there exuding an aura that warped the surrounding space visibly, as if the very laws of the universe revolved around him. His presence was vast as the ocean and profound as the abyss, far surpassing even the formidable Dou Half-Saint. This was the true guardian of Canaan Academy, the previous dean, Meng Tianqi, who had been in seclusion for a century. Dean. Upon recognizing the visitor, Su Qian's previously ashen face erupted into unparalleled joy. Struggling, he knelt upon the ground, his voice trembling with excitement. You have finally emerged from seclusion. We are saved. The dean, a half-saint, was among the few who stood at the pinnacle of this continent's hierarchy. With him present, the academy was assured salvation. However, Meng Tianqi paid no heed to Su Qian at that moment. His gaze, akin to two invisible blades, swept across the scene. As he beheld the gaping breach in the magma world, the trembling remnants of the fallen heart lying amidst the molten rock, and Xiao Yan, ensconced in a cocoon of flames with an inexplicably surging aura, his pupils contracted sharply. And when his gaze finally settled upon Lin Feng, who stood casually with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an unremarkable presence as if merely a passerby intrigued by the spectacle, a tremendous storm surged within his ancient, profound eyes. Something was amiss. Far too amiss. With his semi-saint realm, he found himself utterly unable to discern the essence of this young man. There he stood, seemingly out of place in the world, yet paradoxically, he seemed to embody the very center of it. This contradictory, yet harmonious sensation set alarm bells ringing in Meng Tianqi's heart. You, who have undermined the foundation of my academy and harmed my elders. If you do not provide me with an explanation today. Meng Tianqi's voice was chillingly cold, the oppressive force of a semi-saint sweeping towards Lin Feng like an invisible tide. He intended to first gauge the depths of his opponent's strength. Buzz. Under this oppressive force, the very space of Canaan Academy began to solidify, the air thickening like a treacle, rendering it immensely difficult for the teachers and students below the Dou Wang rank to breathe, their faces turning a deep shade of purple. Even from a distance, Kai Lin, a peak Dou Zone powerhouse, turned pale, having to exert all his energy to barely protect himself from this overwhelming pressure. Such was the might of a semi-saint. With a mere utterance, the laws followed. Within this domain, I am the heavens. However, in the face of this domain pressure capable of instilling despair in even a Dou Zone, Lin Feng did not even lift an eyelid. He merely wrinkled his brow in mild disdain, as if the old man before him was an unwelcome distraction. Finally, for the first time, he cast a direct gaze upon Meng Tianqi. Just that one glance. A simple, unremarkable glance. In an instant, time seemed to halt. Meng Tianqi's semi-saint domain, which could suppress the very heavens and earth, disintegrated the moment it met Lin Feng's gaze, like a soap bubble bursting, snow melting under the sun, or gold cast into the king's water. Silently, it dissolved. Indeed, it melted away without a shred of resistance. Puff! Meng Tianqi felt as if struck by lightning. His entire being jolted, a taste of blood rising in his throat, nearly spilling forth. He was horrified to discover that his connection to this world had been severed. With but a glance, this young man had forcibly expelled this semi-saint from his own domain. How could this be possible? What terrifying strength was this? A Dou Sheng? No, even a peak 9-star Dou Sheng could not achieve such a feat so effortlessly. What are you? Meng Tianqi's voice trembled, betraying his astonishment. Yet, Lin Feng offered no reply to his question. Instead, he appeared to recall something, leisurely speaking as if engaged in casual conversation at a marketplace. Oh, so you are the dean here? Given that you have dutifully overseen this dilapidated establishment for so many years. Lin Feng paused then. With an undeniable tone reminiscent of a teacher addressing a student, he said calmly, "Take a seat. No need to stand. I shall provide you with a lesson." As the words fell, an indescribable, irresistible will descended, transcending the laws and rules. In the thoroughly petrified gaze of the celestial figure, the space behind him warped, as countless luminous points converged, spontaneously coalescing into an ancient, grandiose armchair crafted from the purest essence of the heavens and earth. Subsequently, a gentle yet utterly irresistible force pressed upon his shoulders, compelling him to sit down uncontrollably. To sit, to take a seat? The esteemed half-saint and guardian of Canaan Academy found himself unceremoniously bound to a chair, poised to attend a lesson. From afar, Su Qian's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He gaped in silence, unable to utter a sound. On the other hand, the eternally frozen visage of Kai Lin displayed, for the first time, an emotion akin to shock. As for Xiao Yan, he had relinquished all thought, resigned to the simple truth. His master was formidable, and that sufficed. Meanwhile, the reluctantly seated Meng Tianqi was drenched in cold sweat, his robes soaked through. No trace of animosity remained within him. Only the most primal fear and reverence for the unknown power lingered. He finally comprehended the magnitude of the terrifying entity he had provoked that day. Firstly, let us commence the lesson, Lin Feng declared, entirely disregarding the stunned reactions of those present. With hands clasped behind his back, he paced a few steps and began. You must understand that this so-called Duki continent beneath your feet is not the entirety of the world. It barely qualifies as a world in its own right. At best, it is merely a rather large fish pond. A fish pond? The thought reverberated in Meng Tianqi's mind, leaving him in a daze. You practitioners, from doubters to duzongs, and even to your esteemed half-saint status, are merely the slightly stronger fish within this pond. Even a Dou saint can be likened to the king of fish. As for the legendary Dou Emperor, well, perhaps a carp poised to leap over the dragon gate. Yet, in the end, it remains a fish. Each word from Lin Feng struck Meng Tianqi's heart like a colossal hammer, shattering his understanding that had been forged over millennia. A fish pond, a carp. The path of the Dou Emperor, which he had pursued throughout his life, was merely a transformation from one fish to another of slightly greater stature in the eyes of his counterpart. How utterly absurd, how profoundly despairing. As for me, Lin Feng seemed to discern the turmoil within Meng Tianqi's heart, offering a knowing smile as he gestured to himself. I am the one standing at the edge of the fish pond, observing you fish frolicking about. Today, my disciple has taken a liking to a small fish in your pond, the one called Fallen Heart Source, so I simply scooped it up as a snack for him. Initially, I intended to arrive quietly and depart just as discreetly. Yet you insisted on leaping forth, creating a ruckus and stirring the waters of the pond. Lin Feng shrugged, a demeanor of exasperation upon his face. You say we are? Meng Tianqi's lips trembled as he attempted to retort, yet found himself unable to articulate even a single complete word. He understood that the truth in the other's words was likely undeniable. Only a disparity of such magnitude could elucidate the events unfolding before him. Very well. We shall conclude today's lesson here. Lin Feng appeared fatigued by his discourse, gesturing to indicate that the class was dismissed. At that moment, the fiery cocoon enveloping Xiao Yan erupted into a brilliant blaze. Boom! A powerful aura, far more formidable than any before, surged skyward. The barrier of the pinnacle of 9-star Dou Ling shattered with a resounding crash. Dou Wang. 1-star Dou Wang. 2-star Dou Wang. Ultimately, under the gaze of the increasingly numb Mu Tianqi, Xiao Yan's aura stabilized at the 3-star Dou Wang before gradually calming. As the cocoon dissipated, it revealed the young man's handsome and confident visage. From a mere great Dou master to a 3-star Dou Wang. He achieved this transformation in the time it takes to savor a piece of candy. How does it feel? Lin Feng inquired, feeling the surging power within him. Xiao Yan nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with boundless admiration for his master. Master, I feel as though I could defeat 10 of my former selves. Not bad. All my efforts were not in vain, Lin Feng replied with satisfaction, feeling that the tour in this location had reached a fulfilling conclusion. He paid no further heed to the half-saint elder still seated in contemplation, pondering the meaning of life, and prepared to lead his disciple and maidservant to the next destination. Chapter 25, Strange Fire? Merely a snack list for my disciple. Accompanied by a most satisfying belch, the fiery cocoon enveloping Xiao Yan gradually dispersed. He opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance shooting forth, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Pinnacle of Dou Wang, as he felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. Akin to the strength capable of shattering a mountain with a single punch, Xiao Yan was engulfed in a euphoric and surreal dizziness. From a novice who had just advanced to great Dou master to a powerful Dou Wang on the brink of entering the Dou Huang realm. He achieved this transformation in the time it takes to enjoy a piece of candy. Master, Xiao Yan could no longer contain his excitement, his knees buckling as he attempted to kneel before Lin Feng. However, a gentle force supported him, preventing him from bowing down. All right, my dear disciple. Let us not indulge in such theatrics, Lin Feng said, lightly patting his head, his tone as casual as if praising him for passing an exam, encouraging him to continue striving. This calm demeanor, observed by the 2 top experts from the Jianan Academy, instilled a sense of dread far greater than any display of power. Mu Tianqi, the half-saint, remained rigidly seated in his energy-formed grand chair, his mind still reeling from the repetitive impact of the notion that the Dou Qi continent was merely a larger fish pond. His worldview teetered on the brink of collapse. Having lived for over a millennium, he believed himself to be perched at the pinnacle of the continent, gazing down upon all beings. Yet today, he comprehended that he was merely a slightly more robust fish within the pond. The true master of the pond, at this moment, seemed discontent with the size of their little pond, causing a commotion that disrupted his leisure. As for Elder Su Qian, he dared not even breathe. The Jianan Academy, for which he had dedicated his life and held immense pride, appeared to the other as hardly more than an insignificant tourist attraction. Lin Feng surveyed the desolate square, his gaze drifting over the frightened elders and students who stood as silent witnesses to the chaos. With a palpable sense of impatience, he released a lengthy yawn. How utterly tedious. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, all this commotion over a mere 14th ranked? It's rather inefficient, don't you think? As he spoke, his gaze seemed to pierce through layers of space, landing squarely on the ancient ring adorning Xiao Yan's hand. Within the ring, the soul of Yao Lao, now numb and devoid of thought, suddenly jolted awake. He.S. here. He.S. back. Hey, you old man in the ring. Lin Feng's languid voice resonated with an undeniable authority deep within Yao Lao's soul. Stop playing dead and get to work. Startled, Yao Lao's spirit instinctively floated out of the ring, bowing deeply in Lin Feng's direction, his posture radiating utmost humility. Master Ancestor, what commands do you have for me? He inquired, fully resigned to his fate. Before this unfathomable ancestor, his lifetime of pride and knowledge and experience felt like a mere joke. Resistance? Doubt. Such notions would only serve to make him appear a fool. I took a glance at your ranking. There are 23 in total, correct? Lin Feng questioned. Yes, Ancestor, Yao Lao replied, his voice trembling. This fallen heart source is far too docile, lacking any challenge. It might serve as a mere appetizer for Xiao Yan. Lin Feng's words caused Yao Lao's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Docile? Lacking challenge? Did you misunderstand the term fallen? That thing is a fearsome entity capable of bringing even a Dou Zong to ruin. Yet, he dared not retort. Not a single word would escape his lips. Lin Feng continued in a tone reminiscent of selecting from a menu. Next, let us find something ranked higher, with a bit of intrigue, something that has a known location. Where might it be? Yao Lao's mind raced. He no longer dared to gauge this ancestor by conventional standards. He needed to present something substantial to satisfy this deity's thirst for amusement. Why yes, Ancestor, Yao Lao's voice, laden with fear and excitement, became slightly hoarse. If we speak of higher ranks with a known location, then it must be the 9th ranked, the 3000 Flame of Yans. This fire, known as the Undying Flame, lies within the central state's Dan Tower, sealed by the leaders of the Dan Tower. It is said that whoever possesses this flame will gain an almost immortal constitution. Upon finishing, he nervously awaited Lin Feng's reaction, uncertain if this answer would please the great being. 3000 Flame of Yans. Lin Feng pondered, stroking his chin as if in deep contemplation. 9th place sounds a tad more interesting than 14th. Central state, you say? Very well. He nodded, then turned to Xiao Yan, who gazed at him in admiration, and to the ever-vigilant Kai Lin beside her, with a tone that suggested the announcement of afternoon tea plans. He declared, all right, our tour of the Jianan Academy concludes here. Our next destination, the Central State. As we pass by, let us collect that so-called 3000 flames for Xiao Yan as a snack, thus sparing ourselves the trouble of searching one by one later. Although these words were uttered softly, they reverberated in the minds of Meng Tianqi, Su Qian, and others like a cacophony of thunder, exploding with immense force. Their eyes widened in shock, bloodshot and bulging. In that moment, their hearts felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, nearly ceasing to beat. Zhongzhou, what manner of place is this? It is the true heart of the Duqi continent, a realm teeming with formidable warriors and numerous sects, where even Dou Zun can only be deemed a skilled fighter, and only a Dou Sheng can reign supreme in this terrifying domain. And what of the Dan Tower? It is a force to be reckoned with, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Soul Palace, the highest sanctuary for alchemists. Within its confines, the 3 supreme leaders are all peak-level semi-saints, capable of determining the fate of all medicinal pills in the world. 3000 yin fire. What kind of existence is that? It is an extraordinary and fearsome entity that even the 3 leaders of the Dan Tower cannot fully refine, but can only seal in unison. Yet, in the mouth of this young man before them, this land, revered and feared by countless strong warriors, a sacred place that commands respect across the continent, a terrifying fire capable of incinerating the heavens, has, astonishingly, been reduced to a mere next stop, to be casually collected as a snack? What left them breathless was his remark about sparing the trouble of searching later. Could it be that he intends to treat the 23 extraordinary flames on the extraordinary flame list as a mere snack checklist, feeding his disciples one by one? Madness. This world has gone utterly insane. Meng Tianqi and Su Qian exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they beheld a profound, boundless, and bone-deep terror and numbness. They finally comprehended the vast chasm that separated them from this master. It was not merely a difference between fish and man. It was akin to the disparity between a goldfish in a bowl and the cosmic game master who created the universe. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been preparing to depart, suddenly halted. He turned back to glance at the massive pit leading to the magma world below, which he had flattened with a single swipe, and frowned in mild disdain. All right. He turned to the petrified Meng Tianqi and the others and stated, quite matter-of-factly, We've damaged their territory, so we must restore it. Xiao Yan, pay attention. This is what we call civilized tourism, and one must possess quality. As his words fell, he casually waved his hand at the vast pit. With a mere flick, an unforgettable miracle occurred before all present. The seemingly bottomless pit, with its bubbling magma, appeared to be rewinding, filling up at an astonishingly visible rate. The earth sealed itself, fitting perfectly, as if the scar leading to the Earth's core had never existed. Following this, countless golden specks of light emerged from the void, gathering, intertwining, coalescing, and taking shape. Under the gaze of all those whose expressions had become utterly vacant, the magnificent and ancient pill refining tower of the Canaan Academy, a monument that bore a millennium of glory, was conjured anew, brick by brick, pillar by pillar, as if summoned from thin air. In the span of merely a few breaths, a pristine pill refining tower, devoid of even a speck of dust, rose once more in its original place. As though the cataclysmic events that had transpired were but an ephemeral illusion. Having accomplished this feat, Lin Feng clapped his hands, as if brushing away invisible dust. All right, let us depart. He paid no further heed to the group of Canaan Academy members, now utterly transformed into stone statues. With a flourish of his sleeve, he beckoned Xiao Yan and Kai Lin, stepping forth with a single stride. The silhouettes of the trio vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Only a languid voice lingered in the minds of Xiao Yan and Yao Lao. By the way, before we head to Zhongzhou, it would be prudent for you to upgrade your rather rudimentary alchemical skills. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for me. Chapter 26. Come, allow me to teach you the art of alchemy. The void was effortlessly torn asunder, as if merely parting an inconspicuous curtain. When Xiao Yan and Kai Lin once again found solid ground beneath their feet, the scenery before them had transformed from the charred ruins of Canaan Academy into a valley that resembled a celestial paradise. In this valley, exotic flowers and rare herbs flourished abundantly, exuding an enchanting fragrance. A crystal-clear stream meandered gracefully, flanked by several smooth, jade-like boulders, arranged in pleasing disarray. Not far away, a delicate bamboo pavilion stood as if it had awaited this moment for a millennium. This is... Xiao Yan and Kai Lin exchanged glances, both recognizing the numbness reflected in each other's eyes. They had grown weary of pondering how their master could conjure such a haven in the blink of an eye. Miracles? With frequent exposure, one becomes accustomed to them. Lin Feng, evidently pleased with his spontaneous creation, sought a comfortable boulder to recline upon. Even conjuring a pot of tea that emanated a peculiar aroma, he leisurely savored a sip and waved dismissively to the still-dazed individuals. There you have it. The space is now yours. Attend to your own matters. Just don't disturb me while I bask in the sun. His tone was as relaxed as that of a homeroom teacher announcing free time during a spring outing. However, these words struck Yao Lao's ears like a thunderclap. My master finds me disgraceful. Within the confines of the ring, Yao Lao's spirit took on an unprecedented seriousness. Throughout their journey, no matter the cataclysmic prowess displayed by his master, Yao Lao had remained awestruck yet harbored a flicker of pride as the continent's foremost alchemist. That was his domain, the foundation of his existence. But just moments ago, his master's remark about upgrading his rather rudimentary alchemical skills obliterated his final bastion. No, absolutely not. My master may look down upon my cultivation, but he must never disdain my alchemical prowess. An unprecedented sense of mission and responsibility surged from the depths of Yao Lao's spirit. He was determined to prove to his master that alchemy was a sacred, meticulous, and profoundly intricate discipline. It is imperative for my disciple, Xiao Yan, to comprehend the glorious yet arduous path he is about to embark upon. A gentle breeze wafted through, as the somewhat ethereal soul of the medicine elder slowly emerged from the ring. He did not cast a glance at Lin Feng, who lay in a feigned slumber upon the stone, but instead concentrated all his thoughts on Xiao Yan. His gaze transformed from the usual warmth and satisfaction into an unparalleled solemnity and gravity. Xiao Yan, he intoned, his voice resonating softly yet imbued with a certain enchantment that seemed to still the very air of the valley. Xiao Yan felt a sudden chill run down his spine, instinctively straightening his posture, his expression turning serious. He understood that his master was about to impart the true essence of his art. Today, before you officially step into the realm of alchemy, I have a few words that you must engrave upon your heart. The elder's voice echoed like a sonorous bell within Xiao Yan's consciousness. Our revered ancestor possesses unparalleled prowess in the realm of cultivation, a feat beyond our reach. With a mere thought, he commands the clouds and the rain. However, the elder's tone shifted, brimming with exaltation and pride. The path of alchemy is distinctly different from cultivation. It is not merely a contest of strength. It is the ultimate trial of wisdom, perseverance, talent, and character. It is governed by immutable laws that have endured through the ages. Why does a true alchemist earn the admiration of countless souls? Why do even the mightiest of warriors, such as Dou Huang, Dou Zong, and even Dou Zun, willingly seek their companionship? Because we possess the ability to transform decay into the miraculous. We seize the very essence of creation. We can transmute ordinary herbs into extraordinary divine elixirs. We are the divine emissaries traversing this world. Each of the elders' utterances brimmed with fervor, encapsulating the unparalleled honor of the alchemist's vocation. Xiao Yan felt his blood surge with excitement, as if he could already envision himself revered by multitudes in the future. However, the elder's subsequent words poured over him like a bucket of cold water, awakening him from his reverie. Yet, behind the glory lies an unending expanse of tedium and brutality. The elder's expression turned exceedingly stern. Alchemy comprises three essential elements, each indispensable. The first is a formidable soul force. This is the foundation, akin to a general commanding thousands. Your innate talent and heightened soul perception barely suffice for this criterion. The second is the exquisite mastery of timing. This is the key to victory. A moment too long, and the elixir is ruined. A moment too short, and it is rendered useless. The nuances are infinitesimal, yet can lead to catastrophic failure. Any minuscule error may result in utter defeat. The third, and most crucial point, is the rarity of the medicinal materials. The elder's tone grew gravely serious. Xiao Yan, you must understand. A high-tier elixir's formulation may involve ingredients for which countless powerful beings would vie, risking everything for these treasures. Their worth is beyond measure. Should the refining fail, it would mean the loss of both the elixir and the materials, rendering all efforts futile. In my time, I have witnessed numerous self-proclaimed prodigies of alchemy who, after a single failure, lost everything, their spirits shattered, never to rise again. 100 materials may yield a single elixir, which is already a sign of exceptional talent. 1,000 attempts may produce a single masterpiece, a mark of a true master. This path is fraught with peril. A single misstep may lead to an abyss of despair. It is ruthless. It is challenging. It is sacred. With his lifelong experience and insights, the venerable apothecary constructed a sacred sanctuary of alchemy, not only for Xiao Yan, but also for the esteemed ancestor who listened attentively nearby. The excitement on Xiao Yan's face had long since faded, replaced by a grave determination. He bowed deeply before the apothecary. Master, I understand. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Excellent. The apothecary nodded with satisfaction, pleased with the desired effect. The necessary groundwork had been laid. Now, it was time for practice. With a flick of his palm, a rustic yet somewhat simplistic bronze cauldron materialized in the clearing. This is the most ordinary first-grade cauldron. Today, I shall teach you from the very basics, beginning with the chi recovery elixir. He continued, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Great towers rise from the ground. In alchemy, one must avoid the pitfalls of ambition. As he spoke, a dozen herbs, exuding a faint medicinal aroma, were neatly arranged before the cauldron. Watch closely, Yenner. The first step in alchemy is purification. The apothecary's expression was intensely focused. The force of the soul must flow like a gentle spring rain, delicately stripping away the impurities from the herbs without harming their medicinal properties. A moment's excess will cause the essence to dissipate, and a moment's negligence will leave impurities behind. The balance must be grasped intuitively, not articulated. Now you try. Yes, master. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply and stepped forward, filled with reverence for the art of alchemy, determined to show no signs of negligence. He slowly summoned his fighting spirit, and a glaze of flames, a fusion of two distinct fires, rose from his palm. Closing his eyes, he cautiously extended his powerful soul force, akin to an invisible hand, towards the most unremarkable blood. It had begun, his first true experience in alchemy. Xiao Yan concentrated fully, beads of sweat soon forming on his brow. Following the apothecary's guidance, his soul force transformed into countless delicate threads, gently enveloping the blood, attempting to meticulously extract the imperceptible impurities. It was incredibly challenging. This sensation was far more exhausting than battling a Dou Huang. His soul force depleted rapidly, and even the slightest distraction would cause the fragile medicinal properties to waver. The apothecary watched with a serious expression, ready to offer guidance at any moment. The entire valley was engulfed in this sacred, solemn, and tense atmosphere. Kai Lin stood not far away, unable to comprehend the proceedings, but equally affected by the ambience, refraining from uttering a sound. However, just as the sacred inheritance ceremony reached its most critical juncture, an elongated and resonant yawn, filled with boredom and fatigue, discordantly shattered the tranquility of the valley. The sound emanated from atop a nearby smooth boulder. Chapter 27. Refining Elixirs? It's akin to embroidery, far too slow. A languid yawn, like a stone, abruptly crashed into the valley, obliterating the solemnity that the apothecary had painstakingly cultivated. A tremor coursed through Xiao Yan's heart as the ethereal essence of the blood-condensing grass, akin to gossamer threads, was startled by the sudden voice, causing a momentary disruption. The blood-condensing grass in his palm remained unresponsive. Its fragile medicinal balance shattered in an instant, dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. It was a failure. His first foray into alchemy had ended in an inexplicable defeat. Xiao Yan abruptly opened his eyes, disregarding the sweat on his brow, and turned to the source of the interruption, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Elder Yao, too, spun around, his solemn visage marred by astonishment, his soul flickering erratically due to the tumult of his emotions. He could endure any intrusion during his teachings, but he could not abide such a languid, almost disdainful attitude towards the art of alchemy, which he cherished as his very life. Yet, upon seeing his venerable ancestor stretching lazily atop a massive rock, wearing the expression of one just awakened, all his pent-up ire and inquiries were doused as if doused with a bucket of icy water. To confront him, he was no match. To scold him, he lacked the courage. To reason with him, Elder Yao opened his mouth, only to sorrowfully realize that his proud principles paled in comparison to the whims of this ancestor, who could casually feed on exotic flames like mere snacks. He could only suppress his frustration, striving to make his voice sound steadier. Ancestor, alchemy requires a unified mind and spirit. Disturbances are most detrimental. Yin'er is at a critical juncture. The implication was clear. Could you perhaps refrain from making a scene? Regrettably, Lin Feng seemed utterly oblivious. He leaped gracefully from the boulder, hands clasped behind his back, gliding over to Xiao Yan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His gaze resembled that of one observing a 3-year-old incapable of even molding clay. Finally, he shook his head, a look of disdain crossing his features. I say, old man. Lin Feng finally spoke, his eyes still fixed on Xiao Yan, his tone as flat, as if inquiring about the price of vegetables at a roadside stand. Your method of teaching disciples is rather simplistic, isn't it? Boom. This single utterance resonated far more powerfully than the previous yawn. Elder Yao felt as though his very soul was on the verge of shattering from the weight of those words. Simple? He, the revered alchemist, once the foremost alchemist of the Dou continent, whose lifelong efforts had culminated in a revered alchemical doctrine, now reduced to mere simplicity in the mouth of his ancestor? Ancestor. Such words are ill-conceived. The path of alchemy is akin to erecting a grand edifice. The foundation is of utmost importance. Purifying medicinal potency is paramount. One misstep, and all is lost. Elder Yao instinctively sought to defend his expertise. But before he could finish, Lin Feng's increasingly impatient voice interrupted him. Purifying a mere herb. Treating it like embroidery, Lin Feng scoffed, pointing to the scattered herbs on the ground, his disdain barely concealed. Are you merely scratching its itch? Or are you actually refining elixirs? At this pace, Lin Feng quipped, by the time you manage to concoct a 6th-grade pill, you might as well have turned gray. He paused momentarily, seemingly feeling that the metaphor lacked sufficient impact, and then delivered a sharper retort. No, at this rate of procrastination, the grass on his grave would surely be 3 feet high. The valley was enveloped in profound silence. The spirit of the old herbalist became utterly frozen. The aged countenance underwent a series of transformations, first displaying astonishment, then flushing red, followed by a deepening pallor, ultimately turning ashen. As if all vitality had been drained from him, he yearned to refute. He longed to roar. He wished to enlighten this oblivious ancestor before him on the meanings of gradual progress, the virtues of patience, and the reverence owed to medicinal herbs. He desired to unleash the entirety of his knowledge on alchemy upon this young man's face. Yet, not a single word escaped his lips. Before him, an uncontrollable memory from a short while ago at the Canaan Academy surfaced. The ancestor had utilized the same disdainful, impatient tone to casually crush the fallen heart source, potent enough to annihilate a Dou zone, erasing its will with ease, and then, like flicking a candy bean, had sent it into Xiao Yan's mouth. That process bore no semblance of gradual advancement. It lacked any semblance of reverence. Instead, it was characterized solely by an absolute, unreasonable force that crushed everything in its path. Now, this deity, who could consume as sustenance, scrutinized his own modest skills with the same discerning gaze. What could he possibly use to counter this? Rely on theories that could explode a furnace at a moment's notice? Or experiences that could lead to utter ruin after a single failure? The old herbalist lamented, realizing that all he had devoted his life to, all that he had proudly cherished, appeared light and laughable before this ancestor. A lump lodged in his chest, neither rising nor falling, and the old herbalist's ethereal form trembled violently, on the verge of dissipating. He had been incensed to the point of internal injury. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan stood utterly bewildered. He had just been inspired by his teacher's words, and was prepared to tread carefully along the arduous yet glorious path of alchemy. However, before he could even lift his foot, the ancestor had interjected, declaring, Your path is a dead end, slow and foolish. He glanced at his teacher, whose serious expression seemed to implore him to reveal his innermost thoughts, then turned to the ancestor, whose disdainful gaze resembled that of one observing a fool. Xiao Yan's mind became a jumbled mess. Whose word should I heed now? The atmosphere in the valley was so tense that it felt as though ice shards could fall at any moment. Lin Feng observed the two, one on the brink of despair and the other lost in existential doubt, and found the situation rather tedious. He had not intended to discourage anyone. He merely spoke the truth. In his view, such inefficiency truly deserved to be discarded. Enough, enough, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, shattering the suffocating silence. The two, wearing expressions akin to mourning, were simply no fun at all. He stretched his wrists, as if he intended to take matters into his own hands. Very well then. Given your apparent struggle, let me entertain you with a little trick. Chapter 28, an 8-rank pill? Consider it a beginner's tutorial. A trick? As those words floated effortlessly from Lin Feng's lips, the already stiff atmosphere in the valley solidified completely. The ethereal form of the old alchemist ceased its restless swaying. His pallid, ashen visage contorted with humiliation, resentment, and a peculiar, almost mad curiosity, all intertwining in a chaotic display upon his face. He was eager to witness the spectacle. What manner of trickery would this audacious ancestor conjure to trample upon the alchemical path he had devoted his entire life to? Xiao Yan dared not exhale, glancing at his teacher's face, which bore a countenance more sorrowful than tears, and then at the seemingly unperturbed ancestor, who appeared as if he were truly about to perform. His mind felt utterly overwhelmed. After all, following this ancestor often meant either shattering one's understanding or being on the verge of doing so. Having grown accustomed to it, he felt somewhat numb. Lin Feng relished the sensation of being in the spotlight. He leisurely strolled over to the ordinary medicinal cauldron that Xiao Yan had carelessly discarded, even extending his foot to give it a gentle kick. The dull thud resonated through the desolate valley, strikingly jarring in the stillness. The corner of the old alchemist's eye twitched violently. That was a medicinal cauldron, the second life of an alchemist, a sacred vessel that bore both flame and soul. And yet, you dare to kick it? However, Lin Feng's subsequent remark nearly sent the old alchemist's spirit into disarray. Old man, I have a question for you. Finally tearing his gaze from the battered cauldron, Lin Feng focused on the old alchemist. If you were given a robust body and returned to your prime, what could you concoct with all your might? This inquiry struck deeply, touching upon the only remnant of pride within the old alchemist's spirit that had not yet been trampled by the ancestor. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the frustration within, and straightened his ephemeral form slightly. The pride belonging to the continent's foremost alchemist surged forth once more. Humph. He scoffed heavily, his voice imbued with undeniable confidence. If I possessed a corporeal form, and my spiritual power returned to its zenith, coupled with the bone-chilling cold fire, what elixir could I not refine? Not to mention 6th-grade elixirs. Even those 7th-grade concoctions that summon celestial phenomena and require the baptism of heavenly lightning, I would have a 70% certainty of producing them. In my heyday, when I released a heavenly soul blood fusion pill, 6 bolts of Dan lightning descended, inciting a fierce battle among 3 Dou experts, staining the heavens with blood. Such grandeur is beyond your imagination. He intended to finish with, such splendor is beyond your comprehension, but upon witnessing Lin Feng's half-smiling, half-skeptical gaze, he forcefully reined in his words. Nevertheless, the pride in his voice ignited Xiao Yan's fervor. 7th-grade elixirs, baptism by Dan lightning, bloodshed among Dou powerhouses. Was this truly the pinnacle of his teacher's prowess? Indeed formidable. Xiao Yan's admiration for his teacher reignited, but this reverence flickered out in less than 3 seconds. Oh, 7th grade. Is it? Lin Feng responded to the old alchemist's proclamation with a nonchalant nod, his expression one of mild incredulity. He stroked his chin, as if contemplating something, and then, with a tone that was both deliberative and subtly mocking, he remarked, 7th grade seems somewhat elementary, insufficient for instructional purposes, and lacking demonstrative value. Let us proceed in this manner. He seemed to have made up his mind, snapping his fingers and revealing a radiant smile upon his face. Let us aim for something grander. How about we concoct the 8th-rank blood-transmuting bone elixir? The words blood-transmuting bone elixir reverberated like a clap of thunder, striking the spirit of the old alchemist with a force that nearly toppled it. With a gasp, the alchemist could no longer contain himself, releasing a plume of ethereal mist. His spectral form flickered violently, oscillating between light and shadow, as though it might extinguish at any moment. What did you say? The old alchemist's voice was devoid of the previous frustration and resentment, replaced instead by sheer astonishment, a terror that surged from the very roots of his soul. He fixed an intense gaze upon Lin Feng, as if he were beholding a madman emerging from the depths of the earth, a demon. How do you know this name? He shrieked, forgetting the most basic reverence he owed to his master. Though Xiao Yan and Kai Lin were unaware of the elixir's formidable reputation, the sheer terror that had overtaken the old alchemist was enough to signal that the master had uttered something of monumental significance. "Master, what is this elixir?" Xiao Yan could not restrain his trembling voice from asking. The old alchemist ignored him, fixated on Lin Feng, his spectral form trembling uncontrollably as he murmured in a hoarse, dreamlike whisper, "Impossible, this cannot be. This is not merely an elixir. It is a divine artifact, a legend that exists solely within the ancient remnants of alchemical texts." He suddenly turned to the bewildered Xiao Yan, nearly roaring in his fervor. "Xiao Yan, do you comprehend what this is? A legend. In ancient times, the divine farmer tasted all herbs and created the art of alchemy. This blood-transmuting bone elixir is the lifelong pursuit of the legendary progenitor of the medicinal clan. It was said that this elixir could reverse life and death. Even if one were reduced to mere bones, consuming it would restore flesh and blood, granting new life. It could resurrect the deceased. This was not alchemy. This was creation. A realm only deities could dare to tread. It was a taboo. The old alchemist's roar echoed through the valley, each word striking Xiao Yan and Kai Lin's hearts like a heavy hammer. To resurrect the dead? To bring forth flesh and blood from mere bones? Xiao Yan felt as though something within his mind had shattered, leaving a void. Kai Lin's icy visage was entirely consumed by a profound sense of horror. And now the master, this young man, actually intended to treat such a legendary and forbidden artifact as a mere toy, as a teaching example? How utterly mad. How patently absurd. After his outburst, the old alchemist appeared drained, his spirit waning. He understood now. He comprehended fully. The chasm between himself and his master was no longer merely that of an alchemist and a grandmaster. It was akin to the disparity between a mortal still learning to mold clay pots and a cosmic deity effortlessly shaping stars. The seventh-rank elixirs he had devoted his life to pursuing were, in the presence of Lin Feng, perhaps not even worthy of being deemed lowly. However, just as the elder pharmacist felt utterly despondent and prepared to abandon all hope of contemplation, the instinct inherent in his role as an apothecary led him to grasp the final thread of salvation. He lifted his gaze and, with a voice both feeble yet resolutely certain, addressed Lin Feng. "Master Ancestor, you are indeed correct. Perhaps you truly possess the ability to concoct divine elixirs. Yet, such a feat is unattainable. For the primary ingredients required to forge the life-bone blood-melting pill, such as the fabled nether blood mushroom that grows by the banks of the 9 nether yellow springs and the Dragon Emperor's blood fruit, which can only take shape when nourished by the blood of a millennia-old dragon. These miraculous herbs have been extinct on the Duki continent for millennia, without the necessary materials. Even a deity cannot conjure sustenance from thin air." Upon uttering these words, the elder pharmacist seemed to find his final support. A flicker of hope rekindled in his gaze. "Indeed, no matter how formidable you may be, without materials, you cannot possibly create something from nothing." Xiao Yan and Kai Lin understood this as well. Anxiously glancing at Lin Feng, eager to witness his response to this seemingly insurmountable dilemma. Yet, in the face of the elder pharmacist's devastatingly factual final inquiry, Lin Feng merely smiled enigmatically. His smile bore hints of mockery, amusement, and a touch of approval for finally hitting the nail on the head. He refrained from answering. Instead, he extended his long, fair hand, preparing to commence his true sleight of hand. Chapter 29, No Materials? I shall create them for you. The valley was so silent that the drop of a pin could be heard. The air seemed to hang heavily in the wake of the phrase. A clever woman cannot cook without rice, weighing down on each heart. The elder pharmacist's ethereal form subtly straightened. Life returned to his pallid face, his eyes shimmering with the light of having grasped a lifeline. Indeed, no matter how great your abilities or extensive your powers, you cannot conjure what does not exist. This is an immutable law of heaven and earth. No materials mean no materials. Those fabled nether blood mushrooms, which feast on countless souls, and the Dragon Emperor's blood fruits, which require a millennium of the ancient dragon's heart's blood to mature, as well as the 9 Xian golden thunder bamboo that emerges from the thunder, see only to face tribulation with each appearance. These are all indispensable primary ingredients for the lifebone blood-melting pill. They have been extinct on the Duki continent for millennia, their accounts in texts now blurred. Can you truly create them from nothing? This was the elder pharmacist's final dignity, his last bastion of confidence. Xiao Yan and Kai Lin felt their hearts rise to their throats, fixated on Lin Feng. This question seemed an impasse. Yet, confronted with the elder pharmacist's inquiry, which appeared to exploit a loophole in the world's rules, Lin Feng smiled. The mockery faded from his face, replaced by a peculiar grin, reminiscent of a teacher observing his most obtuse student who had finally posed a relevant question, his eyes reflecting both satisfaction and pity. No rice to cook? Lin Feng whispered softly, shaking his head and letting out a chuckle. Old man, your thinking is far too rigid. He extended his long, fair hand, slowly spreading it open towards the bewildered elder Yao, speaking with an air of undeniable certainty. The first step in alchemy has never been to seek out medicinal herbs, but rather to create them. What? What did you say? Elder Yao questioned if his very soul had misheard. Create medicinal herbs? What nonsense! Which rare treasure of heaven and earth does not require the confluence of spiritual energy over centuries in a specific location to come into existence? This is the way of heaven. This is the rule. How could a person possibly create? However, Lin Feng was no longer inclined to waste further words on him. Any explanation would pale in comparison to a first-hand experience of the miraculous. Xiao Yan, pay close attention. Lin Feng's tone shifted to one of utmost seriousness. This lesson is a second gift from our ancestral master. As his words echoed, a wisp of flame lazily floated up from Lin Feng's palm. This flame was unlike anything Xiao Yan and Elder Yao had ever encountered. It was golden, yet not merely golden. At the heart of this golden flame lay a semblance of the primordial chaos from the dawn of time. 22 hues of extraordinary fire circulated within, merging into a singular, supreme essence that seemed to reign over all, an imperial flame. This imperial flame emitted no heat, yet upon its emergence, the entire valley, even the flora and fauna within 1,000 miles, appeared to be infused with divine elixirs, growing at an astonishingly visible pace. The streams in the valley ceased to flow, and the birds in the sky froze mid-flight. Time and space seemed to hold their breath in reverence to this flame. This is... Elder Yao's spirit was nearly shattered under the overwhelming aura of creation that emanated from the imperial flame, his eyes brimming with terror. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before Elder Yao, Xiao Yan, and Kai Lin's petrified gazes, the imperial flame in Lin Feng's palm twisted, contracted, and took shape, transforming into a small cauldron no larger than a palm. This cauldron was entirely transparent, unlike any ordinary object, as if it were formed from the purest light. Though devoid of visible patterns, countless ineffable runes of profound principles flowed slowly across its surface. Merely gazing upon it felt like witnessing the very source and culmination of the path of alchemy. Imperial flame transforming into a cauldron. Elder Yao's teeth chattered, his spirit trembling like a candle flame in the wind. This technique, once deemed a mere fanciful notion from the most ancient and absurd speculations of the alchemical clan, was now vividly presented before him. But the next scene was the final blow that utterly shattered whatever remnants of reason he had left. Now that we have the cauldron, it is time to add the rice. Lin Feng weighed the divine cauldron of imperial flame in his hand, raising his other hand and, with a casual motion, grasped at the empty air before him. In that fleeting moment, a miracle that would overshadow the very heavens and earth unfolded. As Lin Feng's palm gradually closed, an astonishing phenomenon occurred in the void, where countless golden specks materialized from thin air. These luminous particles, as if summoned by divine command, surged forth, intertwining and coalescing. A spirit mushroom, entirely black yet adorned with blood-like patterns, exuding a profound aura of the underworld, manifested before him. The Netherblood spirit mushroom. Elder Yao let out a dry, hoarse scream, a sound that no longer resembled human speech, filled with boundless horror and despair. He recognized it. Even in ashes, he would recognize it. This entity he had only encountered in ancient texts, long thought to be extinct for millennia. Yet Lin Feng's actions did not falter. It was as if he were casually harvesting vegetables from his backyard. He reached for another empty space and grasped once more. Buzz. The specks of light converged again. A fruit, as crimson as blood, seemingly coiled with the shadow of a slumbering dragon, emanating an overwhelming draconic majesty, appeared out of nowhere. The Dragon Emperor Blood Essence Fruit. Elder Yao's throat rattled, unable to utter a single word. Overwhelmed by shock, his soul silently and desperately screamed in agony. Next, Lin Feng appeared to engage in a seamless assembly line of creation. With a grasp of his right hand, a 9-shin golden thunder bamboo, shimmering with golden lightning, was conjured. With a motion of his left hand, a Wanzai starflower, condensed with the radiance of countless stars, took form from the ether. In merely a few breaths, numerous legendary herbs, each one capable of inciting fierce battles among the continent's mightiest warriors, materialized in perfect order, suspended in midair. Each one exuded an intoxicating fragrance. Each harbored flawless and immense medicinal power, and each relentlessly trampled upon Elder Yao's shattered worldview. Once this spectacle was complete, Lin Feng seemed to find satisfaction. He then performed a gesture that severed the last vestige of Elder Yao's consciousness. Casually, he lifted the Netherblood spirit mushroom, the kind of treasure that could rouse the ancestors of the medicinal clan from their graves, and waved it before his eyes, wrinkling his nose in distaste. It looks decent, though a bit too dark. The presentation leaves much to be desired. Having spoken, He tossed it into the cauldron formed from the Emperor flame as if discarding a leftover fruit core. Plop! A soft sound echoed. Elder Yao. The ethereal essence of his being could no longer withstand the shock. His eyes rolled back, his form flickering violently before collapsing limply. The pride he had harbored throughout his life, the rules he had staunchly believed in, the entire world he had known, just moments ago, were utterly crushed by a mere hand gesture and casual toss. Completely obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 30. Alchemy? No. It is voice-activated ordering. Plop. That soft sound seemed to shatter something. Elder Yao, once a revered figure atop the continent, upon witnessing the Netherblood spirit mushroom, a being only existing in myth, being carelessly tossed into the cauldron by Lin Feng, felt the string of common sense within his soul snap. His soul body flickered uncertainly in midair. With a roll of his eyes, he could no longer withstand the stimulus and fell backward, unconscious. Master. Xiao Yan's expression changed dramatically as he rushed forward to assist, but grasped at nothing. He could only watch helplessly as the frail soul of the medicine elder floated back. Drawn into the ring, Xiao Yan was left in a daze, glancing between the now still ring and his master, who bore an expression of nonchalance as if merely completing a trivial task, his mind a chaotic whirl. My master, frightened into unconsciousness by the Ancestor? What kind of absurdity is this? However, Lin Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at the ring, his face devoid of any worry, instead revealing a hint of disdain. TSK. He shook his head, clicking his tongue. Such a fragile mental fortitude. How can one faint at this stage? What will he do for the ensuing spectacle? With that, he seemed uninterested in the reclusive old man and redirected his gaze to the dozen or so divine herbs suspended in the air. The scene that followed made Xiao Yan, who had just been worried about his master, feel his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Lin Feng, with a swift motion as if hurrying home to prepare a meal, commenced his rather violent cooking process. With his left hand, he grasped the dragon-empowered blood essence fruit, pulling it towards him. Plop! Into the cauldron it went. With a flick of his right hand, the 9 Xian golden thunder bamboo, shimmering with 9-colored lightning, was summoned next. Plop! Again, it was cast into the cauldron. The everlasting starflower? Ah, in you go. The 7 apertures lingling grass? Also into the mix. And this one, what was it called again? Forgotten, but it looks splendid. Let us toss it in for a lively blend. Plop! 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 The commotion resembled the sound of dumplings being dropped. One by one, each herb, any of which would be a coveted and forbidden treasure worth risking life and limb for by peak fight saints like Gu Yuan and Lei Ying, was indiscriminately crammed into the small imperial flame cauldron by Lin Feng in a manner bordering on barbaric. There was no order, no compatibility, and not a shred of reverence for the medicinal materials. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. The echoes of his master's earnest teachings about alchemy still resounded in his mind. One must avoid being overly ambitious. Achieve unity of mind and spirit. As if treading on thin ice. Yet the scene before him, this was far from treading on thin ice. It was clearly akin to dancing the tango in a cesspool. A mindless disaster. If his master were awake and witnessed this, it would likely incite more than mere fainting. He might very well ascend in a fit of rage. Having completed his preparations, Lin Feng clapped his hands, seemingly satisfied with his efficient culinary endeavor. However, contrary to what Xiao Yan and the equally petrified Kai Lin expected, he did not initiate the release of soul power to perform the crucial and challenging task of fire control and fusion. Instead, he merely extended a finger and lightly flicked the mini alchemical furnace suspended in midair, where divine light swirled within. Ding! The crisp sound resonated like a wind chime echoing through the valley. Then, under the completely dazed gaze of Xiao Yan and Kai Lin, Lin Feng began to speak. He addressed the cauldron with a tone reminiscent of ordering in a restaurant, lazily proclaiming, "Little Ding, awaken, cease your slumber, and rise to labor." Buzz. As if in response to its master's call, the divine cauldron, transformed from the Emperor Yan, emitted a cheerful hum. The radiant symbols of the Tao glimmered across its surface, and the cauldron trembled slightly, akin to an awakened sprite stretching its limbs, brimming with excitement. Xiao Yan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Kai Lin's ICFAOD was utterly frozen in disbelief. What did they just witness? A cauldron, responding? However, this was merely an appetizer. What truly shattered their understanding was Lin Feng's subsequent command. With arms crossed, he addressed the jubilant and quivering Emperor Yan cauldron, issuing a directive that was nothing short of astonishing. All right, enough of the antics. Produce a perfect quality 8th grade blood fusion pill, understood? Be swift, my disciple awaits the finished product. He paused, adding a hint of menace. Do not ruin this. If the pill's quality is subpar or its appearance unsightly, I shall have you remade. Do you comprehend? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Emperor Yan cauldron trembled even more vigorously. The joyous tone had vanished, replaced by a resolute commitment to fulfill the task. accompanied by a tinge of fear of disappointing its master. Then, under the bewildered gazes of Xiao Yan and Kai Lin, who had lost their brilliance and stood like statues, the Emperor Yin cauldron commenced its operations, fully automated and at high speed. The divine light within transformed into a tangible storm. Purification, fusion, neutralizing the medicinal properties, shaping into a pill. These steps, which any alchemist would consider the culmination of a lifetime of dedication, fraught with peril, where a moment's inattention could lead to catastrophe, were now executed flawlessly and with astounding speed by this intelligent cauldron. Xiao Yan's mind went blank. He recalled his teacher, envisioning the elder's solemn face, remembering every word spoken. Yinner, the path of alchemy requires unity of heart and mind. Yinner, the power of the soul commands legions. Yinner, mastering the fire's essence. A slight miscalculation could lead to disaster. Yet now, all of this had become a farce. Alchemy, it seemed, did not require the power of the soul. Alchemy did not necessitate exquisite fire control. Alchemy, even, did not require the alchemists themselves. All that was needed was an exceptionally capable cauldron and a mouth to issue commands. Was this truly alchemy? It was evidently akin to placing a voice order. Xiao Yan's worldview was upended. No, it was utterly, ruthlessly, and mercilessly flattened. At that moment, the long silent ring trembled violently once more. The dazed Yao Lao stirred from his stupor. His ethereal form drifted out from the ring, still murmuring. Did I just experience a nightmare? Did I dream that my master conjured a divine medicine out of thin air? Yet, before he could finish his words, he was met with an unforgettable scene. He beheld the Emperor Flame Cauldron, spinning with astonishing speed. He witnessed the alchemical process unfolding within, executed with miraculous precision. He even heard Xiao Yan's murmured, bewildered soliloquy. So this is how alchemy is performed? Elder Yao was rendered speechless. The faint color that had returned to his aged face drained away in an instant, leaving him paler than parchment. He finally understood. The nightmare had only just begun. With a sudden puff, another wisp of ethereal mist was expelled. Elder Yao could no longer maintain his composure. His spirit sagged, and he fell limp in midair. His eyes vacant, repetitively uttering the phrase that would haunt him for the rest of his days. Alchemy can be done this way. It can be done this way. His faith, his lifelong pride, his very essence, crumbled. At that moment, the Emperor Flame Cauldron, which had been spinning at breakneck speed, began to slow. An indescribable fragrance, seemingly embodying the essence of life's origins, wafted from the cauldron. Just a whiff caused Xiao Yan and Kai Lin to feel their internal fighting spirit surge uncontrollably. It was happening. The legendary 8th grade divine pill was about to be born. However, in that very instant, the once clear sky darkened abruptly. Above, the heavens transformed. Ominous clouds gathered at a visible pace, swirling ominously. Within those clouds, countless purple lightning dragons roiled and howled with fury. A vast, overwhelming celestial might descended, one that could instill dread and despair even in the hearts of Dou saints. Heavenly thunder. According to legend, only when a pill of 7th grade or higher emerged would the heavens grow envious, unleashing thunderous retribution in an attempt to obliterate it. Heavenly thunder. And judging by the current spectacle, the power of this thunder was 1,000 times more terrifying than anything Elder Yao had ever witnessed in his lifetime. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic force capable of shaking the entire continent, the architect of the chaos, who had just completed a vocal order, merely found it noisy and, with an air of impatience, lifted his eyelids. Chapter 31, Heavenly Thunder? Let us ignite a firework. He cast a fleeting glance, as if disturbed by the clamor below, and casually drew back the curtain. Strangely, the roiling, gathering thunderclouds in the sky momentarily stilled, as if the celestial order above sensed a more ancient, primal gaze and instinctively trembled. However, this stillness lasted less than a breath. In the next moment, the thunder no longer roared. Instead, it erupted into a roar imbued with the dignity of a provoked deity, resounding through the heavens and the earth. The sky was thoroughly engulfed in ink. The last vestige of light devoured. At the heart of that abyssal darkness, a colossal vortex stirred, emanating not purple lightning, but pure, black divine thunder capable of consuming all light and life. Countless black lightning dragons traversed the clouds with ferocious roars. Each flicker of their scales sent forth sparks of electricity, creating perilous ripples in the surrounding space, as if fabric were sliced by a sharp blade. The oppressive weight of doom descended with a thunderous crash. Xiao Yan's legs weakened, causing him to kneel abruptly. Under that overwhelming pressure, he felt as insignificant as a grain of sand, with his very soul groaning under the unbearable weight, on the verge of being crushed. Beside him, Kai Lin fared even worse. Her once haughty face turned as pale as a sheet, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. As an ancient beast, her sensitivity to celestial might far surpass that of humans, and the agony she endured was all the more intense. Old Yao had just awakened from the shock of being able to refine pills from a distance, still reeling from the astonishment when he looked up to behold the sight in the sky. His ethereal form flickered erratically, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, nearly dissipating. He was utterly bewildered. Black pill thunder? His voice was as dry as sandpaper scraping against itself. Gone was the terror from his tone, replaced by a hollow confusion, as if his worldview had been shattered. No, it can't be, he muttered in despair. The 9-colored pill thunder, with black revered above all. This was the legendary divine punishment that would only be summoned when concocting imperial-grade pills. How could an 8th-grade pill invoke such a thing? This is absurd. It defies the unbreakable laws of pill crafting. In the brief span of an incense stick's burning, Old Yao felt as if the vast knowledge he had amassed over a lifetime in alchemy had become nothing but a farce. First, being able to refine pills from afar. And now, an 8th-grade pill attracting imperial-grade pill thunder. His common sense, his pride, everything, had been utterly obliterated by the casual wave of this man's hand. No, it was not merely destroyed, it had been vaporized. Quick, run. After a fleeting moment of paralysis, the instinct for survival finally triumphed over the chaos within his mind. Old Yao let out a hoarse scream, his voice pitched high. He lunged toward Xiao Yan, desperate to lead him away from this deathly place. Yenner, hurry and leave. Just one touch from this thing could be fatal. Even if a Dou sage were here, they would be reduced to dust. Go. The farther away, the better, he roared, his ethereal form igniting with excessive agitation. However, a languid voice suddenly interrupted. So loud, Lin Feng complained, digging in his ears, his brow furrowed, wearing an expression that suggested he wished for some peace. Is it just thunder? Look at you all making such a fuss, as if the sky were falling. He glanced at the petrified old Yao and Xiao Yan, who was still on the ground, unable to rise, shaking his head. Furthermore, he pointed at the terrifying black thunder dragon that could intimidate even a Dou sage, sneering in disdain. This special effect is too tacky. It's pitch black, lacking any sense of aesthetics. Who designed this? Terrible review. Old Yao's scream abruptly ceased. His ethereal visage froze, resembling a weathered statue of stone, eroded over millennia. Special effect? Tacky. Terrible review? Was he truly assessing this divine punishment? Old Yao's mind crashed completely. He felt as if either he had lost his sanity or the world had gone mad. The thunderclouds above seemed thoroughly enraged by this critique, unleashing a deafening roar that shattered eardrums. In the eye of the vortex, a massive black thunder dragon, as robust as a mountain, locked its gaze upon Lin Feng below, wielding an apocalyptic force that struck down with ferocity. The moment had arrived. The divine punishment descended. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. In Yao Lao's eyes, all that remained was the ever-enlarging, pure blackness that signified death. Xiao Yan's mind was a blank slate. Within the depths of Kai Lin's violet eyes, only despair lingered. It was over. Yet, in that instant of impending doom, Lin Feng, who was targeted by the divine punishment, merely raised his hand and waved it casually at the sky, as if shooing away a bothersome fly. Then, a scene unfolded that would overturn the heavens and defy the comprehension of all alchemists throughout history. The ferocious black thunder dragon, poised to cleave mountains asunder, abruptly halted in midair, frozen in place as though gripped by an invisible hand. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan, and Kai Lin, whose gaze was filled with disbelief and terror, the once menacing black thunder dragon began to twist and contort. The destructive darkness faded away, as if erased by an unseen brush, replaced by layers of brilliant colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. The fearsome dragon's head transformed into a round and jovial visage, its roaring mouth curving into a silly grin. Finally, with a gentle pop, it was not the thunderous roar of devastation, but rather the crisp sound of fireworks bursting in the night sky. The resplendent, multicolored thunder dragon erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks, filling the atmosphere with a rich, soothing aroma of medicinal herbs rather than a sense of destruction. The fireworks danced and intertwined, ultimately forming 4 enormous, radiant characters in the sky, visible to all at Canaan Academy. Master Ancestor is incredible. These characters shimmered for quite some time, their brilliance illuminating the 3 faces below, which had turned to stone, as if their very souls had fled. Then, the fireworks took on a playful demeanor, momentarily forming a gigantic heart that thumped in the air, before transforming into a plump, yellow electric mouse that winked at the spectators below with its golden, lightning-shaped eyes. Above, there was no sign of the apocalyptic thundercloud. Instead, it was a lively and resplendent light show. The orchestrator of this spectacle, Lin Feng, simply yawned, seemingly pleased with the new effects he had whimsically conjured. Oh, this is how it ought to be, he nodded, his gaze drifting to the now silent Emperor Yin. Ding. Ding. The lid of the cauldron popped open in response. A perfectly round pill, radiating with 9 colors of divine light, exuding a subtle yet life-imbued fragrance, floated out and landed in his palm. After completing this, Lin Feng turned his attention to the utterly dazed trio. He weighed the flawless pill in his hand, and feeling a sudden tinge of boredom, he sighed with a tone laden with regret, saying slowly, "Alas, it was too easy, how uninteresting." Chapter 32. The true essence of alchemy is the exploding furnace. Alas, it has come to pass in a single attempt, how utterly uninteresting. The tone was languid, emanating an essence of profound ennui and distaste. It resembled a top-tier player, accustomed to the torturous challenges of hellish difficulty, being forced to engage in a mindless game like 1/999. Dull, utterly dull. Yet, this seemingly innocuous complaint, which might appear normal to Lin Feng, fell upon the ears of the 3 stone figures below like the final straw that broke their sanity. A divine judgment from the heavens. What does it mean to accomplish it in one go? How uninteresting. The elder Yao, sprawled on the ground, with his murky and lifeless eyes, slowly turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, inch by inch. His eyes fixated on Lin Feng's hand, which held a pill, a pristine and elongated palm cradling a medicinal elixir. A pill, surrounded by 9 hues of divine light, appeared to dance with the celestial bodies, emanating an aroma that concealed the profound secret of life and death, capable of granting speech to the deceased and flesh to the bones. The legendary 8th grade divine pill, bone-melting blood fusion pill. This was the unattainable dream of Yao Chun, a chance to shed his ghastly form, to reconstruct his flesh, perhaps even return to his pinnacle of existence. Yet, now the creator of this divine concoction, astonishingly, found it distasteful, disdainful of its effortless emergence. A metallic taste surged in Yao's throat as he expelled a wisp of ethereal essence. He felt as though his very soul had been toyed with by this master. Otherwise, how could he comprehend such absurdity that could upend the heavens? However, Lin Feng's subsequent actions elucidated the true meaning of faith's collapse. He weighed the pill, potent enough to incite chaos across the continent. Yet his brow furrowed as if assessing a subpar product. Then, akin to tossing a bone to a stray dog, he casually flung it in Yao's direction. "Here, it's yours." His tone was so nonchalant, as if he were offering a rather bland candy rather than an extraordinary divine pill. "What?" Yao was nearly petrified, instinctively extending his ethereal hands, scrambling to secure the divine pill into his embrace. The warm touch, the overwhelming vitality surging forth, and that energy penetrating his very soul, all conveyed one unmistakable truth. He was not dreaming. He had truly obtained an 8th grade divine pill. A surge of ecstasy flooded his mind, causing his entire being to tremble with an unprecedented brilliance. Just as he prepared to express his profound gratitude and reverence towards his revered ancestor, the words caught in his throat. Lin Feng had already turned away, not sparing him a single glance. As if the divine pill he had carelessly discarded no longer warranted a fraction of his attention. His gaze fell upon his kneeling disciple, Xiao Yan, whose eyes were vacant and whose mouth dribbled with glistening saliva, clearly overwhelmed to the point of mental disarray. Then he approached, adopting an unprecedentedly earnest tone, as if imparting the profound truths of the universe. "Little Yan, remember this." Xiao Yan shuddered violently, awakening from his stupor, and looked up in bewilderment. "Huh, master. Is it wrong? I do not comprehend." Fabricating medicine out of thin air, speaking incantations to refine elixirs, and treating elixir thunder as mere firecrackers. This he deemed a wrong demonstration. Lin Feng nodded sagely, his expression one of a mentor eager to teach, and solemnly proclaimed, "The true joy of alchemy has never been in the final moment of success. That anxiety-driven tightrope walk, fraught with the fear of failure, is utterly mundane and too utilitarian, beneath the art. A true alchemist, a genuine artist, must learn too." He paused, his voice suddenly soaring, as if reciting a sacred declaration. "It is to prepare for failure. It is to anticipate failure. It is to relish that final explosive moment. The instant the cauldron erupts, when countless medicinal materials vanish into oblivion. That is the most exquisite spark in existence. It embodies the unique romance and artistry that belongs solely to us alchemists." Time stood still. The air thickened, almost viscous. The elderly alchemist, just recovering from the ecstasy of obtaining the divine elixir, felt his expression freeze at this philosophy of alchemy that could incite fury from the ancestors. Ecstasy morphed into shock, shock into confusion, and confusion ultimately transformed into boundless absurdity and despair. Exploding the cauldron? Is that amusement? Is that art? He could no longer contain himself. He could accept that his master was extraordinarily powerful, could accept that his master conjured substances from nothing, and even that he viewed elixir thunder as mere fireworks. But he categorically could not accept such a desecration of the sacred craft of alchemy. This was his ultimate boundary, his last shred of dignity. "Master." This cannot be allowed. The old alchemist let out a cry, filled with grief and indignation, as if he were spitting blood from his throat. Clutching the divine elixir, he rushed to Lin Feng, trembling with concern. Master, you cannot teach in this way. He will stray onto a dark path. Alchemy is a step-by-step endeavor. The materials are precious, each one a rarity, especially those high-tier ingredients, each one a treasure of heaven and earth, scarcely within reach. To explode a cauldron is to face ruin. How could this possibly be considered amusement? This is the nightmare of all alchemists. With tears streaming down his face, the old alchemist felt compelled to enlighten this oblivious master about the harsh realities of the world. However, in response to the heartfelt, blood-soaked counsel of the elder, Lin Feng merely scratched his ear, displaying an expression of mild surprise, as if realizing the source of his concern. Oh, so you mean the materials are expensive? Is that so? And then, under the gaze of the old alchemist, whose eyes seemed to cry out, "Isn't that so?" Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Snap! A sharp sound echoed. The next moment, a miracle, in an even more brutal, unreasonable, and utterly inhumane manner, unfolded again. Buzz! In the open space beside Xiao Yan and the medicine elder, countless golden specks suddenly emerged from thin air. These luminous points seemed to come alive, swirling and intertwining. Taking shape, a pitch-black nether blood herb, a dragon sovereign blood fruit, radiating crimson light, a 9-Xian golden thunder bamboo, crackling with lightning, one after another. All the legendary divine herbs that Lin Feng had just consumed reappeared, identical to before. Moreover, this time, it was not just one or two. It was a multitude. No, it was a mountain. A mountain composed of countless forbidden divine herbs capable of challenging even the mightiest of fighters, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, a veritable mountain of medicinal materials. The expression of the medicine elder, filled with anguish and disbelief, froze upon his face. His mouth, agape, could no longer close. He stared in astonishment at the towering mountain of herbs, his entire being feeling as if struck by divine lightning countless times, his very essence paling to a ghostly white. Meanwhile, Lin Feng merely pointed at the mountain, which could purchase 10 central states, and spoke to the utterly bewildered medicine elder with a tone of casual assurance. Medicinal materials? There's more than enough. After saying this, as if recalling something, he patted the divine cauldron forged from imperial flame that hovered nearby. As for the cauldron, he remarked leisurely, his voice imbued with a nonchalant air, feel free to blow it up. If you can manage to destroy it, I'll give you credit for it. Even if it truly gets destroyed, it's no trouble. He flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. Uttering the words that would utterly shatter the last remnants of the medicine elder's pride as an alchemist, I can simply mold another for you. The medicine elder completely relinquished his capacity for thought. Cradling an 8th-grade divine pill, he stared vacantly at the mountain of medicinal materials and then at the endlessly replenishable imperial flame cauldron. He had an epiphany. He finally understood what the ultimate dream of an alchemist entailed. It was not merely about concocting divine pills. Rather, it was about having a formidable backing, akin to a revered ancestor. Simultaneously, beside him, Xiao Yan, after a prolonged daze, felt a spark reignite in his eyes. It was not the heavy light of resentment from before, but rather a glimmer of pure excitement, akin to discovering the most delightful toy in the world. With the added assurance of being allowed to play with it endlessly, even having it replaced if damaged, a sparkling, unadulterated joy emanating from deep within. Lin Feng was thoroughly pleased with his disciple's reaction. He encouragingly patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder and, in a tone brimming with anticipation, assigned today as homework. Come, little Yan. He pointed at the mountain of medicinal materials, exuding confidence. Today, if you do not obliterate this mountain, you shall not be allowed to rest. Chapter 33. The thrill of exploding the furnace, a delight that never ends. In the valley, the atmosphere was imbued with an indescribable absurdity. On one side lay the resplendent glow of a mountain of divine herbs, each capable of inciting chaos among the sects outside. On the other side stood a youth, clutching a black cauldron, his eyes sparkling, radiating an aura of mischief and excitement. Amidst the chaos, there lay the former revered drug master, his expression vacant and his spirit seemingly drained, resigned to a state of thoughtlessness. Elder Yao, in a state of despair, clutched tightly to the 8th-grade divine elixir that promised to restore his corporeal form and propel him back to greatness. Yet, this treasure, once the pinnacle of his aspirations, now offered no solace. His mind buzzed incessantly with his ancestors' incantation-like admonition. Today, if you cannot obliterate this mountain, you shall not rest. Obliterate this mountain. Elder Yao felt his very essence shattering, dissipating like leaves in the wind. In stark contrast, Xiao Yan, at the eye of the storm, experienced an entirely different sensation. Gazing upon the mountain of medicinal herbs, he inhaled deeply, the air thick with the mingled fragrances of divine herbs, rich enough to be wrung out for moisture. Once, the mere scent of a third-grade herb would have stirred him to sleepless excitement. Yet now, as he observed the spectral blood fungi and dragon royal blood fruits, they seemed no more than a mere assemblage of potatoes and cabbages. No, even potatoes and cabbages required expenditure. These treasures, as his ancestor proclaimed, were plentiful. An unprecedented feeling, one of abundance, burgeoned within his chest. He recalled the earnest teachings of his mentor, Elder Yao. Xiao Yan, the path of alchemy demands reverence. Tread lightly. Each herb is a treasure of the heavens. Waste not a single fragment. Failure is the greatest nightmare of an alchemist. These words, once his guiding truths, now felt like distant echoes. Yet today, a rebellious and fervent smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips. To hell with reverence. To hell with cherishing. To hell with caution. Today, I, Xiao Yan, shall indulge in the ultimate revelry of alchemy. With a fierce cry, he dashed forward, embodying the frenzy of a bargain-hunting matron in a marketplace. Disregarding the quality of the herbs or any potential conflicts in their properties, he hastily gathered a chaotic assortment into his arms. Ah, this one resembles a reishi mushroom. Dark and rich, I'll take some. This vibrant red one, akin to a cherry tomato, add that too. And this one, wow, it glows. So beautiful. More of this. Beside him, Elder Yao, thoroughly defeated, witnessed Xiao Yan's audacious antics with a mix of horror and disbelief. Such wanton waste. This is a crime against nature. Yet, Xiao Yan was lost in his own euphoric realm, cradling a bountiful collection of divine herbs, returning to the floating imperial flame cauldron. He did not rush. Instead, he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as countless formulas danced through his mind. Ultimately, he settled upon a fifth-grade elixir, the Dragon Power Pill, which he had practiced innumerable times but had never dared to attempt due to the exorbitant cost of the materials. Excellent. It shall be you. With a sudden spark in his eyes, he opened them wide. No longer hesitating, he violently poured the heap of divine herbs into the imperial flame cauldron. The action as crude as pouring slop into a pig trough. Elder Yao, he no longer wished to speak, choosing instead to close his eyes, believing that out of sight would bring peace of mind. However, Xiao Yan's performance had only just begun. Ignite, he uttered in a low voice. A wisp of azure flame erupting from his palm and darting into the cauldron. This was the first type of extraordinary fire he had absorbed. The heart of earth fire from the blue lotus. In the past, he had always been cautious when wielding this flame, fearful that a slight miscalculation could lead to disaster. But today, burn, burn with all your might. Xiao Yan erupted like a long-suppressed volcano, fervently unleashing his fighting spirit and instantly raising the temperature of the heart of earth fire to its utmost limit. The roaring flames churned within the imperial flame cauldron. The divine herbs, under the influence of the extraordinary fire, were almost instantaneously refined into the purest medicinal liquid, resplendent and vibrant. Step 1, purification. Perfect. Step 2, fusion. According to the alchemical formula, he should now lower the temperature and carefully merge the medicinal liquid in the order of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy. Yet at this moment, Xiao Yan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Art is an explosion. Fusion? Nonsense. He let out a roar filled with exhilaration, not only failing to reduce the temperature, but instead unleashing his soul power like a colossal hammer, mercilessly striking the boiling medicinal liquids within the cauldron. What was he attempting? He aimed to force them to merge instantaneously. This was an act deemed the most foolish, the most perilous, and the most self-destructive in every alchemical textbook, boldly marked in crimson letters. Although the apothecary elder kept his eyes closed, his soul power could vividly sense the terrifying energy within the cauldron that was on the verge of spiraling out of control. His soul entity tensed instantaneously. Here it comes. It was about to explode. Though his master had claimed that the cauldron was sturdy, this was the chaotic energy of dozens of divine herbs. The might would likely rival that of a Dou Zone expert's self-detonation. Instinctively, he wanted to shout at Xiao Yan to flee. However, the anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not occur. Instead, there was merely a soft sound, akin to the gentle release of a cork or a satisfied belch from a well-fed individual. The apothecary elder abruptly opened his eyes. He beheld a wisp of colorful, gentle smoke, imbued with a faint fragrance, rising from the mouth of the imperial flame cauldron. The mist spiraled upward, transforming into a small mushroom cloud before gradually dispersing, merging into countless pure energies of heaven and earth, infusing the valley. The flowers and grasses within the valley blossomed more vibrantly under the nourishment of this energy, and even the air felt significantly fresher. The entire process was tranquil, serene, and even a bit relieving. The apothecary elder stood in stunned silence. Xiao Yan, too, was momentarily dazed. He stared blankly at the unscathed imperial flame cauldron, then sensed within himself the soul power that had become more refined due to his earlier reckless actions, as well as the clarity of perception he had attained in the instant before the energy could spiral out of control. Moments later, a wave of uncontrollable laughter, brimming with endless joy and liberation, echoed wildly throughout the valley. Xiao Yan laughed until he doubled over, tears streaming down his face. He finally understood. He had truly grasped the essence of it. The ancestral master tasked him with detonating the furnace, not for the sake of indulging in some trivial artistic spark. This was evidently a method of cultivation so efficient it bordered on the outrageous, an incomprehensible extreme training technique. Each explosion was a visceral encounter with uncontrolled energy. Each detonation served as a trial of ultimate mastery over soul power. Most crucially, it bore no risk. Under the protection of the Imperial Flame Cauldron, what was referred to as an explosion was not destruction, but rather a gentle release of energy. Having comprehended all this, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted towards the mountain of medicinal herbs, and his eyes transformed entirely. It was no longer merely a mountain. It became a treasure trove of experience. A highway leading to the mastery of alchemy. Master, do you see this? Xiao Yan exclaimed excitedly towards the ring. This is true alchemy. This is authentic cultivation. Yao Lao, observing the frenzied Xiao Yan and the wondrous Imperial Flame Cauldron, was reminded of his own past, where a single detonation had led to his financial ruin, nearly costing him his life. An indescribable sense of melancholy surged within him. He suddenly felt that his life had been a mere joke. The ensuing afternoon plunged Yao Lao into a genuine hell on earth. What would happen if two medicinal herbs with completely opposing properties were combined? Why not try? Puff, a stunning display of intertwined red and blue auroras. What if during purification, only half was refined? Puff, a vibrant, viscous liquid emanating the fragrance of jelly. What if, during the formation of pills, instead of shaping them into spheres, they were molded into the form of little rabbits? Puff, with a crisp sound. A small rabbit made entirely of energy sprang forth, leaping twice in the air before vanishing. Xiao Yan had completely lost himself in the process. He unleashed his creativity, embodying all the thoughts he had previously dared not entertain. He resembled a child who had just received an entire set of expensive chemical apparatus, joyfully indulging in unfettered experimentation. The valley echoed with continuous puff sounds, enveloped in colorful smoke, radiant halos, and peculiar energy creations, transforming it into a grand and joyous alchemical carnival. Yao Lao, who had initially been heartbroken, then numbed, eventually found himself captivated. He was astonished to discover that amidst this seemingly chaotic explosion of creativity, Xiao Yan's mastery over soul power, comprehension of medicinal properties, and control over the heat were surging in a manner that defied reason, almost barbaric in its intensity. The pace of growth surpassed even his own peak by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Could it be that I was truly mistaken? Yao Lao curled up in a corner, clutching an 8th-grade divine pill, engulfed in profound self-doubt. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the small mountain of herbs had been depleted by a third. Xiao Yan, having exhausted his fighting spirit and soul power, finally collapsed onto the ground. He was drenched in sweat, yet a smile of utmost satisfaction graced his face. He could distinctly sense that his soul's realm had subtly brushed against the threshold of the legendary spiritual realm, something he had never dared to imagine before. His master was truly remarkable. He shouted this heartfelt admiration within. Just then, Lin Feng, who had been leisurely reclining in a rocking chair and observing the scene, slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at his playful disciple with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Ah, a promising pupil indeed. It appears that this intensive and somewhat flawed educational method yields commendable results. Just as he was about to voice his praise for this rapidly progressing disciple, a long-dormant, chilling mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! It detected the imminent commencement of a fascinating event, the selection competition at Canaan Academy's inner court. Now, a task to bring joy to the disciple is being announced. Chapter 34, The Art of Winning While Lying Down. Ding! The cold mechanical voice echoed in Lin Feng's consciousness as if a stone had been cast into a still pond. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, this system, which had tossed him into this world and bestowed upon him a supreme package after remaining dormant, finally deemed it fit to make an appearance. The upcoming selection competition at Canaan Academy's inner court is a minor disturbance in the dimensional rules, with a low level of interest. It meets the criteria for the task of bringing joy to the disciple. Task generation in progress, completed. In the next moment, a faint blue light screen, visible only to Lin Feng, gradually unfolded before him. Main task, bring joy to the disciple. Branch task name, The Art of Winning While Lying Down. Task background, foolish mortals are perpetually eager to validate their meager worth through sweat and struggle. The selection competition at Canaan Academy's inner court is a spectacle brimming with raw, inefficient, and aesthetically devoid antics. Task requirements. Please demonstrate the true elegance of a deity and guide your disciple, Xiao Yan, to achieve victory in the forthcoming inner court selection competition in a manner both artistic and overwhelmingly dominant. Victory condition. Xiao Yan must maintain a deep state of slumber throughout the competition while securing the ultimate championship. Task rewards: a delightful beginner's gift package from the myriad realms. Gift contents: 1. A universal smartphone from various realms, equipped with an eternal energy block, no charging required, featuring a cross-dimensional family signal base station. Signal coverage dependent on the host's mood. 2. A case of joyous beverages, classic original flavor, chilled sensation, a source of happiness that is utterly irresistible. 3. A portable energy router, capable of converting a fragment of the host's energy into a universal power source for technological creations, ensuring seamless operation of your artifacts in another world. Lin Feng meticulously read through the task displayed on the light screen, and his expression transformed from initial surprise to a smile reminiscent of encountering a kindred spirit. This system possesses a certain intrigue. He was thoroughly pleased, particularly with the critique of the monkey show, which resonated deeply with him. A group of mere children, not even worthy of challenging the Emperor of Fighters, brawling over a few coveted spots in the inner academy. Was that not a spectacle akin to a monkey show? As for the task at hand, having Xiao Yan merely sleep to secure the championship, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth curved upwards even more. This system was not only playful but also possessed a rather refined taste. He found it delightful. Xiao Yan, Lin Feng called to his disciple, who was still seated in meditation, recuperating his fighting spirit while reminiscing about the afternoon's explosive insights. Master, did you call for me? Xiao Yan exclaimed, immediately opening his eyes and scampering over, his face still alight with lingering excitement. Lin Feng scrutinized him, nodding in satisfaction. You seem quite spirited. It appears the intensity of this afternoon's lessons could be increased further. Clearing his throat, he adopted a tone akin to announcing good news. Disciple, one must balance rigorous training with relaxation. After an afternoon of intense cultivation, vigorous gameplay, you must be weary. Fortunately, I have discovered a splendid opportunity for you to unwind. Upon hearing of a delightful prospect, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled. Master, what is this wonderful place? Is there a new toy? Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. Toys will come in due time. This time, the Canaan Academy is hosting an event known as the Inner Academy Selection Tournament. The Inner Academy Selection Tournament? Xiao Yan paused, recognizing the term. It was a grand occasion that every student from the Outer Academy aspired to join, a pivotal moment that would determine their future destinies, their very gateway to success. Just as he was about to inquire if his master intended for him to showcase his talents, Lin Feng had already provided him with the guidelines for participation. Well, it's rather a dull competition. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, speaking with a casualness akin to deciding what to have for breakfast. Your task is quite simple. Tomorrow, you shall arrive at the venue, find a corner with favorable feng shui, shielded from the sun. Then, you shall lie down and indulge in a deep slumber. Xiao Yan, His mind buzzed, utterly bewildered. Sleep. Observing his disciple's dazed expression, Lin Feng added, emphasizing a technical point. Remember, you must sleep soundly. Once the others have finished competing, you will awaken, and the championship shall naturally be yours. Xiao Yan was utterly flabbergasted. His mouth slightly agape, he struggled to comprehend, his mind swirling with a cacophony of questions, resembling a chaotic jumble of thoughts. Competing by sleeping? What manner of strategy was this? Could it be that sleep was an unfathomable, transcendent skill? Yet, despite the multitude of questions swirling within him, the afternoon's explosive experiences had instilled in him an almost instinctual and blind trust in his master's every command. If the master asserted that sleeping could lead to victory, then it must surely be so. Yes, master. Xiao Yan snapped to attention, his face radiating unwavering determination and seriousness as he proclaimed loudly, disciple understands. I shall sleep well tomorrow. I promise to sleep deeply and soundly, ensuring I do not bring you shame. In the corner, the elderly alchemist, clutching the 8th grade divine pill and questioning his existence, overheard the astonishing exchange between master and disciple. His already ephemeral soul flickered like a faulty light bulb. Slowly, he raised his head, gazing at the solemn-faced Xiao Yan, who assuredly promised a good night's sleep, and then at Lin Feng, who wore an expression brimming with potential. In that moment, the worldview he had painstakingly pieced together, battered repeatedly by the alchemical furnace's trials, shattered with a crisp crack, disintegrating into dust that the wind whisked away, leaving no trace. Sleep, to win a championship? Is this a notion conceivable by any human mind? He had lived for over 1,000 years, traversing the continent, priding himself on his vast knowledge. Yet everything he observed in this small valley surpassed the limits of what his soul could bear. The old alchemist relinquished his struggle, silently retracting his gaze. Clutching the divine pill once more, retreating his essence deep into the confines of his ring. He chose seclusion. This world was too chaotic. He was merely an ordinary old man wishing to quietly find a place to reconstruct his physical form. As for the outside world, let it be. Meanwhile, the Canaan Academy was in a frenzy. News of the impending internal selection competition swept through the institution like a tempest, engulfing every corner. Countless elite students from the outer academy were eagerly preparing, viewing this competition as their sole opportunity to leap into greatness. Have you heard? The rules this time are a free-for-all. Only the 50 strongest will advance to the inner academy. The experts on the heavenly rankings are sure to shine. Lin Feng, Lu Qin, they will likely make their moves. And what about that Xiao Yan? Have you forgotten him? The mysterious newcomer who was personally welcomed by Elder Su Qian. Surely he will participate. Indeed, I bet the champion will either be Lu Qin or that Xiao Yan. Excited discussions erupted throughout the academy. The renowned geniuses on the heavenly rankings, filled with combat fervor, prepared for the forthcoming battle of honor. Unbeknownst to them, the very Xiao Yan, regarded as one of their greatest rivals, was currently undergoing pre-competition training under the guidance of his ancestor. Come, little Yan, lie back, relax, yes, breathe evenly. Imagine you are a cloud. Excellent. Just like that, cultivate the sensation of drowsiness. Under the night sky, an epic performance art, poised to overturn everyone's perceptions, was quietly brewing. Chapter 35. The God of Sleep at the Arena, Xiao Yan is here. The following day, at the break of dawn, Canaan Academy welcomed its most vibrant and frenzied day of the year, the internal selection competition. The entire academy was devoid of shadows. Tens of thousands of outer academy students clogged the pathway to the central plaza, their raucous voices threatening to rend the heavens. On youthful faces, eyes sparkled with excitement. Necks craned long as they fixated on the massive circular arena, paved with obsidian, at the center of the square. That arena represented their dreams. The sole springboard to the path of the strong. On the elevated platform beside the arena, the academy's tutors and elders had taken their seats, each wearing a stern expression to maintain decorum. At the highest podium, the venerable elder Su Qian, clad in a simple hemp robe with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the vibrant faces below. A rare smile graced his lips. Suddenly, a deep, resonant chime reverberated across the arena, silencing the cacophony that enveloped the crowd. All eyes were fixed upon Su Qian. As per tradition, the internal selection contest commenced without further ado. Su Qian's voice, imbued with a powerful aura, resonated in the ears of every attendee. This year, it would be a grand melee. The 50 individuals who remained standing in the arena would gain entry to the inner court. Now, all competitors, step forth. As his words echoed, the atmosphere of the square erupted with fervor. Thousands of fighters, who had painstakingly squeezed into the selection contest, let out beastly roars as they surged into the expansive arena from every entrance. Each competitor held their chin high, their eyes brimming with unbridled pride, declaring themselves the best in the world. Look, it's those formidable contenders from the strength rankings. A wave of astonished gasps rippled through the crowd. A few figures stood out prominently amidst the throng, their presence clearly overshadowing that of the surrounding students, all of whom were masters at the grand fighter level. Leading the duo was a young man clad in white, wielding a silver spear, strikingly handsome, none other than Lu Qin, the second on the strength rankings. The other, bearing a large azure sword, resembled a blade drawn from its sheath. Lin Zuyai, the third on the strength list. The arrival of these two immediately captured the attention of the entire assembly. However, as the crowd assumed these two would be the main attraction of the day, whispers began to circulate among them. While Lu Qin and Lin Zuyai were indeed formidable, the true excitement of this year lay elsewhere. Had they forgotten about that enigmatic new student? The one for whom Elder Su Qian himself had gone a fetch, and who had been granted special access to the Heavenly Flame Refinement Tower, Xiao Yan. Surely he would arrive. One could hardly wait to see what kind of extraordinary individual he truly was. If he showed up, who could possibly contend for this year's championship? The name Xiao Yan swiftly spread throughout the square. Countless curious, expectant, and even slightly reverent gazes swept through the throng of participants, eager to unearth this legendary figure. Even Elder Su Qian on the podium and Kai Lin in the spectator area instinctively turned their eyes towards the arena. At last, under the collective gaze of the multitude, he appeared. Unlike Lu Qin, who stood ostentatiously at the center of the arena, or other competitors who fidgeted and sought adversaries, he meandered in with an expansive yawn, his eyelids barely lifting as he sauntered through the entrance. His demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a seasoned fighter preparing for a life-and-death duel. He looked more like a student returning from an all-night gaming session, ready to collapse in his dormitory. The crowd fell silent for a moment, all taken aback. Was this truly the legendary newcomer, Xiao Yan? Was there something amiss with his entrance? Yet, what transpired next nearly caused their eyes to pop from their sockets. Upon entering the arena, Xiao Yan paid no heed to any of his opponents. His drowsy eyes meandered around the venue, as if searching for the perfect spot for a picnic. Ultimately, his gaze settled beneath the podium, in a shaded area that, due to the angle, was deprived of sunlight. Then, amidst the throngs of thousands, including the utterly baffled elder Su Qian, who bore an expression that seemed to question the intentions of this audacious lad, Xiao Yan ambled over to the cool refuge. Stretching lazily, his joints crackled, as if he found the ground slightly uncomfortable. Thus, he reached into his storage ring and retrieved a soft, cartoon-patterned pillow. He placed the pillow on the ground, patted it, and arranged it into a comfortable position. Then, before the eyes of all, he simply lay down. He even produced a thin, cartoon-themed blanket from the ring, draping it over himself. Lastly, he fished out an eye mask and donned it. After completing this peculiar ritual, he seemed quite pleased, rolling over and smacking his lips a couple of times. Moments later, a gentle, rhythmic snoring emanated from that shaded spot, which had become the focus of countless gazes. The entire world felt as if it had been put on pause. The square fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen in place, like marionettes ensnared by a spell, their expressions lingering in a state of shock and bewilderment, appearing both comical and absurd. Lu Qing's lips twitched uncontrollably, while Lin Ziai's hand gripping the hilt of his sword bulged with veins. On the podium, Elder Su Qian's perpetually impassive countenance shifted dramatically, his expression more vibrant than a painter's palette. He opened his mouth, wishing to utter a reprimand, but found his throat constricted, rendering him speechless. What in the world? In all his years, he had never witnessed such an outrageous spectacle. This lad, what on earth was he thinking? Sleeping during the most sacred, solemn, and fervent selection competition of the Canaan Academy? This was beyond madness. It was a slap in the face. A blatant humiliation for Canaan Academy, for all the participants, for every mentor and elder, as if he were grinding their faces into the ground with the sole of his shoe. After a prolonged silence lasting several seconds, the stillness was finally shattered by an explosion of uproar. What? He truly fell asleep? Insanity. This Xiao fellow is undoubtedly a madman. How dare he? How dare he treat us like this? As if we were mere air? In the arena, the thousands of participants snapped back from their stupor, their faces turning a deep shade of crimson. A surge of indignation, feeling like a mockery, erupted within their chests. Let us take him down. It was unclear who shouted, but the call rang out, urging yes. Throw him out. Let him understand why the flowers bloom so red. Let us all join in. Clear out that oblivious creature at once. In an instant, the crowd was ablaze with fervor. The thousands of individuals, who had previously harbored mutual suspicion, astonishingly united in purpose at that moment. Their adversary was no longer each other, but rather the figure nestled in the corner, peacefully asleep. Even emitting gentle snores, the god of slumber. The competition commenced. In that very moment, the head judge at the podium finally regained composure, his trembling voice striking the gong to signal the start of the contest. Clang! The instant the gong resonated, they charged forth. Dozens of students closest to Xiao Yan, their tempers flaring, disregarded their immediate opponents, their eyes ablaze with fury as they unleashed their full fighting spirit, surging from all directions towards the dreaming figure. Fiery palm, wind spin kick, azurewood stab. Waves of vibrant techniques flickered chaotically in the air. A dozen torrents of wild energy coalesced into a single force, with the power to shred even a grandmaster into mere fragments, hurtling towards that shaded spot with immense ferocity. Chapter 36. Champion? Just a nap away. Boom. Streams of combat techniques intertwined, roaring as they transformed into the spectral image of a magnificent tiger, its gaping maw emanating a destructive aura capable of flattening mountains, descending upon that shaded area. It was over. In the viewing seats, countless female students could not bear to watch and shut their eyes. To them, the audacious individual daring to sleep on the battlefield was destined to be obliterated by this wild energy in the next heartbeat. Within the arena, the attacking students wore cruel smiles, as if they could already envision the scene of the one who had humiliated them all, along with his ridiculous pillow and blanket, reduced to ashes. At the podium, Elder Su Qian furrowed his brow, his fighting spirits surged within, ready to intervene at the last moment, if only to spare the life of that oblivious young man. After all, the figure standing behind him was one not to be trifled with. However, just as the cataclysmic wave of energy was about to make contact with Xiao Yan's cartoonish little blanket, an inexplicable scene unfolded. The robust man at the forefront, executing a fierce fiery palm, saw the flames diminish abruptly when they were merely 3 feet from Xiao Yan, extinguishing with a soft hiss as if they had never burned at all. It vanished. Just like that, without warning, it was gone. The sneer on the man's face instantly froze. He had yet to comprehend the reason behind this anomaly. Following him, another student launched a swift wind spin kick, accompanied by a swirling azure blade of wind, hurtling towards the target. Yet, just as he was about to strike, the obsidian floor beneath him had inexplicably turned as slick as ice. Oh no! The student exclaimed in shock as he spun midair, sliding at an absurd angle from one end of the arena to the other, directly out of bounds. But that was not the end. His erratic trajectory collided precisely with a comrade behind him, who was concentrating on gathering their fighting technique. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. The two individuals collided like tumbling gourds. Both eliminated in the fray. Immediately thereafter, the third, fourth, and fifth participants followed suit, as a series of absurd and hair-raising mishaps unfolded in rapid succession. One contestant wielding a long sword struck with such force that, with a resounding clang, the blade snapped in two, the latter half spinning and striking his own thigh with precision, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as he clutched his leg, tears streaming down his face. Another contender, who had conjured a wall of earth intending to crush Xiao Yan, found the wall collapsing uncontrollably backward, burying him beneath its weight. Moreover, the fastest runner, mere steps away from Xiao Yan, suddenly turned pale, clutching his abdomen in agony, before spinning on his heel and fleeing the arena, exclaiming, "I can't take it." Who has the paper? The anticipated earth-shattering explosion never materialized. Instead, chaos reigned, with participants tumbling and flailing in disarray. In mere moments, the dozen or so fierce contestants were all eliminated for reasons so bizarre they bordered on the supernatural. Throughout this tumult, the target of their onslaught, Xiao Yan, remained undisturbed. His small blanket untouched by the commotion. He merely shifted in discomfort, finding the noise bothersome, and adjusted to a more comfortable sleeping position, resuming his tranquil and serene snoring. The arena fell into an eerie silence once more. The spectators, as if a wad of cotton had lodged in their throats, gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide, yet unable to utter a sound. What on earth was happening? On the judges' platform, Elder Su Qian felt a surge of indignation rise within him, only to stifle it. His aged face flushed with frustration. He felt the absurdity of striking a pillow with all his might. Having lived for over a century, he had witnessed victories through strength, intellect, and even luck, but never had he encountered a victory achieved through the sheer folly of one's own opponents. This luck was truly extraordinary, yet, unbeknownst to him. In a secluded corner of the VIP seating, Lin Feng leisurely sipped his tea, gently blowing on the steam. Earlier, he had merely flicked his fingers. The first flick disrupted the flames, extinguishing them. The second caused a ripple in the earth, leading to a slip. The third left an imperceptible crack on the sword. As for the contestant with the upset stomach, a mere thought had prompted a stir in his digestive workings. All of this transpired in silence, and to everyone else, it seemed like a capricious twist of fate. As the remaining thousands of contestants gazed at the untouched zone of slumber, a chill crept up their spines, sending shivers coursing through them. It was uncanny. This Xiao Yan was surely under the protection of some unfathomable, terrifying force. Woe betide anyone who dared to challenge him. In an instant, a peculiar consensus quietly formed within the hearts of all the survivors. One should not provoke the one who sleeps. Thus, an extraordinarily comical scene unfolded on the arena. A fierce melee erupted once more, with cries of battle and the resounding clamor of combat echoing throughout. The entire arena was engulfed in chaos, yet in a small, sunless corner, tranquility reigned supreme, and time flowed serenely. All assaults seemed to possess ascension awareness, deftly avoiding that sacred area. Even two combatants, blinded by bloodlust, inadvertently charged to the edge of the forbidden zone, only to exchange knowing glances and retreat in unison, choosing instead to settle their fates elsewhere. That place had transformed into an inviolable sanctuary. Meanwhile, the sovereign of this sanctum lay peacefully, drooling as he indulged in blissful dreams. Time sped by in this surreal and humorous atmosphere. One by one, contestants fell, dwindling from thousands to hundreds, and finally to a mere 100. Ultimately, when the elder referee's trembling voice announced the end of the melee, precisely 51 participants remained standing, no more, no less. 50 battered victors, gasping for breath, and one, the deity of slumber, rosy-cheeked and full of vitality. The final showdown commenced. According to the rules, these 51 would contend for the singular championship title. The 50 battle-worn prodigies exchanged wary glances, their eyes reflecting exhaustion, vigilance, and an indescribable absurdity. Then, in unison, their gazes shifted toward the 51st contestant, who had remained aloof throughout. Lu Qin, ranked second in strength, inhaled deeply, feeling the relentless trampling of his pride as a top-tier genius. He could not accept it. He could not bear the thought of having fought fiercely to reach this point, only to stand on the same stage as that slumbering fool. Nor could he tolerate the notion that the ultimate champion could emerge from such a farce. I shall take action. Lu Qin brandished his silver spear, stepping forth from the crowd, his sharp gaze locking onto the sleeping figure like a drawn sword, resolutely intent on eliminating him. He advanced step by step into the forbidden zone. Every heart raced, eager to witness the fate that awaited this audacious challenger. However, this time, nothing transpired. Lu Qin approached Xiao Yan unscathed, gazing at the defenseless face mere inches away, his features twitching with fury. "You shall be eliminated," he bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the arena as he channeled every ounce of his remaining energy into the silver spear. The spear emitted a piercing hum, its tip shimmering with lethal brilliance, coalescing into a force potent enough to pierce mountains. He intended to unleash this most formidable strike, expelling the sleeping deity and his bedding from the arena. Yet, at the very moment he was about to thrust his spear forward, a chilling fear, tinged with the scent of rust, pierced through his skull and sank deep into his soul like countless steel needles. In that fleeting instant, the arena vanished from his sight, replaced by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, where the cries of deities and demons echoed, and stars plummeted from the heavens. At the edge of that cosmos, a pair of indifferent eyes loomed over him, gazing down as if he were a mere insect, easily crushable beneath a finger. A frenzied thought detonated in his mind. Thrust it down, and death would follow. Not mere elimination, but a complete and utter demise, from flesh to soul. A fate from which there would be no rebirth. Lu Qin's handsome visage contorted, becoming more grotesque than a specter. His eyes, bloodshot with terror, were flooded with torrents of cold sweat cascading from his forehead. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the spear, infused with all his might, felt as heavy as a mountain in his grip, his wrist shaking as if it were sifting grain, unable to advance an inch. Pride, dignity, honor, before the fear that could freeze the soul into shards of ice, they were utterly meaningless. Clang! A sharp sound echoed, under the gaze of thousands of spectators. Petrified in shock, the genius Lu Qin, ranked second, lost his grip on the silver spear. He felt as though all his bones had been extracted, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. He stared at the still sleeping Xiao Yan, his expression akin to that of a man beholding an ultimate demon from the abyss of hell. I. His lips quivered for what felt like an eternity, before he mustered every ounce of strength to emit a hoarse, despair-laden scream filled with infinite dread and collapse. I concede. The world fell silent. On the dais, the presiding elder trembled as he stood. He regarded the youth who had been stirred from slumber by Lu Qin's outcry, rubbing his eyes in confusion, and then glanced at the disheveled Lu Qin, who lay on the ground, utterly unhinged. Taking a deep breath, with a voice trembling as though announcing the apocalypse, he declared to the assembly, this year's Inner Academy selection. The ultimate champion is Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan yawned, scratched his head, and asked in bewilderment, "Huh? It's over? I'm the champion? Oh, does that mean there is food?" That seemingly foolish inquiry dropped like a stone into the heart of the deathly silent square. Time appeared to freeze once more. The elder's declaration of Xiao Yan as the champion still buzzed in the ears of the crowd. The tens of thousands of spectators remained frozen, mouths agape, as if they had been utterly baffled by Lu Qin's unexpected surrender. On the dais, Elder Su Qian's aged face twitched, alternating between hues of green and white, resembling someone who had just swallowed a green fly. And then, this earth-shattering question about food emerged. In an instant, everyone's gaze snapped to the young man who had just risen from the ground, brushing off the dust from his backside, as if his eyes were drawn to him by an unseen magnet. The expressions of the crowd transitioned from a state of stupor to bewilderment, ultimately morphing into a peculiar gaze akin to that of observing a monster. Food. My friend, you have just triumphed in the most sacred and perilous selection competition of the Inner Academy of Canaan. You have terrified the formidable second-ranked contender to the point of collapse. You have forged an unparalleled legend that will be recounted for generations. And yet, your mind is solely preoccupied with food? What manner of thinking is this? The elder Su Qian at the judges' table could no longer contain himself. He felt a surge of bitterness in his throat, nearly choking on the blood he had held back for so long. In his 100 years of life, he had encountered countless geniuses, arrogant, insane, foolish, but none had ever treated a life-altering contest like an afternoon nap, only to awaken and inquire about mealtime. This was truly a first for him. This lad was a rare breed, undoubtedly toxic. It was imperative to intervene. Through gritted teeth, Su Qian managed to utter those 3 words. He feared that continuing this conversation would shatter the resolve he had painstakingly cultivated. He signaled to the presiding elder judge beside him. Quickly, bestow the rewards upon him. Let him depart. I never wish to lay eyes on him again. The elder judge comprehended instantly. Trembling, he rushed forward with a storage bracelet crafted from spatial jade, nearly tumbling in his haste. This bracelet contained all the rewards for the champion of this tournament, mountains of cultivation resources, the highest pass for entering the Inner Academy, and a coveted high-level Earth-grade martial technique, sought after by even the most powerful fighters. However, Xiao Yan merely glanced at the bracelet and then turned his hopeful gaze to the elder judge, inquiring, "So, is it time for a meal? I've slept all day, and my stomach is growling." The elder judge's hands trembled in midair, his worldview seemingly being ground into the dust by this young man in the most rudimentary of ways. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yan remained fixated on the ultimate question of dining, in a corner of the VIP section, Lin Feng's mind was graced by the familiar cold, mechanical voice. Ding. Branch task. The art of winning while lying down has been perfectly accomplished. Task evaluation, level S. The host has exquisitely illustrated the essence of winning while lying down in a manner that is both creative and humiliating, elevating a mundane spectacle into a divine act of artistic expression, maximizing amusement. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have received the Heavenly Realms Fatty's Joyful Newbie Gift Pack. 1. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Ah, this evaluation is quite fitting. With a mere thought, a futuristic light blue screen unfurled before him, displaying a cartoonish gift pack adorned with a smiling face, bouncing playfully at the center of the screen. With a flick of his consciousness, he initiated the opening. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the following items. 1 universal smartphone, Starry Black, 1. 2 classic original flavor of Happy Drinks, Chilled Enjoyment Edition, 1 case. 3 portable energy router, Pikachu design, 1. Upon seeing these familiar items, Lin Feng felt an immense sense of comfort within. He resolved to inject a touch of excitement into this rather dull award ceremony. Rising from his seat, he swayed towards the center of the stage where Xiao Yan stood negotiating meal arrangements with the elder judge. The moment he moved, he instantly became the focal point of the entire gathering. Elder Su Qian's pupils constricted sharply. The main character had arrived. The mastermind behind this grand spectacle was finally about to make an appearance. Under the watchful gaze of thousands, filled with awe, curiosity, and trepidation, Lin Feng approached Xiao Yan, who was still engaged in discussion. He patted his disciple on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, "Little Yan, you've worked hard. After such a long slumber, you must be thirsty, right?" As he spoke, he flicked his wrist. With a crisp sound, a can, adorned in red and white and gleaming with a metallic sheen, materialized in his hand. What on earth is this? Everyone present, including Su Qian, widened their eyes in astonishment. They had never encountered such a peculiar object. The can was perfectly sealed, embossed with incomprehensible flowing runes, and emitted a refreshing chill. As the audience speculated about the potential grade and extraordinary power of this artifact, Lin Feng made a move that nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. He placed his index finger on a small pull tab atop the can and gently tugged. With a resounding pop, a crisp and vibrant sound erupted, accompanied by a delightful rhythm. A stream of white mist poured forth from the small opening, carrying an invigoratingly sweet aroma. The mysterious black liquid, bubbling with effervescence, churned at the can's mouth. Gulp. Elder Su Qian swayed slightly, nearly toppling from his chair. To his astonishment, he realized that the explosive sound had carried a strange energy that penetrated his protective aura, causing his blood to surge and his mind to buzz. What a terrifying hidden weapon. Come, drink, quench your thirst. Lin Feng disregarded the petrified statues around him and offered the can to Xiao Yan. Receiving the chilling can, Xiao Yan gazed at the bubbling black liquid within and curiously inquired, "Master Ancestor, what kind of drink is this? Why does it bubble?" "This is called Happy Drink," Lin Feng casually replied. "Once consumed, it brings joy." "Brings joy upon drinking?" Xiao Yan, half believing, brought it to his lips and cautiously took a small sip. In the next moment, his eyes widened in sheer amazement. Countless tiny, lively bubbles burst on his tongue like thousands of little needles. A sensation that was icy, stimulating, and infinitely sweet surged through his mouth, racing down his throat and straight to his brain. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, exhilarating and indescribably delightful. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Xiao Yan could no longer contain himself. Clutching the can, he began to chug it down greedily. In the blink of an eye, the can of chilled cola was emptied. He let out a long, sweet burp, exclaiming, "Ah, what bliss!" Xiao Yan felt as though he had never tasted such joy in his life. The notions of fighting spirit and transcending levels to defeat enemies paled in comparison to the sheer happiness brought forth by this delightful drink. Observing the euphoric expression on his disciple's face, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. It seemed the time had come to unveil a true marvel and broaden their horizons. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a seemingly ordinary, jet-black, palm-sized brick. A large question mark appeared above everyone's heads. What on earth was this? The brick appeared unremarkable, devoid of any energy fluctuations. However, the next moment, Lin Feng casually traced his finger across its surface. Buzz! The black brick instantly illuminated. A soft yet vibrant light blossomed from within, revealing a myriad of colorful, intricately designed runes, arranged harmoniously on its glowing surface. At that moment, the entire world seemed to lose its color. All gazes were captivated by the enchanting radiance emanating from the tiny brick. What a treasure this was! At the podium, Elder Su Qian gasped in astonishment, springing to his feet, his face a canvas of disbelief and shock. He sensed that the brick contained a power beyond his comprehension, transcending the realm of tool refinement, a manifestation of profound principles. It was a miracle. Such a creation could only be wrought by divine beings. In a corner, the alchemist within the ring, old Yao, was so overwhelmed that his very soul seemed to radiate light. He fixated on the glowing brick, feeling his alchemist's spirit tremble in response to the unimaginable beauty of creation displayed upon it. Lin Feng paid no heed to their astonishment. With lively swipes of his fingers on the screen, he located an icon adorned with the faces of a cat and a mouse, tapping it. A cheerful tune resonated from the brick. Moments later, on that small screen, a blue cat and a brown mouse came to life. They frolicked and chased each other across the screen, scheming mischief. Tom was flattened by Jerry with a frying pan, only to puff back up in the next instant. Jerry sent Tom soaring into the sky on a rocket, exploding into a dazzling firework. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemed paralyzed, utterly transfixed by the screen. Their mouths widened in awe, their eyes grew rounder with astonishment. Their faces bore a striking resemblance, as if their worldviews had been repeatedly crushed, leaving them in a state of stupor and bewilderment. They were alive. Xiao Yan stammered as he pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. Master, this, within it, are two living beings sealed. Yao Lao floated out from the ring, his ethereal visage nearly pressing against the phone screen. He pointed at the shattered remnants of Tom, and then at the next moment where it sprang back to life, uttering in a ghostly tone, an immortal body. Could this possibly be the legendary Taishu divine soul? And two of them? My heavens! To seal two immortal Taishu divine souls within this modest brick for the sake of observation, what a monumental feat. In that instant, Yao Lao's worldview was utterly, completely, and mercilessly shattered, leaving no trace behind. Lin Feng, listening to their analysis, could not help but smirk. Taishu divine soul? Your imagination is indeed rather unique. He felt no inclination to explain, merely handing the phone to Xiao Yan with a casual remark, take it and play with it. From now on, this is yours. Chapter 38. A fragmented soul, a glimpse of Zhongzhou. Lin Feng's voice was soft, yet resonated like an invisible thunderclap in Xiao Yan and Yao Lao's hearts. This treasure, which seals two immortal divine souls and can reveal scenes from another realm, is given to me just like that. Xiao Yan cradled the black brick, warm to the touch, that played the antics of Tom and Jerry, feeling as if his arms were filled with lead, heavy beyond belief. The sum of all he had received in his life, from the Xiao family to Wutan City and then to Canaan Academy, likely paled in comparison to a speck of dust on this artifact. Yao Lao within the ring fell utterly silent. His ethereal form twisted in a peculiar manner, nearly brushing against Xiao Yan's ear. As his soul-powered eyes remained fixated on the screen, locked onto the cat that had just been flattened only to spring back to life. Dao rhythm. This is the indestructible Dao rhythm. Yao Lao's voice trembled, akin to a mortal witnessing a miracle for the first time. If only I could comprehend even a fraction of the indestructible laws within, how could my soul not attain greatness? How could my physical form not be remade? Xiao Yan, quickly, use your heart to perceive. Use your soul to experience. This is a tremendous opportunity bestowed upon you by your master. An unparalleled creation that could leave even the mighty Dou Sheng in a daze. Hearing Yao Lao's incoherent fervor, Lin Feng merely smirked. Indestructible laws? Comprehend? My dear disciple. If you delve deeper, at most you'll learn how to illustrate Tom and Jerry. Observing Xiao Yan and Yao Lao's eagerness to immerse their faces into the screen, Lin Feng stretched languidly, suddenly feeling a tad disinterested. While it was indeed entertaining to overpower mortals, spending prolonged periods with a group of kindergartners grew quite tiresome. He reclined against the chair, casting his gaze skyward, beginning to reminisce about the past, not long ago, merely days prior. Ah, yes, it came back to him. He suddenly recalled a trivial matter, muttering to himself. During my time at the Yunlan Sect, it seems I casually crushed a dark, smoky creature. What was it called? Oh, the Ancestor. The ancient figure within the ring jolted back to reality, a profound hatred and a deeper fear etched onto his ephemeral visage. You mean the Guardian of the Soul Hall? The Wraith Guardian? The Soul Hall? Lin Feng dug at his ear. Ah, yes, that's the name. Sounds rather intimidating, doesn't it? Intimidating is an understatement. The voice of the ancient figure grew sharp with excitement. Ancestor. The Soul Hall is the most enigmatic and malevolent organization on this Duki continent. They are like maggots in rotting flesh, infesting every corner of the land, specializing in hunting powerful souls. Their methods are bizarre, their cruelty unfathomable, and their strength immeasurable. I fell victim to their treachery in my youth, resulting in my current plight. Their headquarters remains a mystery, the greatest taboo across the continent. The ancient figure fervently painted the horrors of the Soul Hall, hoping to garner even a modicum of attention from his inscrutable ancestor. However, all he received was a long, drowsy yawn from Lin Feng. "Oh, so they're running a pyramid scheme." Lin Feng lazily waved his hand. "Calm down, what's all the fuss about? The sky isn't falling. Mysterious? Taboo?" He chuckled, a smirk of an adult playfully addressing a child. "Is there anything in this land that can escape my notice?" As his words faded, he slowly closed his eyes. There was no earth-shattering aura, no cataclysmic energy fluctuations. He simply leaned back in his chair, resembling an ordinary person napping on a tranquil afternoon. Yet, within the ring, the ancient figure felt as though his very soul was ensnared by an invisible hand. His body, composed of soul energy, began to tremble uncontrollably. For he sensed a will, an incomprehensible force. This will was not directed at him, nor aimed at anyone in particular. It merely emanated from Lin Feng, gently spreading outward. Then, in a manner that transcended space and time, surpassing the ancient figure's entire understanding, it instantaneously enveloped the world. In that moment, the ancient figure experienced a most absurd illusion. He felt the entirety of the Duki continent, from the eastern shores of the East Sea to the western deserts, from the frigid north to the vast mountains of the south, all shrinking, all fading, ultimately transforming into a transparent sand table before his eyes. And Lin Feng's will was the supreme eye, gazing down upon the entire tableau. "Let me see." Lin Feng's lips did not move. Yet his voice resonated deep within the ancient figure's soul. "That Wraith Guardian, I believe I killed him a few days ago." Lin Feng's will precisely anchored itself at a specific moment in time, atop the shattered plaza of the Yunlan Sect. He beheld himself, casually pointing, rendering that dark mist into nothingness. Every leader enjoys leaving a backdoor for their subordinates, facilitating surveillance. The master of the Soul Palace. "Let me see where your backdoor is hidden." Lin Feng's will began to engage in astonishing data restoration within the erased void. Those soul particles, which had completely dissipated and returned to the cosmos, started to defy all worldly laws and reassemble under his command. Soon, a soul imprint, weaker than dust by billions of times and on the verge of obliteration, was forcibly retrieved from the sands of time. This was the monitoring imprint left by the master of the Soul Palace deep within the soul of the guardian spirit. "I've captured it." Lin Feng's voice remained calm. "Now, let us follow the network to take a look, using that faint soul imprint as a coordinate." Lin Feng's immense consciousness, which enveloped the entire world, instantly contracted into an invisible point. Then, he leaped. Boom! At that moment, the soul of the elder Yao seemed to be pierced by 1,000 thunderbolts. He saw it. He witnessed the indescribable journey of the divine. It was not flight. It was not the traversal of space. It was the most brutal and unreasonable obliteration of the concept of distance. The towering edifices of Canaan Academy shrank into a tiny ink that in his vision, instantly flung behind him. The vast yellow sands of the northwestern region appeared as a faded scroll in his sight, flashing past. The magnificent mountains and rivers of central continent, countless powerful sects, and those space wormholes that could instill fear even in Dou Zone powerhouses, all transformed into blurred lines in his view. Merely a thought. An instant that felt far too prolonged. Lin Feng's will traversed billions of miles across the land. It descended. Here lay a realm, independent of the Duki continent. An eerie and sinister alternate space. The sky was eternally dark red. The earth flowed with a black river formed from countless souls' resentments. The air was thick with an inescapable stench of blood and ominousness. Towering black palaces, built from eerie white bones, lay like ancient ferocious beasts prostrated upon the ground, silently exuding a predatory aura. Countless half-transparent souls, bound by black chains, wailed and struggled in every corner. This was the purgatory of the mortal realm. This was the graveyard of souls. This was the headquarters of the Soul Palace, which caused the entire Duki continent to shudder in fear. At Canaan Academy, in the valley, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. From the moment he closed them to the instant he opened them again, the entire process took no more than 3 breaths. He gazed at Xiao Yan, who was utterly petrified by the overwhelming shock, oblivious even to his phone dropping to the ground, and at the silence pervading the ring belonging to Elder Yao. He extended his hand. With a pop, a can of chilled soda appeared in his grasp. The crisp sound of the tab being pulled in the stillness of the valley was particularly jarring. Lin Feng tilted his head back and took a deep swig. Oh. He contentedly exhaled a breath of sweet, cool air. Then, with a tone reminiscent of someone who has just returned from a market, dissatisfied with the quality of the produce, he remarked nonchalantly, "Found it. The decor style is utterly garish. 1 star. Chapter 39, The Soul Palace? Merely a large-scale illegal fundraising breeding ground. 1 star. This seemingly light-hearted critique struck like an invisible hammer, landing heavily upon the hearts of the old pharmacist and Xiao Yan, rendering them momentarily blind. nearly choking on their breath. Stuck in the same position, they remained frozen, as if their very blood and muscles had turned to ice. The phone had long slipped from Xiao Yan's trembling hand, crashing to the ground. On the screen, the elusive spirit named Tom was repeatedly flattened by a gigantic anvil, bouncing back only to be crushed once more. Yet now, this extraordinary scene could no longer captivate their attention. Their minds, souls, and the entire world around them replayed the indescribable terror of the recent journey. The perception of space dissolved, and in an instant, they traversed countless mountains and rivers, arriving at the forbidden realm as if stepping into their own backyard. All within the span of 3 breaths. Did he truly venture into the central continent? Did he accurately locate the lair of the Soul Palace? A place feared even by the mightiest of Dou Shang, which had eluded them for millennia? Master Ancestor. The old pharmacist's soul flickered like a malfunctioning lamp, on the verge of extinguishing. His ethereal lips trembled for what felt like an eternity before he managed to squeeze out a coherent question through gritted teeth. What? What did you see just now? As he uttered these words, his heart was a tumultuous blend of fear and an almost soul-consuming anticipation. The fear stemmed from the horrific reputation of the Soul Palace, a colossal entity capable of bringing even the continent's foremost alchemist to ruin. The anticipation arose from his eagerness to understand how his inscrutable ancestor perceived his lifelong nemesis, the very embodiment of his hatred and fear. Lin Feng turned to gaze at the old pharmacist, who wore an expression of both trepidation and curiosity, and he couldn't help but chuckle. It was as if he recalled a particularly amusing incident. He picked up a half-drunk can of cola nearby and took a hearty gulp. Oh, the icy bubbles exploded in his throat, delivering a refreshing shiver. About that place called the Soul Palace? Lin Feng smacked his lips, as if savoring the memory of a recent excursion, contemplating how to impart a lesson in advanced situational analysis to his unworldly disciple. Well, how shall I put it? Its location in a secluded space is quite clever, reminiscent of a dimensional server, sufficiently discreet. I might grant it 3 stars. Dimensional server? The old pharmacist and Xiao Yan exchanged bewildered glances, seeing nothing but confusion reflected in each other's eyes. What esoteric jargon was this? Ignoring their perplexity, Lin Feng continued, his tone tinged with a hint of disdain. However, the interior design leaves much to be desired. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, filled with skeletal frames and iron chains, housing a multitude of wailing souls. A pungent aroma reminiscent of decayed corpses mingled with rust, causing an unbearable ache in one's mind. It resembled a large-scale illegal pyramid scheme, lacking refinement and deserving of scathing reviews. Particularly, that contraption known as the Soul Prison was nothing short of a design failure, akin to a poorly conceived soul power bank. The conversion efficiency was lamentably low, with an exorbitant rate of loss. Upon glancing inside, it was evident that the souls confined within exuded an energy dissipation rate exceeding 70%. Such reckless squander of precious resources was truly appalling. The more Lin Feng spoke, the deeper his frown became, his expression akin to that of a top-tier programmer confronted with an unmanageable mountain of chaotic code. Furthermore, he mentioned recognizing several familiar faces within. Lin Feng suddenly turned to old Yao, pointing out, in the 5th row, 7th from the front, the one crying the loudest, wasn't he named Feng Xian, your old buddy? And in the 9th row, there's one on the verge of being drained to a husk, resembling an ancient mushroom. What was his name again? Oh, he seems to be an elder from the Dan Tower, the one who almost came to blows with you over a pill recipe? Boom. Those 2 sentences struck old Yao's soul like bolts of heavenly thunder. Feng Xian, the elder from the Dan Tower. These were once dear friends who had mysteriously vanished a century ago. He had searched for them for centuries. To his astonishment, they were indeed confined within the Soul Palace. A torrent of hatred and fury erupted within old Yao. The Soul Palace. How brazenly oppressive. He roared in anguish. Yet, just as his fury began to pour forth, Lin Feng's next words abruptly quelled it. All right, enough with the ghostly wailing. Lin Feng waved his hand impatiently. Isn't it just a matter of being locked up? What is the big deal? I can easily rescue you when I pass by. Old Yao's rage was instantly lodged in his throat, caught in a limbo, nearly choking him. Rescue? Rescue? As if it were as simple as fishing for a fish at the market? This was the Soul Palace, a lair so perilous that even a Dou Shang would dare not storm in recklessly. Observing old Yao's bewildered expression, lost in the existential crisis of who he was and what he was about to do, Lin Feng sighed. It seems that without clarification, you cannot comprehend. He cleared his throat, preparing to deliver a soul-stirring, dimension-altering lecture to his disciples and grand-disciples. The reason you fear the Soul Palace is merely because you perceive it as formidable and mysterious, correct? Old Yao and Xiao Yan instinctively nodded vigorously. Incorrect. Lin Feng declared emphatically, waving his hand decisively. In my perspective, this organization is fundamentally a farce. Firstly, regarding its members, I just scan them with my divine sense. Every so-called strong individual within, be it Dou Zun or Dou Sheng, is utterly impotent. Their powers are muddled and impure, reliant on devouring others' souls to maintain their fade. Their foundation is as flimsy as a shoddy construction, with constant internal energy conflicts and vulnerabilities abound. Such a character, do not even mention battling with true peers. Even if I were to send my disciple, Xiao Yan, equipped with the modifier I provided, he could easily treat them as mere experience fodder. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan instantly straightened his back, his eyes sparkling with excitement. However, the old alchemist in the ring felt his heart clench with anxiety. Those powerful Dou saints from the Soul Palace, capable of soothing crying infants, were, in the eyes of his master, nothing but inferior goods. Moreover, their leader, that so-called Soul Heaven Emperor, a mere farmer? The old alchemist felt his very soul begin to tremble. He harbored a strong premonition that the words his master was about to utter might completely upend his understanding accumulated over more than a millennium. Indeed, Lin Feng, with a tone reminiscent of critiquing a third-rate web novel villain, spoke disdainfully. That fellow has some ambition, aspiring to emulate the ancient Emperor Tua Shi by devouring to attain imperial status. Yet, he has strayed from the correct path. He consumed the, which fundamentally embodies devouring rather than merging. This has resulted in his power being, quite frankly, borrowed, not his own. It's akin to a hacker who cannot write code but relies on pre-written malicious software to wreak havoc. It may appear impressive, yet he comprehends nothing of the underlying logic of power. Even if he were to somehow achieve an imperial realm, it would undoubtedly be a system riddled with backdoors. A pirated version that crashes at the slightest touch. It may look good, but it is utterly useless, a quintessential fade. Thus, Lin Feng spread his hands and delivered a final, definitive conclusion. This so-called Soul Palace, in my eyes, is not a terrifying organization at all. It is merely a chaotic and inefficient large-scale illegal soul breeding farm run by an overly ambitious farmer, accompanied by a group of hormone-enhanced thugs. With such a level of incompetence, they aspire to unify the continent? Huh. Lin Feng let out a barely audible scoff, a mere whisper of derision. The world around him fell into a profound silence. The old alchemist's soul no longer flickered. His ethereal visage bore no signs of anger, fear, or shock. It was devoid of expression, a blank canvas. It was as if his entire worldview had been shattered, forcefully reconstructed, then shattered again, ultimately dissolving into a void of profound enlightenment. Indeed, it dawned upon him. The entity he had loathed and feared for a lifetime, regarded as his ultimate nightmare, was merely a breeding farm? Chapter 40. Come, Master will take you on a journey to the central continent. At this moment, time seemed to lose its significance. Space itself solidified into a comically absurd amber due to the phrase large-scale illegal soul breeding farm. The old alchemist's soul drifted in the air. Akin to a wisp of smoke easily dispersed by a breeze, its color faded. His ethereal face exhibited no expression, a canvas of emptiness. The Soul Palace, which he had loathed and feared for a lifetime, perceived as a lifelong nightmare, the very entity that imprisoned his dear friend and led to his family's ruin. Leaving him to languish within the confines of the ring, was nothing more than a colossal behemoth. In the words of the venerable Ancestor, it is merely a breeding ground, a realm of inefficiency and chaotic management, with a taste and decoration deserving of harsh criticism, and the shadowy figure that haunts his midnight reveries. The sovereign of the Soul Palace, the Emperor of Souls, is but a mere proprietor? The term proprietor resonates like a rusted, dull blade, scraping back and forth in the deepest recesses of his soul, painful yet relentless, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. He perceives that the worldview he painstakingly constructed over millennia is akin to a balloon, inflated and then punctured gently, bursting with a soft pop, leaving not a fragment behind. Only a profound void of bewilderment. It dawns on him that the struggles and animosities of his lifetime resemble a child trembling on the bed, fearing monsters lurking beneath. Only to discover one day, when an adult lifts the bed frame, that beneath lies merely a powerless vacuum cleaner. This sensation is neither awakening nor enlightenment, but rather an absurdity, a deeply ingrained absurdity that evokes both laughter and tears. Beside him, Xiao Yan is not in a much better state, although he does not carry the burdensome past that Medicine Elder does. The terrifying tales of the Soul Palace narrated by his teachers have long been etched into his bones. This was the ultimate challenge that even his teacher, once the continent's premier alchemist, could only lament. It was the final adversary he would have to risk his life to confront in the future. Yet now, the Ancestor reveals that this ultimate adversary is a mere counterfeit, that the formidable fighters under his command, capable of silencing the cries of children, are akin to fragile tofu, that with the auxiliary powers bestowed by the Ancestor, he could vanquish them as if they were mere trivial foes. Xiao Yan's Adam's apple bobbed with effort as his mind struggled to comprehend. He suddenly felt that the sacrifices he made over the 3-year covenant, the arduous efforts to defeat Lin Yanran, seemed like a jest. With the Ancestor present, was there any need for his exertions? It appeared that all he needed to do was to lie back and relax. Just as both master and disciple were collectively questioning their existence, Lin Feng's somewhat impatient voice yanked them back to reality. He shook the empty can of soda in his hand, realizing it was devoid of contents. At that very moment, a stunning figure gracefully appeared. Medusa, now fully adapted to her role as a maid. Skillfully, she retrieved a chilled can from her spatial ring and respectfully offered it to Lin Feng. The crisp sound of the pull tab echoed sharply. Lin Feng took a generous sip, exhaling a refreshing breath as his gaze fell upon the screen where Tom Cat was still being pummeled into various shapes. Hey Xiao Yan, don't just stand there like a fool. Come and take a look at this. It's far more entertaining than those futile thoughts. With that, he swiped at the phone screen, transitioning the scene from Tom and Jerry to an even more outrageous image. Before them unfolded an endless expanse of starry night. Stars rotating slowly. Following that, an unimaginably massive iron vessel, trailing a long blue flame, roared past the lens. What on earth is this? The soul of the old medicine master was instantly drawn in. He could sense that the colossal steel vessel exuded no trace of fighting spirit. Yet the overwhelming pressure it emanated, the visual impact belonging to an entirely different civilization, was more astonishing than any combat technique. Ah, this is a curvature spaceship. A fundamental tool for interstellar travel, Lin Feng casually explained. As for its speed, it's adequate, approximately several dozen light years per second. Light years? The term was incomprehensible to them. Yet the old medicine master and Xiao Yan had already learned to relinquish their attempts at understanding. They merely stared wide-eyed, like two country bumpkins entering the city for the first time, fixated on the bizarre cosmic spectacle displayed on the screen. Observing their naive expressions, Lin Feng stretched languidly and stood up from his reclining chair, his bones cracking audibly. Alas, my joints are nearly rusted from staying in this small place, he mused. After stretching a bit, as if deciding what to have for dinner, he announced nonchalantly, "We've wrapped up here, and it's time to move on to the next destination." The next destination? The soul of the old medicine master trembled violently. He snapped back to reality from the awe-inspiring cosmic imagery, his voice quivering as he cautiously inquired, "Master, Ancestor, where are we going?" A wild thought, one he had never even dared to imagine before, burgeoned within him. Xiao Yan also held his breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Feng did not respond immediately. He slowly finished the last sip of his cola, tossing the empty can into the air where it vanished into sparkling particles. Then he turned to gaze at the old medicine master's face, which was etched with longing and trepidation, and then at Xiao Yan's eyes, which shone like light bulbs. He smiled. With the most mundane tone, he uttered 2 words that would send shockwaves across the entire northwestern continent. Central State. Boom. Those 2 words struck like 2 mountains, crashing into the minds of the old medicine master and Xiao Yan. Central State. It was not merely a geographical name. It was a legend. The heart of the fighting spirit continent, the cradle of geniuses, and the graveyard of the strong. It was where the alchemist guild stood tall. The Soul Palace loomed, and the ancient 8 clans remained hidden from the world, a myth of human existence. It was the place the old medicine master yearned to return to for vengeance against traitors. It was the ultimate stage Xiao Yan aspired to reach, to seek the rescue his father, and truly become powerful. For them, that location signified a perilous path fraught with life and death. Yet now, in the mouth of the Ancestor, it was merely the next destination. Seeing their stunned expressions, as if struck by lightning, Lin Feng seemed to crave even more excitement and continued, "By the way, go fetch your traitorous disciple, Han Feng, and that so-called lair of the Soul Palace while you're at it. This way, you won't have to whine in my ear every day. It's rather bothersome." He then turned to Xiao Yan, patting his shoulder, "And while you're at it, see if there are any interesting in Central State. Gather a few more. You can use them as marbles to alleviate your boredom in the future." The world fell profoundly silent. In this moment, the soul of the venerable Yao seemed to undergo an exquisite cycle, traversing from the depths of hell to the heights of heaven, only to plummet back to the mortal realm. Initially, he appeared dazed, but soon, his ethereal eye sockets began to glisten with crimson. Subsequently, 2 streams of tears, composed of the purest essence of his soul, cascaded down his aged cheeks. Memories flooded back, of the despair when the traitor Han Feng ambushed him, annihilating his physical form and forcing him to flee in utter disgrace. He recalled the humiliation of being hunted by the Soul Palace for centuries, living like a stray dog, constantly evading capture. He thought of the old friends imprisoned within the Soul Palace, enduring relentless torment, trapped in a limbo where life was unbearable, yet death eluded them. Centuries of hatred, sorrow, resentment, and anguish, emotions so weighty they could crush even the mightiest of Peak Dozun, finally found an outlet in this moment. That outlet was encapsulated in the two seemingly casual remarks of his ancestor. Just take it casually. Treat it like a game of marbles. How commanding. How composed. With a thud, Yao, once a revered figure across the continent, could no longer maintain his composure. He knelt before Lin Feng, prostrating himself, weeping uncontrollably. Ancestor, oh ancestor. Words escaped him. He could only express the emotions that had been pinned up for centuries in this primal manner. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, after a brief moment of shock, was ablaze with excitement. To seize the old nest? To use as marbles? My heavens, is this even a rational thought? Yet, it was simply exhilarating. He felt his heart racing within his chest, a surge of blood rushing to his head. What three-year pact, what familial honor and disgrace, what deeply rooted vendetta, before the travel-like itinerary proposed by his ancestor, all seemed inconsequential. This was life. This was the existence he had always yearned for. Lin Feng observed Xiao Yan, who was weeping like a 300-pound child, while the latter hopped about in excitement. Feeling a bit of a headache, he rubbed his temples. Disliking such sentimental displays, he waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted Yao. All right, enough of the tears. At your age, this is unbecoming. He spoke in an authoritative tone, issuing his final command. Ready? Let us depart. The moment the words left his lips, he casually stepped forward. There was no tearing of space, no fluctuations of dou qi, not even a whisper of wind. Yet, with that single step, he, Xiao Yan, Medusa, and the venerable Yao within the ring vanished from their location, as if they had never graced the Canaan Academy with their presence. All that remained was the small valley, reduced to rubble, and the artifact named the Emperor Flame Cauldron, resembling a rice cooker, bearing witness to the passage of a divine being. A travel group destined to turn the entire central continent upside down, causing countless top-tier forces to question their existence, was officially on its journey. Chapter 41, Central Continent? With this step, the world was transformed. Xiao Yan felt as if the heavens were spinning, his mind tossed about like a garment in a washing machine. When he opened his eyes once more, everything around him had changed. No longer beneath the familiar eaves of Canaan Academy, nor engulfed by the oppressive chaos of the Black Corner region, they found themselves in a realm of indescribable grandeur. Standing atop a towering solitary peak, the sea of clouds roiled beneath their feet, resembling an unending surge of white fury. At the horizon loomed innumerable loftier mountains, dark and imposing, severing the sky from the earth, each one reminiscent of a slumbering ancient beast, exuding an aura of desolation and antiquity. What profoundly stirred Xiao Yan's spirit was the very air itself, thick enough to be wrung for moisture. With a single breath, the overwhelming essence of the world, tenfold more potent than that of the northwest continent, flooded into his limbs like a torrent breaching a dam, ferociously coursing through his being. The dormant fighting spirit within him surged to life, akin to a ravenous beast awakened from an eternal slumber, instantly boiling and roaring, accompanied by the audible cracking of an invisible bottleneck in his cultivation, as if it were on the verge of shattering. This was the central state, the heart of the fighting spirit continent. In this legendary land where fighting kings walked freely and fighting emperors were as common as dogs, only those who reached the fighting ancestor level could dare to hold their heads high. Central state, central state. At long last, I have returned. From within his ring, a phantom emerged uncontrollably. Yao Lao's soul trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, his aged visage reflecting a tumult of emotions, excitement, nostalgia, resentment, and sorrow, each rolling across his ethereal form, causing it to flicker precariously, nearly dissipating on the spot. He opened his arms wide. Like a lost child after a century of wandering, yearning to embrace this land he both cherished and loathed. Centuries of desperate flight and lingering survival coalesced into a long-suppressed roar upon setting foot on this soil. Xiao Yan, ignited by his master's fervor, clenched his fists with a crackling intensity, a fire igniting within his chest. Central state, the next stage for Xiao Yan. Here, he would seek the rare fire, rescue his father, vanquish his foes, and embark upon the true path of strength. Beside him, Kai Lin wore a grave expression upon her striking countenance. As a fighting ancestor, her senses were sharper than those of Xiao Yan and Yao Lao, allowing her to discern the terrifying presence lurking beneath the placid sea of clouds, enough to send shivers down her spine. Instinctively, she shifted half a step behind Lin Feng, positioning herself in a manner that offered protection while avoiding offense. Silently, her fighting spirit surged, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The mountaintop was momentarily enveloped in a solemn, impassioned, and almost tragic atmosphere. Yet, this ambience was abruptly shattered by a most inopportune sound, a loud smacking of lips. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Lin Feng, the instigator of the disruption, imitated their actions and took a deep breath. However, his brow soon furrowed. Yes, he frowned. At a moment when Yao Lao was nearly beside himself with excitement. and Xiao Yan was fervently eager to engage in battle. While Kai Lin remained on high alert, he chose to frown. Under the puzzled gazes of the others, Lin Feng spoke in a tone reminiscent of a critic evaluating roadside cuisine. Well, how should I put it? The air quality here is, shall we say, just passable. The value of 25 is somewhat better than the desolate and inhospitable terrain to the south. At the very least, it does not choke the throat. However, a shift in his tone revealed a hint of disdain upon his face. The impurities within this aura are still rather excessive, lacking in purity. With a single inhalation, one is left with an indescribable scent reminiscent of industrial exhaust. The atmosphere is eerily silent, and the hoarse shout of the old pharmacist is trapped at the back of his throat, suspended in limbo. He stands with his mouth agape, maintaining a pose as if embracing the heavens, frozen mid-air like a glitching image. The fiery emotion within Xiao Yan's chest, poised to erupt, was abruptly quelled by this remark, reddening his face in the process. He felt akin to an overinflated balloon, poised to soar into the sky, only to be punctured by a sharp needle. The fighting spirit secretly circulating within Kai Lin nearly went astray, as her eternally icy cheeks twitched ever so slightly. 3 individuals, 3 distinct postures. Yet all wore the same petrified expression. Their minds seemed to have been detonated by a nuclear bomb, unleashing a tempestuous wave of thoughts. Central Continent. The fabled sanctuary of the powerful. According to the words of their ancestral master, the air quality is merely acceptable. 25. A scent of industrial fumes? What audacious words these are. The old pharmacist felt as though, after thousands of years, his worldview, which sustained him, had been mercilessly ground into the earth by this ancestral master, time and again. A lifelong adversary, the master of the Soul Hall, had now become a mismanaged farm owner. His lifelong aspiration, to return to the Central Continent, had been reduced to mere tourism in the mouth of his master. Now, the paradise of cultivation in his eyes, a sacred place that countless dream of visiting, had transformed into a suburban area with passable air quality, tainted with industrial odors. The old pharmacist suddenly questioned whether he had erred in his life's journey. Could it be that beyond this continent lies another realm where the air is so pure that it even possesses a hint of sweetness? And that the ancestral master hails from such a celestial place? Xiao Yan's lips twitched uncontrollably as he began to comprehend that the greatest challenge in following the ancestral master was not defeating enemies, but rather preserving his fragile worldview, which could shatter at any moment. He began to seriously doubt whether his previous understanding of this world was fundamentally flawed. Perhaps, in the eyes of the ancestral master, the continent of fighting spirit is simply a relatively backward novice village server with a lagging network. Lin Feng entirely disregarded the 3 stone sculptures, now completely weathered behind him. He strolled around the mountain peak twice, quickly losing interest in the scenery. A mountain is merely a mountain, and clouds are just clouds. After a while, they all become rather mundane. He retrieved a comfortable beach chair, capable of inducing weight gain, laid back, and fished out a chilled can of sugary soda from his ring. Sigh, how dull. He stretched widely, his bones cracking with a series of sharp sounds. Well, the check-in photo has been taken. It is time to find something of substance to engage in. The phrase something of substance struck the 3 petrified individuals like a bolt from the blue, instantly rousing them from their stupor. The hearts of Yao Lao and Xiao Yan suddenly raced to their throats. They were genuinely frightened. Indeed, terrified. Even the trivial matters spoken of by their revered master could send Canaan Academy into a frenzy. What would the serious matters he mentioned do? Master, esteemed ancestor. Xiao Yan's lips trembled as he contemplated asking, yet hesitated in fear. At that moment, a voice, audible only to Lin Feng, resonated perfectly within his mind. Ding. Welcome to the grand expansion of the Central Continent's turmoil. Detecting a decline in the host's emotional state and a hint of boredom. Automatically initiating a task to amuse the esteemed ancestor. The Soul Palace Cleanup Series. Task details will be revealed shortly. A mischievous yet sinister smile slowly graced Lin Feng's lips. Finally, something entertaining was about to unfold. Chapter 42. System Announcement. Soul Palace Cleanup Plan. The mischievous smile on Lin Feng's face instantly transformed the atmosphere atop the mountain into something indescribably peculiar. Just as Yao Lao and Xiao Yan began to recover from the overwhelming scent of the Central Continent's industrial air, they caught sight of their master's expression, causing their hearts to skip a beat and a chill to surge down their spines. This smile was all too familiar to them. The last time their master smiled like this, the Yunlan Sect was obliterated. The time before that, he had effortlessly uprooted the heavenly burning refining tower from beneath Canaan Academy with a mere slap. What was he plotting now? Yao Lao's ethereal form instinctively drifted back half a foot, his gaze vigilant, fearing Lin Feng might next utter some mad proclamation about flattening half of Central Continent to make it more spacious. Xiao Yan nervously swallowed, afraid to even breathe. The serious matters spoken of by their master were anything but mundane, at least, not for certain individuals. In this suffocating silence, The mechanical voice in Lin Feng's mind continued to cheerfully resonate. Ding. The task to amuse the esteemed ancestor has successfully commenced. Series task name, Soul Palace Cleanup. Task description, detecting a plethora of dilapidated structures in this world, polluting the environment and detracting from the aesthetic appeal, thereby lowering the standards of civilization. To uphold the love and peace of the world and provide a pleasant travel environment, please proceed to clear away these eyesores. Task assistance tools loading. 10, 50, 100, loading complete. As the final word left his mind, a faint hum, seemingly emanating from another dimension, resonated. Before the astonished eyes of Xiao Yan, Yao Lao, and Kai Lin, the void before them rippled like a surface of water, and countless luminous points surged forth from the center of the ripples, swiftly intertwining and sketching intricate designs. In mere moments, an enormous, semi-transparent light screen, radiating a soft blue glow, materialized out of thin air, hovering atop the mountain. This light screen was nothing short of miraculous. With an astonishing precision, it flawlessly replicated the entire topography of the central continent. Majestic mountains, rushing rivers, vast plains, and bustling cities, all manifest in a three-dimensional form, with the flowing mist between the mountains and the rustling grass in the woods rendered with astonishing realism. What is this extraordinary phenomenon? The voice of the venerable alchemist trembled, his spirit nearly pressing against the luminous screen before him. Once the foremost alchemist of the continent, he had encountered countless rare treasures, yet this map capable of encompassing the entirety of Zhongzhou shattered his perception entirely. This creation could not possibly be the work of human hands. Xiao Yan and Kai Lin gazed in awe, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, their hearts pounding in disbelief. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the next instant, the colossal luminous map erupted with a series of blinding crimson dots. 1, 2, 10, 100. An overwhelming swarm of red points ignited like a raging wildfire, instantly engulfing the entire map of Zhongzhou. From its bustling central cities to the remote depths of ancient forests, nearly omnipresent. Each red dot exuded an aura of barely perceptible dread and malevolence. Ding. The system's voice resonated once more, this time imbued with a warm, guiding tone. The real-time coordinate map of the Soul Palace branches has been activated. This map encompasses all branches, strongholds, liaison stations, and hidden warehouses established by the Soul Palace in Zhongzhou, totaling 372 locations. Map functionality. It allows for real-time tracking of target movements, providing optimal navigation routes, ensuring you shall never lose your way. All locations are now highlighted. Please commence your cleansing operations. Boom. This proclamation struck like a thunderclap in the depths of the alchemist's soul. His ethereal form quivered violently, nearly disintegrating on the spot. He fixated on the hundreds of thousands of red dots on the luminous screen, the color draining from his aged face, leaving only a pallor of despair. 372 locations. 372 strongholds of the Soul Palace. He had always believed that while the Soul Palace was formidable, its actions were shrouded in secrecy, with its influence in Zhongzhou confined to the shadows. Yet, he never imagined that the minions of the Soul Palace had infiltrated to such a horrifying extent. This was, in essence, a web ensnaring the entirety of Zhongzhou. He recalled the centuries he had spent evading pursuers, akin to a stray dog, fleeing in every direction, living in perpetual anxiety. He thought of those friends who had been captured by the Soul Palace, their fates unknown, enduring torment day and night in the Soul Prison. He once believed that if Xiao Yan could grow strong and unite all righteous forces on the continent, they would one day launch a counteroffensive against the Soul Palace and eradicate this malignant tumor. However, gazing at the map before him, the flicker of vengeful hope that had ignited in his heart was extinguished with a single splash of cold water, leaving not even a wisp of smoke behind. There was no hope. Absolutely no hope. In the face of such a colossal, deeply entrenched monstrosity, what could personal strength accomplish, let alone seeking vengeance? Merely surviving within this web of entrapment was a luxury beyond reach. A profound sense of helplessness, deep to the marrow, swiftly engulfed the venerable alchemist. Throughout his life, he harbored a profound hatred and engaged in relentless struggles, only to ultimately realize that he was merely grappling with an immovable iceberg. How tragic, how absurd. Beside him, Xiao Yan appeared ghostly pale, his scalp tingling and his back drenched in a cold sweat. Each red dot could signify a Dou zone or even a Dou zone. Over 300 red dots. What a staggering concept. He felt akin to a novice player emerging from a beginner's village, eagerly preparing to tackle his first dungeon, only for the system to unveil the entire future expansion map and final bosses all at once. That sensation was not merely one of shock, it was suffocating, instilling a despair so profound that even the thought of resistance seemed utterly futile. As the master and disciple stood there, their minds blank from the overwhelming impact of this despair-laden map, Kai Lin's delicate countenance grew serious, her heart secretly alarmed. Suddenly, a languid yet pleasantly surprised voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere, emanating from a beach chair. "Oh, not bad at all." Lin Feng reclined comfortably, sipping his cold cola. With an enthusiastic gaze fixed upon the lighted map, a broad smile illuminating his face. They even included Gouda maps in an achievement list? This system is becoming increasingly sophisticated. He extended a finger, lightly tracing the air above the screen, causing the map to expand instantly, revealing the precise details of each red dot with remarkable clarity. Observing those markers indicative of blood-soaked battlegrounds and tumultuous strife, he emitted a delighted sound akin to that of a gamer immersed in play. 372 of them. Such a quantity, such distribution, such density. Isn't this just a real-life version of whack-a-mole? Whack-a-mole? Yao Lao and Xiao Yan abruptly lifted their heads, staring at Lin Feng with looks of sheer disbelief, as if he were mad. They felt their ears might be deceiving them. The Soul Palace, the ultimate nightmare that had shrouded the continent for millennia, an organization that imprisoned countless powerful souls, instilling fear in all who heard its name, was being trivialized by their ancestor as a mere amusement park game? And those 372 strongholds, capable of inducing despair in any premier force, were merely 372 moles awaiting their turn to be struck? Yao Lao opened his mouth, his soul flickering uncertainly. He wished to voice something, yet found his throat seared, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. He suddenly felt that his previous despair and indignation appeared remarkably foolish, akin to an ant fretting over a small puddle, only for a giant to stroll by and chuckle. "Oh, look, there's a footbath here." This sensation transcended absurdity. It embodied a complete relinquishment of one's worldview. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to their crumbling perspectives. He was in high spirits, as if he had discovered an exceptionally entertaining new game to pass the afternoon. His long fingers glided leisurely across the map, as if selecting which level to commence first. Well, in gaming, one must always progress gradually, starting from the beginner's village for the best experience. As he muttered to himself, he gradually shifted the perspective of the map from the heart of the Central State to the bordering region between the Central State and the Black Corner domain. Let me see, where are the nearest monsters around here? His gaze fixed upon a red dot in that area. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Elder of Medicine and Xiao Yan, whose pupils had suddenly contracted, he gently tapped the screen with an amused smile. Chapter 43. The opening ceremony begins at the Azura Palace. Lin Feng's finger glided across the luminescent map, finally pausing at a red, situated at the juncture of the Central State and the Black Corner domain, and he casually tapped it. As his fingertip made contact, the red dot flickered momentarily, and a line of crimson text immediately appeared beside it. Novice Village First Level, Level Name, Azura Palace, Difficulty Rating, 1 star, Easy. Lin Feng regarded this line of text with satisfaction, nodding approvingly, a relaxed smile gracing his face akin to that of a player preparing to embark on a new tutorial. All right, this is it. He withdrew his finger, clapped his hands, resembling a tour guide announcing the itinerary. Consider this our opening ceremony for the journey through the Central State. Let's warm up first. However, as soon as these words escaped his lips, the previously silent ring erupted with turmoil. Azura Palace? The voice of the Elder of Medicine was so sharp it was almost unrecognizable, his recently stabilized soul flickering wildly, as if it might disperse at any moment. Master, you must not. His voice trembled with a fear deeply embedded in his bones, rushing out from the ring without hesitation. His ethereal form placing itself between Lin Feng and the luminous screen, as if to shield him from an impending catastrophe with his fading soul. Master, you do not understand. That is the most fearsome branch of the Soul Palace on the outskirts of the Central State. It is a veritable hell on earth. Xiao Yan watched his master in such a state, his heart sinking in tandem. He had never witnessed his master so uncomposed, even when facing the Queen of Beauty, Medusa, or the semi-saint powerhouses of the Canaan Academy. His master had merely appeared solemn, never like this, with his voice trembling. What on earth was the Azura Palace? The Elder of Medicine seemed to recollect something terrifying, his aged face etched with dread. The master there is known as the Bloodhand Butcher, a genuinely formidable Dozong expert. Indeed, at the pinnacle of Dozong, the number of opponents who have perished at his hands exceeds 80. He practiced a sinister technique, reveling in the torment of the strong, mercilessly extracting their souls. His methods were beyond human comprehension. In the Black Corner domain, and even within certain territories of the Central State, merely uttering his name could instill fear in children, causing seasoned experts to take detours. Master, we absolutely must not provoke him. Is that not akin to courting death? The Elder of Medicine was genuinely terrified. His fear was not solely for his own soul's demise, but rather for his master, who, despite being extraordinarily powerful, was newly arrived in the Central State and unaware of its depths. Should an unfortunate encounter lead them to be besieged by the Soul Palace, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Xiao Yan felt his heart race, a chill running down his spine. The pinnacle of Dozong. What did that even mean? A being of a level surpassing even his maid Kai Lin and the Grand Elder Su Qian of Canaan Academy. Moreover, this individual is notorious for their penchant for slaughter. To provoke such a person? This is not merely a journey. It is akin to embarking on a hellish challenge from the very outset. Xiao Yan's gaze instinctively drifted towards Lin Feng. Deep down, he earnestly hoped that his master would heed his counsel and proceed with caution. However, what he encountered was merely a face marked by boredom, even a hint of impatience. Lin Feng casually dug at his ears. Seemingly irritated by the noise from the elderly pharmacist, he tilted his head, observing the pharmacist's expression as if the sky were falling, and curiously inquired, "What was that you mentioned about a butcher? What level of cultivation?" The pharmacist was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "Peak Dozong." "Oh, Dozong." Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod of understanding. Then, amidst the increasingly anxious stares from the pharmacist and Xiao Yan, he adopted an unusually serious tone. As if engaged in academic research, and offered his assessment. "It sounds rather unimpressive." In that instant, the entire world seemed to be muted. The terror etched on the pharmacist's face froze in place, while Xiao Yan's heart, which had climbed to his throat, abruptly stalled. Not very impressive? Could they have misheard? That was the peak of Dozong, a figure capable of establishing a sect and ruling a domain in the central continent. An existence they had never even dared to glance at before. To their master, such a being was merely not very impressive. Observing the bewildered expressions of his disciples, Lin Feng, seemingly eager for more excitement, stretched lazily and rose from his recliner, nonchalantly adding, "Well, consider it an appetizer before the main course." An appetizer? The peak of Dozong is merely an appetizer? The pharmacist's mouth opened in disbelief, feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of this information. After living for several centuries, he found himself deeply questioning the very notion of power as he understood it. Xiao Yan's lips twitched uncontrollably. He comprehended fully now. On his master's menu, the peak of Dozong was akin to a mere cold dish. What about his own humble rank of Dowang? It seemed he lacked even the qualification to take a seat at the table, perhaps only worthy of being a toothpick. Let us not linger. The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall return. Lin Feng offered them no chance for further persuasion. With a flick of his sleeve, an irresistible gentle force enveloped Xiao Yan and Kai Lin. In the next moment, Xiao Yan felt everything before him blur. There was no violent uproar of tearing space, nor the piercing sound of high-speed winds. He sensed that he, his master, and Kai Lin were still standing in place, having not moved an inch. Yet, beneath their feet, the mountain peaks and the sea of clouds seemed to withdraw rapidly, as if a painting were being hastily pulled away from view. Mountains, rivers, plains, cities, everything transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, flashing past them in an instant. The pharmacist's soul, too, was rendered speechless by this spectacle. He could sense that this was not flying, nor was it mere spatial traversal. This is a realm beyond his wildest dreams. It is as though the entire world is willingly clearing a path for him, reverently laying his destination at his feet. This sensation seems to have lingered for an eternity, yet it also feels as fleeting as a mere blink. As the surrounding light gradually sharpened, they came to a halt. Beneath them, the once cloud-wreathed mountaintop had vanished, replaced by a valley shrouded in thick, ominous fog, permeated with the stench of death and malevolence. At the heart of the valley stood an immense black castle, seemingly constructed from countless bones and the lingering malice of the departed. An eerie wind howled above the fortress, accompanied by the wails of tormented souls. Countless phantoms thrashing and roaring within the inky haze, rendering the scene reminiscent of hell's descent. This place is the malignant growth on the edge of the Soul Palace in the central continent. A name that sends shivers down the spines of countless powerful beings, the Azura Palace. Almost simultaneously with their appearance, a piercing alarm echoed from within the castle. A sound so shrill it seemed capable of tearing one's soul apart. A surge of powerful, malevolent energy erupted from every corner of the fortress, locking onto the uninvited guests in the sky. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao felt their hearts leap into their throats. They could sense that the energies below were no less than those of Dou kings, with at least dozens of Dou emperors present. And the most formidable presence at the center was undoubtedly that of the Bloodhand Butcher, a peak Dozong. A great battle was imminent. Yet, in this atmosphere thick with tension, Lin Feng merely cast a disdainful glance at the foreboding black castle from his lofty perch, shaking his head with a hint of disgust. "TSK, the taste and decor is rather appalling," he murmured softly. "It's pitch black and utterly devoid of aesthetic appeal. I shall certainly leave a poor review." Chapter 44. 3 minutes. The time for instant noodles. Lin Feng's casually spoken words fell upon Xiao Yan and Yao Lao like a cataclysm. "A poor review? Master, are you jesting? This is the Azura Palace of the Soul Palace, a place capable of instilling fear in even the most formidable Dozong experts. Do you truly regard this as some roadside stall with unsatisfactory decor?" Xiao Yan's lips began to twitch uncontrollably, sensing that if this continued, his facial nerves would surely be doomed. It seemed the enormous dark castle below had also caught wind of this insult. The alarm's pitch suddenly escalated, becoming sharp and piercing, as if the entire fortress had been provoked into a furious roar. Who dares trespass in my soul palace's forbidden ground? Seeking death. A thunderous bellow erupted from deep within the castle. In the next moment, countless figures cloaked in thick black mist surged forth from every corner of the stronghold, as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. Dozens of Dou Emperors, hundreds of Dou Kings, and innumerable Dou spirits and Dou Masters formed a dense battle array, saturating the sky with a despairing shade of black. The aura of evil, coldness, intermingled with death and resentment, enveloped Lin Feng and his companions like an impenetrable net. A terrifying intent to kill nearly froze the air, as if the very light had been distorted. Upon witnessing this scene, the elder Yao felt his soul tense, his heart sinking deeply. He understood that this was merely an appetizer. The true lord, the bloodhand butcher, had yet to reveal himself. Xiao Yan was equally anxious, his palms slick with sweat, as the battle energy within him surged uncontrollably, bracing for a fierce confrontation unlike any he had ever witnessed. Kai Lin wore an icy expression, her violet eyes glinting with a dangerous light, her peak Dou Zone aura coiling and ready to strike at any moment. A great battle loomed, on the verge of eruption. However, amidst the trembling atmosphere, where even the air seemed to quiver, Lin Feng, locked onto by thousands of murderous intents, made a move that left everyone bewildered. He turned around and, addressing his three apprehensive companions with a casual tone as if he were merely stepping out to buy groceries, said, "You three, just stay here and watch. Do not engage. It would be troublesome to clean up later if there's blood everywhere. I will be back shortly." With that, and under the dazed gazes of Xiao Yan and Elder Yao, who were filled with the unspoken question of what their master was up to this time, Lin Feng leisurely pulled out an object from his pocket. It was not some world-destroying artifact nor a resplendent treasure. It was a thin, black, slippery board. Xiao Yan blinked in recognition. Wasn't this the peculiar device known as the hand chicken that his master had shown him before? But what purpose could it serve at such a moment? Could it possibly be a hidden weapon of mass destruction? The next moment, Lin Feng's actions utterly shattered their fantasies. He deftly glided his fingers over the blackboard, and the screen lit up, emanating a soft glow. Then, he tapped on an icon labeled timer. Xiao Yan and Elder Yao watched intently as the screen displayed three enormous white digits. 00000. Lin Feng's fingers danced lightly on it, and the numbers fluctuated, ultimately settling on 000300. After completing this, Lin Feng looked up and flashed a warm, almost disarming smile at the three faces that had turned to stone. "Time to brew some instant noodles. It should be sufficient," he declared, pressing the red start button. The numbers on the screen began their merciless countdown. 000259. Satisfied, Lin Feng tucked the countdown device back into his pocket, as if he had casually ordered takeout. Then he turned around, facing the countless formidable figures of the Soul Palace that had already arrayed themselves below. He completely ignored the deadly formation capable of annihilating Dou Zone experts that had already been activated, as well as the malicious attacks locked onto him, potent enough to pierce mountains. Instead, he strolled forth, hands clasped behind his back, moving leisurely, step by step, towards the gaping maw of the dark castle that loomed before him. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world had been cleaved in two. On one side stood the formidable figures of the Soul Palace, their faces twisted in fury, exuding a menacing aura. On the other, Lin Feng ambled along with an air of leisure and indifference, almost bordering on boredom. This juxtaposition of extremes conjured an indescribable and absurd visual impact. The old medicine master, having grown weary of contemplation, floated in his ethereal form, mouth agape, his mind a void. Instant noodles, 3 minutes. Having lived for millennia and encountered countless fierce declarations and powerful beings, he swore he had never heard, nor could he have imagined, that someone would use the time it takes to prepare a bowl of noodles as a unit of measure for a massacre. This was not mere disdain. It was akin to a creature from another dimension toying with insects devoid of any emotion. Xiao Yan's throat moved with difficulty. He sensed that every strike from his ancestral master opened a doorway to a new world, a portal to understanding what it truly meant to be powerful. It turned out that real experts, when faced with a myriad of adversaries, did not unleash furious roars, but rather pulled out their phones to set a timer. "I have truly learned nothing. Stop him. Kill him." The warriors of the Soul Palace finally snapped out of their stupor, erupting in an even greater rage. They felt an unprecedented humiliation. At the castle's entrance, 2 rows of guards wielding black halberds roared as they thrust their weapons toward the leisurely figure approaching. However, a most peculiar scene unfolded. Lin Feng's steps did not falter in the slightest. He did not even raise an eyelid. As he entered the 1-meter radius of those guards, they, along with their iron halberds, vanished into the finest ash without a sound or a drop of blood, as if they had never existed. Next came the terrifying soul-devouring array that enveloped the entire castle, a formation laid by a Dou Zong expert capable of obliterating a 5-star Dou Huang in an instant. Yet, as Lin Feng stepped into its confines, not a ripple of energy was stirred. He strolled through it, as if it were merely a void. He approached the towering gate, intricately carved with countless agonized visages. With a rumble, the gate began to close slowly, completely swallowing his nonchalant silhouette. Within the castle, a cacophony of enraged roars erupted, the voices of the elders of the Soul Palace. "Die, you madman! How dare you!" But the outcry lasted less than 2 seconds before abruptly ceasing, replaced by an oppressive silence, a silence deeper and more terrifying than that outside the castle. In the sky, Xiao Yan and the old medicine master anxiously watched the closed castle below, nearly forgetting to breathe. In Kai Lin's cold, enchanting purple eyes, for the first time, there flickered a profound awe and confusion in the face of this unknown power. Time slipped by, second by second. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Each second feels like a century to those in waiting. Behind that ominous dark door, silence reigns, as if everything within has been entirely consumed by shadows. Chapter 45, The Miracle, erased from the map. Time appears to have solidified for the 3 spectators in the heavens. The ticking of each second reverberates like a heavy hammer, striking at the hearts of Xiao Yan and Elder Yao. Inside the castle, an eerie stillness prevails, more unsettling than any heart-wrenching cries of battle. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. 2 minutes and 55 seconds. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Xiao Yan's throat feels parched, rolling incessantly. What has the Ancestor encountered within? This is the stronghold of the Soul Palace, which has been operating for centuries. Who knows how many traps and formidable foes lie within? Perhaps even that blood-handed butcher's schemes capable of ensnaring adversaries of equal strength. Can 3 minutes truly suffice? Just as this thought surfaced, a soft electronic beep emanated from Lin Feng's pocket. 3 minutes have elapsed. In that very instant, a gentle creak resounded as the impenetrable giant door that had swallowed Lin Feng slowly slid open. A tall figure emerged from the unfathomable darkness, hands behind his back, swaying slightly as he stepped forth. Clad in immaculate white, he exuded an air of effortless grace. He even yawned, a hint of drowsiness on his face, tinged with the ennui of having completed an overly simplistic game. He has emerged. All is well. The hearts of Xiao Yan and Elder Yao, which had risen to their throats, thudded back into place. Yet, before they could fully exhale, Lin Feng turned back to glance at the majestic dark castle, shaking his head. The motion was subtle, yet tinged with a sense of scrutiny and disappointment. Alas, he sighed, as if lamenting a poorly crafted inferior product. The process was drawn out, the efficiency lacking, devoid of any flair. Most critically, he paused, his face betraying unfiltered disdain. It is too ugly. Standing here, it is akin to polluting the environment. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Yan, Elder Yao, and Kai Lin were left in a daze, struggling to comprehend his words. Lin Feng raised his right hand. No seals, no energy, and certainly no so-called. He merely snapped his fingers casually at the vast chasm below, a representation of the Soul Palace's supreme authority and terror. A crisp sound echoed. Then, the entire world fell silent. The wind ceased. Above the castle, the eternal black fog, comprised of countless vengeful souls, froze in place. In the valley, the chilling wails of spirits abruptly halted. Time and space were thoroughly suspended in that moment. What followed next was a scene that would be etched into the memories of Xiao Yan, Elder Yao, and Kai Lin forever, shattering their worldview into fragments. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, not even a hint of energy leakage. The grand and formidable castle, which has stood for centuries, with its walls forged from ancient black iron and its spires piercing the clouds, is fading. It is not crumbling, nor shattering, nor turning to ash. It is simply vanishing. Its corporeal outline first blurs before morphing into a translucent shadow, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. It was never meant to exist in this world. This eerie process of erasure spreads at a pace that sends shivers down the spine. The castle has vanished, followed by the vast valley beneath it. The stones, trees, and every inch of soil within that valley adhere to the same principle, silently being wiped from existence. The entire sequence is hauntingly quiet, impeccably clean, and terrifyingly profound. For this signifies that the one wielding this power is no longer bound by the rules of destruction. Instead, they are rewriting them. Displeased with the presence of the castle, it ceases to exist. There will becomes the ultimate law of this realm. When the bizarre void finally halts, the once dreaded lair and valley have vanished without a trace. In their place lies a vast, boundless, and smooth circular pit, so deep it defies comprehension. Xiao Yan's pupils constrict to the size of a pinhead, overwhelmed by sheer shock. He observes that the edges of the pit are unervingly precise, as if carved by some unimaginable tool. The inner walls of the pit are as smooth as a mirror, composed not of rock, but of a mysterious black glass, exuding an eerie glow, cold and perfect. The white clouds above are distinctly reflected on the unfathomable glass walls, creating an absurdly beautiful tableau that chills one to the very core. This is beyond human capability. It is neither a scar nor a ruin. It is a masterpiece. An artwork birthed from destruction by divine hands. Gulp. Xiao Yan struggles to swallow, his mind a chaotic whirlpool. Combat techniques? Impossible. No form of martial skill can achieve such silent erasure. Exotic flames? Even more absurd. Not even the imperial flame, forged from the fusion of the 22 unique fires of his ancestors, could reduce everything to nothingness without light, heat, or a process. What on earth is this? Beside him, Yao Lao appears even more distressed than Xiao Yan. His spiritual form flickers erratically, on the verge of disintegrating from the incomprehensible information it has received. Having lived for over 1,000 years, once the continent's foremost alchemist, he has encountered more powerful beings and read more ancient texts than Xiao Yan has traveled. He understands that Dou Zun can tear through space, that Dou Shang can make the law follow their words, and he has even glimpsed the world-shattering power of Dou Di in ancient legends. According to those tales, when Dou Di is enraged, mountains shatter and continents collapse. Yet those legends pale in comparison to the scene before them, which is akin to mere childish play, shattered and collapsed. It ultimately wreaks havoc within the rules of the Duki continent. At this moment, the lips of the elder Yao trembled, intermittently uttering a few words, his voice quivering with profound confusion and utmost reverence. This is not mere power, it is authority, an authority that belongs solely to the Creator, capable of altering the very laws of heaven and earth. He comprehended it fully, completely understood. His master, the ancestral figure, was never merely a reclusive Dou Emperor. He was something of a higher order. Was he the creator of this realm, or perhaps its overseer? He could not ascertain. All he knew was that his previous understanding of this world had been utterly and irrevocably shattered today, leaving no trace behind. On Kai Lin's cold and stunning visage, there was already a blank expression. As a pinnacle Dozong, she could grasp, more deeply than Xiao Yan and Elder Yao, the terrifying moment when the rules of this realm were pulled away and rewritten. The power she had once taken pride in now seemed insignificant, no more than a speck of dust in the face of such authority. She gazed at the man who had snapped his fingers, admiring his creation with a satisfied expression. And in his violet eyes, all reverence, submission, and loyalty coalesced into an almost fervent faith, akin to that of a devotee towards a deity. The wind atop the mountain began to stir once more, yet it veered away from that area, as if even nature itself feared the smooth, glass-like pit that reflected the sky. Chapter 46, remarkably eco-friendly, leaving no residue. The world lay in a deathly silence. The wind, imbued with a sense of dread, cautiously skirted around the enormous, almost surreal glass pit. Xiao Yan, Elder Yao, and Kai Lin, three formidable figures capable of shaking the continent with but a stomp, now stood like three statues, frozen in place, utterly motionless. In their pupils remained only that mirror-like abyss, glimmering with an eerie light, filled with confusion, shock, and the sound of shattered worldviews. Time seemed to stand still. It was unclear how long had passed. Gulp. A labored swallow pierced the still air. It was Xiao Yan. His throat felt parched, as if on fire. His once proud spiritual perception was now akin to a malfunctioning alarm, screaming the same words in his mind, unable to comprehend, unable to analyze. Beyond cognition, he blinked his dry eyes vigorously, attempting to see clearly, yet the weight of the shock only bore down heavier upon his heart. He opened his mouth, each word feeling as though it required all his strength to force out through clenched teeth. Master, Ancestor. His voice was hoarse and dry, quaking with a tremor he did not even recognize. Where are the people inside? Upon uttering this question, Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat. Yes, where were they? In that castle dwelled the formidable souls of the Soul Palace, the imprisoned wronged spirits, and the fearsome Dou Zong Palace Master, the Bloodhand Butcher. Where had they vanished to? Were they dead? But why was there not a whisper of sound? Not a drop of blood in sight? Not even a hint of energy fluctuation left behind? Had they simply disappeared into thin air? Along with the immense castle, it shattered like a blown soap bubble. The spirit of the old alchemist flickered violently. He fixed his gaze intently on Lin Feng, seeking the answer to a question that weighed heavily on his mind, a resolution that could finally lay to rest centuries of animosity. In the face of his disciple's anxious and bewildered expression, Lin Feng merely waved his hand dismissively, his tone expressing disdain not for the person, but rather for the castle's decor. Oh, is that what you meant? He replied cheerfully, clearly unconcerned about the matter at hand. Rest assured. Lin Feng smiled kindly at Xiao Yan, reassuring him with an air of confidence. I casually performed a comprehensive vaporization treatment on them. Vaporization treatment? Xiao Yan's mind was instantly bombarded with questions upon hearing these unfamiliar words associated with his master's enigmatic realm. Lin Feng, noticing his confusion, patiently explained in a tone akin to that of a kindergarten teacher. In simple terms, it means breaking down their physical forms from solid and liquid states directly into their most fundamental molecules. You could understand it as returning them to the cosmos, transforming them into the purest energy particles. There are many benefits to this approach, Lin Feng said, raising a finger to articulate his points with clarity. First, it's environmentally friendly, leaving no harmful remnants like bones or lingering resentment, thus ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. Second, it is highly efficient. Look, there's no need to clean the battlefield, which saves time and effort. He added with a hint of pride, most importantly, this method is so swift that their nerves do not register any pain. In other words, they depart this world without experiencing the slightest suffering, leaving in a remarkably serene manner. You see, I've even spared myself the trouble of performing a ritual for their release. A one-stop service, quite thoughtful, wouldn't you agree? Once again, the world fell into an eerie silence. Xiao Yan and Kai Lin had completely abandoned any attempts at comprehension. Environmental protection, efficiency, serenity, a one-stop service? They understood each word uttered by their master, yet when strung together, they formed an incomprehensible horror that sent shivers through their very souls. To describe a massacre as an environmentally friendly, efficient, and humanely considerate act of waste management? What sort of twisted logic was this? However, while Xiao Yan and Kai Lin's worldview was being mercilessly dismantled, the old alchemist's reaction was starkly different. Upon hearing the phrase "depart in peace," his spirit trembled violently. Immediately, an uncontrollable surge of intense emotion erupted from the depths of his ethereal being. He recalled the years spent evading relentless pursuit by the Soul Palace, hiding from its malevolent forces. He remembered his comrades, captured and cast into the Soul Prison, enduring relentless torment, caught in a cycle of despair. He recalled the cruel, barbaric methods employed by the Soul Palace, which were more akin to the treatment of beasts than of human beings. His greatest desire throughout his life had been to ensure that the wretched souls of the Soul Palace experienced the same profound and unending agony that he had endured. But now what had he heard? They were dead. They perished utterly, silently, without even a hint of pain. They did not possess the qualification to scream, nor to struggle. They were devoid of the status of an adversary to be eradicated with grandeur. Instead, they were treated as bothersome refuse, disposed of in a tranquil, eco-friendly manner. Is this mercy? It is, in fact, a disdain that surpasses any form of torture and is more heart-wrenching than any torment imaginable. They were allowed to vanish in their most smug sanctuary, under the delusion of security, completely oblivious to what transpired. What a profound irony it is for those who regard human life as mere chaff, deriving pleasure from the torment of souls. What exquisite retribution! Ha 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 ha! The ethereal form of the old man trembled violently. He began with a low chuckle that escalated into uproarious laughter, ultimately transforming into a howling cry of triumph. Two streams of scalding tears, forged from the essence of his soul, cascaded freely down his aged visage. These were tears of exhilaration, tears of solace, an unshackling of centuries of suppressed hatred, released today in a manner he had never dared to dream, a euphoric outpouring from the depths of his being. He bowed deeply to Lin Feng, to that smooth, glassy pit, overwhelmed with reverence and admiration that transcended words. Lin Feng observed the old man's manic joy, a blend of laughter and tears, and nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that this venerable elder was exceedingly pleased with the outcome of the refuse disposal. Indeed, future attention to environmental concerns was warranted. It is a virtue. With a light heart, he retrieved the holographic map, noting that the red dot at the edge of the black corner domain had completely vanished. Ding! The first checkpoint of the novice village, Azura Hall, has been cleared. Achievement unlocked. Environmental Pioneer. Lin Feng's smile broadened as he read the small print. He clapped his hands and addressed his dazed disciples, maidens, and the still emotional elder in a tone reminiscent of a tour guide urging progress. All right, esteemed guests. The first attraction has been checked off. Now, let us proceed to the next. Chapter 47. Very well, the next destination. The wind atop the mountain seemed frozen in time. The three attendees remained ensnared in the cognitive dissonance brought about by the eco-friendly extermination, each lost in thought. The old man's spiritual form flickered, embodying the ecstatic tremors of a century's worth of hatred finally avenged. He could never have imagined that such a profound grudge could be settled in this manner. No bloodshed, no mountains of corpses, only a pristine conclusion and a harmless process. This method of annihilation is 1,000-fold more gratifying than any conceivable torture. Xiao Yan's mind buzzed with thoughts of vaporization treatment, molecular states, and seamless service. The words emanating from the mouth of the ancestral master, while individually comprehensible, coalesced into an inscrutable script that left him utterly bewildered. Yet, inexplicably, he felt an overwhelming sense of awe in Kai Lin's striking violet eyes. The regal authority of yesteryears lay shattered, leaving only a profound reverence for Lin Feng's unfathomable power. In the midst of this strange and solemn atmosphere, Lin Feng, the instigator, clapped his hands as if he had just completed a round of gaming. His buoyant tone resembled that of a tour guide urging visitors to move along. All right, esteemed guests. The first attraction has been checked off. Now, on to the next one. What? Xiao Yan and Yao Lao were simultaneously jolted back to reality, voicing a collective exclamation of incredulity. The next one? We're already moving on. Master, do you realize what you just accomplished? In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, you've obliterated a branch of the Soul Hall, a stronghold overseen by a Dou zone. From the map of this continent, if word of this were to spread, it would cause an uproar throughout the central state, and you simply declare it checked off? Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Lin Feng did not afford them a moment to recover. With a flick of his wrist, the technologically advanced three-dimensional hologram of the central state sprang to life once more. On the map, the red dot at the edge of the black corner region had turned entirely gray, accompanied by a small green check mark. Lin Feng was pleased, his fingers gliding over the hologram with the casualness of someone ordering takeout on a smartphone. His fingertips danced across the flickering red points. To Xiao Yan and Yao Lao, each red signified a perilous den of demons. Yet under Lin Feng's touch, they appeared merely as items on a to-do list awaiting clearance. This one is too distant. We can discuss it later. This location is unsuitable, as the view would be compromised. Lin Feng's finger halted at a point not far from their position. The map magnified, revealing 4 characters. Tianya City branch. Tianya City. Lin Feng stroked his chin, intrigued. If I recall correctly, the spatial wormhole here is quite renowned across the entire northwestern continent. Said to be the gateway to the heart of the central state? Yao Lao instinctively nodded, memories stirring within the depths of his soul. Indeed, master. The spatial wormhole of Tianya City was constructed by a spatial master and is exceptionally stable, serving as the most crucial transportation hub in the northwestern region. Frequented daily by countless powerful beings. Very well, then. It's settled. Lin Feng clapped his hands, sealing the decision with the exuberance of a traveler who has finally chosen the next must-visit 5-star destination. He cheerfully added, just in time, after we conclude our business. We can also take a detour to visit that spatial wormhole, allowing Xiao Yan to broaden his horizons and witness what constitutes a true continental-level project. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao were utterly drained. They had come to realize that their minds simply could not keep pace with the rhythm of their esteemed master. Could extinguishing a branch of the Soul Hall be likened to a mere trifling task before embarking on a journey to explore historical landmarks? Is there anything more absurd in this world? Lin Feng did not grant them the opportunity to voice their opinions further, with a graceful sweep of his sleeve. A gentle yet irresistible force enveloped the 3 once more. Xiao Yan felt as if his vision momentarily blurred. There were no ripples of spatial distortion. No signs of combat energy in motion. He felt akin to a character in a video game, abruptly transported from one map to another by an unseen command. In the previous moment, he stood upon the softly glowing Lioli pit. The next, the sound of the wind shifted, and the air grew colder and more damp, imbued with a pungent scent of decay. They had arrived. Beneath them lay a vast expanse of dark mountains, stretching endlessly. Nestled within those mountains was a fortress even more disquieting than the Azura Hall. This fortress, entirely shrouded in darkness, seemed capable of absorbing all light. Its walls adorned with grotesque, wailing soul sculptures that sent shivers down one's spine with a mere glance. Lin Feng surveyed the structure below, shaking his head in blatant disdain. Xiao Yan, take a look at this. He pointed at the fortress and commenced his impromptu lecture. Yet another dreary, abyssal creation, lacking all novelty. Do the designers of the Soul Hall possess no palette beyond black? Their aesthetic is woefully monotonous and impoverished. His expression was one of deep sorrow. In my world, designers like this Wu-Ti even survive a 3-month probation. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily twitched. He was now 1,000% certain. His revered ancestor genuinely perceived himself as a tourist, critiquing these terrifying abodes that could frighten even the sovereigns of combat. Moreover, he was doing so with utmost seriousness. Well, considering this one was marginally taller than the last, perhaps he would forego the usual protocol. Lin Feng had nearly exhausted his patience with such formulaic sights. This time, he had no inclination to even stroll through the castle. Instead, he stood aloft, gazing down at the Soul Hall branch, and casually snapped his fingers. With a crisp sound, the same resonance echoed forth, the same formula, the same miraculous phenomenon that brought the world to a standstill. This time, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao were not rendered speechless as they had been before. Their eyes were fixed intently below, desperately attempting to glean any trace of the underlying principles during the obliteration process. Yet, once again, they found nothing. The fortress, a symbol of malevolence and death, along with the dark mountains it rested upon, quietly transitioned before their eyes from a three-dimensional entity into a flat, translucent image, and then vanished entirely. In its place, a colossal Lioli pit, identical in every respect, smooth enough to reflect the drifting clouds above, re-emerged. The signature of the divine. Yao Lao gazed at that familiar masterpiece, his lips quivering as he articulated each word painstakingly. He understood. The ancestral master employs this method to leave behind a signature that is unparalleled, one that no one can emulate, symbolizing divine retribution for the Soul Palace and all of Zhongzhou. Anyone who witnesses these two celestial pits will immediately comprehend that they are the work of the same deity. Lin Feng gazed with satisfaction at his masterpiece and summoned the luminous map. On the map, the red representing the branch of Tianya City had turned gray, marked with a green check beside it. In a cheerful mood, he bestowed a one-star review upon this branch in his mental commentary, citing its lack of originality in decor and aesthetic fatigue. With that, he concluded his task and clapped his hands, turning to leave. With business taken care of, he suggested they explore Tianya City and see what the spatial wormhole looked like. Meanwhile, thousands of miles behind them, at the edge of the first created Lioli celestial pit, a large caravan composed of dozens of flying magical beasts, bearing the Black Gold Merchant Association's banner, cautiously traversed the skies. Suddenly, the leading elder abruptly reined in his mount, his eyes widening in shock as he fixated on the enormous circular abyss below, which should not exist on any map. Halt! Everyone stop! His voice, tinged with overwhelming astonishment, became sharp and piercing. The entire caravan came to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair. All eyes were drawn to the bizarre and magnificent sight below, their faces etched with indescribable horror. What on earth is this? Good heavens, I recognize this place. It was the infamous Azura Valley in the Black Corner domain. How has it transformed into a pit? Look at those walls. They are made of Lioli. My goodness, such a vast pit, and its inner walls are a single, complete piece of Lioli. This is a miracle, a divine phenomenon. No, it is divine punishment. The leader of the Merchant Association, an experienced Dou Emperor, trembled in fear. He shakily retrieved an emergency communication jade slip from his robe and summoned all his strength to shout the most terrified message of his life. Emergency report. The Azura Valley in the Black Corner domain has vanished. A Lioli celestial pit with a diameter of 100 miles has appeared in its place. Suspected divine punishment has descended. Repeat. Suspected divine punishment has descended. This message struck like a massive stone into the calm surface of a lake, poised to unleash an unprecedented tsunami across the formidable land of Zhongzhou. Chapter 48. The Soul Palace's Dilemma. Collective signal disappearance? In Zhongzhou, an otherworldly space perpetually shrouded in black mist, its coordinates untraceable on any map, lies the headquarters of the Soul Palace. Deep within this space resides a foreboding hall known as the Soul Prison. The hall is devoid of windows and light, illuminated solely by tens of thousands of pale soul lamps suspended in the air. Each lamp is tethered to the life of a core member of the Soul Palace. While the lamp shines, the person lives. When the lamp extinguishes, the person perishes. A withered figure resembling a gnarled tree root, an elder in a black robe, leans against a cold stone pillar, dozing. He serves as the guardian of this place, codenamed Soul Extinction. Guarding the soul lantern is the most leisurely yet exasperating task within the palace. Over the course of several centuries, apart from the occasional unfortunate soul meeting their demise outside, resulting in the extinguishing of one or two lanterns, this place has been so eerily silent that it could drive a person to madness. Just as the snores of Elder Soul Extinguish were about to blend seamlessly with the chilling winds within the hall, a sudden series of faint yet rapid crackles erupted without warning. The sound was not that of a single lantern extinguishing. Rather, it resembled a multitude of beans violently popping. The Elder's snores abruptly ceased, and he irritably lifted his eyelids, his murky eyes filled with the ire of having his peaceful slumber disturbed. He scanned the direction of the noise. In the next moment, he froze. In the northwestern corner of the Grand Hall, the area marked as the Azura Hall, over 100 soul lanterns, including the central one representing the Bloodhand Butcher, a dozone-level lantern burning the brightest, extinguished simultaneously. In an instant, the entire Azura Hall was plunged into a profound darkness, starkly contrasting with the illuminated surroundings, creating a blinding boundary. The Elder of Soul Extinguished stood there, bewildered, rubbing his eyes, convinced he was experiencing a hallucination born from sleep. Yet, the darkness was vividly etched in his vision. A Dozong powerhouse, accompanied by dozens of Do Huang and hundreds of Do Wang, along with the formidable 10,000 souls devouring formation guarding the sub-hall, had been wiped out just like that? The thought flickered in his mind before he swiftly dismissed it. Nonsense. Rising to his feet, he ambled toward the extinguished lanterns. Bending down to scrutinize the array patterns on the base, his expression shifting to one of realization. I knew it. The Elder of Soul Extinguished scoffed disdainfully, his face marred with contempt. Those imbeciles in the Azura Hall must have carelessly tampered with the teleportation array, misdirecting the energy lines, causing the long-distance soul power sensing array to short-circuit. Only this explanation made sense. To eliminate a dozone along with all his core members simultaneously, without a single distress signal being transmitted back, how absurd was that? Not to mention the dozoan. Even the esteemed celestial lords of the palace would struggle to achieve such a clean sweep. It had to be a malfunction in the array, a disruption in the signals. A bunch of incompetent fools. The more Elder Soul Extinguished pondered, the angrier he became. These inept individuals not only demonstrated their own incompetence, but were also provocatively challenging him. The Guardian, adding to his frustration. Impatiently, he retrieved a black jade slip from his robes, probing it with his consciousness to commence documentation. Chronicles of the Soul Hall. Year 7832. The Azura Hall has experienced a collective failure of the Soul Lantern sensing array due to unknown reasons, resulting in signal disruption. Preliminary assessment suggests human operational error. Having completed the record, he shouted towards the hall's entrance. Come here. A black-robed guard, exuding the aura of a 7-star Do Huang, materialized before him like a specter. Kneeling on one knee. What is your command, Elder? Elder Soul Extinguished casually tossed the jade slip over, his tone reminiscent of directing a servant to unclog a blocked toilet. You, go to the Azura Hall. Inform the Bloodhand Butcher, that fool, to promptly rectify the formation. If this happens again, let him return to headquarters to face punishment. Moreover, chastise him in person, stating that Elder Hunmi has remarked, does he employ nothing but swine under his command? How can he fail at such trivial matters? The Imperial Guardian of the Fighting Emperor respectfully accepted the jade slip, without a hint of doubt. The Elder's judgment, of course, was infallible. He rose and turned to depart. Yet, at the very moment he pivoted, a resounding crack echoed, a series of sharp explosions, more distinct and frequent than before. The Imperial Guardian's feet were abruptly rooted to the ground. Elder Hunmi's previously softened visage tensed once more, as he sharply turned his head, fixating on the direction of the sound. That was the area marked as the branch hall of Tianya City. At this very moment, hundreds of soul lamps within that region extinguished simultaneously, in identical fashion and at identical speed. The great hall was engulfed in an additional layer of disquieting darkness. What in the world was happening? For the first time, Elder Hunmi's voice was tinged with uncertainty. If one occurrence could be deemed an accident, a coincidence, how could it be that another branch hall, thousands of miles away, experienced the exact same malfunction within mere moments? Such improbability was beyond belief. The Imperial Guardian stood in shock, gazing at the two glaring patches of utter darkness, a chill racing up his spine. Elder Hunmi's face was dark enough to wring water from. He glared at the two voids, his mind swirling in tumult. A plague of formations? Was there a traitor tampering with the core of the soul lamp system? Or was there an enemy, unbeknownst to them, waging war against the entire soul hall by employing the same method? The last thought sent a shiver down his spine. No, impossible. Who would dare? Who could? First, do not go to the Azura Hall. Elder Hunmi's throat felt parched. You, immediately investigate. Determine what disturbances have recently arisen in the central state. Find out which fool dares to strike at both our branch halls simultaneously. Yes, the subordinate complied without hesitation. The Imperial Guardian vanished from the hall in a flash. In the vast, silent chamber, only Elder Hunmi remained. He stood between the two patches of darkness, glancing from one to the other. The air of superiority he once held long vanished. Instead, he was enveloped in an unprecedented sense of confusion and unease. He had a premonition. A colossal storm seemed to be brewing, and he, along with the grand and arrogant soul hall behind him, remained oblivious to the identity of their adversary. Meanwhile, at the distant edge of the Blackhorn domain, the first dispatched fighting emperor of the Soul Hall was hastily soaring towards the coordinates of the Azura Hall on his flying beast. A hint of disdain and impatience lingered upon his countenance. A group of inept fools, incapable of managing a formation, necessitating my personal intervention. Upon arriving at their destination, an intense resolve surged within him to firmly impress upon them the importance of remembrance. He had meticulously devised a plan for confronting the Bloodhand Butcher, envisioning the stance he would adopt to reprimand the adversary. Yet, unbeknownst to him, what awaited was not the obsequiousness of the Bloodhand Butcher, but rather a spectacle capable of shattering his very essence and sending his soul into disarray. Chapter 49. A dismal review. This design aesthetic is overwhelming. Tianya City. 1,000 miles away. The ominous mountains stretched endlessly, and the chilling wind sent shivers through one's bones. Lin Feng and his 3 companions appeared here without any forewarning. Beneath their feet lay the second checkpoint of their journey, the Soul Palace branch in Tianya City. Compared to the previous Azura Palace, the fortress here was somewhat smaller. However, the aura of malevolence and oppression was perhaps even more pronounced. The entire castle was constructed from a peculiar obsidian stone that devoured light. The exterior bore no windows. Only a multitude of grotesque human face reliefs, each contorted in expressions of torment, as if countless wronged souls were entombed within the walls, silently screaming. The thick, dark fog moved of its own accord, coiling around the towering spires, rendering the entire structure akin to a claw emerging from the depths of the netherworld. Lin Feng hovered in midair, surveying the architecture below, his disdain barely concealed. He turned to commence yet another aesthetic lecture for his disciple. Xiao Yan, take a good look at this. He gestured towards the infernal lair below, his tone brimming with heartfelt dismay. Once again, this is an abysmal manifestation of darkness, devoid of any creativity. Do the designers of the Soul Palace possess no vision beyond black? Are they not aware that color harmony is the very soul of architectural beauty? Xiao Yan had grown somewhat numb to the tirade. Just observe the layout. It's utterly impenetrable, with not a single skylight. Living in such a place, devoid of light and ventilation, would surely lead to a depression. It is exceedingly unfriendly to the mental well-being of the employees. His fervor intensified, resembling a demanding client vehemently criticizing a subpar blueprint. The most critical flaw lies in the abysmal aesthetic. It mirrors the previous attraction so closely that it has become utterly tiresome. Lin Feng's expression conveyed a palpable frustration as he issued an ultimatum. If this were in my domain, such designers, who merely replicate without a shred of innovation, would not even survive their probation. They would be packing their belongings on the very first day. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily twitched. He resigned himself to the futility of comprehending his master's rationale. Strangely, he began to feel a twinge of sympathy for the designers of the Soul Palace. They had poured their hearts into amalgamating every conceivable element of horror and malevolence to create a lair that could terrify children and unsettle even the most skilled practitioners. Yet here, under his master's scrutiny, it was dismissed as worthless due to poor lighting and a monotonous style. Where could one seek justice in such matters? Ultimately, out of a begrudging acknowledgement that it was slightly superior to the previous site, he decided to forego the usual procedures. Lin Feng had completely lost his patience for such cookie-cutter attractions, lacking even the inclination to wander through them. He stood high above, gazing down upon the Soul Palace's branch, where alarms blared and countless figures ascended into the sky. With a languid snap of his fingers, a sound echoed, identical to the last time, invoking a profound silence that enveloped the entire world. This time, however, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao were not rendered speechless by fear as they had been previously. Their eyes widened, fixated on the scene below, desperately seeking traces of law within that mysterious vanishing act, hoping to glean some understanding of this divine maneuver. Yet, nothing revealed itself. The fortress, a symbol of malevolence and death, along with the entire expanse of the dark mountains beneath it, silently and gently transformed before their very eyes, shifting from a three-dimensional object into a translucent painting, and then vanished completely. In its place emerged another identical, flawless glassy pit, smooth enough to reflect the clouds above. The signature of a deity, Yao Lao murmured, trembling lips forming the words. He understood now. This was not an act of destruction by his master ancestor. Rather, it was a means of leaving behind a unique signature, unmistakably his own, that represented divine retribution, one that could not be replicated. Anyone who beheld these two great pits would instantly recognize them as the work of the same divine hand. This was no coincidence, nor an accident, but rather a meticulously planned, circuitous judgment. Lin Feng surveyed his masterpiece with satisfaction and retrieved a light screen visible only to himself. On the screen appeared an interface reminiscent of a gourmet review app. Finding the entry for the Soul Palace's Tianya City branch, he did not hesitate to award it a single star, accompanied by a scathing review. The environment is subpar, the decor lacks originality, leading to severe aesthetic fatigue. Not recommended. Having completed these tasks, he felt elated, clapped his hands, and turned away. All right, all done. The main business is concluded. Now for some leisure activities. Let us explore Tianya City. I hear the space wormholes there are a renowned attraction. With that, he led his three utterly dazed companions, swaying like a tour guide, towards the distant, bustling metropolis. Meanwhile, at the far edge of the Black Corner domain, above the first glassy pit, a streak of light shot down from the heavens. Finally halting at the edge of the pit, the visitor was a powerful Dou Huang dispatched by the Soul Palace to repair the formation. He had come at the behest of Elder Soul Extinction to reprimand the Bloodhand Butcher for his incompetence, his face adorned with traces of arrogance and impatience from the headquarters. A bunch of useless fools, unable to even manage a formation properly, forcing me to come here in person. I will certainly give them a good scolding to remind them that the authority of the headquarters is not to be trifled with. As he contemplated how to assert his dominance, he glanced down at the coordinates of the Azura Palace. In the next moment, the impatience on his face froze in place. In place of all that once was, there now lingered only a visage of bewilderment and an icy chill that surged from the soles of his feet to his very mind. Where was the valley? What had become of the foreboding Azura temple that had stood for centuries? Where was the Bloodhand Butcher? What of the myriad brethren within that hall? Why, oh why? Was there only an immense, boundless, and polished pit of glassy substance that could reflect his foolish face? No, it was inconceivable. This esteemed Dou Emperor rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he had conjured an illusion through his spatial travels. An illusion array. Surely, who would dare set such an elaborate illusion at the entrance of the Azura temple? He bellowed, unleashing his fighting spirit, and hurled a powerful fist down towards the glassy surface, intent on shattering this absurd mirage through sheer force. Yet, his earth-shattering strike met the smooth surface with nary a splash, vanishing without a sound. The Dou Emperor's once proud strength, upon impact, resonated no more than a pebble cast into the sea. He was utterly dumbfounded, suspended mid-air, his mind blank. Something within him had shattered. Just as he was gripped by fear and rendered helpless, the urgent communication jade pendant in his possession suddenly erupted into a frenetic state, radiating both heat and tremors. It was the Elder of Soul Extinction, conveying a second command through the highest channels. Chapter 50, Divine Retribution. This was the mark of divine punishment. At the border of the Black Corner region, in the notorious Azura Valley, this place now bore no resemblance to a valley. Neither was there the ominous castle. Instead, there lay an unfathomably vast glassy pit, its walls so smooth they could reflect the clouds above. The Dozong expert from the Soul Palace, Gui Mian Hanyi, floated rigidly at the edge of this divine handiwork. He had been sent by headquarters to investigate. Upon arrival, he had been brimming with frustration, irritated by the inefficacy of those beneath him who seemed to only create trouble. Yet now, beneath the guise of the ghostly mask, his face had drained of all color. The composure and authority typical of a Dozong had been utterly shattered by the sight before him, an image that should not exist in the realm of mortals. Where were the mountains? Where stood the Azura temple that had been rooted here for centuries? What had happened to the foolish Bloodhand Butcher? Where were the soul flames of his 100 colleagues? Why was there nothing but a vast pit that sent shivers through his very soul? A pit made of glass. This was no illusion. He had tested it earlier, exerting all his might to unleash a Dou skill against the mirror-like ground. That technique was powerful enough to split mountains. Yet, it had yielded no result, no sound, no reaction. His once proud Dozong power, in that moment, felt akin to a mortal casting a grain of sand into the heavens. This sensation left him bewildered, his entire worldview on the verge of collapse. Who could possibly be behind such a divine destruction? Hunya's voice was parched and hoarse as he managed to utter a few words. He could not fathom who possessed the means to orchestrate such immaculate devastation. Ancient clans? The Thunder Clan? Is it still those old relics from the Danta? No, that's not right. None of them. Regardless of the intricacies of their techniques. When they engage in combat, there should always be traces of energy left behind, right? A fight ought to manifest itself with chaos, the earth trembling and energy surging wildly. Yet here, it is eerily quiet, so quiet that it seems as though this land was born to bear such stillness. This is not a battle. This is annihilation. As he was engulfed in a state of fear and confusion, his specially crafted communication jade pendant suddenly became scorching hot, vibrating violently. It was Elder Hunmi, utilizing the highest level of encrypted communication. A second command. Hunie's heart raced, an inexplicable malevolence surged up his spine, leaving him feeling frigid. Trembling, he extended a wisp of soul power into the jade. In an instant, Elder Hunmi's furious and incredulous roar exploded in his mind. Hunie, immediately, with your utmost speed, head to the Tianya City branch. There is trouble there as well. Just moments ago, all the soul lamps in the Tianya City branch extinguished simultaneously. Just like those in the Azura Hall. Boom. The Elder's roar was like thunder, scattering Hunie's very soul. Identical? Extinguished simultaneously? The last vestiges of color drained from Hunie's face. If the first incident was a freak occurrence, then having another identical incident just a moment later, thousands of miles away, could hardly be considered a mere coincidence. This was premeditated. It was directed at their soul hall. A terrifying assault he could not begin to comprehend. Why, yes, sir. Hunie squeezed those two words from his throat with every ounce of strength he could muster. No longer could he afford to ponder the ghastly situation before him. He spun around, unleashing his fighting spirit to tear through the fabric of space, diving headlong towards Tianya City. Within the spatial passage, his mind was in turmoil. Who could it be? Which force possesses such power to eliminate two branches protected by combat lords in such a short time frame? Moreover, employing the same silent and stealthy method that he could scarcely fathom. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that the ancient Yuan had taken matters into his own hands? No. Even he could not achieve such thoroughness, leaving no trace behind. Names that could pierce the heavens in the central plains flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. The more he considered, the heavier the chill within him became. He felt himself drawing closer to an unfathomable abyss of terror that defied comprehension. Finally, just as his fighting spirit was nearly depleted, he stumbled out of the spatial fissure, emerging above the concealed black mountains surrounding Tianya City. Clinging to the last shred of hope, he lowered his gaze towards the coordinates of the branch. And then, his breath, his heartbeat, his thoughts, his very essence, all came to a standstill in that singular moment. He beheld it, the vision that sent tremors through his soul, one he would never forget in this lifetime. There were no obsidian fortresses, no undulating mountain ranges. There existed only a vast, smooth, unfathomable pit of crystal-clear glass, identical to that of the Azura Temple, as if sculpted from the same mold. A sound, incomprehensible yet akin to a deflating balloon, escaped from his throat. The remnants of his pride as a Dou Zong and the dignity of his status as an elder of the Soul Palace crumbled before the second divine signature, shattered into oblivion. He finally comprehended. This was not an assault, nor was it a war. It was a warning, a judgment. An exalted being was communicating to the Soul Palace through this means. He has arrived. The two identical chasms were his signature, irreplicable, representing absolute power. Anyone who beheld these two pits would instantly realize that they bore the mark of the same deity. With a thud, this Soul Palace Dou Zong, who could instill fear in countless powerful beings, found his legs weaken, unable to support his frame. Like a kite severed from its string, he plummeted from the sky, crashing at the edge of the crystalline pit. He lay prostrate upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably, not from anger, nor from sorrow, but from fear. It was the most primal, purest form of terror that surged forth from the very marrow of his being upon witnessing divine retribution. In a frenzy, he retrieved the jade pendant from his bosom, channeling the last remnants of his meager soul power into it. He directed his voice toward the pendant, issuing the most harrowing, despair-laden report of his life, and indeed, in the annals of the Soul Palace's history, his tone, once steady and authoritative, was now stripped of all composure, replaced by a heart-wrenching, anguished scream. Palace Master, Elder of Soul Annihilation, run. This is not a malfunction, not an enemy. It is divine punishment. The divine punishment has arrived. Two identical chasms. The Azura Temple, the branch of Tianya City, has been obliterated. Nothing remains. We have provoked a true deity. I repeat, this is not war. It is divine punishment. Flee quickly. This message, imbued with boundless fear and despair, sliced through the fabric of space like a black lightning bolt, crashing into the Soul Palace headquarters, long shrouded in an endless veil of darkness and self-importance. Chapter 51, Accelerating. Lest we miss dinner. Outside Tianya City, the second enormous crystalline pit gleamed, so smooth it reflected silhouettes. The midday sun cast its rays upon it, the brilliance blindingly painful to the eyes. Lin Feng and his trio initially intended to meander through the city, indulging in local delicacies. However, as Lin Feng raised his foot to step forward, he abruptly withdrew it. His brow furrowed. Something was amiss. He raised his hand, and a luminous screen, visible only to him, unfurled before his eyes. The screen displayed a meticulous map of the central plains, dotted with hundreds of glaring red points, each representing a branch of the Soul Palace. Lin Feng gazed at these red dots, a frown of impatience etched across his face. One by one, they seemed to linger endlessly. He extended his finger and traced a line upon the screen, calculating the time. At this pace, by the time I eliminate all these red dots, Little Salt might as well ascend to the throne herself. No, this inefficiency severely detracts from my travel experience. His mutterings left the nearby Yao Lao and Xiao Yan in a haze of confusion. Inefficiency? Master, you have annihilated 2 Soul Palace branches, each guarded by powerful Dou Zong experts, in less than a single incense stick's duration. And you still call that an efficiency? What then constitutes high efficiency? Yao Lao felt that the stimuli his ethereal form experienced in a single day surpassed the cumulative sensations of the past several centuries. His meager worldview was being repeatedly shattered and reshaped in ways he could not begin to comprehend by his venerable master. However, Lin Feng's next words revealed to him that this shattering was merely the inception. With the air of someone who had made a significant decision, Lin Feng suddenly clapped his hands, a radiant smile illuminating his face. He turned to his bewildered disciples and the composed Kai Lin, who had grown accustomed to such exuberance, and exclaimed, "Our time is precious. I have decided to alter our plans unexpectedly." He pointed to the section of the Central Plains Eastern region encircled in red on the map. His tone was reminiscent of a tour guide announcing a change to the afternoon itinerary. Today, we shall forego an in-depth exploration and embark on a special forces-style day tour of the eastern region of the Central Plains. The objective is straightforward. His finger traced heavily over the dozens of red dots on the map. Before dinner, we shall clear all these red dots in this area. Otherwise, we shall miss our dinner in Wutan City. His words, though lightly spoken, struck Yao Lao like a thunderclap, nearly scattering his very soul. His once stabilized, ethereal form threatened to disintegrate under the weight of such overwhelming emotion. A day tour? Clear the eastern region of the Central Plains? Before dinner? Yao Lao's mouth fell agape, desperate to articulate a response. Yet he found himself silenced as if an invisible hand had firmly grasped his throat, rendering him unable to utter a single word. His mind had come to a complete standstill. What did this even mean? This was a region intricately woven into the fabric of the Soul Palace for centuries. Dozens of branches, each with at least a Dou Huang, and several serving as strongholds personally overseen by Dou Zong experts. Even the ancient 8 clans, should they expend their utmost resources and launch a full-scale war, would find it inconceivable to conquer such a formidable bastion within 3 to 5 years. Yet here, under his master's command, it had been reduced to a mere day trip, and the urgency to clear it stemmed solely from the fear of missing dinner? This was utterly absurd. Yao Lao felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He began to deeply question everything he had previously understood: power, strength, warfare, and influence. Did these concepts hold any significance in the presence of his master? In stark contrast to the disheveled demeanor of the venerable Master Yao, Xiao Yan exhibited a remarkable composure. He merely blinked vacantly, then nodded slightly. He had grown weary of pondering the intricacies of his ancestral master's thought processes. Ultimately, whatever the master decreed was to be accepted as truth. Was it not just a matter of dismantling a major branch of the Soul Palace within a single day? A trivial task indeed. As long as the master was content, that sufficed. Beside him, Kai Lin proved to be even more adept. She did not pause to consider the rationality of the situation. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, a multitude of complex spatial coordinates began to whirl rapidly within her elegantly slanted eyes. As Lin Feng's navigator and chief aide, she had entered a state of utmost efficiency, meticulously planning the optimal route for their forthcoming military-style excursion. Very well, since there are no objections, our special forces tour of the eastern region of Zhongzhou commences now. Lin Feng surveyed the reactions of the 3 companions with satisfaction, then with a flourish of his sleeve, akin to a leader announcing a spring outing, proclaimed, "Let us depart." Before the last syllable had faded, the 4 figures vanished from their spot, leaving not a trace behind. Simultaneously, within the Soul Palace headquarters shrouded in endless black mist, which eluded the grasp of any map, the central council chamber was suffused with an atmosphere so heavy it felt as if one could extract water from it. Seated upon the obsidian throne were several ancient beings, each capable of instilling terror in even the most formidable of combatants. They constituted the true essence of the Soul Palace. An elder council seldom seen, even by the Guardians. Moments prior, urgent news had arrived from the Soul Prison. The 2 major branches stationed in the Black Corner Domain and Tianya City had experienced a simultaneous extinguishing of all core member soul lamps within the span of mere moments. This revelation left the nearly 1,000-year-old elders in a state of bewilderment. A collective extinguishing? It was likely a malfunction in the formation. One elder rasped, "Perhaps the recent spatial storms in Zhongzhou have interfered with long-distance soul force sensing arrays." Indeed, another elder concurred, "If anyone could obliterate our 2 branches, each protected by a combat sovereign, without the ability to send a distress signal, even that old Kut Gu Yuan could not achieve such silence." Their words were imbued with confidence in their own prowess, accompanied by a palpable disdain for the so-called enemy. In their estimation, this was merely a technical failure, not a genuine assault. At that moment, the combat sovereign dispatched to investigate, the specter known as Ghostly Face Sol Yi, unleashed a final, desperate roar that reverberated through the grand hall. The sound was laden with shattered tones of fear and despair. "Master of the Hall, Elder of Soul Annihilation, flee. It is not a malfunction. It is not an enemy. It is divine retribution. The divine retribution has descended." That anguished cry echoed throughout the chamber. Upon hearing it, the high-ranking members of the Soul Palace were momentarily stunned, then shared expressions that mingled disdain with mockery. Divine retribution? Deity? It seems Sol Yi has been outside too long, overwhelmed by pressure, and has lost his senses, one elder remarked, shaking his head with a hint of pity. "Humph. A worthless fool, unable to maintain composure in such circumstances. He has been frightened out of his wits." Another elder scoffed derisively, "When he returns, I shall strip him of his cultivation and cast him into the soul prison as fodder. In the Hall of Souls, there is no need for such cowards. They do not believe in the report presented by Sol Yi. To those who stand at the pinnacle of the continent, deities are merely the fanciful imaginings of the weak. As for the 2 identical chasms, Perhaps they are the result of some vast geological upheaval unknown to them. Yet, just as they were about to dismiss this matter as the delusions of a deranged investigator and bury it, a frantic and thunderous chime erupted from the direction of the Soul Prison, signaling the highest level of alarm. Each toll struck heavily upon the hearts of all the elders within the hall. The mockery etched upon their faces instantly froze. In the next moment, the elder guard of the Soul Prison, Soul Mia, burst into the grand hall, kneeling with a thud, and with a voice quivering and tinged with tears, delivered the most terrifying report of his life. Esteemed elders, a grave incident has occurred, just moments ago, in the eastern region of Central Continent. At the Falling God Gorge branch, all the soul lamps have been extinguished. Chapter 52. Third, fourth, fifth, does your Hall of Souls still suffice? The voice of Kai Lin was cold and piercing. As her words fell, the optimal spatial jump path had been delineated. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. The space surrounding the four of them rippled like water disturbed by a stone, and the vision of Tianya City shattered and reformed. In the blink of an eye, they traversed hundreds of thousands of miles, arriving at a vast gorge filled with howling winds and swirling black mist. This was indeed the Falling God Gorge. It was said that an ancient battle saint had perished here, leaving behind a lingering resentment that shrouded the area in eternal darkness, a place deemed a natural hazard of the utmost peril. The Soul Hall's branch established here far surpassed that of the Black Corner region, and its lord was a renowned three-star Dou zone of a century's standing. Lin Feng hovered in midair, gazing disdainfully at the gaping maw of the colossal beast below, his brows knitted in distaste. The atmosphere was thick with sinister energy, malevolence, and resentment, all swirling together, a veritable landfill of bad feng shui. The taste of the Soul Hall's inhabitants remained consistently subterranean. Elder Yao beside him could only twitch in disbelief. My esteemed ancestor, this place is a realm where even ordinary Dou Huang practitioners would feel disquieted merely by proximity. And your focus is on feng shui? Master, Xiao Yan, now able to barely keep pace with Lin Feng's thoughts, cautiously pointed towards the heavily fortified edifice shrouded in black mist below and inquired, "Shall I send a disciple to scout ahead?" "Scout." Lin Feng shot him a glance, his expression akin to one who had just heard the most ludicrous jest. "Are you suggesting that before clearing the trash from your own yard, you must first analyze its composition?" With a languid gesture of his right hand, he waved casually at the vast expanse of Falling God Gorge below. The motion was gentle, akin to brushing dust off one's garments. There were no cataclysmic energy fluctuations, nor was there the dazzling light of devastating combat techniques. Yet, with that simple wave, time itself came to a standstill. In the Godfall Gorge, the howling winds that had raged for millennia ceased abruptly. The swirling black mist that had lingered for countless years solidified. Within the fortress-like Hall of Souls, the master of the three-star Dou zone, along with his hundreds of formidable subordinates, found their expressions eternally frozen in the previous moment. Then, a soft sound echoed, a mere puff, reminiscent of a bubble bursting. Under the watchful gaze of Xiao Yan, the elder Yao, and Kai Lin, the entire Godfall Gorge, including the surrounding stones, the black mist, the palatial structures, and all living beings, vanished into silence. In their place emerged a third entity, a circular abyss over 100 miles in diameter, smooth as a mirror and unfathomably deep. The walls of the pit refracted a bizarre, glazed luminosity under the thin sunlight. The entire process was eerily tranquil, imbued with a touch of performance art. Elder Yao gaped, his ethereal form flickering uncertainly. The knowledge he relied upon for existence was being relentlessly crushed, again and again. Was this merely a day trip orchestrated by the ancestral master? Was this the act of clearing refuse? Xiao Yan swallowed hard, contemplating that the ancestral master's statement was far from accurate. Clearing refuse would at least necessitate a sweep and a bag for collection. This was evidently a complete format, without even emptying the recycle bin, a direct obliteration. Well, the feng shui has certainly improved. Lin Feng surveyed his creation with great satisfaction. Nodding in approval, Kai Lin, onward to the next destination. Yes, master. The next stop is the Mountain of 10,000 Souls. An hour later, at the Mountain of 10,000 Souls, this location served as a notorious lair for sinister cultivators in the eastern region of Zhongzhou, where two peaks loomed menacingly, resembling the horns of a bull. The branch of the Hall of Souls established here was fortified by two Dou zone masters, their strength surpassing that of their counterparts in the Godfall Gorge. Upon their arrival, it appeared that the members of the Hall of Souls had received an alarm. The entire mountain was shrouded in a colossal black formation, exuding an air of impending confrontation. Oh, they've learned to activate their shields? How commendable, Lin Feng mused, intrigued. Master, there are two Dou zone here, and the formation has been activated. Elder Yao could not resist the urge to caution. Yet Lin Feng's focus was clearly not on the matter at hand. He stroked his chin as he circled the Mountain of 10,000 Souls, his face reflecting the lament of an artist confronted with a flawed masterpiece. The designer has faltered. Observe how the left peak towers over the right by several meters. Such asymmetry is utterly intolerable. It nearly drives my obsessive-compulsive tendencies to despair. Elder Yao, Xiao Yan. Never mind, I shall lend a hand. It counts as a good deed for the day, Lin Feng declared, extending 2 fingers to point downwards. This time, it was not an erasure. Instead, 2 slender beams of golden light, finer than strands of hair, silently pierced through the layers of the defensive array, precisely striking the summits of the 2 peaks. Boom, boom. A pair of muffled thuds resonated from the depths of the earth. The so-called impregnable mountain of 10,000 souls, along with all the denizens of the Hall of Souls upon its slopes, disintegrated into a cloud of flying ash the moment the golden light made contact. On the ground, the 4th and 5th glass-like abysses materialized. Moreover, these 2 sinkholes, regardless of their size, depth, or smoothness, even the curvature of their edges, are perfectly matched. They stand side by side, transforming the originally asymmetrical Mount Wanhun into an absolute symmetrical basin. Ah, this is much more pleasing to the eye. Lin Feng clapped his hands, feeling quite satisfied. The old alchemist had completely abandoned his thoughts, staring vacantly at the 2 perfectly symmetrical sinkholes, his mind consumed by a singular, frantic notion. So, it turns out that the Dou zone can be calculated individually? One strike could annihilate a pair? As dusk approached, in the eastern region of Zhongzhou, the city of Yinfeng, this colossal metropolis is controlled by an evil force supported by the Soul Palace, home to millions, with over half practicing malevolent arts, notorious for their misdeeds. This is the Soul Palace's largest stronghold in the eastern region, as well as the most significant hub for souls and population supply. When Lin Feng arrived here with his completely numbed disciples, he couldn't even summon the energy to descend. After visiting 7 or 8 scenic spots consecutively, he felt a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Sigh, they all look the same, how tedious. Suspended high above the city, Lin Feng gazed down at the bustling yet corrupt metropolis. Stifling a yawn, he raised his hand as a luminous map unfurled before him, displaying a dozen red points representing Yinfeng and its surrounding outposts, which he circled with his finger. Rather than addressing each point individually, he decided to handle them collectively, otherwise he would miss dinner. With a casual gesture, he aimed at the circled area and struck down with an invisible palm. This strike was silent and undetectable. The inhabitants of Yinfeng were completely oblivious to any anomalies. The city's casinos remained raucous, taverns continued their debauchery, and the black market trades persisted in the darkness. Yet, from the vantage point high above, a colossal phantom hand, formed of intangible power, slowly descended. Wherever the giant hand passed, the very fabric of space collapsed. The entire city of Yinfeng, along with all mountains, rivers, and forests within a 500-mile radius, was gently pressed into the earth by that immense hand. When the hand lifted, it left behind a vast and shocking cluster of sinkholes, composed of variously sized glazed pits. It was an ugly scar, forever etched into the land of the eastern region of Zhongzhou. Well, that essay wrap. Lin Feng retracted the luminous map, nodding at the significantly cleared area in the eastern region. Today's exertion met the standard, everyone performed admirably, and there would be chicken legs for dinner tonight. He turned to lead the now statue-like Xiao Yan and the old alchemist back to Wutan City. Unbeknownst to him, while he was conducting this special forces-style drill, the entire eastern region of Zhongzhou had erupted in chaos. Countless sects, families, and powerful beings gazed in horror at the divine punishment sinkholes that had materialized in the sky. One after another, these glazed pits appeared without warning in every corner of the earth, each one representing a once mighty branch of the Soul Palace, completely erased from the map. The sky is falling. It is the divine retribution. The end of the Soul Palace has arrived. Hurry, hurry and investigate. Who could have done this? Rumors spread like a plague, casting a shadow of fear over the entire eastern domain. At this moment, the true eye of the storm, the Soul Palace headquarters, which exists beyond the confines of any map, has only just begun to sense a faint whiff of despair. Chapter 53, Soul Palace Headquarters. The soul lamps have gone out. As if playing a prank, on the map of the Duki continent, this place is nowhere to be found. This is the realm of souls. The perpetual shroud of darkness is the only sky here, devoid of sunrises and sunsets, and bereft of the celestial dance of stars. Towering, ominous black palaces loom within the dense fog, their outlines grotesque. The Soul Palace headquarters, which instills dread across the entire continent, is situated here. The Soul Abyss, one of the most heavily guarded forbidden areas within the headquarters. The Grand Hall is devoid of doors and windows, with the soul entrance sealed off by layers of prohibitive barriers. Within the hall, towering black soulwood racks stretch from the ground into the depths of darkness. Beyond the reach of sight, countless soul lamps, each uniquely crafted, rest upon these racks, numbering in the millions. The lamp signifies life. While the lamp burns, life endures. When the lamp extinguishes, life is extinguished. The Elder of Soul Extinction, the guardian of the soul abyss, has been here for 8 centuries. He has witnessed countless soul lamps ignite and extinguish, the cycle of life and death having long since numbed his senses. His heart, steeped in the chilling aura of the soul abyss, has hardened like iron. Yet today, this elder, who has lived for over 1,000 years, feels for the first time in 8 centuries a crack in his once dead heart. Initially, it was merely 2 lamps. The soul lamps representing the Blackhorn domain and the Tianya City branch extinguished quietly half a day ago. Such occurrences are rare, but not entirely unacceptable. Perhaps the leaders of those branches had unwittingly provoked something formidable. The Elder of Soul Extinction noted this as a routine matter and dismissed it. However, the subsequent developments spiraled uncontrollably in a direction he could never have anticipated. A soft sound echoed. In the stillness of the grand hall, this sound was jarringly piercing. The Elder's murky old eyes flew open, fixating on the soulwood rack that represented the eastern region of Zhongzhou. A lamp belonging to a 3-star dozong had gone out. That was the lamp of the branch leader of the Falling God Gorge, Soul Cliff. The Elder's heart lurched violently. Soul Cliff was no fool from the Blackhorn domain. He had established his footing in the dozong for a century. How could this be? Crack, crack. Before he could catch his breath, 2 more crisp sounds followed in quick succession. The soul lamps of 2 dozong leaders from the Myriad Soul Mountain branch had gone out. The Elder stood frozen in place, a chill racing from his feet to the back of his head. In a single day, 3 dozong had perished without a sound? Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. Even if the Alchemist Guild or the ancient clans had intervened, they could not have executed such a clean and swift operation without a whisper of a distress signal. But this was merely the prologue to a nightmare. The subsequent scene would shatter the ironclad heart the Elder had forged over 8 centuries into mere dust. Representing the ancient city of Lin Feng and the surrounding dozen or so strongholds, the soul lamps flickered out like extinguished candle flames, vanishing in an instant, one after another. The crisp sound of their demise transformed into a mournful requiem, each blow striking heavily upon the soul of Elder Huanmia. He stood there, gazing blankly at the suddenly desolate soul wooden frame, his mouth agape, a strained wheezing escaping his throat, as if an invisible hand gripped tightly around his neck. The entire eastern domain, the Soul Palace's branches and outposts, were gone. In a mere half-day, from the highest leaders to the lowest minions, not a single soul remained. It was an utter annihilation. No, no, no. A piercing howl erupted from the depths of his throat. He tumbled out of the soul prison, exerting every ounce of strength to collide with the rusted ancient bell hanging outside the hall. When it rang, it was the bell of soul annihilation, the most critical alarm of the Soul Palace. This bell only tolls in the face of catastrophic disaster. For thousands of years since the establishment of the Soul Palace, it had remained silent. The deep, resonant sound reverberated through layers of space, echoing in every corner of the soul realm. In that moment, countless powerful beings of the Soul Palace, engaged in meditation, training, or indulgence, were jolted into a state of panic by the bell's chime. It was the bell of soul annihilation. What calamity had occurred? Had the heavens collapsed? Who dared to ring this bell? Rushed to the council hall. Terrifying figures, shrouded in ominous black mist, tore through space from all directions of the soul realm, appearing directly in the central council hall, a symbol of ultimate power. Inside, the atmosphere was so tense that it could be wrung out for water. Beneath the throne, on either side, stood several figures. The oppressive aura radiating from each was enough to suffocate even the most common of dozong. They were the highest decision-making body of the Soul Palace, the Dozun protectors who had long been in seclusion. At this moment, these formidable individuals, capable of shaking the middle state with a stomp, bore expressions of annoyance and confusion at being disturbed. Just then, Elder Huanmia burst in, crawling and rolling before kneeling in the center of the hall. His voice twisted and distorted by sheer terror. My lords, a grave matter has arisen. The Eastern Domain. The Eastern Domain is no more. What nonsense. A thunderous roar echoed, like a clap of thunder from the ground. To the left, a towering Dozun protector slammed down his armrest, shattering the ancient soul wood into dust with a terrifying force. It was Yan Mo Zun, notorious for his explosive temper, a powerhouse at the 5-star Dozun level. He glared at Elder Huanmia, demanding, "What do you mean the Eastern Domain is gone? Speak clearly." Trembling, Elder Huanmia recounted the terrifying sight of the extinguished soul lamps in detail. Upon finishing, the hall fell into a profound silence. The displeasure on every Dozun protector's face transformed into shock and disbelief. In a single day, 7 of our branch halls were obliterated, 3 dozong slain, and dozens of dohuang. Yan Mo Zun, furious to the point of laughter, exclaimed, "What a bold move. Who gave them the audacity? The ancient clans? The Pill Tower? Or those brutes from the Thunder Clan? Do they wish to provoke war prematurely? In his view, the only entities capable of such a feat must be the ancient clans of equal standing with the Soul Palace, emerging en masse to instigate a full-scale war. As the crowd engaged in fervent speculation, pondering which faction dared to be so audacious, a cold, emotionless voice resonated from the depths of the netherworld. Swirling above the grand hall. Silence. These three succinct words bore an undeniable authority, compelling all the defiant guardians of the battle to immediately close their mouths and respectfully lower their heads. The Vice Palace Master. The voice disregarded the assembly and issued a direct command to Elder Soul Extinction. Present all recorded images from the incident using the Soul Reflection Mirror. Elder Soul Extinction, not daring to delay, promptly retrieved an ancient black mirror and infused it with battle energy. The surface shimmered, and soon, the first image materialized, a bottomless pit. Its walls smooth and translucent, reflecting an eerie, glass-like sheen amidst the black mist. A glassy abyss. Following swiftly, the second, third, and fourth images appeared. 7 or 8 identical glassy pits materialized in orderly succession upon the mirror's surface. Each pit represented a former stronghold of the Soul Palace, now utterly erased from the map. Gazing upon these disturbingly flawless divine punishment pits, the entire council chamber descended once more into an uncanny silence. This time, the sensation was not one of shock, but rather a chilling dread that crawled forth from the depths of their souls, a fear of the unknown. Chapter 54. The Wrath of the Soul Palace. Who dares to disturb the Emperor's domain? Inside the council chamber, an oppressive silence reigned. All guardians of battle fixated intently upon the Soul Reflection Mirror. Within its depths, the pits appeared as smooth as glass, unnaturally orderly, evoking a sense of unease far more profound than witnessing an army besieging the walls. A siege indicates the presence of enemies, a contest of victory and defeat, a battle to be fought. Yet these pits spoke of utter ignorance, representing a force that transcended their understanding. This was not combat, it was divine intervention. A cleansing of mortals rather than mere destruction, it was obliteration. The silent imagery struck each of them like an invisible hand, mocking their proud achievements and revealing their insignificance. Tension, terror, and confusion fermented in the hall, penetrating the very bones of every high-ranking member of the Soul Palace. Enough! A thunderous roar erupted, akin to thunderclaps in boiling oil. Boom! The foremost figure on the left, the Flame Demon's sovereign, suddenly rose. The black flames engulfing him blazed higher in response to his furious wrath, causing the ancient wooden dome above to crackle ominously. His rugged visage contorted grotesquely, eyes ablaze, fixed upon the images in the mirror. What sorcery is this? He bellowed, unleashing the oppressive aura of a 5-star battle sovereign, rendering several weaker guardians pale and gasping for breath. What nonsense divine punishment! What obliteration! I see nothing but some cowardly rodent employing a trick of spatial manipulation. The Flame Demon Sovereign's voice resonated with arrogance and disdain. He remained utterly unconvinced, unwilling to accept the existence of such absurd powers in this world. In his perspective, it was undoubtedly the long-standing adversaries who had battled against the Soul Palace for millennia that were orchestrating this chaos. Within a single day, they had obliterated 7 branch temples in the Eastern Domain and slaughtered 3 Dou zones. How outrageous! The Flame Demon Sovereign, incensed, found himself laughing instead, surveying the room before bellowing at his incredulous colleagues. Have you all lost your nerve? The only ones capable of such deeds are those hypocritical members of the ancient clan or the decrepit elders of the Dan Tower. Not to mention the barbaric Thunder and Flame clans, whose minds are as empty as their brawn. Do they think the Soul Palace is a soft target? This is a declaration of war against us. His words acted as a potent stimulant, igniting the stifled atmosphere within the hall. Indeed, divine punishment? Ghosts? What nonsense! We are the Soul Palace, the very institution that trembles the entire continent with a mere stomp. Aside from those ancient relics passed down through the ages, who possesses the audacity or capability to engage in such reckless antics? Instantly, an air of murderous intent filled the hall. Indeed, it must be the wretched scions of the ancient clan. They have long prided themselves on being the righteous path, and their disdain towards us is not newfound. The Dan Tower is also a contender. Those 3 old geezers, relying on their ability to refine a few paltry pills, have perpetually sought to usurp our territory in Zhongzhou. Regardless of who it is, such actions are akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, inviting disaster. They must be made to pay a price. Observing the rekindled fighting spirit among his comrades, the Flame Demon Sovereign finally exhibited a look of satisfaction. He stepped forward, kneeling before the shadowy figure perpetually cloaked in darkness upon the throne, his voice resonating throughout the hall. My Lord Vice Palace Master, allow me to take the lead. Whether it be the ancient clan or the Dan Tower behind this, I, the Flame Demon, shall unearth this lurking rodent, imprison its soul within the soul-locking banner, and incinerate it with demonic flames for 10,000 years. Let the whole world witness the consequences of provoking the Soul Palace. His declaration exuded absolute confidence. A 5-star Dozong stands atop the pinnacle of the entire continent. He was assured that, provided the adversary was not the likes of Gu Yuan or the ancient elder of the Dan Tower, he could quell any uprising. A moment of silence enveloped the hall. After an extended pause, a cold voice devoid of any warmth finally resonated. Approved. Only a single word. Subsequently, a series of commands emanated from the shadowy figure, precisely reaching the ears of every Dozong guardian. Relay the message. All branch temples and outposts of the Soul Palace shall immediately enter the highest state of alert. All defensive formations are to be activated. Tai Sha, Gu Yu, and Ming Shi accompany the Flame Demon. Flame Demon, you will head to the western region of Zhongzhou, stationed at the Ming He Valley Branch Temple. Tai Sha, you are responsible for the southern domain, guarding the Soul Falling Cliff. Gu Yu, you shall defend the northern domain. The Tiangui Gate must not falter. Ming Shi, you are tasked with the central region of Zhongzhou. The Wan Scorpion Cave is under your watch. Since the enemy has chosen to strike one by one, we shall lay in wait, setting a trap, no matter where they venture next. The 4 of you must ensure their capture on the spot. Upon encountering formidable obstacles, I shall promptly relay the message. I will personally attend to the matter. The Vice Hall Master's strategy is clear, ruthless, and resolute. He audaciously intends to use 4 elite Dozuns as bait, setting a lethal formation in each of the 4 subhalls. Such a bold maneuver is nothing short of astonishing. Understood. The 4 Yin Mo Venerables responded in unison, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. In their eyes, this was no longer a mere trap. It was a hunt designed to showcase the might of the Soul Hall to the entire continent. For Dozuns guarding the 4 corners, what does that signify? Regardless of who the assailant may be, should he dare to reveal himself, his demise is assured. Humph. A bunch of vermin that only skulk in the shadows dare to stir trouble atop the sovereign's head. This time, they shall be left with nothing but remnants of their very bones. The Yin Mo Venerable snorted coldly, the first to tear apart the fabric of space before him. Stepping into the inky abyss with an abundance of fiery wrath and soaring confidence, his figure vanishing in an instant. The other 3 Dozuns followed suit. As the 4 terrifying auras dissipated, the oppressive atmosphere in the Great Hall eased somewhat, leaving the remaining guardians visibly more relaxed. With the 4 venerable masters mobilized, the foe's defeat is inevitable. I am eager to see which faction can withstand the loss of 4 Dozuns in one fell swoop. They are likely still reveling in their supposed triumph, blissfully unaware that a net capable of burying them alive has already been cast. At this moment, outside the Soul Hall, another pre-battle conference is being held in a leisurely manner. Lin Feng reclines on a luxurious couch, acquired by unknown means, sipping soda while observing the real-time map of the Soul Hall in the hands of the old alchemist. The map, conjured by him with ease, displays glimmering points representing the Soul Hall's experts, swiftly dispersing. 4 particularly bright points, denoting the Dozuns, have settled in the western, southern, northern, and central directions of the central continent, respectively. Chapter 55, A Trap? Today's grand finale. In Wutan City, behind the Xiao family's mountain, the atmosphere is rife with a notably decadent stench, starkly contrasting the oppressive ambience at the headquarters of the Soul Hall, which could crush even a Do Huang. Lin Feng luxuriantly reclines on an opulent chair, crafted from 10,000-year-old warm jade and silkworm silk, acquired by unknown means. In his left hand, he holds a cup of ice-cold soda, while his right grasps the latest model of a smartphone. The screen displaying the comical antics of Tom being outwitted by Jerry and Tom and Jerry, causing a leisurely smile to grace his lips. Beside him, Xiao Yan sits cross-legged on the ground, intently focused on his own phone. The screen reveals the classic interface of Do Diju. King Bomb. Can't play it. Airplane. Pass. Sequence. Just 1 card left. Xiao Yan played his final set of cards, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he envisioned the dawn of victory. Yet, in the next moment, his opponent discarded 4 twos. Springtime. On the screen, a lewd farmer, wielding a hoe, hurled a barrage of tomatoes at him. Cursed. Xiao Yan was so infuriated that he nearly tossed his phone away, having been outplayed once again by these 2 old tricksters. What kind of individuals are they? Holding a royal flush and 4 pairs yet still playing the landlord, specifically targeting me. This humble farmer? Such a lack of martial ethics. While he fumed and stomped his feet, the elder Yao, bound within the ring, felt his spirit tremble on the brink of flickering. Unlike his carefree master and disciples, his gaze was steadfastly locked onto the real-time map projection of the Soul Palace conjured by Lin Feng. Moments ago, he had witnessed firsthand 4 enormous red dots, brighter and more glaring than any previous light points, surged forth from the direction of the Soul Palace headquarters like four catastrophic meteors, rapidly descending towards the four cardinal directions of the central continent: west, south, north, and center. Each of these luminous points represented a formidable Dou warrior. Their speed was astonishing, clearly indicative of the elite combatants of the Soul Palace. Their destination was none other than the remaining significant and vast branches of the Soul Palace in the central continent. One of these, designated as the Flame Demon, had its trajectory culminating at the next scheduled checkpoint marked on Lin Feng's map, located at the Nether River Valley branch in the western region of the central continent. Master. Ancestor. Elder Yao's voice quivered with undeniable trepidation and urgency. He floated out from the ring, pointing at the luminous screen, and urgently addressed Lin Feng. A grave situation has arisen. The Soul Palace seems to have reacted. They have dispatched true powerhouses. Look here. He indicated the colossal red that had settled above the Nether River Valley, exuding an aura that was undeniably that of a Dou. Moreover, it was not a novice but rather a seasoned Dou, likely possessing strength that had already reached the 5-star realm. They had laid a trap for us in the Nether River Valley, waiting for our arrival. Elder Yao's heart raced in his throat. A Dou, an existence standing at the pinnacle of the continent's hierarchy, each one capable of establishing their own sect and dominating a region. Now, the Soul Palace had dispatched such a powerhouse to lay an intricate web of traps within a branch, lying in wait like a tiger. This was no mere act of revenge, it was a deadly ambush. Even with the Ancestor's unfathomable strength, facing a prepared 5-star Dou, one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Hearing Elder Yao's warning, Xiao Yan, who had just lost at Landlord, momentarily set aside his anger. Drawing closer to observe the changes on the map, his expression turning grave, Kaylin quietly rose and stood behind Lin Feng, her aura contained. Yet her exquisitely beautiful eyes brimmed with vigilance and combat spirit. However, at the center of the storm, Lin Feng's response shattered the tension that Elder Yao had just built. He leisurely finished his last sip of soda, let out a comfortable burp, and then lazily shifted his gaze from the screen of Tom and Jerry to the Soul Palace map. His eyes lingered for a moment on the enormous red dot representing the Flame Demon. Oh, he initially emitted a sound of mild surprise. Immediately, a glimmer of interest flickered across his previously indifferent visage, akin to a player who, after a day spent engrossed in a match of connecting tiles, suddenly discovers that the game has been updated, unveiling an entirely new mode of match 3 puzzles. He rose from his reclining chair, stretching languidly as his joints emitted a series of sharp cracks. A 5-star Dou. A subtle smirk curved Lin Feng's lips, revealing a hint of intrigue. Indeed, how delightful. He clapped his hands, a satisfied grin adorning his face. After a day spent battling novice creatures in the beginner's village, he had almost dozed off, believing the game offered little more. To his surprise, an elite monster had finally graced the scene. An elite monster? Yao Lao's mouth fell agape, his spirit feeling somewhat overloaded. A 5-star Dou, and in your words, merely an elite monster? Lin Feng paid no mind to the petrified Yao Lao. Instead, he stood up, keenly observing the coordinates labeled Mingi Valley, reminiscent of a traveler captivated by the most alluring image in a travel brochure. He patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "Disciple, stop playing that tedious game. Today's itinerary finally includes a noteworthy finale. Come, let us prepare and experience the 5-star service of the Soul Hall, and see just how splendid their hospitality truly is." A grand finale? 5-star service? Xiao Yan and Yao Lao exchanged bewildered glances, their minds swirling with confusion at the juxtaposition of these phrases. They finally grasped the reality. In their esteemed master's perception, what was deemed a trap or an ambush by a Dou was, in fact, devoid of danger. It was merely the most anticipated and prestigious paid attraction of their one-day tour in Zhongzhou. With this realization, a surge of fervor coursed through Xiao Yan from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. What was there to fear? With the master present, even a 5-star Dou would merely be a larger-than-life spectacle. "All right, master," Xiao Yan exclaimed, excitedly stowing away his phone and leaping to his feet. "Let us embark. I am eager to discover the extent of this Dou level service." Observing this pair, now utterly exhilarated, Yao Lao sighed in resignation, begrudgingly accepting this absurd reality. He silently retreated into his ring, his thoughts consumed by a singular notion: to pay a moment of silent tribute to the Dou compatriot awaiting them in Mingi Valley. May he meet his end with dignity. Chapter 56. Welcome to the death paradise of Mingi Valley. In the western region of Zhongzhou, Mingi Valley was once a realm of natural desolation, perpetually shrouded in howling winds and swirling dark mists, where any living being that ventured too close would be plagued with unrest. The Soul Hall had established its largest branch here. However, today, it could no longer be referred to as a branch. It had been transformed into a tomb, a vast and meticulously prepared grave for the audacious spirit that dared to challenge the Soul Hall. Yinamo, a 5-star Dozun guardian notorious for his brutality even within the Soul Hall, stood with arms crossed upon the throne in the main hall of Mingyi Valley. A cruel and self-assured grin adorned his face. Beneath his feet, the entire valley of the underworld had been utterly transformed by his unparalleled magic. Beneath the ground lay the earthly, soul-devouring formation, capable of unleashing a malevolent aura across 1,000 miles, while the sky was enveloped by the heavenly locking formation, spanning 100 miles in radius. The main hall where he stood was his ultimate masterpiece, the 10,000 souls devouring heaven formation. The three formations intertwined, each a reflection of the other, not to mention a mere infiltrator. Even a 5-star Dozun of equal rank would find no hope of leaving alive should they dare to step inside. The formation beneath the feet of the Flame Demon Lord surged with a formidable power, a sense of absolute control surging within him. He had waited a full hour, and his patience was wearing thin. Those cowardly rats dared to play tricks before him. He spat softly, filled with murderous intent and disdain. No matter who you are or what backing you possess, today, I shall ensure you meet your demise. Before absolute power, all schemes and conspiracies are mere jest. He had even devised 108 torturous methods to inflict upon the ghost he intended to capture, determined to peel away its very soul piece by piece, burning it in demonic flames for 1,000 years to assuage his wrath and restore the reputation of the Soul Palace. Just then, his expansive divine perception, extending for thousands of miles, suddenly jolted. They have arrived. The Flame Demon Lord's eyes sparkled with fierce light. Yet, in the next moment, the ferocity on his face froze in astonishment. Within his divine perception, the target that emerged from thousands of miles away was not the anticipated army or an overwhelming ancient creature. Instead, it was a group of 4, a woman at the pinnacle of Dozong, a young man at the peak of Dowang, a soul entity concealed within a ring, and the most unremarkable of them all, a youth whose aura was so ordinary that he seemed no different from a passerby devoid of fighting spirit. Just this? The Flame Demon Lord was momentarily dumbfounded. He began to doubt whether there was a flaw in his perception. Was this the terrifying individual who had, in a single day, obliterated 7 branch halls in the eastern region and slain 3 Dozongs? Just these few misfits? The slightest hint of vigilance within him was instantly washed away by a tide of contempt and mockery. So it was merely someone with a bit of clever concealment, attempting to play tricks here. He had unraveled the truth for himself. No wonder they could ambush those worthless fools. Their true abilities likely didn't even reach the level of Dozong. With this realization, the sinister smile on his face grew more pronounced. He even deemed the 3 guardians outside unworthy of his attention, fixating his gaze solely on the most unremarkable youth. He must undoubtedly be the leader of this group. Capture him, and all mysteries shall be unveiled. Under the delusional scrutiny of the Flame Demon Lord, Lin Feng leisurely led Xiao Yan and the other 2 to the entrance of the Valley of the Underworld. Master Ancestor, something seems amiss here, Xiao Yan remarked, surveying the lifeless hall before him, instinctively feeling a chill run down his spine. It was too quiet, eerily silent like a desolate city, devoid of the unique coldness characteristic of the Soul Palace. Something was indeed wrong. Lin Feng nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Today's attraction is evidently far more sophisticated than the previous ones. Observe, there is not even a ticket collector. We are simply invited inside. The service is quite commendable. With that, he gestured for Xiao Yan and the others to remain on standby, while he alone, hands clasped behind his back, ambled forward with a gait reminiscent of a leader inspecting their domain, gradually making his way into the main hall, which gaped open like the maw of a colossal beast. The Flame Demon's sovereign, seated upon his throne, could hardly contain his mirth upon witnessing the youth's audacity to enter alone, erupting into a thunderous laugh. Fool! The most foolish of fools. You tread the path of heaven yet ignore it, barging into hell without invitation. Close the doors. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the immense black gold doors, weighing millions of pounds, thunderously shut, sealing the interior from the outside world. Simultaneously, the walls, floor, and ceiling of the hall erupted with countless crimson patterns of array, illuminating the space with a sinister glow. The cacophony of anguished wails and cries reverberated through the air. The temperature within the hall plummeted to freezing, as dense black fog surged forth from all directions. Within this murky haze, grotesque, tormented faces flickered into view. The expressions of countless strong souls, swirling to create a tempest of darkness, howling in fury. The great array of devouring souls had been activated. A terrifying pressure, potent enough to send even a Dozong master into a state of utter despair, rushed towards the solitary figure in the center of the hall, bearing down with relentless force. Insignificant pest. The Flame Demon Sovereign rose slowly from his throne, casting a condescending gaze upon Lin Feng. his demeanor akin to a deity passing judgment upon mere ants. I must concede, you possess a modicum of cleverness, adept at concealing your presence and ambushing my inept subordinates. His voice dripped with mockery, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Alas, you should never have provoked my soul palace. Even more so, you should never have stepped into the purgatory I prepared for you. Now kneel. Reveal who orchestrates your actions from behind the scenes. And perhaps I shall grant you a swift demise. He felt assured of victory. In his eyes, within such dire straits, the only path for his opponent lay in begging for mercy. However, Lin Feng's reaction left him utterly astounded once more. Faced with this chaotic scene of demonic revelry and hellish descent, Lin Feng not only displayed no semblance of fear, but instead surveyed his surroundings with the fascination of a first-time visitor to a haunted house. He first glanced upwards at the wailing souls dancing upon the ceiling and nodded in approval. The surround sound is quite impressive. The ambience is delightful. Then, he waved his hand through the air, feeling the bone-chilling cold, and remarked, "The air conditioning is quite formidable, even better than my own at home." Finally, his gaze fell upon the grotesque, vengeful spirits, and he even reached out to grasp at the nearest one. "Wow, it's even a holographic projection. It can distort," Lin Feng exclaimed, his face alight with the joy of discovering a novel toy. His musings, though softly spoken, reached the ears of the flame demon sovereign without missing a word. The triumphant sneer on the sovereign's face faltered abruptly. What on earth? Surround sound? Air conditioning? Holographic projection? What nonsense is this fellow spouting? Is he so frightened that he has lost his mind? How dare he toy with me? The Yanmo Supreme was utterly infuriated by Lin Feng's nonchalant demeanor as a mere tourist. He felt that his dignity had been trampled upon like never before. "Since you refuse my courtesy and choose punishment instead, I shall first cripple your limbs, and then slowly refine your soul." With a furious roar, he ceased his prattle as the terrifying spiritual power of a 5-star Dozun erupted without reservation. Taste this. The Yanmo's heart-burning roar, a visible black sound wave, composed purely of spiritual energy, surged forth with the terrifying might to rend mountains, hurtling toward the figure in the center of the hall, who was still idly looking around. Chapter 57. Are you truly a Dozun, or just a sham? The Yanmo's heart-burning roar. With a single furious shout, a wave of destruction was unleashed. The black sound wave was no mere ripple. It was a wall, a towering barrier laden with the wails of countless souls and pure demonic energy. Crashing down upon Lin Feng, where the wall passed, the millennia-old soul subduing wood flooring silently turned to ash. The magical crystal sculptures flanking the hall, capable of withstanding Dou Huang attacks, were instantly corroded and dissolved, leaving not a trace behind. With this thunderous roar, the entire 10,000 souls devouring formation found its leader. And all the vengeful spirits and ghosts went mad, shrieking as they poured their strength into that black wall, amplifying its might further. This was the signature move of the Yanmo Supreme. Among the same level of experts, at least 8 out of 10 had perished beneath it. He was confident that with this shout, the audacious youth before him would be reduced to nothing but dust, both body and soul. Outside the hall, high in the sky, the expressions of Xiao Yan and his companions grew increasingly grim as they fixed their gazes on the tightly shut black gold doors. Boom. An invisible storm of spiritual energy violently surged through the crack of the door, slamming against the spatial barrier and creating ripples of intense turbulence. Puff. The residual waves struck the spirit of the elder Yao, sending him reeling and nearly causing his form to disintegrate. His voice trembled, filled with a palpable fear of having narrowly escaped death. What a domineering soul attack. It's the Yanmo old ghost. He is serious. Xiao Yan's heart tightened instantly. Despite his almost blind trust in his ancestor, the mere sensation of the residual power sent chills down his spine, his palms drenched in cold sweat. Kai Lin's face was as cold as frost. The space around her began to distort, the peak aura of a Dozong fully unleashed, ready to tear open the door at any moment to rescue someone. In the judgment of these 3 top-tier experts from the continent, the 5-star Dozun within the hall had undoubtedly unleashed his most deadly techniques. Yet, they could not fathom that the scene within the hall was far from the cataclysmic battle they envisioned. The black storm of spiritual energy, which had terrified the Dozong and changed the expression of Dozun, arrived precisely and forcefully upon the youth still looking around. And then it was gone. In the realm of imagination, there were no earth-shattering explosions, no anguished cries for mercy, and certainly no sense of soul-shattering terror. The dark tempest, capable of shattering mountains with its roar, descended upon Lin Feng in an instant, akin to plunging into an unfathomable abyss or colliding with a searing hot iron, a silent, unremarkable event. It was pristine and decisive, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. It simply vanished, utterly and completely. Lin Feng remained unaffected, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Not even a whisper of wind had ruffled the corners of his garments. Achu. He sneezed lightly, as if the dust stirred by the tempest had momentarily caught in his throat. Then, under the unwavering gaze of the Yanmog Venerable, whose face was frozen in disbelief, Lin Feng finally withdrew his attention from surveying the surroundings and regarded him directly for the first time. The expression in his eyes was not that of a contender or even an adversary. It mirrored that of a connoisseur, eagerly sampling a much-lauded dish only to find it akin to chewing on wax. It was a profound and sincere disappointment. Is this all there is? Lin Feng's voice, though soft, struck like an invisible hammer against the Yanmog Venerable's heart. I had expected something extraordinary from a so-called five-star attraction. Yet, is this truly it? He shook his head, his disdainful expression resembling that of someone inspecting a shoddy trinket. As for your soul power, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, seemingly struggling to find the right term. It's akin to a concoction of gutter oil, sewage sludge, and rotting vegetable scraps, a disarray of nauseating impurities. Puff! The Yanmog Venerable gasped, feeling his stomach churn at the repugnant analogy. Lin Feng continued his incisive critique. And your technique? It is so rudimentary, it is almost unbearable to behold. He gestured dismissively with a finger, as if imitating a toddler wielding a colossal hammer in a haphazard manner. Look at this. The energy efficiency is lamentably poor, 99% of your effort wasted on producing garish noise and unsightly black smoke. Flashy yet utterly ineffective. Even the sound system used by the dance ladies in the plaza below has more penetrating power than your voice. The Yanmog Venerable's face shifted from a furious red to a ghastly pale, as the pride he took in his prowess and the techniques that had earned him renown were, for the first time in his centuries-long existence, rendered worthless by such blunt, scornful, and professional critique. Yet, the most stinging blow was yet to come. Lin Feng surveyed him from head to toe and delivered a definitive verdict. To be frank, with your current level of skill, you lack even the qualifications to serve as a sparring partner for my disciple. It is not that I fear you harming him. Rather, I dread that your myriad faults might lead him astray. You are not only weak, you are a living, breathing textbook of failure in cultivation. A trace of pity glimmered in Lin Feng's gaze. Thus, you, the Dou Zun, are but a counterfeit? Chapter 58, Judgment from the Divine. Counterfeit? Those two words pierced through the heart of the flame demon sovereign like two searing, venom-laden steel needles, deeply embedding themselves in a mind forged from centuries of slaughter and pride. He could accept defeat, he could accept death, but he could never tolerate the notion that his lifetime of arduous cultivation, his pride, was deemed nothing more than a shoddy imitation, a failure in the eyes of another. This was a torment far greater than death itself. The ultimate humiliation overwhelmed fear, igniting reason, transforming it into a blazing fury that could scorch the heavens. The body of the flame demon sovereign swelled dramatically, and the black demonic flames surrounding him turned into a bizarre crimson hue at that moment. His skin cracked inch by inch, and from the fissures erupted not blood, but the most refined primordial demonic energy. He was igniting his own Dou Zun essence. This was the most frenzied, most resolute gamble for survival. You have successfully enraged me. The voice of the flame demon sovereign was no longer a roar, but a sound squeezed from the depths of his soul, akin to the grinding from the depths of the netherworld. In his crimson eyes, there was no longer any emotion, only the pure madness of dragging everything before him into the abyss of destruction. I care not who you are. I care not what your origins may be. Today, you must die. Taste this. Soul Palace forbidden technique. All demons return to source. Blood sacrifice for the living. Boom. The entire Nether River Valley, no? The energy of the land within 100 miles surged violently at that instant. The grand array he had personally set up, the 10,000 souls devouring heaven formation, was suddenly detonated in reverse. Countless powerful vengeful spirits, unable even to scream, were forcibly refined within the crimson demonic flames, transforming into the purest vengeful power. Merging into the flame demon sovereign's body, his aura, bolstered by the dual forces of burning his essence and the sacrificial array, soared in an utterly irrational manner. 5-star Dou Zun peak. 6-star Dou Zun. 6-star Dou Zun peak. 7-star. In just a few breaths, he had forcibly elevated his strength to a terrifying level of 7-star Dou Zun that even he could not fully control. Die. He concentrated this world-shattering power entirely into his right fist. That fist had transformed into a miniature black sun, composed of blood flames and vengeful energy. He struck with a single punch. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a profound silence. Wherever the black sun passed, time seemed to freeze, space was utterly obliterated. And all matter, all energy, all laws, dissolved into the most primordial void beneath this punch. This was his all-or-nothing gamble, wagering his soul and his heart, delivering a blow potent enough to genuinely threaten a 7-star Dou Zun. He fixed his gaze on the youth, who in his eyes was destined to become naught but void, a sinister and gleeful smile spreading across his face. Perish. Even if you are a true Dou powerhouse, what of it? No matter how formidable your background may be, in the face of my impending annihilation, all shall crumble. His smile abruptly froze upon his face, for the youth had made his move. Confronted with a fist capable of obliterating all existence, Lin Feng wore a maddeningly exasperated expression of utter disappointment. He even stifled a yawn. Sighing softly, his voice resonated like the final decree upon this tiresome farce. Let it end. As the words fell from his lips, he raised his right hand, extending a slender, porcelain-like finger, seemingly sculpted from exquisite jade. Then, under the gaze of the Yanmo sovereign, whose pupils twisted in sheer terror, he gently, devoid of any semblance of aggression, tapped the black sun, a force potent enough to annihilate all. With a sound akin to a balloon being pricked, that black sun, imbued with the might of the seven-star Dou, a blow powerful enough to shatter the very fabric of reality, vanished the moment it made contact with Lin Feng's fingertip, as if it had never existed at all, silent, clean, and utterly erased. No, it was impossible. The Yanmo sovereign emitted a moan as if trapped in a dream. All his strength, madness, and pride crumbled into a grand jest beneath that single gesture. His heart lay in ruins. In an instant, Lin Feng appeared before him as if he had teleported. The finger that had just extinguished the black sun now pointed nonchalantly towards the center of the sovereign's brow. In his final moments, the Yanmo sovereign, through those detached eyes that mirrored a deity overlooking mere mortals, finally comprehended the truth. He had not provoked a mere strongman, nor some monstrous entity. He was confronting a being from a higher dimension, a life form beyond his wildest imaginings. He was, in essence, challenging divinity. The fingertip gently rested upon his brow. A hum resonated. There was neither pain nor explosion. The Yanmo sovereign's body began to glow with a soft white light emanating from his forehead. In an instant, this once mighty five-star Dou, the Yanmo protector of the Soul Palace, alongside his formidable spirit, his blazing blood flame, and his expression twisted in fear, was methodically disassembled within the white light. From flesh to bone, to soul, down to the most minuscule particles that composed his being, he was like a painting, gently yet ruthlessly erased from existence by an invisible hand wielding an eraser. The entire process lasted 3 seconds. After those fleeting moments, the space was left barren, as if the Yanmo sovereign had never existed at all. Lin Feng withdrew his finger, glancing at his own fingertips, still pristine as ever, his expression akin to one who had merely completed a trivial household chore. He exited the now ravaged Grand Hall, gazing up at the sky before looking down upon the eerie and sinister depths of the underworld river valley. TSK, such a sight. Yet one must still tidy up afterward. What a disappointment. He muttered a complaint to himself, and then raised his hand. Snap! A crisp sound resonated in the air. In that fleeting moment, those waiting outside the infernal river valley, including Xiao Yan, felt a sudden blur before their eyes. The vast, menacing architectural complex of the infernal river valley, along with the sprawling mountains stretching for hundreds of miles, seemed to vanish as if a delete key had been pressed on a computer file. Silently, it disappeared from this world. In its place emerged another giant sinkhole, smooth as glazed glass, rounded like a full moon, unfathomable in depth, exuding a subtle artistic aura. After accomplishing this, Lin Feng appeared to recall something. He took out his phone and glanced at it. On the screen, a 3-minute countdown had just reached 0. The timing was impeccable. He nodded in satisfaction, stowed away his phone, and turned to leave. At that instant, as he turned, his gaze inadvertently flicked to an inconspicuous point in the void. That look resembled one catching a glimpse of an insignificant little insect peering from a corner. Chapter 59, The Gaze Across the Void. In the Soul Realm, atop the sacred mountain of the Soul Clan, stood the Hall of 10,000 Souls. This place served as the central power hub for the Soul Clan, a forbidden domain that instilled fear in all beings across the Duki continent. The Grand Hall was constructed from a dark crystal capable of devouring soul light. Shrouded in perpetual darkness, save for the throne atop, which lay a skeletal seat crafted from the skulls of numerous Dou Saint powerhouses, emanating a chilling white glow. A figure clad in a simple black robe, appearing rather ordinary and resembling a middle-aged scholar, sat quietly upon the throne. He was the current patriarch of the Soul Clan, the supreme ruler of the Hall of Souls, the Dou Emperor. At this moment, he paid no heed to the panic and uproar outside, stirred by the downfall of the 7 halls of the eastern region. His eyes were tightly shut, and a thread, thinner than a hair and almost transparent, extended from his forehead, traversing the endless barriers of space to connect precisely with the formidable Yin Demon Lord in the western region of Zhongzhou. This was the Soul Clan's pinnacle secret technique, the soul bond across miles, allowing him to observe the hunting of the provocateur through the perspective of the Yin Demon Lord. He relished this sensation, akin to a lofty chess master, delighting in watching his pieces lead an oblivious ant step by step into a trap, only to cruelly crush it. In his view, everything unfolded seamlessly, as if scripted. The fatal formation of the infernal river valley had already been activated. The Yin demon, one of his most capable guardians, was in position. The prey, the ghostly figure rumored to be extraordinary by those below, arrived as expected. When the Soul Emperor beheld a young man entering the hall, whose aura was utterly unremarkable, even seemingly languid, a smirk reminiscent of the Yin demon lordess, filled with disdain and cruelty, curled at the corners of his mouth. A pretentious rodent, he mused faintly in his mind. He had even begun to contemplate how, once he captured this individual, he could follow the trail to uproot the forces behind him, proclaiming the Soul Palace's absolute dominion over this continent with a grand blood sacrifice. However, the confident curve of his lips soon solidified into a grim expression. He witnessed the Flame Demon Sovereign unleash a soul technique powerful enough to annihilate opponents of equal rank, the Flame Demon Heartburn Roar. Yet, that devastating storm dissipated before the youth, like a gentle breeze fading into nothingness. For the first time, the Soul Emperor's brow furrowed slightly. He heard the youth critique the Flame Demon Sovereign's esteemed cultivation and combat skills with the casual demeanor of someone evaluating street food, rendering them utterly worthless. Arrogance. The Soul Emperor's gaze turned frigid. He observed the enraged Flame Demon Sovereign, willing to burn his own essence and sacrifice the entire formation, unleashing a punch of unparalleled strength that rivaled a 7-star Dou Sovereign, a strike meant for mutual destruction. In that moment, even the Soul Emperor straightened his posture. This punch warranted his attention. He anticipated witnessing the audacious youth reduced to nothing beneath the obliterating black sun. Yet, what he beheld was an indelible scene that would haunt him in countless nightmares to come. The youth merely extended a finger, lightly tapping. The black sun, capable of annihilating mountains and obliterating space, shattered with a soft pop, like a burst soap bubble. In that instant, the Soul Emperor felt as though his heart skipped a beat, an indescribable chill rising silently from the depths of his soul for the first time. Next, an even more unfathomable scene unfolded. The youth strolled leisurely to stand before the Flame Demon Sovereign, and with that same finger, he effortlessly touched the center of his brow. Then, the Flame Demon Sovereign, a 5-star Dou Sovereign and a loyal minister of the Soul Palace, was gradually erased from existence, inch by inch, amidst a blinding light. The Soul Emperor's breath hitched. The string in his mind, named common sense, snapped at that moment. This was not a battle. This was not a combat technique. This was not even a form of power he could comprehend. This was divine retribution. Just as he was shaken to his core and prepared to sever the thread of his soul to prevent being traced back, it was already too late. In his line of vision, the youth, having just completed his actions, snapped his fingers, transforming the entire underworld river valley into a crystalline pit, and as if by chance, slowly raised his gaze. His eyes pierced through miles of space, penetrating layers of spatial barriers, and breached the soul realm's formidable defense, locking onto the Soul Emperor with uncanny precision. Boom! In that instant, the Soul Emperor's mind felt as if it had been cast into a true sun, blanking out completely. What sort of eyes were those? In those eyes, there was no anger, no killing intent, no warnings, nor even the slightest hint of emotional fluctuation. There exists a realm, akin to the primordial void at the genesis of the universe, characterized by an exquisite purity and an overwhelming indifference. That gaze resembled that of a researcher engrossed in a scientific experiment, who, while tending to a petri dish, inadvertently encounters a trivial bacterium that ought not to be present. He neither expresses anger nor curiosity. Rather, he merely perceives this blemish as somewhat bothersome. In the next moment, he would consign both the bacterium and the entire dish to the incinerator. The Soul Emperor is that very bacterium. Suddenly, an irresistible force, imbued with the essence of supreme laws, surged forth along a slender thread of soul, striking with the ferocity of apocalyptic thunder. The Soul Emperor was violently propelled from his throne, forged from the skulls of countless saints, as if struck by an immense force, crashing against the stone wall of the Grand Hall. A torrent of black blood, infused with the essence of his imperial being, erupted like a fountain, staining the obsidian floor with an eerie dark crimson. The proud soul thread, the pinnacle of the Soul Clan's secret arts, faltered not even for a fleeting moment before being utterly obliterated by the power embedded within that gaze. Excruciating pain, akin to the tearing of his very soul, surged from the depths of his consciousness. Yet, the dual torment of body and spirit paled in comparison to the tumultuous waves of horror that surged within him at that moment. Struggling to rise from the ground, he pressed one hand against his violently heaving chest while bracing himself against the frigid wall with the other, barely managing to remain upright. The countenance that had remained serene and unperturbed for millennia, as though he had everything under control, now drained of color, turned a ghastly white. In his eyes, the ruthlessness and dominance characteristic of a formidable leader vanished, replaced by a profound emotion he found utterly unfamiliar: fear. Yes, fear. A primal, life-instinctual terror. Akin to an ant gazing up at the vast heavens. A sheer, absolute dread. He finally comprehended the truth. The adversaries they had provoked were not ancient monsters of legendary clans, nor were they the hidden powerhouses of the Alchemy Tower. They had awakened a forbidden existence beyond their comprehension, a being they could neither fathom nor imagine. He, the Soul Emperor, one of the ostensible strongest in the Duki continent, who had schemed for millennia, viewing the populace as mere pawns and the Dou Sheng as playthings, now felt as though he were the one being toyed with, a mere ant, easily crushed at any moment. This realization instilled a despair within him more profound than death itself. Come forth. With every ounce of strength, he unleashed a hoarse, trembling roar. He sounded the highest alarm of the Soul Clan, the blood-red bell. All clansmen above the Dou Zun level, assemble immediately at the Hall of Souls. Hurry. As the bell tolled, the urgency intensified, each chime more insistent and piercing than the last. The blood-red alarm, which had remained silent atop the sacred mountain of the Soul Clan for millennia, was now being forcefully resonated by the Soul Emperor's outpouring of boundless terror and madness. The substantial crimson sound wave pierced through the heavy spatial barriers of the Soul Realm, resonating wildly in every corner of this self-contained world. In an instant, the entire Soul Realm erupted. Countless elders of the Soul Clan, who were in deep meditation within their ominous training towers, were startled into opening their eyes, their expressions filled with uncontainable astonishment and fury. From the depths of the blood pool, the Soul Palace's guardians, forged from the essence of living beings, burst forth from the water's surface, unleashing a howl that transcended human sound towards the heavens. Before the Hall of 10,000 Souls, the patrolling black-armored guards were paralyzed by this sudden highest alert, their formation collapsing instantly. What is happening? A crimson alarm? Have they lost their minds? Who dares to sound this bell? Did the ancient clan send their minions? Impossible. Even if that old coot, Gu Yuan, came himself, he wouldn't dare ring this bell. Powerful and brutal auras surged from all directions within the Soul Realm. They twisted into black light, racing madly towards the central authority of the Hall of 10,000 Souls. In mere moments, the Grand Hall, forged from the obsidian of the underworld, was packed to the brim. The Vice Master of the Soul Palace, a 9-star Dou Saint with a deep, unfathomable aura, stood amidst the chaos. The 4 great demon saints of the Soul Clan, any one of whom could shake the entire central continent with a mere stomp, were present, alongside dozens of senior guardians of the Soul Palace, each with formidable auras, none beneath the rank of Dou Zun. This was the pinnacle of the Soul Clan's strength, the foundation upon which they dominated the continent, regarding all living things as mere animals. Yet now, this assembly of formidable beings, capable of instilling despair in any opposing force, bore grim expressions, their ferocity palpable. Where's the master? What is the purpose of this commotion? The most volatile of the 4 demon saints, the Soul Slaughter Demon Saint, scanned the room and growled impatiently. Just then, a figure tumbled into the hall from the direction of the Soul Prison, the elder responsible for guarding the Soul Lantern. His face was devoid of color, terror etched into every feature. It's extinguished, he stammered, pointing towards the direction of the Soul Lantern Hall, his voice trembling violently. What do you mean extinguished? Clarify yourself. The Vice Master barked, his brow furrowing in agitation. The Soul Lantern of the Flame Demon Sovereign has been extinguished. Boom. The revelation detonated in the minds of everyone present like a thunderclap. The magnificent hall was plunged into an eerie silence. Expressions of incredulity and disbelief adorned every face. The Flame Demon Sovereign? He was a 5-star Dou Zun, a pillar of the Soul Palace, sent by the Master to lay an ambush in the Nether River Valley, prepared to swallow the mysterious assailant whole. How could he possibly be dead? The very location he commanded had been transformed into a meticulously laid trap. His reputation was built on a brutal and domineering soul attack. Even when facing a foe of equal strength, it was inconceivable that he could be slain so swiftly. Nonsense. That is utterly impossible. The Soul Slaughter Demon Saint was the first to voice his disbelief. I am well aware of the Flame Demon's capabilities, unless that old fossil Gu Yuan personally intervened. Who could kill him so decisively? His words resonated with the sentiments of all present. Yet, in the next moment, a staggering figure stumbled forth from the rear of the Grand Hall. As the crowd beheld the newcomer, the cacophony of chatter and skepticism transformed into sharp gasps of disbelief. The figure was none other than their supreme ruler, the Soul Emperor. However, the Soul Emperor now bore little resemblance to his usual composed and domineering self, who effortlessly commanded everything as if the lives of mortals were mere pieces on a chessboard. His robes were disheveled, a trace of still-drying black blood, imbued with the aura of an emperor, lingered at the corner of his mouth. His complexion was alarmingly pale. But what truly struck terror into the hearts of those gathered were his eyes. Those eyes, which should have been fathomless and indifferent as a deity, were now filled with an emotion they had never witnessed before: fear. The Hall Master? What has happened? The voice of the Vice Hall Master trembled. What force could injure the Soul Emperor? What could instill fear in him? Did such a thing even exist in this world? The Soul Emperor paid him no heed, merely sweeping his hollow, terrified gaze across the assembly. In a voice that was almost a fevered whisper, he recounted, word by word, what he had just witnessed through the soul threads. He spoke of how that young man had traversed the soul storm of the flame demon sovereign. He recounted how the youth had dismissed Dou Zun's heart with a tone of derision, rendering it utterly worthless. He described how, with a mere finger, that youth had obliterated a 5-star Dou Zun, erasing both body and soul from existence. Finally, he spoke of that gaze, that cold, indifferent look that transcended endless space. At that moment, the Soul Emperor's throat emitted a rattling sound. I am but a bug, ready to be crushed at any moment. As he summoned all his strength to utter this last statement, the entire hall of 10,000 souls fell into an oppressive silence, so profound it was nearly suffocating. All the powerful members of the Soul Clan found their minds paralyzed. Their cherished knowledge, their worldview built upon might, was shattered in an instant by the Soul Emperor's fearful recounting. A mere glance could incapacitate a half-step Dou Hall Master. A single finger could annihilate a 5-star Dou Zun. What manner of creature is this? No, this is no mere creature. This is a deity or demon. A chill surged from the souls of every Soul Clan member, racing up their spines. They finally grasped the gravity of their situation. The entity they had provoked was not some ancient clan or alchemy tower. They had stirred a forbidden presence, one beyond their comprehension, beyond their imagination. Who is he? The voice of an elder trembled uncontrollably, echoing the thoughts of all. We do not know. The Soul Emperor shook his head weakly. We do not know who he is, where he comes from, or what he desires. He is like a specter. The Vice Hall Master picked up the thread of conversation, his voice equally hoarse. A ghost that stands behind you, unbeknownst to you. He does not wish for your demise. Yet you remain oblivious to his existence. He desires your end, and you find yourself bereft of any opportunity to react. In the places he has traversed, only a smooth, reflective pit remains, as if mocking our struggles, rendering them utterly futile. Ghost. The very utterance carries a sinister weight, detonating like an explosion within the hearts of all the formidable souls of his kin. Indeed, ghost. Only this term encapsulates the incomprehensible, unassailable, and wandering terror that haunts us. In this moment, the emotions of anger, arrogance, and cruelty, deeply ingrained in the essence of the Soul Clan, dissipate entirely. In their stead arises an unfathomable dread of the unknown and a profound despair concerning death. Meanwhile, on a mountaintop billions of miles away from the Soul Realm, Lin Feng reclines on a beach chair that seemingly materialized from thin air, blissfully sipping on a sugary beverage. Before him, the screen of his phone displays an expansive map of the central continent. Initially, the red dots representing the branches of the Soul Palace lay still. Yet, just moments ago, these points, as if startled, suddenly sprang into frantic motion. They scurried like ants whose nest has been disturbed or rabbits fleeing in terror, abandoning their entrenched sanctuaries and madly racing toward the largest red dot at the center of the map, the headquarters of the Soul Palace. Observing this comical scene, Lin Feng wears a mischievous grin akin to that of a cat toying with a mouse. Are they aware of my impending arrival and fleeing in advance? How delightful. He gently blows a breath toward the screen, issuing a new command. System, initiate dynamic tracking and trajectory prediction. I do not wish to miss a single thrilling moment of this grand, real-life escape from the temple. Chapter 61. The Supreme Command of the Soul Palace. Flee. Ghost. The Deputy Palace Master uttered these two words with great difficulty, as if he were forcefully swallowing two searing hot iron plates. These words, imbued with the most venomous of powers, caused the temperature within the obsidian hall of the underworld to plummet, and a chilling wind arose. Each syllable transformed into an invisible hammer, carrying a profound terror that struck the hearts of every high-ranking member of the Soul Clan within the hall. The entire hall of 10,000 souls fell into an oppressive silence. The Soul Slaughter Demon Saint, who had just been clamoring for revenge, now stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a single sound. His grotesque visage contorted uncontrollably, his eyes vacant, filled only with the abyss of fear. The four great demon saints, the Deputy Palace Master of the Soul Palace, and dozens of esteemed elders, individuals capable of shaking the central continent with a mere stamp of their feet, now resembled chicks caught by the throat, their faces drained of color, struggling to breathe. Their gazes converged upon the figures slumped upon the skeletal throne. Their ruler, their deity, the Soul Emperor, who in their hearts was infallible and undefeated, now appeared utterly disheveled. His robe, a symbol of supreme authority, lay in tatters, and the dark red stain of imperial blood upon his chest was glaringly unsettling. He grasped the armrest of the throne, his knuckles turning pale from exertion, as if this were the only way to prevent himself from sliding off. His gaze was hollow and disoriented, brimming with an inexpressible dread. Just one glance, separated by a profound mystical bond, shattered the very essence of his imperial soul. He could distinctly feel his heart, forged through millennia of slaughter and intrigue, fracturing under that single, penetrating gaze, like a web of cracks spreading across its surface. He had never experienced such a sense of helplessness. Before that gaze, his so-called pinnacle of the nine-star Dou Saint, his alleged half-step Dou Emperor status, and his millennia-long schemes all became a grand farce. The other party did not regard him as a worthy opponent. He was merely an irritating insect caught in the crosshairs of their cleansing. This realization was more painful than death itself. Your Majesty, the Vice Master of the Hall managed to rasp, his voice sounding like rusted iron grinding together. What shall we do now? What can we do? The Soul Emperor lifted his head, and a flicker of vitality returned to his vacant eyes. Yet, it was not the sharpness of a strong man, nor the coldness of a tyrant. Instead, it resembled the madness of a beast cornered with no escape. Revenge? He laughed nervously, the sound sharp and grating. What can we use for revenge? Your lives, or the millennia of legacy of my soul clan? To appease that existence? He slammed his hand down on the throne, unleashing a frantic roar that reverberated throughout the great hall. The entire structure trembled under the force of his fury. All the high-ranking members of the Soul Hall staggered backward, overwhelmed by the mingling dread and madness emanating from his imperial presence. Gasping for breath, his bloodshot eyes scanned the faces of everyone in the hall, each reflecting the same fear and confusion he felt. He was acutely aware that the Soul Clan stood at the brink of annihilation. This was not a battle against ancient clans, nor a contest with the Alchemy Tower. It was a relentless crushing of ants beneath the feet of divinity. They were but a swarm of insignificant insects, ready to be effortlessly erased by a god. No, he would not accept this. After a millennium of scheming, bearing the hopes of his entire race, and standing on the cusp of acquiring the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tuasha to become the true sovereign of this realm, he could not allow himself to perish in such a ludicrous manner. He must survive. Only by surviving could he hope to turn the tide. An utterly humiliating yet singularly viable thought took root and formed in his chaotic mind. He forcibly suppressed the agony of his soul and the terror within. Rising to stand upon the throne, his voice transformed from a roar to an icy calmness, embodying an irrefutable authority befitting a sovereign. Convey my highest decree. Every high-ranking member in the hall felt a chill run down their spines and bowed in unison. The Soul Emperor's gaze pierced through the vaulted ceiling of the Hall of Souls, fixed upon the vast expanse of the Central Plains, which he once considered firmly within his grasp. Each word he uttered seemed to be forced out with tremendous effort, squeezed through the gaps of his clenched teeth. Henceforth, abandon everything. All outposts established in foreign lands, regardless of the resources, the souls, or the legacies cultivated over millennia. Surrender everything. All. Every clan member scattered abroad. No matter where you are or what you are doing. Immediately, without hesitation, employ every conceivable means to retract to the Soul Realm. Boom. This decree resonated like a world-ending thunderclap within the hearts of the high-ranking officials of the Soul Palace. To relinquish all outposts? This vast network, painstakingly established over thousands of years, formed the very foundation of their dominion and plunder. Just like that, to discard it? What difference is there from severing one's own limbs? Just as someone contemplated voicing a challenge, the cold voice of the Soul Emperor, devoid of any emotion yet infused with boundless madness, reverberated once more. He articulated each word with a tone capable of freezing the souls of all who heard it. Adding, remember, this is not a strategic retreat. It is a flight. Flee from that specter. Flee from that divine demon, with your utmost speed. Employing your most despicable tactics, using every method you can conceive, survive. Survive, and return to the Soul Realm. Fleeing. When this word was uttered as a command from their supreme sovereign, the last remnants of pride belonging to the strong were utterly shattered among all the high-ranking officials of the Soul Palace. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. They were the Soul Palace, the subterranean overlords of the continent, hunters who regarded all beings as mere ants. When had it ever come to their turn to flee? However, when they lifted their gazes and locked eyes with the Soul Emperor's bloodshot and frenzied gaze, all humiliation, all resentment, was instantaneously consumed by an overwhelming fear that could drown everything. Even the palace lord was gravely struck by that single glance. Even the outpost guarded by a 5-star Dou Zun was obliterated on the spot. What could they use to resist? With their lives to fill the gap? Yes, yes. Your command. The Vice Lord was the first to respond, his trembling voice accepting the most humiliating order in the history of the Soul Clan. Following suit, the 4 great demon saints and dozens of elders bowed in unison. Understood. In the next moment, The entire hall of 10,000 souls transformed into the epicenter of a communication storm. Commands imbued with the highest authority, drenched in crimson, were disseminated through various clandestine channels. Snowflake-like, reaching every corner of the central continent, echoing in the ears of every member of the Soul Palace. In the eastern region of the central continent, beneath a bustling city, within a Soul Palace outpost disguised as a commercial headquarters, the palace lord was reveling in the spoils of a recent plunder. When the communication jade slip in his arms suddenly radiated a blinding crimson light. Upon reading the contents, the lewd grin on his face froze instantly, replaced by a terror akin to having seen a ghost. He shoved the woman from his embrace, not bothering to dress. Madly rushing into the secret chamber to activate the self-destruction array, then dashed into the escape passage without looking back. In the western region, amidst a desolate desert, another Soul Palace outpost was besieging a small sect that refused to submit. As they were on the brink of a resounding victory, preparing to relish the thrill of slaughter, the leading guardian received a blood-red command. He froze for 3 seconds, then unleashed the most terrified roar of his life to all his subordinates. Retreat. Forget those ants. Everyone, flee towards the Soul Realm. On that day, the entire central continent witnessed a most fantastical scene. The once mysterious, arrogant, and callous demons of the Soul Palace, who regarded human lives as mere weeds, seemed to have received a directive signaling the apocalypse. They abandoned their nests, which they had cultivated for millennia, forsook their easily attainable prey, and renounced all tasks and dignity. They transformed into a horde of cornered rats, frantically emerging from every shadowy nook across the continent, fleeing in a chaotic and almost frenzied manner towards a singular direction. Thus commenced a grand exodus, a total mobilization of the Soul Palace, sweeping across the entire continent. Chapter 62. Oh, are we starting to run from the poison? In the Soul Realm, it was as if the heavens had collapsed, filled with the wails of despair. Yet, atop an unnamed mountain, tens of thousands of miles away, the atmosphere was entirely different. Here, the weather was delightful, serene, and even exuded an air of extravagant indulgence. Lin Feng reclined languidly on an ancient jade chaise, oblivious to how Kai Lin had acquired it from some unfortunate soul. He sipped on chilled soda while munching on a 9th-grade holy fruit, freshly peeled by Kai Lin. Just one of these fruits was enough to drive a Dousheng powerhouse into a frenzy. Not far away, a scene unfolded that sent Yao Lao's blood pressure soaring. A potion-making lesson in progress. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged before a resplendent imperial flame cauldron, its surface adorned with profound runes. His face bore no trace of the seriousness required for alchemy. Instead, it radiated the excitement of a child with a new toy. Beside him was a mountain of divine medicinal materials, any one of which could incite a bloody storm in the outside world. The master said in alchemy, "One must not fear failure. Dare to experiment, and you shall break through the heavens," Xiao Yan declared, brainwashing himself as he grasped a millennium-old dragon blood grass and weighed a chunk of star iron mother, carelessly tossing them both into the cauldron without a second thought. Yao Lao's eyelids twitched as he felt his soul nearly shatter. My heavens, dragon blood grass, the main ingredient for a 9th-grade elixir. Star iron mother, a divine material for forging heavenly-grade fighting weapons. Are you just tossing them in like cabbages? Is this alchemy or a hodgepodge stew? Little Yen, stop, Yao Lao shouted. His voice strained. Those 2 ingredients would clash and cause an explosion. Master, do not panic. The Ancestor also said, as long as my thoughts do not falter, the explosion will avoid me. Xiao Yan replied, not even glancing back, but instead intensifying the flame beneath the cauldron. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed from within the imperial flame cauldron. However, the catastrophic scene one might expect did not unfold. The cauldron merely swayed slightly. The runes on its surface rotated, absorbing the violent energy, and finally, a wisp of harmless azure smoke leisurely wafted out from the cauldron's mouth. Xiao Yan traced the trajectory of the recent energy collision, slapping his thigh in realization. Oh, so that is how it works. His face radiated the exhilaration of newfound knowledge. Yao Lao clutched his chest, his spirit flickering uncertainly. He felt as though his resolve had shattered into fragments alongside the dull thud. What a prodigal! Such extravagance! He lamented. This is not alchemy. It is merely a charade of playing with divine elixirs. Yet, begrudgingly, Yao Lao acknowledged that in this reckless pursuit of alchemical explosions, Xiao Yan's mastery over spiritual energy and comprehension of various energies was growing at an astonishing, almost absurd pace. This efficiency surpassed his own most orthodox and rigorous teachings by at least 10,000-fold. Gazing skyward, Yao Lao sighed deeply, feeling as if his millennia of alchemical expertise had been squandered on a fool. He cast a resentful glance at the carefree instigator not far away. The appearance of this grandmaster had not only shattered the limits of combat power on the continent, but was now poised to upend the very rules within the alchemical realm. At that moment, Lin Feng, reclining in his chair, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Oh, he sat up. His interest peaked as he focused on a smartphone screen projected by the system, visible only to him. The display showcased an exquisitely detailed three-dimensional map of the central continent. The hundreds of red dots, representing the branches of the Soul Palace, which had previously remained tranquil, were now in utter disarray, akin to a disturbed hornet's nest. All the red dots were in motion. They resembled headless flies or startled rabbits, abandoning their nests in a frenzy, leaving behind long trails on the map as they desperately fled toward the largest and brightest red dot at the center, the headquarters of the Soul Palace. The scene was chaotic, frantic, and oddly comical. A few red dots, in their panic, even veered in the wrong direction, racing towards the opposite side of the Soul Realm. Grandmaster, what is amusing you? Xiao Yan observed Lin Feng's expression and hurried over. Yao Lao floated closer, curious about what could spark such interest in the Grandmaster. Lin Feng, without concealment, waved his hand, sharing the dynamic map with the three of them. As Xiao Yan and Yao Lao leaned in for a closer look, their eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. This is... Xiao Yan stammered, struggling for words. Yao Lao, momentarily taken aback, soon trembled with excitement, not from fear, but from joy. They are terrified. It is the legend of the Spectre. Your divine prowess has thoroughly frightened them. They've abandoned their century-old lair. They are retreating to the Soul Realm headquarters en masse. This is the first time in millennia that the Soul Palace has faced such a setback. He had anticipated that Lin Feng would be pleased with this outcome. However, to his surprise, Lin Feng pointed at the chaotic map and burst into laughter. He commented in a tone that Xiao Yan and Yao Lao could not comprehend. Look, these fellows have wised up. Realizing they cannot confront us head-on, they are beginning to withdraw. This is merely akin to a game of survival, where the toxic zone encroaches, prompting everyone to flee for their lives. Fleeing from the poison? Surviving the game? Xiao Yan and Yao Lao exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their confusion. What do these two phrases even mean? Yet, they could discern the heavy sarcasm in Lin Feng's tone, a lightheartedness that suggested he was merely observing a lively spectacle. Yao Lao's worldview was once again shattered. After all this, the monumental war that swept across the continent, one that would be recorded in history and sent the first evil faction into a panicked retreat, was, in the eyes of their revered master, merely a game. At that moment, a notification chimed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! A large number of rats have emerged from their holes and are fleeing chaotically. The cat-and-mouse game has been activated. Advanced features, dynamic trajectory tracking, and optimal escape route prediction are now available for you. The system will calculate all targets' escape routes in real time and provide you with the best interception locations and timing. Wishing you an enjoyable game. Lin Feng's smile deepened as he observed the red dots on the map, stretching out like a herd of lambs running towards slaughter. Target practice had grown somewhat tedious. Perhaps engaging with moving targets would prove more entertaining. He stowed away the map, rose from his reclined position, and stretched, the joints in his body cracking audibly. Since they had all emerged, there seemed little thrill left in demolishing those vacant houses. Lin Feng's gaze swept over Xiao Yan and Kai Lin, revealing an unusually amiable smile. Let us proceed to set up a few toll booths along the way. Chapter 63. Greetings, Phantom Patrol Team. In the Black Wind Gorge, a notorious abyss in the western region of Zhongzhou, the fierce winds here could flay the skin off a person, and the spatial turbulence was unpredictable. Even a typical Dou Zong expert would find themselves half dead if they recklessly ventured in. Yet, despite this treacherous locale, it served as a secret passageway established by the Soul Palace, leading directly to their stronghold in the Soul Realm. At this moment, a colossal black-horned wooden vessel was racing through the canyon with reckless abandon. The hull creaked under the onslaught of the gale, and the ghastly faces etched upon it seemed to come alive amidst the howling winds. On the deck stood a cadre of individuals from the Soul Palace, each enveloped in dark energy. The leader, a black-robed guardian known as the Black Shah Venerable, possessed the cultivation level of a 7-star Dou Zong. His face, already somber, was now drawn tight, the knuckles of his grip on the ship's railing turning white. Having narrowly escaped, the lingering dread still gripped him. He, along with the several hundred elite members of the Soul Palace behind him, were among the first to successfully traverse a significant portion of Zhongzhou after receiving that blood-red command. Straighten your backs, he bellowed, surveying the despondent faces of his subordinates. We only need to hold on for a little longer until we reach home. Once we return to the Soul Realm, with the Palace Master and several esteemed elders present, not a soul will dare lay a finger on us. His words managed to quell the anxious atmosphere on the deck somewhat. Indeed, returning to the Soul Realm, a bastion that the Soul Clan had maintained for over 10,000 years, was the most formidable stronghold across the continent. As I pondered, a number of faces bore the haughty and fierce expression characteristic of the Soul Palace. Once we return to headquarters, I shall ensure that the scoundrel known as Phantom is dragged out. How dare he provoke our soul palace? I shall extract his soul and send it to the heavens. Indeed, our soul palace has reigned supreme across the continent for a millennium. When have we ever suffered such humiliation? If I do not avenge this grievance, I shall write my name backward. Listening to his subordinates rekindling their fervor, the Dark Fiend Sovereign felt the tension within him ease slightly. He turned to glance at the rapidly receding land of Central State, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Phantom? Merely a rat lurking in the shadows. Launching sneak attacks. What else can he do besides creating some pits to frighten people? If he possesses courage, he should confront us in the soul realm. Face us with swords drawn and guns blazing. He had already convinced himself that he was the fortunate one in this grand escape, having completely shaken off the terrifying phantom. His mind even started to concoct tales of how he would boast to his superiors upon returning to headquarters about how he remained composed and led his brothers out of peril. But just as he was lost in this daydream, an unexpected event unfolded. In the path directly ahead of the demonic vessel, the empty void suddenly distorted without warning, rippling outward. Following this, 4 figures casually emerged from the distortion. Their demeanor resembled that of individuals out for a leisurely stroll after a hearty meal rather than travelers traversing the fabric of space. The Dark Fiend Sovereign's eyelids twitched, and he abruptly extended his arm forward. The massive demonic vessel emitted a piercing shriek as it came to an abrupt halt in midair, the ensuing tempest scattering the surrounding clouds. He fixed his gaze intently on the 4 uninvited guests ahead, a pang of alarm striking him, swiftly replaced by a surge of rage rising to his temples. Gazing at the 4 individuals, the leader was a young man of unremarkable appearance, lacking any formidable aura of a strong fighter. He reclined lazily in an unknown lounge chair, bottle in hand, carelessly consuming some beverage. Behind him stood a stunning woman clad in a vibrant dress, dutifully massaging his shoulders. Nearby was a hulking figure, carrying an enormous black ruler, accompanied by an elderly soul whose visage remained obscured. What a bewildering assortment. The Dark Fiend Sovereign furrowed his brow. He was a ruthless killer with a keen eye. While the woman in the colorful dress was formidable, the others, especially the lounging young man, appeared to be nothing more than a bumbling heir on an outing. Good heavens! At such a critical moment, there were still fools daring to block our path and rob us? One of the deputy protectors immediately began to curse. All members of the Soul Palace bared their teeth, revealing a row of stark white fangs. They had just been chased to the brink of despair by that phantom, pent up with fury, and now, unexpectedly, a fool had stumbled into their midst. The Dark Fiend Sovereign's face twisted into a cruel smile as he stepped forward, unleashing the oppressive aura of the 7-star fighting sect toward the 4 on the opposite side. Who dares to impede my Soul Palace's vessel? His voice was cold and harsh, capable of shattering the courage of any ordinary fighting emperor. Do you seek to court death? State your name. I do not slay nameless spirits. This proclamation had escaped his lips hundreds of times, becoming second nature, yet he remained ensconced in his lofty demeanor. However, as he advanced to within 3 feet of his adversary, his imposing presence vanished into thin air, as if swallowed whole, leaving no trace. The young man reclining in the chair had just finished the contents of his bottle and contentedly let out a burp. He produced a gleaming brick-like device, a mobile phone, scrutinizing the moving red dot on its screen to confirm his location. Then, with a languid motion, he raised his head and flashed a smile at the black shaman, a grin so disarmingly amiable that it sent chills down spines. Do not be alarmed, my friend, he spoke in a voice that, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual on the deck. We are not here to seize your possessions. We are. He deliberately elongated the last word, as if searching for the perfect term. We are the Ghost Patrol. Noticing your swift departure, we have made a point to stop by this service area to check the water meter and, incidentally, take attendance. As his words faded, an eerie silence enveloped the area, so profound that one could hear the beating of their own heart. Time appeared to be frozen. The expressions on the faces of all members of the Soul Hall became rigid. Their menacing grins, their fierce gazes, and their anticipatory looks morphed into grotesque masks, both laughable and terrifying. Ghosts. The black shaman's lips trembled as he forced the words out, syllable by syllable. This code name had, in a matter of days, become the embodiment of their collective nightmares, the source of the terror that had driven them to abandon their homes and dignity, fleeing like hounds. Was he not merely a coward lurking in the shadows? Had he not relied on ambush? How could he, so brazenly, block their path? The black shaman's mind spiraled into chaos. It became painfully clear to him that he was not escaping, but rather charging headlong into the slaughterhouse. A chilling wave surged from his tailbone, shooting straight to the back of his skull. His complexion shifted swiftly from crimson to azure, then to pallid, rendering him more ghastly than parchment. Thud. Behind him, a timid guardian of the Soul Hall, his legs giving way, plummeted from the demonic vessel into the gale below, unable to even utter a scream. The dominoes had begun to fall. It is the ghost. He had caught up to them. Run. Panic erupted. The elite members of the Soul Hall, who had earlier howled for vengeance, crumbled entirely in that moment. Orders and formations were discarded as they unleashed their fighting spirit to its utmost, transforming into streaks of black light, akin to a swarm of disturbed ants. Scattering in all directions in a frantic flight, the scene devolved into utter chaos. The Black Shaman, witnessing his disintegrating ranks and glancing at the perpetually smiling young man across from him, felt his blood run cold, his heart gripped by a searing fear. He expended the last vestiges of strength in his life, emitting the sharpest, most desperate howl. Run. Scatter and flee. Whoever can escape, do so. Lin Feng gazed at the frantically fleeing black dots, as if witnessing a performance devoid of novelty. He shook his head, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. Turning to the nearby Kai Lin, he murmured, Alas, why won't you heed my advice? I merely suggested a roll call. Chapter 64. The Master's Waste, I shall cleanse. Alas, why won't you heed my advice? Lin Feng sighed softly. His voice, though barely audible, pierced the ears of every member of the Soul Hall like a death knell. I merely suggested a roll call. This languid remark shattered their last nerves. A demon. He is a demon. Split up. We must return to headquarters with the news. He can track us all down. The Black Shaman's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his entire being brimming with combat energy, transforming into a mass of black light as he charged in a direction entirely opposite to everyone else's. He understood all too well that to congregate in the presence of such a sinister entity was akin to courting death. Perhaps, if they scattered, one might survive. In an instant, hundreds of black shadows erupted above the canyon, dispersing in a frantic escape, each trajectory imbued with despair. Xiao Yan felt blood surge within him. He clenched the mysterious heavy ruler behind him, struggling to contain the aura of a peak battle king, flames igniting in his eyes. Master, every single one of these scoundrels from the Soul Hall deserves death. Let me. Before he could finish, the elder Yao could no longer restrain himself, his soul body radiating brilliance. Master, Xiao Yan is right. Over the years, how much innocent blood has stained the hands of the Soul Hall. Today, they cannot be allowed to escape. Two impetuous youths, one bearing the weight of deep-seated vengeance, were both filled with the fervor to unleash a massacre. Yet, Lin Feng merely waved his hand impatiently, silencing them. He straightened up from his reclined position, his tone akin to that of an exasperated mentor addressing wayward disciples. I say, my disciples, and you too, old man, broaden your perspective a bit. What are your current standings? One an established emperor of flames, the other a future saint of medicine. Do you not feel it beneath your dignity to personally handle this rabble, who are not even worthy of being called battle sovereigns? If word gets out, won't others mock me for failing to teach my disciples properly? Such menial tasks of cleaning up refuse are naturally best left to subordinates. As he spoke, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon Kai Lin, who had remained silent throughout, her demeanor eerily tranquil. Kai Lin, he called. At your service. Kai Lin stepped forward, bowing deeply, her posture exuding an unsettling respect. Lin Feng gestured casually towards the frenzied black dots soaring above, his tone as nonchalant as if instructing someone to fetch a cup of water. These trifles, their numbers are sufficient, I entrust them to you. Consider it a postprandial exercise. This scene caused the desperate souls of the Soul Hall to catch a glimpse from the corner of their eyes, their hearts sinking like stones. The woman, exuding an aura of terror and undoubtedly at the pinnacle of combat cultivation, turned out to be merely a maid of that man. What kind of monster have they provoked? However, Kai Lin's subsequent actions left them no time to dwell on this thought. With a voice that was both chilling and tinged with a hint of delight, she reverently responded, Yes, master. The word master struck like a thunderbolt, shattering the last remnants of courage within the Blackshaw elder. The final flicker of hope within him was obliterated by those two syllables. In obedience to her master's will, Kai Lin lifted her head, her once wild and proud violet eyes now devoid of all defiance, replaced solely by absolute submission to Lin Feng and disdain for the trash above. It is my honor to dispose of my master's waste. She took a delicate step forward. With this single stride, the heavens shifted in hue. Boom. An unparalleled aura of a peak combat cultivator erupted from her slender form, exploding into the sky. A cascade of vibrant, multicolored energy poured forth from her being, instantly staining the heavens across dozens of miles with a dazzling brilliance. Queen's Domain. Accompanied by a chilling soliloquy, boundless seven-colored energy swiftly constructed an immense, unparalleled enclosed space, akin to a giant glass bowl inverted upon itself, trapping all fleeing members of the Soul Palace, along with their rickety vessel, within. No. What in the world is this abomination? The Blackshaw elder collided with an invisible wall, his mind ringing as he found himself unable to advance even an inch, no matter how fervently he channeled his combat energy. Within this domain, the space had thickened like a swamp, the air weighed down as if laden with lead. In this realm, Kai Lin was the sole sovereign. Outside the domain, Xiao Yan and the medicine elder stood in stunned disbelief. They could clearly perceive the hundreds of Soul Palace elites ensnared within, like insects trapped in amber, their faces contorted with terror and despair. They struggled, screamed, and desperately summoned their combat energy to unleash various sinister soul techniques. Yet, it was of no avail. Kai Lin remained suspended in midair, not even moving a finger. She merely closed her eyes. Then, a single thought crossed her mind. Within the domain, the rules began to disintegrate. Crack, crack. The space emitted a jarring sound of shattering. A soul sovereign from the outermost circle stared in horror at his own arm, which, without any external force, twisted grotesquely, broke, and then compressed under an invisible power. He wished to scream, yet his throat and vocal cords were simultaneously ground to dust by the omnipresent pressure. Not a sound escaped him as his entire body was seized by an unseen hand, crushing him violently. With a pop, he was reduced to a mist of blood and the most fundamental energy points. Then came the second, the third. The scene was ineffably bizarre and indescribably terrifying. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no flashy combat techniques. A silent, efficient, and clean erasure unfolded. The once mighty warriors of the Soul Palace, whether they were Dou Kings, Dou Emperors, or even the few Dou Zone Guardians clinging to life, found no distinction within the domain of the Queen Kaelin. One by one, they were silently eliminated from this world. The black evil sovereign of the seven-star Dou Zone was the last to witness. He watched helplessly as all his subordinates dissolved into nothingness, feeling the overwhelming spatial pressure crushing in from all directions. In his eyes, anger and resentment faded, leaving only pure reverence and dread for a higher form of life. In the final second before his body was completely disassembled, a thought flashed through his mind. In the eyes of true immortals, beings like him were not even worthy of being called refuse. In the blink of an eye, the vibrant domain that had enveloped several dozen miles receded like a tide, retreating back into Kaelin's form. The entire Black Wind Pass fell silent once more. The sky remained as blue as ever, and the wind as fierce. It was as if the hundreds of individuals, the black vessel, the desperate escape, and the silent slaughter had never transpired. Xiao Yan stood agape, unable to close his mouth for an extended moment. Elder Yao wore a look of dazed astonishment, subconsciously muttering, "Is this the pinnacle of Dou Zone power? No, that can't be right. A typical Dou Zone pinnacle wouldn't exhibit such effortless grace." He understood clearly that Kaelin's capability had transcended the comprehension of the Dou Zone realm. This was undoubtedly the work of their esteemed ancestor. Kaelin's figure flickered and returned to Lin Feng's side. Her exquisite face bore no hint of disturbance, as if she had merely swatted a few mosquitoes. She inclined her head slightly towards Lin Feng, her voice cool and composed. "Master, the cleanup is complete." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, rising from his recliner and finishing the last sip of his cola. He retrieved his phone, lightly swiping the screen to pinpoint the next cluster of rapidly moving red dots on the map. Indeed, efficiency was commendable. Let us proceed to the next toll station. Chapter 65. The Earthquake of Central Continent. The Soul Palace is being hunted. As Lin Feng and his tour group joyfully set up one toll station after another across the Central Continent, the ancient powers perched atop the pyramid of influence unleashed an unprecedented tidal wave of turmoil simultaneously. In the Dan Tower, the Sacred Pill City, renowned as the sanctuary for alchemists, a towering edifice soaring 1,000 feet into the clouds dominated its core area. The highest council chamber of the Dan Tower, usually tranquil to the point of seeming timeless, was now enveloped in an oppressive silence, the atmosphere stifling. The three great elders of the Dan Tower, Elder Shinkong, Elder Tianlai, and Elder Xuani, were gathered around a circular table crafted from millennia-old soul wood, their expressions grave and unprecedentedly serious. Suspended in the center of the table were dozens of jade slips, shimmering furiously as they transmitted urgent intelligence. Each slip represented a piece of earth-shattering news capable of shaking the Central Continent for 3 days. The latest intel, the Soul Palace, situated at the juncture of the Black Corner Domain and the Central Continent, has been confirmed to be utterly obliterated. Field investigators have reported that 3 locations are marked by enormous, glass-like sinkholes, each exceeding 10 miles in diameter. The depths of these pits are as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any signs of life or soul energy. An elder of the Danta, responsible for intelligence, reported the startling news with a tremor in his voice, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Moreover, the notoriously hot-tempered Tian Lazy slammed his palm onto the table, his eyes, imbued with the power of thunder, now filled with disbelief and horror. According to confidential reports from our informants embedded within the Soul Palace, several significant strongholds in the eastern and southern regions have mysteriously gone dark over the past 3 days. Furthermore, a lethal order has been issued from within the Soul Palace. All external personnel, are to retreat immediately. They are fleeing. The moment that word escaped the lips of the Danta's two paramount leaders and became associated with the Soul Palace, the air within the conference hall seemed to solidify. The Soul Palace, a malevolent force that has thrived in the shadows of the continent for millennia, relentlessly contesting the Danta, has never before entertained the notion of flight. They are the hunters, the butchers, demons who regard the common populace as mere livestock. Now, it appears that these very fiends are being pursued to the point of abandoning their lair, fleeing in disarray. This revelation is even more fantastical than hearing that the Soul Emperor has transcended to the Emperor of Battle. Ghost, murmured the ever-silent Elder Zhuangkongzi, slowly articulating the name they had collectively assigned to the enigmatic assailant. This specter had appeared as if conjured from thin air, unleashing devastation upon the Soul Palace with a force akin to a thunderclap, yet no one knew whence he came, nor had anyone seen his true form. Brother, do you think it could be him? The third elder, Xian Yi, a strikingly graceful matron, was now imbued with a solemnity and an inexplicable flutter in her gaze. Memories of a few days prior, at the alchemy conference, emerged unbidden in her mind. The mysterious youth wielding a rice cooker, concocting a 9th-grade golden elixir in a manner both extraordinary and unfathomable, alongside the composed figure known as the Master Ancestor, who exuded an air of indifference as if the world held no significance for him. Zhuangkongzi's fingers unconsciously tapped a rhythmic pattern upon the table, each sound echoing in the hearts of those present. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled deeply and spoke in a voice nearly dreamlike. Aside from him, I cannot conceive of anyone capable of compelling the Soul Palace into such a predicament with such a childlike ease. Childlike ease. Indeed, it was precisely that. In the eyes of these elite powers, the glassy, mirror-like sinkholes and the eradication of targets from the map resembled not the aftermath of battle, but rather the actions of a deity tidying up their chessboard, removing those unsightly pieces. Convey my orders. Zhuangkongzi suddenly rose, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. All departments of the Danta shall enter the highest state of alert. Simultaneously, spare no effort in gathering all intelligence regarding Ghost. Remember, observe only, do not make contact, and certainly do not oppose. The modus operandi of this entity has transcended the realms of our comprehension. It is not merely Danta or the Flower Sect. The sect leader, Huayu, gazed at the detailed intelligence report on the Lioli abyss in her hand, her reputation for charm and cunning rendering her momentarily speechless. Eventually, she issued a succinct directive to the elder beside her. Restrain the disciples. The Central Plains are currently tumultuous, for a genuine prehistoric behemoth has awakened. In the burning flame valley, the valley lord, Tang Zhun, a master of fire, fell into deep silence after receiving reports from his subordinates about the ghost's annihilation of 7 branches of the Soul Palace in a single night. He ultimately sequestered himself in the alchemy chamber, not to emerge for 3 days and nights. If the reactions of these top-tier powers were characterized by shock, gravity, and trepidation, then for the second and third-rate forces, who have long existed under the shadow of the Soul Palace, oppressed, exploited, and even witnessing their kin abducted and transformed into soul bodies, this news was akin to a gospel proclaiming liberation. Have you heard? The Blood Soul branch of the Soul Palace in the eastern domain has been annihilated. The entire mountain has been flattened, and it doesn't end there. The friend of my 7th uncle's nephew witnessed a group from the Soul Palace, fleeing, being completely wiped out by a woman. It is said that this woman was merely a maidservant to a mysterious young man. The cycle of fate is indeed just. Heaven spares no one. This wretched troop of the Soul Palace has finally met their match. And not just any match. They have kicked against the thigh of the Creator God. In an instant, the underworld of the Central Plains erupted into fervor. Numerous factions, once silenced by fear of the Soul Palace, began to stir with newfound resolve. When the walls crumble, the crowd pushes. When the drum breaks, 1,000 beat it. Some audacious souls have even begun to attempt attacks on the retreating, panic-stricken small units of the Soul Palace. A tempest, sweeping across the entire continent, is brewing madly around the Ghost. At the center of this storm, Lin Feng gazed disdainfully at Xiao Yan. Disciple, can you manage? You're panting like a dog after just the second toll station. I asked you to observe, not to run alongside. They had just finished dispatching the second fleeing unit of the Soul Palace. Xiao Yan, overly exhilarated, had charged alongside Kai Lin for a spell, now bent over, gasping for breath. Yet his face radiated with the thrill of vengeance and a yearning for power. Lin Feng yawned, retrieving his phone to consult the map. Observing the multitude of red dots scattering in disarray, akin to selecting his next delivery order. Next one. Let us go with this one, he mused, noting their flight path resembling a flock of headless flies, quite amusing. He casually tapped the map, locking onto the next fortunate unit. Chapter 66. The Fermentation of Fear, a Blood Oath from the Soul Palace. across the vast expanse of the Central Plains. Innumerable streams of condensed black mist were enacting an unprecedented, wide-ranging flight of panic spanning billions of miles. Each black dot represented a once mighty force of the Soul Palace, who had regarded human life as trifling. At this moment, each face among them was etched with a singular expression, terror. The Silent Ridge, a realm of perilous instability, lay before them. Suddenly, the fabric of space was brutally torn apart by a pitch-black rift, and a grotesque vessel, crafted entirely from the bones of soul beasts, emerged clumsily from within. On board, dozens of elite members from the Soul Palace, led by the esteemed Ghost Flame Sovereign, wore ashen faces, their breaths in disarray. In their desperate attempt to traverse the space-time leap at breakneck speed, they had narrowly skirted the edges of a spatial tempest, leaving several of their Duke-level comrades grievously injured. Do not linger. Quickly, confirm coordinates and proceed to headquarters. The voice of the Ghost Flame Sovereign, a renowned 6-star Dou, trembled with barely concealed fear as he urged his subordinates to act. Yet, as soon as his command left his lips, every action froze. All aboard the vessel lifted their gazes, their eyes wide with horror, fixated on the southeastern horizon. There, in the distant sky, a colossal golden beam of light was slowly dissipating. In the very spot where the light had vanished, a vast, smooth, glassy pit was visibly cooling and taking shape. That iconic gravestone, like the grim mark of death, was indelibly etched into the pupils of every member of the Soul Palace. It is the Bloodbat Sovereign's team, stammered an elder responsible for communication, his lips quivering as the transmission jade slipped from his trembling hands and clattered onto the deck. Their signal had just vanished. Silence. The air above Silent Ridge had descended into a more terrifying quietude than the millennia-old solitary grave within its depths. The Bloodbat Sovereign, like the Ghost Flame Sovereign, was also a 6-star Dou, and his team's strength was on par with theirs. They had been instructed by headquarters to retreat along separate routes, agreeing to convene at the next spatial node. Now, it seemed they would never reach that moment of reunion. No, it cannot be, the Ghost Flame Sovereign murmured, the cracks in his mental defenses widening upon glimpsing the familiar pit. How had that phantom managed such a feat? How could it locate every fleeing team with such precision across the vast expanse of Zhongzhou? A chilling thought began to fester in his mind. Just then, one of his aides, skilled in the art of tracking, let out a piercing scream, pointing skyward, his voice twisted and sharp with sheer terror. The map. It's a map. Sovereign, look to the heavens. The others instinctively looked up, yet saw nothing. However, the Ghost Flame Sovereign was different, as a Dou. His spiritual perception far surpassed that of ordinary beings. Following his aide's direction, he summoned his soul power to its zenith, and he saw it. High above, seemingly beyond this dimension, there flickered a vast and boundless luminous screen. On the luminous screen appeared a miniature representation of the entire central continent, adorned with countless red dots symbolizing their Soul Palace teams, frantically moving about. He could even sense a familiar essence emanating from one of those points. Suddenly, a scene unfolded before him that struck terror into his very core. A finger, indescribable and seemingly from another dimension, gently tapped the screen. The target of this ominous touch was the recently extinguished red dot belonging to the Bloodbat Sovereign. In an instant, that red dot vanished with a soft pop. Thud. The Ghost Flame Sovereign's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the deck of the skeletal vessel. The dignity he once held with pride dissipated in that moment. So it was. They were not fleeing. They were merely a group of marked livestock, awaiting slaughter on a map. Their so-called strategic retreat and quest for survival were, in the eyes of that entity, nothing more than a game of whack-a-mole. With this revelation, the Ghost Flame Sovereign could no longer suppress the terror within him. Clutching his head, he let out a desperate, soul-wrenching scream. His cry spread like a plague, igniting panic throughout the entire skeletal vessel. We are marked. We are all on his map. There is no escape. We cannot flee. Returning to headquarters means death. He dares to harm even the Palace Lord. The Soul Realm cannot shield us from him. I do not wish to die. I refuse to be erased like a mere score in a game. Chaos ensued, utter chaos. The discipline and brutality that the members of the Soul Palace prided themselves on crumbled before the absolute, incomprehensible specter of death. Amidst the disarray, a flicker of desperate survival madness gleamed in the Ghost Flame Sovereign's murky, fearful eyes. Flee. Where to? The entire continent is his game board. Unless he could cease to be a red dot on that map. With a sudden surge of resolve, he leapt to his feet. Grasping a few of his most trusted subordinates with a nearly frenzied, unyielding tone, he bellowed, "Go. Follow me. We shall not return to the Soul Realm. Master, where shall we go?" One of his confidants trembled in inquiry. A grim smile, more grotesque than a cry, spread across the Ghost Flame Sovereign's face. "We shall defect. To the Dan Tower." Half a day later, at an important branch of the Dan Tower in the western region of Central Continent, the elder of external affairs, Imo Xinghe, listened gravely as his subordinates reported on the recent peculiar developments in Central Continent. Just then, a guard burst through the door, tumbling in and his voice quivering. Elder! Elder! A group from the Soul Palace has arrived outside the city. They claim they wish to surrender. What? Imo Xinghe sprang to his feet, exuding an overwhelming aura of peak Do Zone. What scheme are those wretches from the Soul Palace up to now? Tell them to leave. And no, Elder, the guard stammered. Swallowing hard, the leader is the Ghost Flame Sovereign. He says he brings with him the list of all the infiltrators the Soul Palace has placed within the major factions, as a token of his surrender. Boom. Imo Xinghe's mind felt as if it had been struck by a thunderous bolt, leaving him momentarily blank. He hastily rushed out of the city lord's residence and ascended the city walls. There, he beheld the Ghost Flame Sovereign, along with a dozen others, pitifully kneeling on the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit, having completely surrendered. Upon seeing Imo Xinghe, the Ghost Flame Sovereign appeared as if he had encountered a savior. He exerted every ounce of strength to cry out in a hoarse voice, Elder Imo, I am willing to offer all the secrets of the Soul Palace. All I ask is for the protection of the Dan Tower. I beseech you, take us in. That specter, he is not human. He is a devil. He hunts us like prey. If we do not sever ties with the Soul Palace, we shall all perish. The Ghost Flame Sovereign's heartfelt, fear-laden cries resonated through the communication array of the Dan Tower, reaching the ears of the three giants of the Dan Tower in Holy Dan City without a single word lost. Meanwhile, on a mountaintop thousands of miles away, Lin Feng lay on the soft beast skin blanket laid out by Kai Lin, idly scrolling through a map on his phone. Suddenly, he uttered a soft "oh." On the map, amidst a large cluster of red dots representing the Ghost Flame Sovereign's team, several points flickered momentarily before transforming into a gentle green, denoting neutral units. Lin Feng paused, then broke into a grin, scratching his head with an expression of bemusement. Well, these guys are quite creative. When they can't win, they join instead. Is this akin to triggering a battlefield rebellion mechanism in a game? Chapter 67, the final checkpoint, the Human Palace. Well, these fellows have some ideas, Lin Feng mused. Swiping at the phone map, watching the dozen or so dots transition from vibrant red to soothing green, finding amusement in their predicament. So, when they can't win, they join. They've truly concocted a scene of rebellion on the battlefield. He scratched his head again, continuing to swipe on the screen, zooming out on the map. Over the past few days, the once glaringly red stronghold of the Soul Palace had dwindled significantly, now sparsely populated with remnants. The entire landscape of the Central Continent appeared much more pleasing. Master, are they surrendering? Xiao Yan stretched his neck to take a glance, and upon realizing the meaning behind the color change from red to green, he stood there in disbelief. He had considered the possibility of the Soul Palace losing, fleeing, or being annihilated. However, he had never imagined that these notoriously ruthless individuals, who wouldn't shed tears until they saw a coffin, could be brought to their knees, begging for mercy by his master. This was not merely a victory, it was a complete dismantling of their spirit, shaking the very foundation of the Soul Palace. Now, they choose to surrender? It is too late. Lin Feng scoffed, exuding an air of disinterest. Where were they when it mattered? Back then, surrender might have counted as a rebellion, earning them some benefits. Now that the winds have shifted, they jumped ship. What does that make them? To me, this is akin to malicious opportunism, deserving of greater blame. He casually marked those green dots for observation and zoomed the map to its maximum scale. The few scattered red dots still resisting had become a mere afterthought for him. His fingers glided across the screen, ultimately pausing at the very center of the map, where several large, radiant red dots blazed fiercely. With a gentle tap, an ominous name sprang forth, Human Hall. All right, my disciple, the old man said. Lin Feng rose from the blanket, stretching widely, his joints cracking in a symphony of sound. The game had reached its final level. It was time to push through to the end. Human Hall. At the sight of the location Lin Feng had indicated, the ethereal figure of Yao Lao shuddered. He floated over to Xiao Yan, his voice deepening by an octave. Xiao Yan, this place is no joke. Human Hall. That is the headquarters of the Soul Hall in Zhongzhou, where all the unsavory deeds and underhanded activities originate. Its status is nearly on par with their ancestral realm, the Soul Realm. Yao Lao's voice brimmed with palpable trepidation. Those who could guard the Human Hall were all top-tier, ruthless characters from the Soul Hall. I have heard that the current master of the Human Hall, known as the Celestial Calamity Venerable, is a cunning and ruthless 8-star Dou Zun. The number of equally ranked experts who have perished at his hands is beyond counting. Moreover, the Human Hall is not situated on the continent. It is a mobile fortress adrift in spatial turbulence. It is said to have been established by a formidable figure from ancient times. The defensive array is reputed to withstand the combined onslaught of several Dou saints. Locating it is akin to scaling the heavens, and breaching it is nothing short of a dream. Yao Lao poured out all his knowledge, glancing at Lin Feng with an unmistakable concern. The prowess of the ancestral master is unquestionable. Yet the human hall has been the stronghold of the soul hall for thousands of years. Who knows what deceitful tactics and hidden trump cards lie within? The more Yao Lao emphasized the peril, the more invigorated Xiao Yan became, his hand resting firmly on the heavy weapon at his back. 8-star Dou. Now, that is the true powerhouse he yearns to confront. Master. He took a step forward, his voice imbued with determination. Let me take the lead. I wish to face that 8-star Dou personally. Listening to Yao Lao's anxious analysis and observing his disciple's eagerness to charge into battle, Lin Feng could not help but stifle a yawn. He waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. All right, I hear you. 8-star Dou, a flying fortress. Sounds rather acceptable. Let us consider this the grand finale of our thorough sweep of Zhongzhou. He cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan. If you wish to fight, wait until I kick the door open. You may freely dispatch the minions inside. As for that fellow named Celestial Calamity, you can exchange a few blows with him as well. No dilly-dallying. Let us make it swift. He paused, revealing a smile that left both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao momentarily stunned. I have already reserved a table at the largest restaurant in Shengdan City, Danxiang Pavilion. Let us not allow such trivial matters to delay our celebratory feast. With those words, Xiao Yan's fervor for battle and Yao Lao's deep-seated anxieties were both quelled by this light-hearted remark. A celebratory feast? They hadn't even commenced the battle, and yet a banquet had already been arranged? How much disdain does this master hold for the so-called indomitable human hall and the merciless 8-star Dou? In the depths of a tumultuous and lightless alternate space, where violent spatial turbulence reigns, there exists a colossal fortress suspended in the void, crafted entirely from black crystal, resembling a fearsome beast in repose. This is the Hall of Humanity. Within the core chamber of the fortress, an eerie silence prevails, so profound that even the sound of breathing is distinctly audible. The master of the hall, the celestial Punisher, paces restlessly, clad in a blood-red robe, his visage akin to that of a desiccated corpse, his eyes brimming with ferocity. Just moments ago, the last remnants of his connection to the realm of souls were severed. Before him, a multitude of soul lamps flickered dimly on their stand, with over 90% extinguished in recent days. The few remaining lights, sputtering one after another, tighten his heart with each diminishing flame. Incompetence. A bunch of useless fools. He roars, delivering a kick that shatters a chair crafted from the skull of a Dou Emperor into splinters. A mere phantom, lurking in the shadows, has instilled such fear in you all, fleeing at the first sign of danger. And yet, here they lie, one by one, perishing along the way. He bellows at the dozens of high-ranking officials of the hall who dare not even breathe in response. His voice, fierce as it is, betrays a tremor he himself cannot acknowledge. That specter is too sinister. It seems to possess knowledge of everything, capable of traversing anywhere. No matter where the souls of the hall flee, they will be hunted down and erased from existence. Calm yourself, master. A vice-master steps forward, steeling himself. We are concealed within the rifts of space, coordinates unknown to anyone. That specter, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly locate us. We need only to hold our ground until the higher-ups arrive, and we shall ensure that specter never returns. Upon hearing this, the celestial Punisher's expression softened slightly. Yes, this is the Hall of Humanity, one of the strongest shells of the Soul Hall. He inhales deeply, resuming his seat upon the throne. A renewed arrogance and ruthlessness gracing his countenance, befitting an 8-star battle sovereign. Send word. Activate the 10,000 souls blood fiend array. Maximize all defenses. Let us see if that specter truly possesses the audacity to breach my gates. Before he could utter his final words of despair, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entire fortress violently, as if it were to pierce the heavens themselves. The Hall of Humanity swayed perilously. The masters within the grand chamber struggled to maintain their footing, toppling and colliding in disarray. A shrill alarm, akin to a death knell, echoed frantically throughout every corner of the hall. What is happening? The celestial Punisher leapt from his throne, his face contorted with shock and disbelief. In a frenzy, he and the high-ranking officials of the Soul Hall rushed from the chamber, gazing upwards at the sky. In the next moment, all were frozen in place. They beheld, amidst the chaotic black storm of space, for small points that had inexplicably appeared. Yet those 4 insignificant dots instilled a terror far greater than that of the collapsing sky. The young leader, with an expression of utter indifference, casually dug at his ear as if the earth-shattering sound that had just echoed was no more significant than a speck of dust he had flicked away. He cast a glance at the fortress below, resembling a turtle shell, then turned to the black-clad figure beside him, speaking in a languid tone reminiscent of a teacher instructing a student on how to disassemble a toy. Disciple, do you see? This is a quintessential example of shoddy engineering. merely piling up materials without the faintest understanding of structural mechanics. This defensive formation may appear formidable, yet the energy nodes are haphazardly arranged, with the core as fragile as an eggshell. Observe closely. I shall impart to you your first lesson on demolition. One must begin by striking the load-bearing walls. Chapter 68. Have you ever witnessed a palm technique descending from the heavens? Demolition must commence with the load-bearing walls. Lin Feng's languid tone carried the essence of a teacher elucidating a problem, yet it pierced through the barriers of the alternate space. Not a single word was lost. It resounded clearly in the ears of every individual within the Hall of Souls. In that moment, the entire world seemed to be drained of sound. Inside the hall, all the erratically moving masters of the Soul Hall froze in their tracks. Those who had been fleeing or shouting were suddenly paralyzed. Even the recently activated Grand Formation, which was exuding a torrential blood light, dimmed momentarily. Yes, it is that specter. He has come. He truly found the Hall of Souls. After a brief silence, chaos erupted into utter despair and screams. The earlier news of the destruction of the subhalls had only sent chills down their spines. Now, this voice resonated within their very stronghold. A wave of cold fear surged directly into their minds, freezing the souls of each individual. Calm yourselves, a voice thundered, forcefully quelling all dissonance. The hall's master, the celestial executioner, swallowed his rising terror and launched himself skyward, his blood-red robe billowing in the gust. His crimson eyes fixated on the distant figures, his voice strained and fierce. Cunning rodents, since you dare to come knocking, today you shall not return. Everyone, heed my command. Channel the full power of the grand formation of 10,000 souls blood fiends. I shall make you understand the true meaning of being trapped without escape. The celestial executioner's proclamation finally provided a sense of purpose to the previously chaotic crowd. Indeed, this was the Hall of Souls, their stronghold maintained for over a millennium. The grand formation beneath their feet was a masterpiece crafted over a century by several alchemical masters of the Soul Hall, forged from the souls of countless beings. With a single command, dozens of elders of the Soul Hall, along with thousands of elite members, fervently poured their fighting spirit into the formation. The entire floating fortress resonated with a deep hum, enveloped in a viscous blood-colored shield. Countless contorted ghostly faces pressed against the surface, their anguished wails capable of tearing at one's very soul. A tremendous force surged upward, threatening to crush the very fabric of this space. As the entire alternate realm began to tremble violently, outside the alternate space, Lin Feng observed the apocalyptic chaos unfolding around him, yet his eyelids remained unflinching. He even possessed the leisure to turn to his companion, Xiao Yan, and engage in an impromptu lesson. Disciple, do you see this? This is a quintessential example of a negative case study. They always believe that the more explosive the energy and the more dazzling the visual effects, the more impressive they become. In reality, this approach is akin to tossing a waterlogged rag into a body of water. It may seem to distort the surface, but a significant portion of the force is squandered in a futile struggle against oneself. Lin Feng shook his head, his expression conveying a clear sentiment. This generation of antagonists is lacking. He slowly raised his right hand, devoid of any intimidating aura or flamboyant displays of combat energy. It appeared as casual as a common person stretching. True power lies in control. Observe closely, for this is a lesson from your master. When your strength surpasses the rules, you possess the ability to alter them. As his words resonated, Lin Feng extended his fingers toward the human fortress below, resembling an iron tortoise. And with a seemingly effortless grasp of the air, he clenched his hand. A sharp crack echoed, crisp enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yet, the sound did not emanate from the blood-red barrier above, but instead resonated from all directions within the alternate space. The fierce determination on the face of the heavenly calamity sovereign instantly froze. He abruptly looked up, witnessing a scene he would never forget. One he wouldn't dare to dream of, even in nightmares. The alternate space, which they depended on for survival, a realm composed of darkness and chaotic currents, now shattered like a mirror struck by a hammer, riddled with spiderweb-like fissures. No, this is impossible. A Soul Palace elder, adept in the art of formations, emitted a scream that was anything but human. He watched helplessly as their pride, the grand array of 10,000 souls and blood fiends, rapidly extinguished in a manner he could not comprehend. It was not merely broken. It was as if the power had been cut off. The energy of the array derived from this alternate space, and now, this very space was being crushed to pieces by an unyielding force from outside. This scenario resembled a person hiding within a bank vault, feeling utterly secure, only to discover that the individuals outside had no interest in unlocking the door. Instead, they were directly dismantling the foundation of the entire bank building. With a resounding rumble, the space began to collapse, the earth sinking beneath. Beneath the fortress, the surging black river of souls ceased to flow. and the floating mountains that served as energy sources around the fortress crumbled into dust, one after another. Their world was disintegrating, and the force behind this devastation was merely that man, executing a gesture devoid of any mundane fervor. The devil, he was a devil. The heavenly calamity sovereign completely broke down, his past confidence and pride reduced to nothing but a grand jest in the presence of Lin Feng. He wished to flee, but with the space fragmented into shards, where could he possibly escape? As all members of the Soul Palace descended into the depths of despair, Lin Feng seemed to tire of this game of crushing walnuts. He released his fist and adopted a new gesture, fingers together, palm facing downward. All right, class is dismissed. In the final step of the practical class, it was time to clean up. His voice was as flat as a divine decree. Then, a hand appeared, an enormous hand. Indescribably vast and composed purely of golden light, descended slowly yet irresistibly from beyond the shattered heavens. This was no metaphor. That hand truly obscured the entire sky. Its descent was unhurried, yet it carried an overwhelming force that left no refuge. The intricate patterns on its palm, clearer than mountains and rivers, were, in the eyes of the celestial Punisher and his companions, akin to a death sentence inscribed upon them. Above the Hall of Humanity, the once blood-drenched array of souls was rendered less substantial than mere cellophane. It vanished without a sound at the mere touch of that hand. The entire hall was engulfed by the shadow cast by the giant palm. The world fell silent, devoid of color, leaving only a blinding gold and the despair that could freeze one's very soul. No, the celestial Punisher raised his head, staring at the slowly descending palm, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to utter the most reluctant and fearful question of his life. Who are you? Outside the palm, Lin Feng's voice, as casual as if engaged in simple conversation, floated in, becoming the last words he would ever hear. By the way, teach my disciple about the practicalities of demolition. As the words fell, the divine hand closed. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor was there any cataclysmic impact. The fortress, a culmination of a millennium of sins from the Hall of Souls, along with the entire alternate space it inhabited and all living beings within, was erased as if wiped away by an invisible hand, cleanly and completely, leaving no trace behind. The chaotic spatial turbulence resumed its tranquil state, as though that place had always been a void. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his hand, observing the stupefied Xiao Yan and Yao Lao, who were rendered speechless, and nodded in satisfaction. Do you understand now? Demolition is a craft, as well as a profound knowledge. One must address the root, targeting the critical points to achieve efficiency, environmental protection, and minimal disturbance to the populace. Chapter 69, Task Completion, a 5-star review from the system. Do you comprehend? Demolition is an art, but more importantly, a science. It requires a structural approach, striking at the core to ensure efficiency, environmental friendliness, and lack of disturbance. Lin Feng's calm voice echoed in the desolate void. This space had just been formatted, and each word struck like an invisible hammer against Xiao Yan and Yao Lao's fragile nerves. Do you see? No. Who the hell could understand? Xiao Yan's mouth hung open, his mind a void, buzzing with chaos. Everything he had painstakingly built over the past decade regarding power and combat shattered beneath that seemingly effortless palm. Shattered to the point of leaving no remnants. Art, science, nonsense. This was theology. This was metaphysics. Xiao Yan now harbors profound doubts, feeling as if he and his revered ancestor do not inhabit the same realm. The condition of Elder Yao is not much better. His semi-transparent soul flickers erratically like a ghostly flame with poor reception, oscillating between brightness and obscurity. The martial energy, techniques, and soul power he devoted his life to mastering appear juvenile and laughable in the face of Lin Feng's ability to rewrite the very rules of the game. It is akin to a child still playing in the mud, witnessing a deity conjure the entire universe with lines of code. Indeed, this is the sentiment. The insurmountable chasm of despair rooted in the essence of life renders the once greatest alchemist of the continent incapable of even contemplating a pursuit. Only Kai Lin exhibits the highest degree of acceptance, having long been acquainted with Lin Feng's prowess and having been transformed by it. Yet even she, within her captivating violet eyes, is now filled solely with profound reverence and a near-manic obsession. This is her master, a deity who wields both destruction and creation with effortless grace. Amidst the eerie silence, an electronic voice, audible only to Lin Feng, joyfully resonated within his mind. Ding. The Soul Palace Cleanup Series task is 99 complete, headquarters excluded. Task evaluation. Perfect. Evaluation details. Remarkably efficient, spectacular in scale. The physical and psychological impact inflicted on the villainous organization far exceeds expectations. Particularly, the goddess palm. Erasing the alternate space greatly enhanced the aesthetic appeal and prestige of this mission. The system expresses high praise. With a raised eyebrow, Lin Feng mused, "Ah, how considerate." Offering a 5-star review. Shifting his thoughts, he opened the system's inventory. Reward 1. Fragment of Spatial Dao 1. A crystalline diamond, translucent and radiant, lay quietly in the compartment, seemingly containing innumerable miniature worlds within its folds. Lin Feng extracted it and chose to absorb it. The crystal transformed into a stream of light, merging into his forehead. A flicker of understanding crossed Lin Feng's eyes as he softly murmured, "I see. It turns out that this world's spatial structure possesses such a clever little patch in its underlying logic." His tone resembled that of a top-tier programmer discovering a rudimentary yet inventive trick while inspecting archaic code. Reward 2. Grand Entertainment Package from the Heavens 1. An entertainment package? Now, Lin Feng's interest was truly piqued, and he selected to open it. The next moment, accompanied by a rather technological sound effect, 3 items materialized unexpectedly in the void. The aesthetic of these 3 items clashed starkly with the fantastical world around them. A completely white, closed pod resembling a massive pebble. A gigantic panel that could fold like paper yet unfolded to a gossamer thinness, adorned with intricate blue patterns, and a square, silver metallic cube with merely a touch screen on its surface. The emergence of these 3 artifacts abruptly yanked Xiao Yan and Elder Yao, still reeling from the awe of the divine spectacle, back into the realm of reality. "Master, Ancestor, what are these objects?" Xiao Yan struggled to articulate his thoughts, pointing at the white oval stone, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations. Yet its impeccable streamlined form and the enigmatic material of its shell evoked a sense of mystique surpassing that of any ancient artifact. Lin Feng stifled a yawn and casually waved his hand. The 3 items floated slowly before the group. "Oh, nothing much, just souvenirs from a thorough cleanup. Here, help yourselves. Consider them local specialties." His nonchalant tone resembled that of someone distributing keychains and fridge magnets at a tourist spot. Xiao Yan, Yao Lao, and Kai Lin exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. Souvenirs? Local specialties? Which family's local specialty resembles this? Summoning his courage, Xiao Yan tentatively approached the white stone, extending his hand to gently touch it. The surface was cool and smooth, neither metal nor jade. "Ancestor, is this treasure meant for cultivation? Or is it a defensive artifact?" Lin Feng shot him a glance, his expression akin to one observing a simpleton. "What treasure? This is a gaming pod. Lie inside, and you can experience various lives. Far more engaging than your tedious cultivation. I'll set you up with Elden Ring later, so you can truly understand what suffering entails." A gaming pod? Elden Ring? A cascade of incomprehensible terms overwhelmed Xiao Yan, leaving him feeling mentally taxed. Meanwhile, Yao Lao, the esteemed master alchemist, was entranced by the silver metallic cube, floating before it. He fixated on the glimmering screen displaying icons of delectable dishes like braised pork, Buddha jumps over the wall, and roasted whole lamb, rendering him momentarily spellbound. As an alchemist, his perception of energy was astute. This device could conjure matter from thin air, reconfiguring molecules. This was not mere alchemy. It was creation itself. Trembling, he extended his ethereal finger and tapped the icon for Buddha jumps over the wall. With a chime, a small window sprang open beneath the cube, revealing a steaming bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, exuding an aroma so enticing it nearly whisked his soul away. Yao Lao inhaled deeply, nearly succumbing to the scent. "This is impossible. It defies the fundamental laws of alchemy. This object could revolutionize the entire continent's alchemical system." Clutching the bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, he exclaimed as if he had encountered a specter. Lin Feng merely scoffed. "Revolutionize? It's just an automated culinary generator, a kitchen appliance. Old man, broaden your horizons. Don't always try to comprehend science through the lens of alchemy." Meanwhile, Kai Lin was captivated by the blue panel that could be effortlessly folded and unfolded. She sensed that it was continuously absorbing the residual free energy from the void, converting it into the purest source energy for storage. The efficiency was exponentially faster than her own cultivation methods. "Master, is this the legendary perpetual energy array?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Close enough. It's an infinite energy solar charging panel. It charges with light and can also absorb dark matter energy in the absence of light, providing a continuous power supply." Lin Feng casually explained. "If you find delight in it, take it and play. It can recharge your vibrant energy and also serve to charge your phone." Thus, an exceedingly absurd scene unfolds in the void, where the grandest division of the Soul Palace has just been interred. The future Emperor Yan, Xiao Yan, is eagerly contemplating how to unlock the game pod, his lips murmuring that suffering is a blessing. The once renowned alchemist, Elder Yao, weeps bitterly as he clutches a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, simultaneously indulging and frantically ordering from the culinary machine, intent on exhausting the entire menu. The regal and aloof queen of toxic beauty, Kai Lin, gingerly manipulates a solar panel, savoring the continuous flow of pure energy, her face alight with the joy of discovery. Observing these three individuals, akin to children with new toys, Lin Feng leans against the wall and lets out a long yawn. Alas, the spring cleaning is complete, and the souvenirs have been distributed. He pats his empty stomach. It is time for a celebratory feast. With that, he retrieves his phone once more. Disregarding the enchanting spectacle of this fantastical world encountering future technology, and begins to search for the highest-rated, most luxurious restaurant across the central continent. Chapter 70. Time to wrap up and dine. It is high time to find a place for a hearty meal. Lin Feng, feeling the rumbling of his stomach, scrolls through the phone map in pursuit of the highest-rated, best-serviced, and most delectable establishment in central continent. Beside him, a scene unfolds that would shatter the worldview of any native of the Douchi continent. The future Emperor Yan, Xiao Yan, embodies the exuberance of a middle school student who has just received a new gaming console, excitement radiating from him as he nearly sprawls over the colossal white pebble. Fiddling with the pod's door. Master, this treasure is called a game pod, right? Can people really enter and engage in genuine combat? That would be splendid. I shall record Nailin Yinran's data and pummel her 100 times a day. Meanwhile, the former greatest alchemist, Elder Yao, has completely succumbed to the allure of the culinary generator. No longer content with merely craving Buddha jumps over the wall, he now clutches a lavishly printed recipe book. Saliva nearly dripping onto the touchscreen as his fingers dance in a frenzy of ordering. My goodness, what divine creature is this spicy crayfish? Just the aroma invigorates my soul energy. And this Peking duck, with its crisp skin and tender meat, boasts an astonishing energy conversion rate of 90%. I must sample it all. I absolutely must. A small mountain of delicacies has already accumulated before him, his ethereal form appearing significantly more solid from overindulgence. The most aloof of them all, Queen Kai Lin, sits gracefully cross-legged, a blue panel, which Lin Feng dubs a solar charging board, floating before her. She is somewhat astonished. This panel not only absorbs dark matter energy from the void, but also purifies and feedbacks the vibrant energy she emits, creating a perfect energy loop. With this contraption, she feels she could forego meditation entirely. Even lying down to sleep daily would enhance her strength. Enough, enough. Let us cease this frivolity. Lin Feng finally identifies his desired destination, snapping his fingers to interrupt the revelry of these three internet-addicted youths. He pointed at the exuberant Xiao Yan, his frustration palpable. What a promising talent. All day long, you only know about Nailin Yinran. Can you expand your horizons? Just wait, I'll get you a copy of Sekiro, so you can experience the exhilarating sensation of being relentlessly defeated 100 times. That is true cultivation. He then turned his attention to Elder Yao. And you, old man, all you do is eat. If you keep it up, I might just turn you into a ball, stuck in that ring, and I won't take responsibility. Finally, his gaze settled on Kai Lin, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Well, at least you have some ambition. You understand the value of using new tools to aid your training. The three individuals, having been called out, shuddered as if caught playing on their phones in class, hastily stowing away their toys. The Master's reprimand is indeed warranted. Xiao Yan and Elder Yao echoed in unison, their sincerity evident. Lin Feng scoffed, stretching lazily, his tone akin to someone who had just pulled an all-nighter gaming, ready to treat himself to a fine meal. Enough of lingering in this dreary place. It's quite cold. After so many days of toil, having cleaned up all that rubbish, my stomach is growling in protest. Let us go. I'll treat you all to a delightful feast to celebrate our successful cleanup in the central continent. He swiped across his phone screen, displaying a map marked with golden locations for everyone to see. The destination, Holy Dan City, the main branch of Danxiang Pavilion. I just checked the reviews. It's said to be the finest 7-star restaurant in the entire central continent, with per capita spending comparable to a mid-tier combat skill. The ingredients are sourced from millennia-old spiritual herbs and high-tier magical beasts, and the chef is said to be a grandmaster alchemist. That's south the place. Upon hearing about the lavish meal, Xiao Yan and Elder Yao's eyes instantly sparkled, especially Elder Yao, who had just experienced the wonders of the food-generating machine, was now immensely intrigued by the prospect of authentic top-tier cuisine in this world. Master, you are truly wise. The two once again sang praises in unison. Lin Feng shot them an exasperated glance, too lazy to engage. He surveyed the surrounding desolate void, frowning slightly. Flying directly would take too long and spoil my appetite. Let us call for a vehicle. Call a vehicle? In this godforsaken spatial rift, where would one even find a ride? Before the three could react, Lin Feng had already extended his hand, gently grasping at the void. Countless errant spatial energies, light and dark particles, surged into his palm, converging, compressing, and taking shape. In the blink of an eye, a vehicle materialized, entirely composed of shimmering crystal, resembling an ethereal Rolls-Royce Phantom. but with a miniature phoenix perched at the front and enormous luminous wings sprouting from its sides. The car door opened automatically, revealing a plush leather sofa 1,000 times softer than a beast skin blanket, along with a small bar equipped with a chilling function, stocked with a variety of delightful sodas. Get in. Lin Feng plopped down inside, grabbing an ice-cold cola, comfortably reclining in the back seat. Xiao Yan, Elder Yao, and Kai Lin were utterly stunned. They felt like marionettes, mechanically following suit and sitting down. The moment the soft sofa enveloped them, a single thought simultaneously blossomed in their minds. Following the master, the owner, truly feels so delightfully decadent. Meanwhile, in the illustrious city of Shengdan, the alchemical heart of the entire central continent, the city remained ablaze with lights and bustling with life even in the depths of night. In the core chamber of the Dan Tower, 3 venerable elders, clad in the robes of alchemists, were meditating around a monumental bronze cauldron. They were, in fact, the 3 eminent leaders of the Dan Tower. Suddenly, as if pricked by an invisible needle, the 3 opened their eyes in unison. Their gazes, as if guided by an unseen force, penetrated the walls to behold the endless heavens beyond Shengdan City. This ominous aura, the Grand Elder, Xian Kongxi, furrowed his brow. A deep-seated apprehension etched on his face. He has come. The specter has arrived in Shengdan City. The voice of the second elder, Tian Lazy, trembled with an unmistakable quiver. What could he be plotting? Is our Dan Tower his next target? The third elder, Xian Yi, a woman of regal bearing, now appeared drained of color. In recent days, rumors about the ghost and the Lioli pit had ignited a frenzy among the elite of the central continent. The unprecedented defeat of the Soul Palace and the inexplicable demise of those formidable Dozun warriors had instilled a long-forgotten terror rooted deep in their souls, within these once unassailable titans. And now, the source of this fear had descended upon their territory. Quick, relay my orders. Activate the city's protective array. No. Directly initiate the highest defenses of the 9 Xian Golden Tower. Inform all elders. Prepare for combat at the highest alert. Xian Kongxi commanded decisively, and in an instant, the entire Dan Tower whirred to life like a finely tuned war machine. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated assault did not materialize. The overwhelming aura that had instilled dread in their hearts vanished without a trace upon entering Shengdan City. The 3 leaders exchanged anxious glances, and the unease within them only deepened. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying of all. In the bustling central avenue of Shengdan City, Lin Feng and his entourage appeared as curious newcomers, surveying their surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. Indeed, Shengdan City surpasses that small place in the Jiamar Empire in terms of splendor, remarked Xiao Yan, his gaze darting about like an inquisitive child. The fragrant air was infused with the essence of countless medicinal herbs, many of which were of the 7th grade or higher, noted Yao Lao with a professional analysis. They soon spotted the imposing Danxiang Pavilion, reminiscent of a grand medicinal tower. At the entrance, 2 elegantly dressed attendants greeted the visitors with courteous politeness. Honored guests, please step inside. May I inquire if you have a reservation? Lin Feng shook his head. No. Is there still availability? Please find us the most tranquil room with the best view. The attendant forced a strained smile. I sincerely apologize, esteemed sir. All our private rooms are fully booked for tonight. However, there are a few vacant tables in the main hall. Before he could finish, a brash voice interjected. Who are these bumpkins? Unaware that reservations are necessary at Danxiang Pavilion? Get lost and don't block my path. A young man, resplendently dressed and exuding arrogance, swaggered forward, flanked by a retinue of guards. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows, ready to unleash his fury. However, Lin Feng intervened, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He relished such classic scenarios, which served as the finest seasoning during his travels. Ignoring the young man, he addressed the attendant with a nonchalant tone. Go, summon your manager, and inform him that Lin Feng, the esteemed master of reputation, has come to dine. Esteemed master of reputation? The attendant froze, bewildered. When had Danxiang Pavilion ever had such a title holder? The young man burst into laughter, pointing at Lin Feng, nearly doubling over in mirth. You've got to be kidding. An esteemed master of reputation? Why don't you claim to be the master of the Dan Tower instead? Kid, do you even know where you are? Someone, throw him out. Just as his guards prepared to act, a rotund figure emerged from Danxiang Pavilion with an agility that belied his size. This individual was none other than the pavilion's chief manager, a bona fide 7th grade alchemist, a notable figure in Shengdan City. Yet, at that moment, the flesh on his face quivered, and upon seeing Lin Feng, he immediately dropped to his knees, exclaiming, I had no idea it was you, Lord Lin. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. You are the revered ancestor who provided us with the recipes for Buddha jumps over the wall and Mapo tofu. Chapter 71. I hear a temple fair is to be held in your corner. This proclamation, uttered by a seventh-grade alchemist with a quavering voice, was laced with heartfelt sincerity. The resplendent hall echoed with his cries, piercing the ears of every individual present. The entire chamber fell into an eerie silence, as if everyone had been struck mute, their expressions frozen in shock, including that previously arrogant young man clad in finery. Revered Ancestor? Recipe? The chief manager of Danxiang Pavilion, known for his influence in Shingdan City, Wang Fatty, is kneeling before a boy who appears younger than his own grandson. This scene is utterly bizarre. The young man's mind faltered, his finger trembling between Lin Feng and Wang Fatty. Wang, manager, have you mistaken him for someone else? He is just a country bumpkin. Shut your mouth. Wang Fatty snarled, turning sharply, his small eyes glinting with fury, resembling a lion protecting its territory. He roared at the young man, country bumpkin? You are the real bumpkin. Your entire family is a bunch of bumpkins. Do you have any idea what Lord Lin's 2 recipes mean for our Danxiang Pavilion? No, for the entire alchemical community? Wang Fatty, overwhelmed with emotion, stood up, pointing at the exorbitantly priced spirit-gathering warm jade cauldron in the center of the hall, spitting as he spoke. That is not merely a recipe. It is divine inspiration. It is the essence of simplicity. After dedicating half a month to study, I have gleaned a mere semblance of understanding, yet the bottleneck that has shackled me for years has finally begun to loosen. Are you aware of what Buddha jumps over the wall signifies? Each ingredient harmoniously corresponds to the roles of sovereign and ministers. The efficacy of energy transformation surpasses any 8th grade elixir I have encountered. And that mapo tofu, crumbled tofu and broken beans, elevated by the precise control of heat and spices, can rouse the very soul. Is this mere cooking? This is the refinement of a top-tier soul elixir. Lord Lin is the revered ancestor of a new school of thought. You, a mere scion who cannot even identify all the medicinal herbs, dare to show disrespect to our venerable ancestor. Wang the Fat's voice thundered like a tempest, reverberating throughout the hall. Everyone stood in stunned silence. After all this time, the exorbitantly priced divine dishes sold by the Danxiang Pavilion were birthed from such origins? That young man in splendid attire now bore a countenance resembling that of a pig's liver. He finally grasped the gravity of his misstep. This was not just a miscalculation. It was akin to kicking a sacred mountain. His legs weakened, and he involuntarily collapsed to his knees, his head nearly burying itself into the ground as he trembled uncontrollably, not daring to exhale a sound. Lin Feng remained unfazed, barely lifting his eyelids, simply observing Wang the Fat. Enough with the theatrics. Is there a private room available? If not, we shall seek another establishment. Yes, indeed. There must be. Wang the Fat stammered, hastily rising, his face adorned with an obsequious grin that could practically ooze oil. He personally rushed ahead, bowing and scraping as he led the way, displaying more filial piety than he would to his own father. Lord Lin, I am most remiss to have kept you waiting at the entrance for so long. Room No. 1 has been reserved for you. I would not yield it to anyone, not even if the 3 titans of the Dan Tower arrived. That room is only worthy of a celestial figure such as yourself. With that, he guided Lin Feng and his entourage up the exclusive staircase leading to the upper level. Amidst countless gazes of awe, envy, and astonishment, the Danxiang Pavilion, room number 1. To describe this place as luxurious would be an understatement. The floor was laid with ageless warm jade, providing a gentle warmth underfoot. The embedded luminous pearls in the walls gathered spiritual energy, illuminating the room as brightly as day. Most astonishingly, a small vein of earth core fire had been forcibly channeled into the room, solely to boil water for tea. Outside the window lay the most vibrant night scene of the entire Shingdan city, with thousands of lights merging into a dazzling ribbon of illumination, dizzying to the eyes. Wang the Fat personally served the dishes, each crafted by his own hands, utilizing the recipes provided by Lin Feng as a 7th grade alchemist. Revered Ancestor, please sample this dompa pork. I dared to make some modifications, using the finest cut from the 7th grade magical beast, the Crimson Flame Porcupine. Simmered for 49 hours on low heat. And this boiled cabbage, the broth is made from 99 types of temperate spiritual herbs, devoid of any fiery essence, yet capable of nourishing the soul. The table was adorned with dishes radiating tempting glimmers and enchanting aromas. Xiao Yan gazed at the feast, nearly unable to contain his saliva. Meanwhile, Yao Lao was marveling incessantly within his ring. The energy contained within these dishes rivaled that of the elixirs he had personally refined, possessing a gentle medicinal property without the toxicity often associated with pills. The venerable master Lin Feng languidly picked up a piece of dompa pork, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing thoughtfully, only to furrow his brow in discontent. The fat was not cooked to perfection. It lacked the melt-in-your-mouth quality. He shook his head, rendering a verdict unsatisfactory. Plop. Beside him, the rotund Wang collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, "Forgive me, master. It is my lack of skill that has led to this error. I shall return to my wall of reflection and study anew. The atmosphere within the private room was decidedly peculiar. Outside the window, a cacophony of voices surged like a tide, shattering the tranquility within. Have you heard? This year's alchemy conference is unprecedented in scale. Even practitioners from the western regions of Zhongzhou are in attendance. Not just that, I heard that the prodigy from the Soul Palace has signed up. Their mastery of the soul refining technique is utterly formidable. Having turned a renowned alchemist into mere elixir last year. Alas, but the champion will likely be the illustrious Dan Shen from the Alchemy Tower, a once-in-a-millennium talent. Not to mention her ranking as the 20th on the Forbidden Flames list. Who could possibly rival her? These voices resonated clearly, penetrating the room. Within the ring, the ethereal figure of the medicine elder swayed gently. Once a celebrated genius, he had stood atop the highest podium, competing against the world's heroes and emerging victorious. That glory, that fervor, even after so many years, still ignited warmth within his heart. His gaze involuntarily fell upon Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan was also engrossed in the external discussions, his grip on the chopsticks tightening unconsciously, his knuckles paling. The Alchemy Conference, the pinnacle gathering of alchemists across the continent. A congregation of geniuses, a clash of titans. His blood surged with fervor, uncontrollably igniting. Having followed his master, he had witnessed countless extraordinary events and acquired numerous treasures. Yet, within him, a flame of ambition flickered persistently. He yearned for a platform, a stage that would allow him to engage in earnest competition with his peers. He wished to prove that he, Xiao Yan, was not merely a disciple trailing behind his master to pick up scraps. He, too, possessed his own pride. Kaelin, however, had little interest in such trivial matters. She elegantly savored a dish of rainbow energy fish, relishing the gradual increase of energy within her body, her expression one of satisfaction. In the entire private room, only Lin Feng seemed out of sync with everything around him. He paid no heed to the medicine elder's musings, ignored Xiao Yan's aspirations, and remained indifferent to the raucous excitement outside that could invigorate any young soul. He picked up a piece of boiled cabbage, tasted it, and shook his head again. The herbal balance in the broth was off. The flavor of the perilla leaves was too overpowering, masking the sweetness of the cabbage. A commendable concept, yet lacking in execution. Another unsatisfactory review. Wang, still kneeling, trembled once more, wishing he could vanish on the spot. To Lin Feng, the summit of your world was but idle chatter over his meal. In his eyes, the fervor surrounding the alchemy conference, which was driving the entire Zhongzhou continent to madness, paled in significance to the poorly prepared dish before him. Finally, after meticulously critiquing each dish on the table, Lin Feng set down his chopsticks, reclining languidly in his chair. Turning his head, he caught sight of Xiao Yan's eyes, ablaze with excitement and desire. Lin Feng paused for a moment. Then, as if recalling a delightful memory, he broke into a smile. He extended his finger toward Xiao Yan and lightly snapped it. The crisp sound jolted Xiao Yan back to reality. Lin Feng's languid voice, tinged with playful teasing, leisurely filled the air. Look at your lack of ambition. It's merely an alchemy competition. Do you wish to join? Within the opulent confines of the Tianzi No. 1 room, Lin Feng's nonchalant tone echoed like a thunderclap, striking the hearts of Xiao Yan and Yao Lao. Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with excitement and disbelief. He opened his mouth, a torrent of words welling up within him, yet ultimately crystallizing into a mere 2 syllables, Master Ancestor. He yearned to go. He dreamt of it. This was the Alchemy Conference, the supreme sanctuary in the hearts of all alchemists on the Dou continent. A stage for the gifted, a cradle for the powerful. A place where an obscure young talent could rise to fame overnight in Zhongzhou. He longed for battle, to rival his peers, and above all, to forge wondrous elixirs with his own hands to validate his worth. This yearning surged within him like a long-suppressed volcano, ignited fully by Lin Feng's seemingly casual remark. Observing Xiao Yan's near-explosive excitement, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. All right, look at your eagerness. If you wish to go, then go. It's no big deal. With that, he led the group, departing leisurely under the almost reverential send-off from Wang Fati, the head of Danxiang Pavilion, back to the luxurious guest quarters arranged for them by the Dan Tower. Inside the guest quarters, ancient trees towered above, and spiritual energy enveloped the area. The hospitality of the Dan Tower was indeed extraordinary. This courtyard itself was a miniature gathering array, making cultivation here remarkably effective. However, the atmosphere within the courtyard felt somewhat heavy. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, his expression solemn. Before him, Yao Lao's spiritual form hovered, markedly different from his usual amiable demeanor, now bearing an unprecedented seriousness. Since Lin Feng had unequivocally consented to Xiao Yan's participation in the alchemy conference, it was imperative for Yao Lao, as a teacher, to provide the most thorough and rigorous pre-competition guidance for his sole disciple. Yinner, you must remember, the alchemy conference is unlike ordinary contests. Its perilous nature far exceeds that of life and death battles. Yao Lao's voice resonated deep and powerful. The essence of an alchemist competition hinges on 3 pivotal points. First, the Yihua. This is fundamental. Your fusion with the is unparalleled. In this regard, you surpass everyone else, even maintaining a distinct advantage. Yet, do not let this lead to arrogance. The world is vast, and extraordinary talents abound. Surely there are prodigies harboring mysterious flames. Xiao Yan nodded gravely, etching each word into his heart. Yao Lao continued, secondly, the power of the soul. This is the key to mastering everything. Your soul force has been transformed by the ancestral master, far surpassing your peers. However, at the alchemy conference, there are not a few prodigies endowed with extraordinary soul talents, as well as disciples from sects that specialize in soul secret arts. You must remain ever vigilant, guarding your spirit against external disturbances. The disciple understands. Xiao Yan replied. The expression of Master Yao grew increasingly grave, and this third point, which carries the greatest uncertainty, is the medicinal cauldron. With a wave of his hand, an ancient black medicinal cauldron appeared before Xiao Yan. The cauldron is a vital ally and bastion for an alchemist. A good cauldron not only enhances the success rate of elixirs, but also amplifies the power of flames, and even protects against medicinal lightning while the elixir is forming. Locking in its properties, your beast cauldron, while decent, can at best be classified as above average on the stage of such a conference. Faced with those top-tier geniuses wielding inherited cauldrons passed down for generations, or even those from ancient times, you will be at a significant disadvantage. Master Yao's analysis was astute, and the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn. He imparted his lifetime of experience and wisdom to Xiao Yan without reservation, hoping his disciple would shine with the most resplendent brilliance at this grand event. However, within this solemn atmosphere of instruction, an incongruous voice abruptly shattered the tranquility. A long yawn, drawn out lazily, broke the silence in the courtyard. Xiao Yan and Master Yao turned simultaneously to see Lin Feng sprawled across a rocking chair, lazily swiping the screen of a device known as a smartphone, listening half-heartedly. Master Yao was momentarily taken aback by the yawn, expressing mild dissatisfaction. Master, I am in the midst of teaching Yin the crucial aspects of alchemy, and Lin Feng set down his phone, casting a glance at him, and replied with a tone of exasperation, Old man, what am I to say to you? What era are we in, still clinging to your antiquated theories? Analyzing the 3 elements here, he rose from the rocking chair, approached the grave-faced Master Yao, and poked his translucent body with a finger. Your method, as we call it in our circles, is akin to a workshop model. It is far too inefficient, with a high failure rate, and is excessively reliant on the alchemist's personal state, colloquially known as face value. If one's mood is good today, perhaps a top-grade elixir may be produced. Argue with someone tomorrow, and the furnace may explode on the spot. He paused, adding a statement that nearly caused Master Yao's soul to shatter. The most critical issue is that it is utterly unsustainable. Just think. How many rare medicinal materials are wasted? Do these materials grow easily? They are precious natural resources. You are committing a crime. Sustainability? Crime? Master Yao was utterly bewildered. He felt as though his mind, no, his very soul, was overwhelmed by these unheard-of terms from his master, spiraling into chaos. He had spent his life refining elixirs and saving countless lives. How had he become a perpetrator of environmental destruction? Xiao Yan was also momentarily stunned. Though he did not fully comprehend, he felt that what his master said made an astonishing amount of sense. Lin Feng ignored the 2 individuals who had succumbed to a state of stupor. He gazed at Xiao Yan's earnest eyes and, ultimately, softened his heart, declaring, Very well. Since you appear to be at leisure, indulge in your little desire. In an instant, joy radiated from Xiao Yan's countenance. However, Lin Feng swiftly shifted his tone, pointing disdainfully at the dilapidated beast cauldron. Yet, that wretched cauldron of yours is quite unsightly, dark and unremarkable in design. If I were to display it, others would surely think I unearthed it from some ancient tomb, thus tarnishing my reputation. Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words. The beast cauldron was, after all, the finest alchemical vessel he could procure in the Black Corner region. At that moment, Lin Feng's gaze unexpectedly fell upon the universal gourmet generator, which Yao Lao treated with the reverence befitting a sacred relic. A playful smile crept across his lips, one that sent shivers down Yao Lao's spine. Eureka! Lin Feng exclaimed, snapping his fingers like a scientist who had just stumbled upon a brilliant idea. I shall craft you a new toy, one that guarantees utility. A new toy? Xiao Yan and Yao Lao exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting profound confusion in the other's eyes. Lin Feng stepped into the courtyard center and addressed the perplexed Yao Lao, saying, Old man, allow me to elucidate. Alchemy is predicated on standardized production and high yield, not on ephemeral sensations or ethereal inspirations. Such pursuits are the domain of small workshops. True industrial alchemy demands stability, efficiency, and zero errors. These words struck like thunder, utterly dismantling Yao Lao's lifelong understanding as the continent's preeminent alchemist. He felt as though his proud heritage, experiences, and techniques had been rendered obsolete and primitive by Lin Feng's discourse. This deluge of knowledge from a higher civilization, from a superior dimension, instilled in him a profound sense of insignificance and ignorance for the first time. Before he could recover from the shock of this industrial alchemy theory, Lin Feng extended his hand. Observe closely as I demonstrate what constitutes a genuine alchemical artifact. With a gentle grasp towards the void, an instantaneous transformation occurred. The skies above St. Dan's city darkened as the dense, unyielding celestial energy and the pure medicinal essence that had lingered in the air for millennia responded, as if commanded by an emperor, converging into visible torrents of vibrant colors. Surging with unstoppable force toward the modest courtyard, the scene resembled rivers returning to the sea, myriad deities converging in reverence. In that moment, within St. Dan's city, countless alchemical masters in secluded meditation and numerous powerful cultivators meticulously nurturing spiritual herbs opened their eyes, faces contorted in sheer horror. They sensed the energy within the city spiraling out of control. Chapter 73, The Emperor Yin Model All-Intelligent Alchemical Cauldron. Within the courtyard, a tempest of energy had transformed the space into an ocean of power. Multicolored torrents of energy converged from all directions, forming a massive and tumultuous vortex above the small courtyard. The terrifying force caused the very fabric of space to groan under the strain. Yao Lao's spiritual essence, caught at the vortex's epicenter, flickered ominously, overwhelmed with terror. He harbored no doubt that even a mere wisp of energy inadvertently released from this vortex could instantly shatter the soul of a half-saint like him into fragments. Xiao Yan and Kai Lin also appeared pale, their internal fighting spirit entirely stagnated. Before such divine power, they felt as insignificant as dust. Yet, as the architect of the storm, Lin Feng remained in an utterly languid demeanor. He stood at the center of the courtyard, where the violent energies capable of annihilating a city would automatically become docile and compliant within a 3-foot radius of his body, akin to subjects bowing before their sovereign. Observe, I shall demonstrate what a true alchemical artifact is. Lin Feng's voice, though not loud, distinctly overpowered the howling winds of energy. He extended his hand toward the tempestuous energy vortex and gently grasped it. First, we must establish a stable and efficient energy core. As he spoke, he began his product introduction. To activate this, one cannot proceed without some substantial currency. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers. A scarcely perceptible golden flame, seemingly infused with every hue of the universe, shot from his fingertips into the heart of the energy vortex. Emperor Flame, though merely a remnant of my play, will suffice in this world. That was the Emperor Flame, the ultimate destination of all exotic fires in the continent of fighting spirits, the exclusive emblem of the fighting emperor. A force capable of incinerating heaven and boiling seas, a primordial source of creation. Yet, in Lin Feng's words, it was merely a leftover, a makeshift tool. Yao Lao felt as though his very soul was on the verge of fracturing. The impact of Lin Feng's words was 1,000-fold more terrifying than the previous energy storm. In the instant he was lost in thought, the Emperor Flame entered the vortex's center, causing the entire tumultuous ocean of energy to fall silent in an instant. All energies began to orbit the diminutive golden flame in an orderly and rapid rotation, forming an exceptionally stable energy sphere. The energy issue is resolved. Next, we address the outer shell. Lin Feng gestured toward the colossal energy sphere, his fingers pinching the air. Countless energy particles, fragments of space, and the laws of the universe began to be frantically compressed, shaped, and forged under his will. As for materials, we shall use the heavenly energies drawn here. Supplemented with a touch of dark matter from the spatial rifts, a makeshift blend will suffice. Though it cannot compare to the neutron star alloy from my homeland, it is environmentally friendly as it employs local resources. Under the increasingly numb gazes of Xiao Yan and Yao Lao, the embryonic form of an object began to slowly take shape. Its appearance gradually became rounded and plump, adorned with a charming lid. Next came the user interface, the design. This was crucial. The user experience had to be exceptional, straightforward, ideally foolproof. Anyone with hands should be able to operate it. Lin Feng extended his finger, sketching in midair. Before their eyes, a row of buttons resembling those found on Earth began to materialize on the smooth, mirror-like surface of the object. These icons, from top to bottom, were distinctly labeled: First Grade Elixir, Second Grade Elixir, 8th Grade Elixir, 9th Grade Precious Elixir, 9th Grade Profound Elixir, 9th Grade Golden Elixir. Even at the very bottom, there lay an ultimate button, highlighted by a golden halo, that nearly sent the old alchemist into a state of shock upon a mere glance. The Imperial-grade elixir. It was all-encompassing, catering to the diverse needs of users from the first to the Imperial grade. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The old alchemist was rendered speechless, pointing at the buttons, his soul trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. An Imperial-grade elixir? Wasn't that a mythical substance that existed only in legends? How could it possibly be reduced to a mere button to press? Ignoring his astonishment, Lin Feng continued with his product launch. The final and most crucial aspect was the operating system and the embedded programs. This was rather intricate and required the engraving of a complete set of grand rune algorithms. He closed his eyes, his consciousness swirling. Countless arcane runes, invisible to the naked eye and imperceptible even to semi-saint souls, cascaded into the object like a waterfall. This algorithm housed all the recipe data for elixirs from the birth to the annihilation of this universe. It could automatically analyze the ingredients based on the materials inputted, match the optimal refining plan, and precisely control the heat to the Planck time unit, ensuring an energy conversion rate reaching 99.99. In essence, you could understand it as equipping it with a sophisticated system. At last, as the final rune imprint was completed, all extraordinary phenomena in the world vanished. A brand new artifact quietly hovered in midair. It was constructed entirely of an unknown crystal, warm to the touch yet indestructible, with a streamlined design exuding minimalist yet exquisite beauty. The exterior shimmered with a soft, iridescent glow, reminiscent of the latest, high-end smart rice cooker from a certain fruit brand on Earth, priced in the 5-digit range. Completed. It was named the Imperial Flame brand Fully Intelligent Alchemy Pot, version 10. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and the alchemy pot gracefully descended onto the stone table before Xiao Yan. Now, to demonstrate that this apparatus is not merely for show, let us showcase its functionality. Please observe closely before use. As he spoke, Lin Feng leaned down and casually plucked a few unrecognizable weeds from the crevices of the stone table, roots and soil intact, tossing them into the alchemy pot without a second glance, as nonchalantly as one might discard refuse into a trash bin. The old alchemist's heart bled at the sight. Though they were weeds, the instincts of an alchemist reminded him that the art of alchemy was sacred. How could it be treated so frivolously? However, the next moment, all his inner turmoil transformed into astonishment. Lin Feng extended his finger and gently pressed one of the dazzling array of buttons, 7th grade, king-level elixir. A low hum emanated from the alchemy pot, akin to the sound of a computer operating, as the indicator lights on the pot illuminated, signaling its activation. The entire process was quiet, steady, and devoid of any tumult. There was no consumption of soul power, no earth-shattering otherworldly fire, no sweat-drenched purification, and not even a hint of elixir fragrance escaped. Time ticked by second. Xiao Yan, the old alchemist, and Kai Lin, 3 individuals with 6 eyes, were fixated on the quietly operating rice cooker, forgetting to even breathe. Approximately a minute passed. In a tranquil courtyard, a sudden, melodious chime echoed, reminiscent of a microwave signaling the completion of its task. Almost immediately, the lid of the alchemical cauldron popped open with a distinct sound, eliciting widened pupils in the 3 onlookers. A rich, ineffable aroma, one that could elevate the very soul, wafted forth from within the cauldron, enveloping the air in a thick, intoxicating fragrance. At the pristine bottom of the cauldron lay a perfect elixir, the size of a longan, round and adorned with intricate, arcane patterns, shimmering with a faint luminescence. It was a 7th grade pill, the King S Extreme Elixir. Crafted from mere roadside weeds in the span of a minute, it materialized at the touch of a button. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Xiao Yan extended his trembling hand to cradle the still-warm cauldron, feeling not merely an alchemical vessel, but a gateway to an entirely new realm, a world he had never dared to envision, wild yet undeniably real. On the eternally icy visage of Kai Lin, a look of astonishment broke through her usual composure, redefining her perception of this enigmatic master. He transcended humanity. He was a god of creation. Meanwhile, the revered Elder Yao, once the preeminent alchemist of the continent and a titan in the realm of alchemy, gazed at the flawless 7th grade pill before glancing at the device that had shattered his lifelong understanding. His ethereal form flickered violently before succumbing to the overwhelming shock. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, his essence thinning perilously, as if on the verge of dissipating due to the collapse of his worldview. This unassuming rice cooker had utterly incapacitated him. At that very moment, deep within the heart of St. Pill City, in the towering Dan Tower, an edifice symbolizing the highest honor of alchemists, the ancient bells tolled. With an urgent, piercing resonance, they heralded the utmost alarm. An unprecedented sound that rang out for the first time in millennia. The bells, both ancient and distant yet imbued with an overwhelming sense of urgency and authority, reverberated from the zenith of the Dan Tower, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. This sound possessed a soul-piercing magic, small yet distinctly echoing throughout every corner of St. Pill City, drowning out the chaos and clamor. In that instant, the city, caught in the fervor of the Pill Conference, felt as though it had been paused. On the bustling streets, the throngs of people halted, gazing upward in astonishment. In the taverns, boisterous alchemists set down their goblets, straining to listen. In secluded chambers, reclusive cultivators opened their eyes, their expressions filled with shock. It was the soul-settling bell. My heavens, the soul-settling bell has sounded. An elderly man exclaimed in disbelief, his voice laced with profound terror. How could this be possible? I have perused ancient texts, and the reverberation bell of the Dan Tower serves as its highest alarm. To be struck only in the face of catastrophic threats to the city or the annihilation of the Dan Tower's legacy by the combined efforts of the three esteemed leaders. The last time it tolled was 3 millennia ago, during the grand invasion of the Soul Palace. Something monumental has transpired. An earth-shattering event is undoubtedly at hand. Panic spreads through the crowd like a plague. No one knows what has occurred, yet the soul-piercing sound of the bell itself heralds an unimaginable tempest on the horizon. In the innermost sanctum of the Dan Tower, a realm not open to the outside world, lies a secret dimension detached from the main space. Within this space, opulence has no place. Only the most ancient stone walls, etched with the marks of time, stand resolute. The air is thick with an aura of eternity. A desolate essence as if this place has existed since the dawn of creation. In the center of the chamber, 3 figures sit cross-legged, forming a triangle. They are the true rulers of the Dan Tower, 3 titanic leaders whose very footsteps can cause the entire central continent to tremble. The Grand Elder, Xian Kongzi, with hair and beard as white as snow, bears a visage of rugged antiquity, his countenance grave as a mountain. The Second Elder, Tian Lei, a robust figure with a fiery temperament, now wears an expression of bewilderment. The Third Elder, Xian Yi, a captivating matron and the sole female among them, furrows her brow, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion and concern. Their gazes are fixed intently upon a crystal orb the size of a human head before them. This orb, known as the Source Crystal, is the treasure gem of the Dan Tower. It possesses no offensive or defensive capabilities. Its sole purpose is to monitor the fluctuations of laws within the entirety of Holy Dan City. Typically, it gleams with a gentle luster, silent and serene. Yet now, the Source Crystal pulsates with an unprecedented frequency, emitting an otherworldly, blood-red radiance. Each flicker signifies an overwhelming force of laws transcending their comprehension, briefly illuminating a corner of Holy Dan City. How can this be possible? The most impetuous of them, Tian Lei, is the first to lose his composure. Gazing at the wildly flickering crystal, his voice trembles. The crystal's reaction has far surpassed the energy fluctuations of a semi-saint level. This has reached the realm of the Tao, which ancient being, long concealed for millennia, has awakened. Or could it be that a legendary imperial-grade elixir or some extraordinary treasure has emerged within the city? His conjecture reflects the conventional limits of understanding among the powerful on the Duki continent. To them, such a celestial phenomenon could only stem from one of these 2 possibilities. However, the most perceptive among them, Xian Yi, slowly shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of confusion and deeper fear. No, that is not correct. She spoke softly. Focus your senses. This aura, though supremely exalted, is not tyrannical. It harbors no intent of destruction or slaughter. On the contrary, I sense a resonance of creation from those fleeting waves. Creation? Tian Lei was taken aback. Yes, it is creation. The gaze of Xian Yi grew increasingly perplexed. As if an exalted being were conjuring a divine artifact imbued with entirely new principles of the cosmos in a manner beyond our comprehension. The sensation was utterly strange, akin to an alien set of rules being forcibly embedded within our world. Xian Yi's words deepened the unease felt by the other 2 titans. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. Should an ancient monster emerge from seclusion or a rare treasure manifest, they would harbor apprehension. Yet it would remain within the realm of understanding, with strategies available for confrontation. However, the existence capable of spontaneously generating new laws within the confines of Shangdan City, right beneath their very noses, exceeded their wildest imaginings. They could not fathom the nature of such a celestial figure, nor could they grasp what this being intended to accomplish. Meanwhile, Lin Feng could never have envisioned that his impulsive creation of a small toy from eco-friendly materials, driven by the inadequacy of his disciple's pot, would instill such dread into the top 3 intellects of this continent, even leading them to question their very existence. This is the essence of the butterfly effect, a profound dimensional strike. After a prolonged silence, the esteemed elder, Xian Kongzi, finally spoke, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. Regardless of the circumstances, The upcoming Dan assembly would gather the finest talents from across the realm, and Shengdan City must not suffer any mishaps. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. A fierce light bursting forth, as an aura of peak semi-saintly majesty enveloped him. Convey my orders. First, effective immediately, activate the Tiangang City Protection Formation. Seal off Shengdan City, allowing entry but prohibiting exit. Elevate the formation's energy to the highest level, prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Second, awaken all shadow guards of the Dan Tower, expanding surveillance to every inch of the city, closely monitoring all anomalous energy sources within. Even if it requires digging 3 feet into the earth, we must uncover the origin of this aura. Third, Xian Kongzi paused, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. Prioritize the investigation of those recent entrants with obscure backgrounds. He felt an intense premonition. This cataclysmic fluctuation of laws was certainly not a natural occurrence. Its source was highly likely concealed among the youthful participants of the Dan Assembly. Perhaps it was a transcendent master, playing with the world, accompanied by their disciple to partake in what they perceived merely as a temple fair. The mere thought stirred within Xian Kongzi a peculiar blend of anxiety and anticipation. He recognized that this year's Dan Assembly was poised to witness events of such monumental significance that they would forever alter the collective understanding of all. As Xian Kongzi issued his commands, the Dan Tower, a monumental edifice that had stood for millennia, began to operate like a finely tuned war machine. Maintaining an appearance of calm while working feverishly behind the scenes with unprecedented efficiency, countless subtle auras emanated from every corner of the Dan Tower, merging seamlessly with the vast sea of humanity in Shengdan City. An invisible net was thus cast. At this moment, at the heart of an intricate web, a certain individual, the very eye of the storm that had ignited this turmoil, was gleefully cradling the newly forged artifact crafted by his venerable ancestor. Utterly disregarding his unconscious teacher beside him, Xiao caressed the smooth, lustrous exterior of the Emperor Yan's fully intelligent alchemical cauldron, relishing its understated elegance. With a singular thought occupying his mind, with this treasure in hand, what are the likes of the Danshan Fairy or the Soul Palace's demons? Mere trifles. The championship is assured. His ambitions soared as he strode confidently forward, clutching what he perceived to be a formidable tool capable of sweeping the world. Making his way towards the throngs of people, reminiscent of a bustling spring festival transport scene, gathered at the registration point for the alchemical convention. Marching with great pride and vigor, he, Xiao Yan, was about to plunge headlong into the very net that sought him out, carrying the source of this tempest. Chapter 75. What is so amusing? Haven't you seen a rice cooker before? The registration point for the alchemical convention was situated in the grandest square of the Holy Pill City. The entire expanse was paved with a single slab of Haotian blue stone, remarkably resilient. It was said that even a formidable Dozun could not create a dent with all their might. At the center of the square stood a monument of staggering height. A statue of the founder of the Dan Tower, Danzu, so lofty that it seemed to pierce the clouds, exuding an ancient and sacred aroma of medicinal herbs that wafted down from its summit. At this moment, the square was teeming with a vast crowd, a sea of black, yet oddly maintaining an air of order. A lengthy queue stretched endlessly from the registration desk, resembling a serpentine line, snaking all the way to the far edge of the square. Those standing in line were no ordinary individuals. Each possessed an astonishing level of spiritual power, their faces adorned with varying degrees of arrogance. This group comprised alchemical prodigies emerging from the remote corners of the Duki continent. There were signs of noble families clad in flamboyant sect robes, accompanied by several attendants, making quite the spectacle. Among them were solitary figures, exuding an aura of coldness that discouraged any approach, their wolf-like gazes fixated on the registration desk, radiating a fierce determination to triumph. Naturally, there were also several strikingly beautiful young women, their graceful figures accompanied by a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs, capturing the furtive glances of numerous men nearby. They represented the most coveted profession on this continent, the future titans of the alchemical world, sought after by myriad factions eager to align with them. Amidst this congregation of exceptional talents, Xiao Yan's presence appeared somewhat incongruous. Dressed in the most unremarkable black attire, devoid of any background or bodyguards. What stood out most was the object he clutched tightly in his arms, a gleaming, elegantly designed cauldron that shimmered with a rainbow hue. Hey, look at that kid. What on earth is he holding? Who knows? It looks like a cooking pot, quite peculiar. Could he have wandered into the wrong place? Is he here to beg for alms? Haha, it certainly seems so. Just look at his Na'vi demeanor. He probably has never even laid eyes on an alchemical cauldron. A few suppressed chuckles and murmurs floated through the line. Xiao Yan, however, appeared oblivious to their remarks. All of his attention was entirely focused on the alchemical cauldron nestled in his arms. The impact it had on him was profound. He could distinctly sense that within this seemingly ordinary vessel lay a cosmos capable of reducing even stars to ashes. That was the power of his esteemed ancestor, and it served as his greatest source of confidence during this endeavor. As time gradually passed, it finally became Xiao Yan's turn. Behind the registration desk sat an elderly man clad in the robes of a Dan Tower elder. His gray attire, with a face weathered and parched, bore an expression of indifference. His drooping eyelids revealed his weariness towards the so-called geniuses before him. Name? Without lifting his gaze, the old man spoke in a voice that was hoarse and dry, resembling that of a machine. Xiao Yan, master or affiliated faction. The image of his unreliable ancestor flickered through Xiao Yan's mind, causing his facial muscles to twitch slightly, yet he ultimately resolved to declare his teacher's name. Master, Yao Chen. Upon the utterance of this name, the gray-robed elder finally exhibited a semblance of life. His half-closed eyelids suddenly sprang open, revealing a pair of bright, piercing eyes that scrutinized Xiao Yan from head to toe. You are a disciple of the revered Yao Chen? There was an undeniable hint of astonishment in his voice. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded with poise, neither servile nor arrogant. The surrounding crowd stirred with a ripple of excitement. In the realm of alchemists in Zhongzhou, the name Yao Chen was nothing short of legendary, a hallmark of an era. Though he had long since departed, his renown persisted. I never anticipated that old fellow Yao Chen took on a disciple before his demise. After a prolonged scrutiny, the elder could discern nothing further, reverting to his customary indifferent demeanor as he rapped his knuckles on the table. Final procedure: present your cauldron for a quality assessment. This was an age-old convention of the Dan Conference. The cauldron represented a second life for alchemists. A superior cauldron not only denoted strength, but also signified the heritage and resources behind it. As these words fell, a young man standing behind Xiao Yan eagerly stepped forward, ostentatiously waving his hand. A towering cauldron, radiant red and adorned with carvings of 3 fire serpents, was slammed onto the ground, producing a resounding thud and a wave of heat that washed over the onlookers. It is the 3-serpent cauldron from the Burning Flame Valley. Rumor has it that it was forged from Xian iron nurtured in magma for over a century. It is exceedingly valuable. An astute observer in the crowd exclaimed. The young man, basking in the admiration, shot a provocative glance at Xiao Yan. The gray-robed elder also revealed a rare glimmer of approval, nodding slightly. Indeed, a fine-quality Xian iron cauldron. Next, all eyes in the venue swiftly returned to Xiao Yan. Their curiosity piqued as they wondered what astonishing treasure the disciple of the revered alchemist would unveil. With everyone's gaze upon him, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and gently, yet solemnly, placed the treasured item he had carried all the way on the registration desk. With a crisp sound, the Emperor Flame brand fully intelligent alchemical cauldron quietly appeared before everyone. Time seemed to come to a standstill. The entire square was engulfed in an eerie silence that lasted for 3 seconds. Everyone, including the erudite elder in gray robes, stared wide-eyed, their faces painted with confusion and questions. What on earth is this? A medicinal cauldron? What a jest! Shouldn't the medicinal cauldrons of the Duki continent be those ancient, weighty vessels adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, exuding an air of nobility? Yet, the object before them was entirely transparent and gleaming, resembling the most exquisite crystal. Its form was smooth and rounded, with sleek, flowing lines. Gone were the ornate engravings. Instead, there were merely a few button-like protrusions marked with peculiar characters indicating grades 1 and 2. Most absurdly, it possessed a small handle for lifting and a plug for electrical connection. This contraption, in every conceivable way, resembled a cooking pot from a wealthy household's kitchen. After 3 seconds of silence, a sudden, unrestrained laugh erupted from an unknown source, shattering the stillness like a droplet of water splashing into hot oil. My heavens! What am I witnessing? A cooking pot. How could they possibly use a cooking pot as a medicinal cauldron? The disciple of the esteemed medicinal master Yao Chen? I reckon he might be the apprentice of the cook, Wang Dachui. Is he here for the alchemical conference, or to apply for a chef's position? This is hilarious. After a lifetime of alchemy, I've never encountered such an unconventional medicinal cauldron. Is this fellow a fool summoned by a monkey? The talented individuals waiting in line could no longer contain themselves. One by one, they doubled over in laughter, tears nearly streaming down their faces. A few exaggerated souls even crouched down, clutching their bellies. The unabashed laughter coalesced into a tremendous wave of sound, resonating throughout the square, filling the air with a joyous spirit. Even the solemn statue of the alchemy ancestor appeared somewhat comical amidst the uproar. Behind the registration table, the elder in gray robes underwent a visible transformation. His complexion shifted from pale to green, then to a deep crimson, ultimately darkening to a hue reminiscent of pig liver. His body trembled with rage. Insult. This was a blatant affront. A direct and unmasked humiliation towards the alchemy tower, the alchemical conference, and to him, a venerable 7th-grade alchemist. What place is the alchemical conference? It is the sacred ground in the hearts of alchemists across the continent, a realm where countless individuals dream of setting foot. It embodies sanctity, solemnity, and heritage. Yet now, someone dares to present a mere cooking pot for registration here. This was no longer a provocation. It was as if the visage of the alchemy tower was being ground into the dirt beneath someone's heel. Outrageous. A roar, imbued with the fury of a Dou Zone powerhouse, erupted like thunder in the square. All laughter ceased abruptly. The elder in gray sprang to his feet, slamming his palm down onto the table with such force that the hard stone surface fractured like a spider's web. Trembling with rage, he pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Yan, his voice sharp and deliberate. "You audacious brat! How dare you humiliate my alchemy tower in such a manner?" The elder Mo Ling, who has been involved in the Alchemist Association for over 30 years, had never encountered such an arrogant and ignorant individual as you. Do you presume that the Alchemist Association is akin to your family kitchen? Do you think alchemy is merely child's play? You dare to wield such a wretched iron pot before me and mock me, as well as the entire community of practitioners. You have utterly shamed Master Yao Chun, the esteemed alchemist. Someone, Elder Mo Ling bellowed, pointing towards the entrance of the plaza, his voice hoarse with fury. Expel this fool from here. He is never to set foot in the holy alchemy city again. Upon his command, 2 guards clad in silver armor, their auras resonating with the peak of the Dou Huang realm, emerged from either side. Their eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent as they advanced toward Xiao Yan. Step by step, the atmosphere shifted dramatically from one of mocking laughter to a tense standoff. Everyone watched with malicious glee, anticipating the sight of Xiao Yan being humiliated and driven out like a dog. Offending the alchemist tower meant that this young man had reached the end of his road in Zhongzhou. However, in the face of this turmoil, Xiao Yan's expression remained relatively unchanged. He quietly observed the enraged elder before him and the surrounding faces brimming with schadenfreude. As the words of his master echoed in his mind, they are but a group of pitiful creatures, limited by their narrow perspectives. Disciple, if you stoop to their level, you have already lost. With this thought, he even shook his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, tinged with a hint of pity for those around him. This smile ignited the last shred of Elder Mo Ling's rationality. You dare to smile. You dare to mock me. Seize him. If he resists, kill him on the spot. Upon receiving the command, the 2 Dou Huang guards wasted no time. Their Dou Qi erupted violently, transforming into massive hands aimed directly at Xiao Yan's shoulders. At that critical moment, an indescribable, mountain-like weight, seemingly descending from the heavens, arrived without warning. This pressure was not vicious. Rather, it bore an undeniable will that demanded compliance. As if the very fabric of the universe had frozen in that instant, the outstretched hands of the 2 Dou Huang guards were abruptly halted midair, unable to move an inch. Their expressions morphed into sheer horror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, everyone in the plaza, regardless of their rank, whether Dou Huang or Dou Zone, felt as if their souls were gripped by an unseen hand, making even the act of breathing laborious. Elder Mo Ling's furious roar was abruptly stifled, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Instinctively, all present summoned their strength to raise their heads towards the sky. A voice, ancient and authoritative, yet tinged with a tremor of repressed excitement, resonated as if a deity had descended. Halt. Chapter 76. Kneel and apologize to the divine artifact. The command halt seemed not to emanate from the lips of a mere mortal, but rather from the very essence of the Tao. Echoing as the first utterance at the dawn of creation, it resonated not with loudness, but with an undeniable and absolute will that instantaneously reverberated throughout the entire square, drowning out all clamor, mockery, and fury. The immense pressure that descended was nothing short of terrifying. It did not possess the tyrannical force of a quarrel, yet it weighed heavier than mountains and plunged deeper than abysses. In that moment, everyone present, from the Emperor Dou guards to the Elder Dou Zone, and even the haughty alchemical prodigies, felt as though their very souls were grasped by an invisible hand, rendering their thoughts nearly stagnant. The 2 Emperor Dou guards, who had intended to confront Xiao Yan, found their strength abruptly sapped, frozen in place, their faces pale, and their eyes filled with primal fear. Elder Mo Ling, consumed by rage, was likewise shaken by this overwhelming pressure, his command to kill on sight stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Instinctively, everyone found it arduous to lift their heads, gazing toward the source of the voice, the pinnacle of the alchemist tower. 3 streaks of light descended, seemingly slow yet traversing space with astonishing speed, flashing down from the tower's summit. As the light dissipated, 3 figures silently materialized before the registration platform. Upon recognizing these three individuals, the entire square, be they contestants or spectators, elders of the Alchemist Tower or guards, had their pupils constrict in unison, their faces reflecting profound astonishment and reverence. The three titans of the Alchemist Tower had personally arrived. Leading the trio was an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow and a countenance marked by age. Garbed in simple linen robes, it was the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Tower, Xian. While he appeared unremarkable, the depth of his murky eyes seemed to harbor an entire cosmos, unfathomable and profound. To his left stood a robust man with a bushy beard, his fiery temperament akin to thunder, the second elder, Tian Lazy. To his right was a graceful and dignified woman clad in elegant palace attire, the third elder, Xian. These three individuals represented the pinnacle of the alchemical realm in the Douqi continent, figures so formidable that their slightest gesture could send ripples throughout the central state. On ordinary days, merely encountering one of them would provide alchemists with a lifetime's worth of tales to boast about. Yet today, for the sake of a trivial registration dispute, all three titans had converged. What monumental event could have provoked such an extraordinary gathering? After the initial shock, Elder Mo Ling quickly regained his composure. He presumed that the three elders had come to reprimand him for the commotion. Hastily, he bowed and gestured toward Xiao Yan. His face contorted with indignation as he hastily lodged his complaint. Esteemed elders, this individual is Xiao Yan, a disciple of the revered Yao Chun. He has audaciously brought a mere cooking pot to serve as a medicinal cauldron during this sacred and solemn registration. Such an act is clearly a mockery of our dignity, a humiliation to the illustrious reputation of the Alchemist Tower. I was about to expel him as a deterrent to others. His words were filled with righteous fervor and heartfelt emotion, as if he were the most loyal guardian of the tower's honor. However, to everyone's astonishment, none of the three titans turned their gaze toward him. From the moment they appeared, their gaze was fixated, unyielding and motionless, upon the registration platform. More accurately, it was locked onto what Elder Mo Ling referred to as an iron pot, the Emperor Yin brand fully intelligent alchemy cauldron. The irritable countenance of Tian Lazy was rife with uncertainty. In the beautiful eyes of Xian, there was a profound shock and disbelief. She murmured to herself, "It is this aura, the essence of creation emanating from it." The leader, Xian Kongzi, was utterly beside himself. He approached the alchemy cauldron slowly, step by step, his movements reverent, akin to a pilgrim approaching a sacred site. In his eyes, which usually perceived the world with clarity, there now resided only fervor, astonishment, confusion, and a tremor that stemmed from the depths of his soul. It is this object. It is this that has stirred the very laws of heaven and earth in the Holy Dance City. It is this that has caused the treasure of the tower to sound alarm. It is this that has rendered the three semi-holy powerhouses on high alert. He advanced, reaching out as if to touch the jade-like surface of the cauldron, but halfway there, it was as though an invisible force had scalded him, and he recoiled suddenly. It was not fear, but reverence. He sensed that to touch it casually would be a desecration of this divine artifact. He could feel that within this seemingly unremarkable pot lay not mere energy or formation, but the Tao, a higher dimensional, complete, and self-contained system of the Tao that far surpasses the existing laws of the Douqi continent. This transcended the vocabulary of a medicinal cauldron. This is a Tao tool, a divine object, a supreme treasure that could make even a Dou Emperor envious. After a long silence, Xian Kongzi abruptly turned around. On his usually placid old face, fury now surged forth, his eyes widened, and a terrifying pressure, belonging to a peak semi-holy, erupted like a volcano, bearing down relentlessly upon Elder Mo Ling. Puff! Elder Mo Ling, as if struck by lightning, spat out a mouthful of blood, his legs buckling as he uncontrollably knelt to the ground. His face etched with fear and confusion. "President, you foolish being!" Xian Kongzi's roar was tenfold louder than Elder Mo Ling's previous outburst. The contained rage seemingly capable of igniting the entire square. Blind to the truth, short-sighted, he pointed at the kneeling Elder Mo Ling, his body trembling with fury. "To humiliate the Dan Tower? I say, the true disgrace to the Dan Tower, the one who has tarnished our millennia of dignity, is you, you imbecile. A divine object stands before you, and yet you fail to recognize it. A Tao tool descends upon the world, and you perceive it as mere iron. Do you not understand that the Tao essence contained within that iron pot is worth 1,000,000,000 times more than your old life, than the entirety of the Dan Tower combined? You, and you all." Xian Kongzi's gaze swept like a sharpened blade over the previously boisterous alchemical prodigies, their faces pale, trembling in fear, and some, too frightened, had collapsed to the ground. "A bunch of ignorant fools. With your meager insights, do you dare to evaluate such a divine object? Do you dare to mock this young friend?" Xian Kongzi, increasingly incensed, took a deep breath and summoned all his strength to unleash a roar that pierced the hearts of all present. I hereby declare that, effective immediately, Mo Linga is stripped of his position as Elder of the Dan Tower and relegated to a mere servant, forever barred from any dealings with elixirs. As for you, he pointed at the trembling prodigies. All those who spoke disrespectfully just now shall have their qualifications for the competition revoked. Leave the Holy Dan City at once. Furthermore, all of you immediately, right now, kneel before this divine artifact and prostrate yourselves in apology. Seek its forgiveness. Upon hearing these words, the entire assembly was taken aback. To witness an elder of the Dan Tower, the most distinguished alchemical genius on the continent, kneeling in apology before a mere cooking pot, no, a divine artifact, was utterly absurd and profoundly shocking. At that moment, both Mo Ling and the other prodigies were filled with regret. They could scarcely fathom that the unsophisticated figure they had mocked was, in fact, a true deity wielding the power of a nuclear bomb. Under the piercing gaze of Xian Kongzi, which could kill, they dared not hesitate. Their faces ashen as they bowed repeatedly to the alchemical cauldron that stood silently on the platform. The crisp sound of their foreheads striking the ground echoed through the square, resonating with a haunting irony. Once this spectacle was concluded, Xian Kongzi's expression softened somewhat. He turned to Xiao Yan, who had maintained a placid demeanor, seemingly a spectator to the unfolding drama, and a warm, almost obsequious smile spread across his face. Esteemed young friend, he said with a deep bow, I, Xian Kongzi, offer my sincerest apologies for the presence of such unworthy individuals in the Dan Tower. It is our failure to exercise proper discipline, and we have neglected our esteemed guest. I humbly ask for your understanding. This display of deference left everyone in the vicinity utterly astounded. The Grand Elder of the Dan Tower, a semi-saint powerhouse, was bowing to a young man of no significant repute. Xiao Yan, observing this scene, felt a surge of emotion. He understood that all of this was a testament to the influence of his esteemed master, whose divine authority, even if only a fraction, was enough to compel the pinnacle of this continent to bow in submission. Imitating his master's nonchalant demeanor, he waved his hand dismissively. No harm done. Ignorance is no crime. Thank you, esteemed young friend. Thank you, Xian Kongzi exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve. He hurriedly took up the registration book and brush, his demeanor as respectful as that of a student serving his teacher. Esteemed young friend, I will personally register you, with utmost care. He pinned the name Xiao Yan and retrieved a token crafted entirely of purple gold, adorned with the Dan Tower's emblem, presenting it with both hands. Esteemed young friend, this is the highest level purple gold VIP token of our Dan Tower. With this token, you shall receive the utmost privileges at any of our establishments. During the Dan Conference, all your expenses will be borne by our Dan Tower. I implore you to accept it. Xiao Yan, amused by the dramatic shift in attitude, graciously accepted the token along with the alchemical cauldron, nodding at Xian Kongzi before turning and departing amidst a myriad of complex gazes, filled with awe, envy, and inquiry. Long after he had left, the silence of the square was finally shattered. The legend of the divine cooking cauldron, along with the enigmatic youth named Xiao Yan, swept through the entire Holy Pill City like a superstorm of magnitude 12. Chapter 77, A Gathering of Heroes? Come, entertain me with a monkey show. The uproar surrounding Xiao Yan's registration was akin to a colossal stone tossed into the placid waters of a lake, creating tumultuous waves within Holy Pill City. The tale of the divine cooking cauldron spread virally, reaching every corner of the city. Countless individuals were filled with curiosity and reverence for the mysterious young man named Xiao Yan. However, this fervor was soon overshadowed by an even grander and more fervent wave. The Pill Conference had officially commenced. In the heart of Holy Pill City, within a massive square capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, throngs of people gathered, their voices resonating like thunder. At the center of the square, platforms crafted from azure stone were erected, where thousands of alchemical prodigies, emerging from various corners of the Duki continent, converged. They represented the future hope of this land, the favored children of numerous factions. At this moment, their expressions were solemn, their eyes ablaze with a yearning for glory, awaiting the command to commence the grand ceremony. In the esteemed VIP section at the highest point of the square, Lin Feng and his companions were positioned in the best vantage point. Xiao Yan gazed down at the magnificent scene below, feeling the surging passion for alchemy that filled the air. Even with his temperament honed far beyond the ordinary by his master, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. The elder medicinal master was equally moved as he looked upon the vibrant young faces reminiscent of his own youth. Only Lin Feng, reclining in a spacious chair with a glass of freshly squeezed chilled watermelon juice in hand, yawned out of sheer boredom. This spectacle is quite grand, reminiscent of our village's New Year celebrations with operatic performances. His remark elicited a subtle twitch at the corner of Kai Lin's mouth. Silence. as the profound voice of the Grand Elder Xian Kongzi, imbued with potent duqi, echoed throughout the venue. The entire square fell into an immediate hush. The pill conference, held once every 5 years, was about to commence. The first round, the refining of 7th-grade dragon power pills. The time limit is 1 hour. Those who produce higher quality pills shall advance. With a command, 1,000 platforms simultaneously ignited with vibrant flames. The atmosphere was instantly charged to its zenith. Look, it is the pill fairy Danshan making her move. A wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd. There, in the arena, stood an exquisite woman clad in a moon-white gown. With a graceful flick of her hand, a deep purple flame danced like an elegant butterfly at her fingertips. The ethereal poison fire, ranked 19th on the list of extraordinary flames. The pill fairy's control over the flames was truly mesmerizing, a sight to behold. Cheers and praises erupted in waves. Humph, merely flamboyant tricks. From the opposite side, a cold snort resonated. Tang Ying, the young master of the burning flame valley, wore a stern expression as he unleashed a powerful punch, summoning a roaring fire dragon composed of crimson flames, charging fiercely towards his cauldron. It was the burning flame valley's fire transformation technique. Such a domineering flame. Immediately, an array of prodigies showcased their unique skills. Some employed ancient cauldrons that resonated with the heavens and the earth, while others executed enigmatic fire control techniques, transforming flames into countless delicate threads, intricate and refined. There were those whose soul power was formidable, shaping forms directly with their essence, evoking waves of astonishment. The entire arena was awash with exotic flames and the fragrant aroma of elixirs, resembling a grand feast in the realm of alchemy, captivating countless spectators. In the VIP section, the elder alchemist nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "The youth are truly remarkable. Their prowess surpasses ours by leaps and bounds." "Remarkable?" Lin Feng scoffed, sipping his watermelon juice. "Old man, your standards require elevation." He pointed at the illustrious Dan Shun, the fire fairy, critiquing, "That girl relies solely on soul power feedback for fire control. Akin to driving without glancing at the dashboard, merely feeling the throttle. The energy fluctuation exceeds 15%. While it appears graceful, it is laden with superfluous motions." Squandering her soul power, he cast a glance at Tang Ying from the burning flame valley. That one is even more foolish, eager for everyone to notice his flames. ISNTH, the energy conversion rate of his fire is below 30%, with 70% wasted on flashy light and sound effects, an utter display of inefficacy. A quintessential example of energy mismanagement. Furthermore, he remarked on another individual overindulging in theatrics. Alchemy seeks stability and uniformity in energy by fracturing the flames into numerous streams, each with subtle variances in temperature and energy output. He merely exacerbates the structural stress within the materials, compromising the purity of the final elixir. In summary, Lin Feng spread his arms, concluding, "It's simply a group of amateurs performing a talent show, akin to monkey tricks, devoid of technical substance." His words struck like thunder, leaving the elder alchemist momentarily speechless. Concepts like energy fluctuation, conversion rates, and structural stress were entirely foreign to him, yet he inexplicably felt their profound validity. As he surveyed the esteemed talents in the arena, he suddenly perceived that their ostentatious maneuvers seemed indeed excessive. Xiao Yan, stifling laughter from the sidelines, had a radically different perspective now that he possessed the rice cooker bestowed by his master. It felt akin to a modern engineer, equipped with a fully automated CNC machine, observing a group of primitive individuals joyously displaying their newly polished stone axes. Just as the atmosphere intensified, a chilling, sinister aura unexpectedly enveloped half the square without warning. Every individual felt a shiver run down their spine, their gazes instinctively drawn toward a stone platform in the corner. There stood a youth clad in a black robe, his countenance grim, slowly raising his head. He was the representative from the Soul Palace, Hunsha. Instead of a cauldron, he summoned a terrifying bone cauldron constructed from countless human skulls. Lacking exotic flames, he extended his hands, conjuring a swirling mass of black flames, born from myriad twisted souls, blazing fiercely in his palms. As he began his alchemical process, the cauldron emitted the wails of 1,000 ghosts, a haunting and terrifying sound that rendered many alchemists with weaker soul power pale and on the verge of collapse. It is the Soul Palace's 10,000 souls alchemy technique. Such a nefarious practice. Someone gasped in horror. However, amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd, the alchemical prowess of Soul Shatter was astonishingly swift. In merely half an hour, a piercing shriek echoed from within the bone cauldron as a pitch-black pill, exuding a potent scent of blood, soared into the sky. A 7th-grade elixir, the Dragon Power Pill, had been successfully forged. Its quality, upon assessment by the Elder of the Alchemist Tower, unmistakably reached the pinnacle among all present. even subtly eclipsing that of the esteemed Danshan fairy. The audience erupted in astonishment. Amidst countless looks of shock, trepidation, and disdain, Soul Shatter, cradling the malevolent pill, slowly turned. He did not gaze upon anyone. His eyes, akin to venomous serpents, pierced through the throngs, unerringly locking onto a young man in black attire adorned with a ring. Seated in the VIP section, more precisely, his focus was fixed upon the unremarkable ring itself. The corners of Soul Shatter's mouth curled into a slow, provocative, and cruel smile. Chapter 78, Medicine Chun, Times Have Changed. The curvature of Soul Shatter's lips bore a taunting and sinister arc. His eyes, reminiscent of venomous serpents, disregarded the multitude of onlookers. Piercing through distant space, precisely honing in on a corner of the VIP section where a young man in black sat. Yet, Soul Shatter's aim was not the man himself, but rather the ancient black ring upon his finger. Within the ring, the spirit of the old alchemist trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Teacher, Xiao Yan felt a tightening in his heart. He could distinctly sense a torrent of profound indignation and fury emanating from the depths of the soul, surging from the ring, threatening to ignite his very essence. Soul Shatter, evidently, was exceedingly pleased with this effect. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Before the eyes of every alchemist in the world, atop the sacred altar of the Alchemist Tower, he aimed to vivisect this once legendary figure, nailing him to the pillar of shame. He slowly raised the pill, declaring its name, Medicine Dust. The utterance sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. Countless elder alchemists' pupils constricted in disbelief. The esteemed master of Medicine Dust, indeed, was the target of Soul Shatter's machinations. Basking in the attention now fixated upon him, Soul Shatter's smile grew increasingly ominous. Behold, this is the alchemical art of my soul palace. Through the sacrifice of souls, burning with the essence of myriad spirits, this is the zenith of the alchemical path. This is the singular truth leading to the pinnacle of alchemy. His voice resonated with fervor and seduction, as though he were propagating a novel doctrine. And you? He abruptly turned his attention, pointing towards Xiao Yan and the ring. Your so-called doctrines of righteousness, pure fire, and transparent souls have long been destined for the annals of history as refuse. Boom. With these words, the entire square erupted in chaos. This was no mere provocation. It was an open declaration of war against the entire traditional alchemical system. It was a complete repudiation of the lifelong beliefs of countless alchemists. The faces of the three titans of the Alchemist Tower in the VIP section darkened instantaneously, as if shadows were about to drip from them. Xian Kongxi's hand rested upon the armrest, veins bulging, as if he might crush the ancient, resilient wood beneath his grasp. Yet, they were unable to move. According to the rules of the Danhui, only the outcome mattered, and the process was of no concern. The elixirs forged by Hun Sha were of such remarkable quality that their merit was evident to all. Observing the increasingly unstable aura emanating from Yao Lao, a sinister smile crept across Hun Sha's lips. He knew he had struck a nerve. This was precisely the effect he sought. He raised the elixir high, amplifying his voice to its zenith, proclaiming the final and most venomous judgment. Yao Chun, your era has passed. Today, in front of the world, I, Hun Sha, will demonstrate to everyone that you are merely a self-satisfied relic, long abandoned by time, a worthless fool. The term worthless struck like two resounding slaps across Yao Lao's very soul. With a sudden jolt, the essence of Yao Lao within the ring faltered, becoming faint. A piercing pain surged through him, far more intense than the betrayal he suffered from a disciple in years past. It was the anguish of shattered faith, the torment of a lifetime's pride being trampled before the public eye. He had devoted his life to the art of alchemy, pursuing purity and perfection in the craft. Once a luminary among the stars of this land. Yet now, everything he held dear was belittled by a wretched outsider, reduced to mere insignificance by the cruelest of truths. At this moment, he even began to doubt himself. Could it be that I have truly erred? Was the path I have trodden for nearly a century flawed from the very beginning? A profound self-doubt threatened to rend his soul asunder. Master, Xiao Yan's eyes burned crimson. His jaw clenched tight, nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers unnoticed. He could vividly sense his master's despair and anguish, a torment that twisted his heart with agony. He suddenly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes ignited with an unprecedented fury, capable of incinerating the very heavens. Murderous intent. The chilling, bone-deep malice surged forth like a tidal wave, just as the tension reached its zenith. An incongruous voice lazily broke the oppressive atmosphere from the highest seat of honor among the guests. TSK, how klitsch are the villain's lines. Your era has passed. You're a waste. Can't you be a bit more creative? For instance, your alchemy holds no chance against mine. Lin Feng nonchalantly sipped his watermelon juice, expressing his boredom. Beside him, Kai Lin remained unfazed by the unfolding scene, calmly refilling his glass. Lin Feng cast a glance at the triumphant Hun Sha in the arena, then turned to the infuriated Xiao Yan and the nearly collapsing Yao Lao within the ring, saying, "Why get so worked up? Engaging with such lowly scum only diminishes your own stature. Master, Ancestor." Xiao Yan was perplexed. Within the ring, Yao Lao transmitted a weak and bewildered thought. "Master, this person's alchemy is unfathomable, and the results are astonishing." Astonishing results? Lin Feng nearly spewed his watermelon juice at the absurdity of it all. He pointed to the black elixir held by Soul Shatter and activated the live demonstration mode. "Observe closely," he instructed. "This so-called soul refining alchemy essentially treats souls as disposable batteries, forcibly extracting their essence to catalyze the medicinal properties. The energy conversion rate of this method is appallingly low. At least 70% of the soul's power is wasted on meaningless wails, a classic case of light and noise pollution." More importantly, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened, exuding professionalism. The soul is the most intricate conglomeration of energy, particularly those remnants filled with resentment, harboring a multitude of negative emotional particles. During the refining process, these particles inevitably contaminate the pure structure of the medicinal materials, resulting in a final product that is impure and potentially laden with toxic side effects. He paused, spreading his hands in conclusion. Thus, what he has concocted, while appearing of high quality, is in fact a poison disguised as a precious elixir. Whoever consumes it will meet a gruesome fate. Do you think a chef who transforms elixirs into poisons deserves your ire? Lin Feng's analysis, peppered with peculiar terms like disposable batteries, conversion rates, and emotional particles, struck Xiao Yan and Medicinal Elder like a revelation, awakening them instantaneously. They were enveloped in confusion, yet found an inexplicable sense of reason in his words. Particularly Medicinal Elder, with the instincts of a top-tier alchemist. Since that Lin Feng's insights touched upon a higher dimensional truth of alchemy he had never contemplated. Indeed, how did I overlook this? The quality of medicinal herbs influences the elixir. Flames affect the concoction. So how could the soul, serving as fuel, not impact the final quality? The elixirs from the Soul Palace were notorious for their malevolent potency. The roots of this toxicity lay here. In an instant, the haze of uncertainty and self-doubt in Medicinal Elder's heart dissipated, replaced by profound respect for Lin Feng's inscrutable wisdom. His spirit solidified, becoming resolute once more. Xiao Yan's fury gradually subsided, transforming into a cold, condescending pity. He regarded the Soul Shatter, who was still basking in the glow of victory, as one would observe a mere jester. "Your proudest masterpiece, in the eyes of my esteemed ancestor, is nothing more than a heap of substandard industrial waste. So what worth do you possess?" Having reached this realization, Xiao Yan rose. Under the scrutiny of the entire assembly, amidst Soul Shatter's scornful gaze and the mixed expressions of concern and curiosity from the likes of Dan Shin Ferry and others, he stepped down from the VIP platform. Moving toward the central stone stage that belonged to the victors, he walked slowly, yet each step seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of every onlooker. The derision on Soul Shatter's face deepened. "What is this? Can't bear to lose, seeking to come up and debate? Or is it that all Medicinal Elder taught you was this feudal bravado?" Xiao Yan chose to ignore him. He strode directly to his alchemical stone platform, and amidst the multitude of gazes fixated upon him, he executed an action that left everyone utterly astounded once again. He extended his hand and retrieved his cauldron from his spatial ring. With a gentle thud, the exquisite and translucent Imperial Flame brand all-intelligent alchemical pot, resembling a rice cooker, was quietly placed upon the stone platform. Chapter 79, I apologize, but the elixir I ordered is ready. With a soft thud, not loud, yet resonating like an invisible hammer striking the hearts of everyone in the square, that extraordinary creation, which had caused quite a stir during the registration and was revered as the divine pot for cooking rice, was placed by Xiao Yan upon the stone platform. In an instant, the once boisterous arena seemed to have been muted. All eyes were uniformly drawn to this spectacle. Those who had witnessed the upheaval during registration looked on with a mix of reverence and anticipation. They yearned to know the formidable power harbored within this object, which even the Elder of the Alchemist Tower had deemed a divine artifact. Conversely, many talented alchemists who had not witnessed that scene, after a brief moment of astonishment, displayed unabashed disdain and mockery upon their faces. Am I seeing things? That lad truly brought a cooking pot here? Insanity. He must be out of his mind. Does he think this is a child's play? A disciple of medicinal herbs? He appears to be a mere cook who has strayed from a tavern. He has utterly disgraced the alchemist's reputation. Upon the elevated platform, the fairy Danshin furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. She could not fathom how one who had garnered the attention of the esteemed Elder Xian Kong could commit such an outrageous act. In the center of the arena, The recently basked in glory Soul Sha grinned ear to ear. With arms crossed, he looked down upon Xiao Yan from his elevated position. His gaze reminiscent of one observing a pitiable fool courting attention, destined to be crushed by the harsh realities of life. A waste is ultimately a waste. Even if fortune smiled upon him, and he found an inexplicable master, it could not alter the inherent foolishness and ignorance within his bones. To concoct elixirs with such a vessel? He was eager to see what absurdity the disciple of Yao Chun could possibly brew from this iron pot. Yet, in the face of this cacophony of skepticism and derision, Xiao Yan exhibited not the slightest ripple of emotion. He was even too apathetic to raise an eyelid. He recalled the words of his ancestor, Lin Feng, arguing with a group of primitives who don't even comprehend that the earth is round is, in itself, a demeaning act. What you must do is not convince them, but to crush them in a manner they cannot fathom. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan found the situation rather dull. He leisurely extracted the myriad of ingredients necessary for concocting the Dragon Force pill from his spatial ring. Then, under the nearly frozen gazes of the entire audience, he executed an action that nearly caused every alchemist present to suffer a myocardial infarction. He did not purify or separate the ingredients, nor did he add them in any particular order. Instead, he resembled a sanitation worker discarding refuse, carelessly dumping the precious herbs in a haphazard manner into the alchemical pot. The sound of medicinal herbs colliding with the cauldron resonated clearly in the desolate square. A waste of resources. An elder alchemist pounded his chest in frustration, trembling with rage. A madman. He was undoubtedly a lunatic. Mixing herbs indiscriminately without purification would only lead to disaster. Alas, the illustrious reputation of the alchemy master would be shattered today by this unworthy disciple. In the VIP section, the three eminent figures, including Xian Kongzi, felt their eyelids twitch. Although they understood that the alchemical cauldron was a divine artifact, Xiao Yan's actions were simply too absurd. This was a complete violation of the alchemical principles they had adhered to for millennia. Just as everyone braced for the cauldron to explode in a catastrophic display, Xiao Yan made his move. He extended a finger and gently swept over the buttons marked with grades on the cauldron, ultimately resting on the one labeled as 7th grade. Then, amidst the increasingly mocking smile of Hun Sha and the bewildered gazes of the audience, he gently pressed down. A hum filled the air, not the earth-shattering flames or cataclysmic energy fluctuations one might expect. The cauldron merely emitted a faint sound, reminiscent of modern appliances powering on. The 7th grade button illuminated with a soft white glow, and then, nothing more. The entire alchemical process unfolded in an eerily quiet manner, uncommonly smooth. As mundane as boiling a pot of white rice. Time passed second by second. The atmosphere in the square shifted from shock to a bizarre sense of absurdity. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. Was this it? What was he doing? Daydreaming? Hun Sha's expression morphed from ridicule into unabashed laughter, bending over as he pointed at Xiao Yan, exclaiming to those nearby, "Do you see this? This is the fine disciple taught by Yao Chun. This is the genius recognized by your alchemy tower. Ha ha ha, this is simply hilarious." The arena was once again enveloped by uncontrollable snickers. This alchemical competition had devolved from a sacred duel into an utter farce. A full minute passed, just as Hun Sha's laughter reached its peak, and as everyone, including Xian Kongzi, began to question their own perceptions, a crisp, melodious alert, infused with a modern industrial tone, rang out abruptly across the square. This sound was incongruous with the fantastical world around them. It resembled the beep of a microwave signaling the end of heating or the completion of a washing machine's spin cycle. It was bright, simple, and even carried a hint of playfulness. Yet, this soft sound seemed to possess the most terrifying power imaginable. It silenced all laughter, dissipated every discussion, and froze Hun Sha's mocking grin in place. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, as if witnessing a ghost, the lid of the alchemical cauldron slowly and automatically popped open. There were no soaring clouds of crimson light, nor were there any astonishing phenomena. Instead, there was an indescribable essence, distilled to its utmost purity, seemingly infused with the profound truths of the universe, wafting through the air like the gentlest mist, enveloping the entire square in an instant. The moment this essence was perceived, every alchemist, regardless of their rank, felt the flames within their souls rejoicing, leaping, and paying homage. Some seasoned alchemists, who had been trapped at a bottleneck for years, were even jolted into a state of enlightenment, their eyes reflecting ecstatic realization. All gazes were fixated, greedily and incredulously, upon the open pot's base. There lay a pill, tranquil and serene. It was the size of a longan, perfectly round, its surface adorned with intricate, dragon-like patterns, its hue warm and jade-like, radiating an inner brilliance as if it contained an entire starry sky within. Perfect. It transcended the very definition of perfection found in textbooks. This was no mere pill. It was a masterpiece, a vessel of the Tao. A gulp echoed through the air. The source unknown, as the world fell silent save for the sound of heartbeats. The smile on Hun Sha's face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a sheer terror and bewilderment akin to encountering a ghost. He glanced at the formidable pill in his hand, which already boasted exceptional quality, then at the otherworldly masterpiece simmering in Xiao Yan's pot. In comparison, his own creation resembled a crude lump of clay, while the other stood as the most resplendent pearl of the celestial palaces. The disparity was overwhelmingly despairing. Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. How could this be? A minute to discard refuse, press a button, and then ding? What sorcery was this? Chapter 80. Cheating? You cannot even comprehend the principles. Hun Sha's mind crashed at that moment. His face, once twisted in arrogance, now froze in a comical expression of sheer shock and confusion. A minute to throw in the ingredients like discarding trash, press a button, and then, with a chime, a pill that utterly eclipsed his lifetime's masterpiece was born? What kind of sorcery was this? It shattered his understanding of alchemy and the very rules of the world. After a brief silence, the string of reason in Hun Sha's mind snapped. Cheating. A desperate, almost distorted roar erupted from his lips, reverberating through the silent square like thunder. He must have cheated. Hun Sha, seemingly driven mad, pointed at the composed young man in black atop the stone platform, and then at the oddly shaped rice cooker. His voice shrill as he shrieked, "Elders of the Dan Tower, are you all blind? Alchemy is an incredibly meticulous endeavor, requiring control of the flames, refinement, and condensation. Every step demands focus. How could anyone simply toss the ingredients into a pot and produce a pill in a minute? Clearly, some clandestine spatial artifact has been employed to conceal the elixirs in advance, creating an illusion here." His words ignited a powder keg. The alchemical prodigies, whose worldviews had been shattered by the spectacle before them, suddenly found an outlet for their outrage, clamoring in unison. Indeed, Brother Hun Sha is correct. This is undoubtedly cheating. To concoct a flawless 7th-grade elixir in a mere minute? Even if the 3 presidents of the Dan Tower were present, it would be utterly impossible. This fundamentally violates the principles of alchemy. Such a despicable act of seeking attention in the hallowed grounds of the Dan Association is a disgrace to us alchemists. I propose that we immediately revoke his qualification to compete and thoroughly investigate his peculiar cauldron. Tang Ying from the Burning Flame Valley wore a grim expression. He gazed at the elixir he had painstakingly crafted, then at the flawless masterpiece within Xiao Yan's cauldron, and a wave of profound humiliation washed over him. He was the first to step forward, bowing deeply to the elders of the Dan Tower seated in the judge's stand, and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed elders, please discern the truth. Restore justice to the Dan Association. Grant us, the diligent practitioners, our due." In an instant, the crowd was fervent, voices rising in a tumultuous chorus. Nearly all the competitors directed their ire towards Xiao Yan, who had maintained an expression of calm throughout. They could not accept that their prideful talents, their decades of relentless cultivation, and their magnificent and powerful were rendered laughable in comparison to him. The judges, the elders of the Dan Tower, exchanged anxious glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They wished to declare this as cheating, yet the problem was, they could not comprehend the intricacies themselves. Just as the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control, the venerable Grand Elder Xian Kongxi, his ancient and majestic figure, silently reappeared at the center of the arena. He uttered no words, merely standing there, a palpable aura emanating from his semi-saintly presence, swiftly quelling all clamor and unrest. The eyes of the entire assembly once again focused on this titan of the alchemical realm. Seeing this, Hun Sha felt a surge of joy and eagerly stepped forward, bowing to Xian Kongxi, and declared with righteous fervor, "Grand Elder, please take note. This youth's actions are peculiar and utterly contravene the principles of alchemy. We suspect him." However, Xian Kongxi paid him no heed. He walked directly to Xiao Yan's stone platform, his profound gaze settling intricately upon the dragon power pill, which lay quietly at the bottom of the cauldron. In just a glance, his otherwise tranquil heart was stirred into a tempest. As a semi-saint and the continent's foremost alchemical master, his perception encompassed far more than that of others. This elixir was not merely perfect. Within its body, the medicinal essence flowed and formed a self-sustaining cycle, faintly creating a miniature energy ecosystem. The medicinal properties were not static, but alive. This signified that the potency of this elixir would almost never dissipate. Its patterns resonated harmoniously with the fundamental truths of heaven and earth, as if imprinted by the very essence of the Tao. The quality of such an elixir was beyond mere fabrication. Even if Xian Kongxi devoted his entire life to the craft, he could not have even envisioned it. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the shock within, and shifted his gaze toward the true culprit, the DN brand fully automated alchemical cauldron. After a moment of hesitation, he summoned the vast power of his soul, cautiously attempting to probe its depths. Yet, his spiritual energy was akin to a cow sinking into the sea. No, more accurately, it resembled a primitive man attempting to connect to a quantum server of the future via a dial-up connection. As soon as he touched the smooth surface of the cauldron, an indescribable torrent of boundless information, laden with countless principles beyond his comprehension, surged back at him. Information overload. Insufficient permissions. Access denied. In Xian Kongzi's mind, a chilling warning echoed. He felt as though his very soul was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the terrifying flow of information. A muffled groan escaping his lips as his complexion turned ashen, uncontrollably staggering backward. This scene left everyone in stunned silence. The Grand Elder was actually pushed back by that cooking pot? Regaining his composure, Xian Kongzi's gaze toward Xiao Yan transformed from mere politeness to profound awe. He finally grasped the truth. This was not an entity of their dimension. Cheating? What a joke. Did a deity piloting an interstellar warship truly need to cheat a group of primitive men wielding stone spears? After a prolonged silence, Xian Kongzi slowly turned to face the multitude of expectant and skeptical eyes. His voice, tinged with an unrecognized weariness and bitterness, resonated throughout the assembly. In the name of the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower, I declare this elixir to be genuine. Its quality is unparalleled, a true divine product in my lifetime. As he glanced at the electric rice cooker, he shook his head in self-deprecation. The principles contained within are unfathomable, beyond our mundane understanding. I can assert that there are no tricks or spatial anomalies in this cauldron's alchemical process. He paused, his murky old eyes suddenly sharpening like an eagle's, fixating intently on Hun Sha. Therefore, the results are valid. Boom. This revelation struck like a resounding slap across the face of Hun Sha and all the instigators present. Impossible. Hun Sha completely lost composure, unable to accept the outcome. Grand Elder, you cannot declare him free of cheating just because you cannot comprehend it. This is unjust. Unjust? Xian Kongzi chuckled, his laughter laced with endless sarcasm. You speak to me of fairness? Hun Sha and all of you. His gaze swept across the crowd. Your greatest flaw is not lacking skill, but rather your ignorance and folly. What do you think alchemy is? Is it merely a contest of whose flames are more splendid? Whose soul power is mightier? Whose cauldron is more ancient? Wrong. Utterly mistaken. Xian Kongzi pointed at the electric rice cooker, his voice rising dramatically, resonating like a thunderous bell that pierced everyone's eardrums. The true path of alchemy lies in the pursuit of optimal energy control. It is the ultimate understanding of the principles. This young friend, Xiao Yan, employs an alchemical technique that transcends our comprehension, reaching a realm of understanding that eludes us. You fail to grasp it because your perspectives and horizons remain confined to a narrow worldview. You claim he is unfair? I pose a question. Who is truly unjust? The one wielding an abacus or the one utilizing a supercomputer? This statement resonates profoundly. The arena fell into a profound silence. The soul devourer and those gifted individuals were left blushing, rendered speechless. They felt the heat of shame upon their faces, as everything they prided themselves on was belittled by the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Tower, labeling them as narrow-minded inhabitants of a well, primitive beings with abacuses. Meanwhile, the instigator of this entire affair, Xiao Yan, merely yawned amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, leisurely approached, and collected the flawless elixir alongside his intelligent alchemical pot. As if he had merely completed a trivial task, he turned and descended the stone platform, leaving behind a calm and unperturbed silhouette. The soul devourer fixated on that retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, his eyes ablaze with a conflagration of humiliation and resentment. He did not comprehend the essence of the Tao, nor the concept of a supercomputer. Yet he understood that today, in this place, he, the genius of the Soul Palace, had been crushed and humiliated in a manner he could not fathom, before the gaze of the entire world. Just wait and see. In the next round, the finals, as we concoct elixirs of an even higher grade, I shall see if your sorcery continues to prevail. Chapter 81. The Final Test, The Last Frenzy. The Grand Elder's deafening remark, comparing the abacus user with the supercomputer wielder, struck like an invisible hammer against the hearts of everyone present in the square. The earlier clamor and agitation had vanished without a trace. The competition ground now lay shrouded in a peculiar, suffocating silence. Those who had previously protested vehemently against cheating now bowed their heads, their faces shifting in hue, wishing to find a crack in the earth to hide within. Inhabitants of a well, primitive beings with abacuses, these judgments, uttered by the Grand Elder, a titan in the realm of alchemy, bore enough weight to crush the pride they had cultivated throughout their lives, particularly for Tang Ying of the Burning Flame Valley and the esteemed Dan Shun. Hailed as a once-in-a-millennium talent, they gazed at the elixirs on their own platforms and recalled the exquisite masterpiece that emerged from Xiao Yan's electric pot. And what surged within them was no longer jealousy, but a profound sense of powerlessness that resonated from the depths of their souls. The chasm was too vast. It was so immense that the thought of even attempting to catch up was rendered impossible. While we were still reveling in the simplicity of 1 + 1 equating to 2, others had already begun to solve problems using calculus. All eyes unconsciously converged upon the young man in black, who had returned to the VIP seats, reclining leisurely against the back of his chair, eyes closed in tranquility. Not long ago, this individual, once dismissed by them as a mere bumpkin fortunate by chance, now appeared in their eyes as a deity shrouded in mist, enigmatic and unfathomable. Meanwhile, the focus of another gaze was fixed upon the soul killer in the arena. Unlike the others, he did not feel shame. Instead, he fixated intently on Xiao Yan's retreating figure, his eyes burning with a nearly tangible black flame of humiliation. His dignity, his pride as a genius of the Soul Palace, had been utterly shattered today by that bumpkin in a manner he could not comprehend, trampled beneath foot with merciless disdain. This indignation was insufferable. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, the figure of Xian Kongzi slowly materialized once more at the center of the arena. His gaze swept across the crowd, lingering momentarily on both Xiao Yan and the Soul Killer. After a brief pause for composure, the final round of the Alchemy Conference, the decisive battle for the ultimate champion, was about to commence. Esteemed participants, Xian Kongzi's voice, aged yet resounding, shattered the silence, resonating clearly in every ear. To stand here, you are the elite among the younger generation of pharmacists on this continent. However, there can only ever be one champion. He paused, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Thus, the rules of the final match are simple yet ruthless. No topic will be set, no grade will be limited, and the process is irrelevant. Your sole task is one. Xian Kongzi's voice suddenly soared, echoing like a thunderous bell, reverberating through the skies. You must concoct the most potent elixir you are capable of producing in your lifetime. Pour forth all your essence and showcase your utmost prowess. Ultimately, the champion of this alchemy conference will be determined by the comprehensive quality of your elixirs. Boom. With the announcement of these rules, the entire square erupted in fervor. No limitations. This was the true pinnacle of confrontation, the ultimate battleground to test a pharmacist's foundation and potential. Those talented individuals who had previously held back or were constrained by the topics now reignited their flames of ambition. Fairy Danshin took a deep breath, gracefully revealing a snow-white, lotus-shaped cauldron that emanated an icy chill, which appeared on the stone platform. A rare gravity settled upon her exquisite features. Tanging also shook off his despondency, his battle spirit soaring. Each individual prepared to unveil their most guarded secrets, striving for the highest glory in a final gamble. However, at the very moment when the atmosphere was ignited to its peak, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Yan, the soul killer, stood abruptly, his face twisted by jealousy, now bearing a sickly, frenzied confidence. His resentful gaze was locked onto Xiao Yan in the VIP section, issuing the last desperate and frenzied roar of a defeated dog. In the previous round, you may have relied on some obscure trick to scrape by, but in this ultimate showdown, where everything is at stake, your underhanded methods will crumble before absolute strength and foundation. His voice was filled with a resolute determination, akin to one who had burned their boats behind them. I am curious to see what your shabby cooking pot can conjure up. This remark once again drew everyone's attention to Xiao Yan. Indeed, the finals are a true test of the limits of alchemical mastery. While one-touch alchemy may yield 7th-grade pills, higher-tiered elixirs are intertwined with the spirit of the pills and the resonance of the laws of nature, far beyond mere energy control. Can he create miracles once again? Faced with the almost accusatory provocation from Hun Sha, under the scrutiny of hundreds of thousands, some curious, some skeptical, others expectant, the young man in black from the VIP section finally stirred. He slowly opened his eyes and sat up from the comfortable recliner. Yawning broadly and stretching languidly as if awakening from slumber, his bones crackled with a lazy sound. He didn't even spare Hun Sha a glance. In his world, this boisterous individual was no different from a yapping chihuahua barking at him from the roadside. Have you ever witnessed someone engaging in a verbal spat with a chihuahua? That would be utterly beneath one's dignity. Xiao Yan leisurely rose to his feet and descended from the VIP seats, making his way to his designated stone platform. He did not immediately retrieve the cauldron. Instead, he unhurriedly produced a piece of pristine, unknown silk handkerchief from his spatial ring. Then, before the nearly dazed eyes of the audience, he tenderly presented the Emperor Yin brand fully intelligent alchemy pot, meticulously wiping it with reverence. His movements were gentle, akin to caressing a lover's cheek, and his expression was devoted, as if he were polishing a sacred masterpiece. This silent, heartfelt admiration and respect stood in stark contrast to Hun Sha's derisive remarks about a dilapidated cooking pot, creating a sharp and ludicrous irony. Hun Sha's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. This disregard felt more humiliating than any venomous retort. Enraged, he trembled with fury, ready to utter another word. At that moment, Xian Kongzi's voice resonated down like a decree from the heavens. The finals of the alchemy conference now begin. Those words sounded like the clarion call to war, heralding the final charge. Roar! Hun Sha suddenly unleashed a primal, inhuman roar towards the heavens, channeling all his humiliation and rage into the fuel for his alchemy. Boom! A wave of black energy, 100 times more sinister and 1,000 times more terrifying than any aura previously encountered on the arena, erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. In an instant, the skies darkened and daylight vanished. The entire Holy Pill City seemed to be engulfed in a chilling, eerie abyss. Chapter 82. My strength is your nightmare. Boom! That energy, darker and more malevolent than the grievances of ghosts beneath the 9 underworlds, and more piercing than 10,000-year-old frost, soared from Hun Sha's body. It was as if an ancient beast, having broken free from all shackles, opened its invisible maw, intent on swallowing the entirety of Holy Pill City in one gulp. The originally clear sky, under the insidious encroachment of malevolence, darkened at a perceivable pace. Thick, inky clouds gathered from thin air, rolling incessantly and casting a stifling shadow over the entire square. The temperature of the air plummeted abruptly as chilling winds arose from nowhere, swirling the dust upon the ground and emitting a mournful sound, as if countless tormented souls were weeping. Everyone felt as though their very souls were gripped by a frigid hand, rendering breath a laborious endeavor. Some less seasoned alchemists turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Is this the true power of the Soul Temple? Merely the aura of it is enough to extinguish any thought of resistance. Ha! Ha ha! At the core of this malevolent energy stood Soul Shat, his hair disheveled, eyes blood-red, resembling a madman. He opened his arms wide, greedily inhaling the deathly realm he had crafted with his own hands, erupting into a crazed, piercing laughter. Come forth. Let you mortals witness what true alchemy is, what genuine power embodies. With his words lingering in the air, he suddenly struck his storage bracelet. Boom! A deep, resounding crash echoed as a colossal, more sinister cauldron than any prior descended heavily upon the stone platform. It was a blood-red skeletal cauldron. The vessel was sculpted from the massive skull of an unknown beast, its dark eye sockets appearing as gateways to hell, continuously spewing forth nauseating crimson mist. The walls of the cauldron were etched with countless faces of agony, each contorted in endless torment and resentment. As this cauldron emerged, the temperature of the arena plummeted further. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soul Shat cackled wickedly as he unhesitatingly bit into his tongue. Puffed. A drop of blood, imbued with his entire essence and shimmering with an eerie black-golden hue, was forcefully expelled. Using his finger as a quill, he dipped it into the drop of blood and swiftly inscribed a twisted, malevolent crimson rune upon the brow of the blood-red skeletal cauldron. By the blood of my soul clan, may countless souls converge as one, a blood sacrifice for the living. As his incantation, reminiscent of a demonic curse, resonated, Soul Shat abruptly waved his hand, conjuring a massive, pitch-black soul banner that billowed in the wind. The banner bore no designs, only an endless swirl of black mist. However, at the moment he infused it with his fighting spirit, thousands upon thousands of crimson points of light ignited within the black fog. Come forth. A feast I have prepared for you. Soul Shat laughed maniacally, aiming the soul banner at the mouth of the blood-red skeletal cauldron. A howl erupted. No. Help. The piercing, shrill cries filled the air with boundless despair and anguish, reverberating throughout the realm. Within the soul banner, countless souls of various forms were forcibly drawn out by an irresistible pull. They were thrust into the blood-red skeletal cauldron in an unending stream, as if dumplings being boiled. These souls, in their lifetimes, were all formidable beings above the rank of Dozong. Each of them was once a mighty hero, yet at this moment, they have been reduced to mere ingredients for the nefarious alchemical concoction. This scene is profoundly shocking and undeniably cruel. The spectators in the square felt their scalps tingle and their limbs grow cold. This is no longer merely alchemy. It is a grotesque and inhumane sacrificial ritual. The blood soul seizing technique. In the VIP section, the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Tower, Xian Kongzi, abruptly rose to his feet. For the first time, his usually impassive face betrayed a blend of astonishment and fury. This is the blood soul seizing technique, a forbidden art since ancient times. It demands offerings from myriad spirits, fueled by resentment, forcefully birthing the essence of elixirs. He dares to concoct the legendary, pseudo-ninth-grade treasure pill here. Has he lost his mind? Is the Soul Hall truly prepared to oppose the entire continent? The elder beside him, dressed in dark robes, along with Tian Lazy, also bore ashen expressions. They could distinctly perceive that, as countless powerful souls merged, the nascent form of the pill within the soul-devouring cauldron began to emit an increasingly terrifying and malevolent aura. The essence of the soul-devouring was visibly diminishing. His hair began to turn gray, and wrinkles surfaced upon his face. Clearly, this malevolent alchemical practice exacted an immense toll on him. Yet he remained unfazed. In his eyes burned a frenzied flame, fixated upon the pulsating, blood-red pill coalescing within the cauldron, as if admiring his most perfect masterpiece. Thunder rumbled ominously, the clouds above thickened. Within the cloud layers, blood-colored lightning began to flicker and roar. This was no ordinary alchemical thunder. It was the blood-soul divine thunder, infused with countless vengeful spirits. Its might far surpassed any previous alchemical thunder, nearing the limits of 8th grade elixirs, and even brushing against the essence of the 9th grade. It is about to succeed. It is on the brink of fruition. The soul-devouring felt the cataclysmic power surging within him, and a sickly triumphant grin spread across his aged face. Marked by the passage of vitality, he abruptly turned his gaze, those bloodshot eyes locking onto the young man in dark garments, who had remained seemingly unaffected, still polishing his cooking pot. "Do you see this? Useless fool." His voice was hoarse, yet brimming with unparalleled satisfaction and scorn. "This is true power. This is the foundation upon which our soul hall stands at the pinnacle of the continent. Now it is your turn." He extended his bony finger, pointing toward Xiao Yan, delivering his final and most arrogant verdict. "Let me see if that wretched cooking pot of yours can still make a sound." In an instant, all eyes in the arena, whether they wished to or not, shifted from the astonishingly wicked ritual to the youth who had been regarded as mere background by everyone. In this ultimate confrontation, where everything was at stake, how would he respond to the soul-devouring's apocalyptic madness? Chapter 83. I have heard you refer to this as the limit. The judgment of the soul killer, akin to a venomous ice spike, forcefully pierced the very air of the arena. All gazes, all heartbeats, all breaths converged at that moment upon the small stone platform, fixated on the young man in black who seemed, from the beginning, to exist outside the tumult. How would he respond? What could he possibly do? Before the pseudo-9th grade treasure pill, which had wagered everything and summoned a cataclysmic vision as a sacrifice of myriad lives, any words felt insipid, and any resistance appeared laughable. People had even begun to silently mourn for Xiao Yan in their hearts. Perhaps he could create a miracle and concoct an 8th grade elixir, but what of that? In the presence of the pseudo-9th grade's divine might, what difference did 8 grades make against an ant? Yet, amidst this atmosphere thick with despair, Xiao Yan finally stirred. He was unmoved by the blood-red clouds and the wails of tormented spirits, not even sparing a glance at the now maddened soul killer. Instead, he exhaled gently, as if relieved, as if to say, this tiresome opening act is finally drawing to a close. Then, under the nearly dazed gaze of the audience, Xiao Yan set aside the silk cloth he had used to wipe the alchemy furnace and began to leisurely retrieve items from his spatial ring. Not one, not two, but a whole multitude. He resembled an ordinary matron returning from the market, dumping the ingredients for tonight's meal onto the pristine stone platform with a flourish. This seemingly simple act ignited the most profound upheaval in the realm. As the pile of ingredients emerged, an indescribable, primal resonance of life surged forth, akin to a nuclear explosion disrupting the tranquility of a still lake. What was the spectacle? The once murky and darkened sky, tainted by the malevolence of the soul killer, began to dissolve under the cleansing wave of this resonance, as if ice and snow were succumbing to the warmth of the sun. The blood-red clouds retreated in anguish, and countless vengeful spirits, upon encountering this aura, were purified of their grievances, transforming into specks of light and dissipating into the cosmos, their faces adorned with expressions of liberation. In that instant, the entire sacred pill city seemed to be pressed with a purification button. The nauseating stench of blood and the eerie atmosphere evaporated, replaced by an enchanting fragrance that caressed the soul, as though one might ascend to ethereal realms with a single breath. What was this? Someone gasped in astonishment. On Xiao Yan's stone platform, each herb radiated a sacred brilliance, and every leaf shimmered with profound runes. An ancient herb, resembling a dragon and phoenix, unfurled its branches, emitting clear and melodious sounds akin to dragon roars and phoenix cries. A 9-colored wondrous flower slowly blossomed, and within the opening petals, the ethereal images of the sun, moon, and stars floated. A perfectly round fruit, adorned with the natural formation of the Taiji and Bagua, inhaled and exhaled the primordial energy of the universe with every breath. In the VIP section, the eyes of the 3 great heads of the pill tower widened to the size of copper bells. Imperial-grade spirit mushrooms, 10,000-year dragon phoenix fruit, 9-turn yin-yang flower. My heavens, Are these not the extraordinary herbs that exist solely within the ancient emperor's manuscripts? At this moment, Xian Kongzi, a semi-saint powerhouse, exhibited a demeanor akin to a naive country lad visiting the city for the first time. He pointed at those herbs, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. Each herb, if merely one were to be presented, would be sufficient to incite a genocidal war among the pinnacle forces of the entire continent. Yet now, they lay carelessly piled upon the stone platform by that young man, resembling a heap of worthless cabbages. What ensued next sent shivers down their spines. Within the entirety of Holy Dan City, whether it was the rare herbs cherished in the various shops or the spiritual medicines on the other contestants' platforms, at that very moment, they all began to tremble violently. In unison, they bent their branches and leaves towards Xiao Yan's stone platform, adopting a posture of profound reverence, akin to subjects bowing before their sovereign. The myriad of herbs gathered in homage. This transcended mere alchemy. It was a miracle. The maniacal laughter on Hun Sha's face became completely frozen. He stared blankly at the expanse of purified sky, gazing at those divine herbs, the likes of which even he had never encountered, his mind devoid. A sentiment named absurdity arose within him for the very first time. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, having completed this spectacle, merely brushed the dust from his hands. Without the slightest regret, he unceremoniously stuffed the heap of divine herbs, sufficient to make even a Dou envious, into an unremarkable rice cooker. With a hum, the lid of the alchemy pot closed automatically. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, aware that the true performance was about to commence. Xiao Yan raised his hand, reaching towards the control panel of the alchemy pot. Countless gazes followed his fingertips intently. His fingers glided over the buttons representing the 7th and 8th grades without pausing even for an instant, heightening the tension among the onlookers. Could it be that he truly intended to? In the midst of countless hearts nearly leaping from their chests, Xiao Yan's finger finally descended, slowly yet resolutely, pressing upon the button adorned with 2 esoteric ancient characters that everyone believed to be mere decoration, situated at the very top of the panel. 9th grade. At the moment those 2 words detonated within the hearts of the crowd, a pallid, mocking grin emerged upon Hun Sha's face. 9th grade? Who do you think you are? The Dan God. An insufferably ignorant fool. However, that mocking grin on his face solidified, shattered, and ultimately transformed into an endless, bewildering astonishment. For the alchemy pot, upon the pressing of the 9th grade button, did not immediately spring to life. Instead, a gentle light curtain projected from its body, suspended in midair. Upon this curtain, lines of clear options materialized, resembling a recipe, displayed before the eyes of the world. Please select the type of elixir you wish to refine. 9th grade Baodan, beginner level, recommended for novices. 9th grade Xindan, intermediate level, requires a certain understanding of energy. 9th grade Jindan, expert level, your unparalleled choice. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The entire world fell silent. Soul Shatter stared blankly at the luminous screen, fixated on the 9-tiered elixir, noting the annotation in parentheses, entry level, recommended for novices. He had expended his very essence, sacrificed countless souls, and drained his lifespan to barely touch this ultimate trump card, which he held in such high regard. Yet, within this man's rice cooker, it turned out to be merely a recommended dish for beginners on the menu. An overwhelming, indescribable sense of absurdity and humiliation pierced through Soul Shatter's heart like the sharpest blade. He could no longer contain himself, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, stumbling backward. His eyes now filled only with endless desolation and bewilderment. As for Xiao Yan, he seemed utterly oblivious to the unfolding drama. He gazed at the menu like an ordinary college student ordering takeout, casually sliding his finger through the air before gently selecting the topmost option, the 9-tiered golden elixir, which reflected in Soul Shatter's already dimmed and despairing pupils. Order confirmed. The alchemical pot emitted a melodious electronic prompt, and the screen vanished. Everything returned to tranquility. The flames had yet to ignite, the fragrance of medicine still absent. Only the small alchemical pot produced a sound indistinguishable from before, a faint and nearly inaudible hum. Yet, at the instant that hum reverberated, the entire Dou continent transformed. Chapter 84. Apologies, it's a bit noisy. That faint, almost imperceptible hum emanated from the small alchemical pot. It was light, so light it seemed akin to a bug's chirp on a summer night. Yet, this very chirp became the lever that could upheave the foundation of the entire world. The heavens changed, not just those over St. Dan City, but the skies over the entire Dou continent. In the central plains, within the Pill domain, countless alchemists were still relishing the grandeur of the Pill conference finals, fantasizing about one day standing on that stage themselves. Suddenly, all action ceased, and they looked up in astonishment. The sky was painted in a splendid spectrum of 9 colors in a manner beyond comprehension. In the Central Plains, Northern Region, Ice River Valley, Scorpion was discussing with the Valley Lord, Ice Sovereign, how to contend with the increasingly audacious Soul Palace when they both felt a sudden pang of trepidation. They rushed out of the Grand Hall to witness the vast ice expanse transformed into a resplendent 9-colored glass dome, a pressure so overwhelming it made their souls shudder. Descending from the heavens. In the Central Plains, Western Region, Flame Valley, Valley Lord Tang Zhan was attempting to comprehend the final mysteries of the heavenly fire transformation when he suddenly coughed up blood, horrified to discover that the valley's town-protecting fire, the Nine-Dragon Thunder Flame, was uncontrollably surging from the depths of the earth, emitting a low, submissive dragon's roar towards the heavens. In the Central Plains, Southern and Eastern regions. At that moment, whether in bustling cities or remote mountains, whether among powerful sects or reclusive families, whether human or magical beast, every living being in the Central Plains beheld an unforgettable and utterly unfathomable spectacle. It was a vast expanse of 9-colored calamity clouds that enveloped the entire central continent, spreading with terrifying speed towards the four corners of the land. Azure, silver, crimson, gold, brown, black, white, purple, and at the very core, a chaotic ninth hue. Each color represented an ultimate principle of the universe: vitality, destruction, space, time, and reincarnation. This was no mere Dan thunder. This was divine retribution. Such a cataclysmic tribulation descended only in ancient myths, when an emperor-level powerhouse was born or when a heavenly-grade elixir manifested. The ancient realm, an immense space independent of the continent, served as the abode of the ancient 8 clans, the Guzu. At this moment, deep within the ancient realm, in an ancient stone hall, a middle-aged man with a presence as deep as the abyss suddenly opened his eyes, which seemed to contain the cosmos itself. He was the clan leader of the Guzu, a peak 9-star Dou Saint, Gu Yuan. With no warning, he spat out a mouthful of golden blood, his face reflecting unprecedented astonishment. Was this the aura of an emperor? The bloodline of Dou Emperor within him surged uncontrollably at that instant, trembling, wailing. It was an instinctive reverence arising from the very depths of his lineage when faced with a higher life form. Who was responsible for such a celestial phenomenon? Was it the Soul Emperor who had succeeded? No, that was not right. Although this presence was supreme and dignified, filled with the essence of creation, it was entirely the antithesis of the sinister path of the Soul Hall. In the Soul Realm, a space far more sinister and malevolent than the ancient realm, a figure shrouded in endless black mist slowly lifted his head from the blood-red altar at its depths. The Soul Emperor. He too sensed the overwhelming celestial might sweeping across the continent. For the first time, a grave and perplexed expression appeared on his face. 9-colored Dan Thunder, this is impossible. Who else in this world, apart from me, could refine an emperor-grade fledgling Dan? A feeling of uncontrollable dread began to quietly take root in his heart for the first time. The tremors of the continent did not affect the plaza of Holy Dan City. In fact, it was here that the storm's eye resided, the very source of all phenomena. The multitude in the plaza had become utterly numb, staring blankly at the sky, at the blood-colored calamity clouds that belonged to the soul evil, wailing in anguish. The moment the 9-colored divine clouds appeared, these clouds melted away like a thief caught in the act before a celestial being, devoid of even a thought of resistance. The blood clouds screamed and wailed, only to be swiftly dissolved by the illumination of the 9-colored divine light, much like snow under the scorching sun. Even more bizarrely, the countless powerful remnants trapped within the blood clouds, upon encountering the divine light, had all their grievances, evil thoughts, and suffering instantly purified. Their souls became pure and transparent, and they bore serene smiles, silently bowing in reverence towards the 9-colored calamity clouds before dissipating into specks of light, returning to the cycle of reincarnation. The hidden cards of soul evil, its pride, and the evil power it had gambled everything for, before the true might of the divine. Even the privilege of offering one's shoes is rendered moot. No, no, this cannot be. It is utterly inconceivable. Hun Sha sat despondently upon the ground, gazing at his once proud creation, now effortlessly and disdainfully obliterated. He repeated, in a fit of nervous murmurs, the void and ashen despair reflected in his eyes. In that moment, his resolve was irrevocably shattered. In the VIP section, the 3 titans of the Dan Tower stared intently at the heavens. The 9-colored Dan Thunder, indeed. It was the 9-colored Dan Thunder. Xian Kongzi, a semi-saint powerhouse, trembled as he spoke. Ancient texts had chronicled that pills were divided into 9 grades, with the emperor being the most esteemed. Only the true imperial-grade elixir could invoke the baptism of the divine 9-colored thunder. He was genuinely refining an imperial-grade pill. His words detonated like a bomb in the minds of all who still possessed the capacity for thought. An imperial-grade pill. Wasn't he that a mere figment of myth and legend? Yet the architect of this spectacle, the young man in black, remained nonchalant, as if the world around him bore no weight. He even took a moment to glance at the cataclysmic nine-colored calamity clouds, slightly furrowing his brow, as if displeased, muttering, "Alas, I forgot to engage the silent mode. I apologize, it seems the commotion has become rather pronounced." Before his words faded, a thunderous roar erupted. Above the nine heavens, the fully charged nine-colored calamity clouds finally unleashed their first divine retribution. It was not merely a bolt of lightning. Rather, it was a spear of divine punishment. Woven from the hues of blue, silver, red, and gold, an amalgamation of 9 fundamental laws, piercing the very fabric of heaven and earth. It bore the omnipotent authority to purify all worldly sins and judge every living being, locking onto the diminutive, exquisite rice cooker that stood incongruously in the grand arena below. What manner of divine spear was this? Composed of 9 laws representing the primordial essence of heaven and earth, its tip embodied the razor-sharp essence of the gunmetal law. Its shaft symbolized the eternal cycle of time and space, while its tail dragged the potent forces of creation and destruction, capable of cleansing all things. It descended from the heavens, appearing to fall slowly, yet it locked onto every temporal node, past, present, and future. In its presence, evasion was a non-existent concept. To resist was a farcical jest. Within the confines of the Holy Pill City, countless cultivators of lesser prowess bled from their orifices at merely perceiving the ethereal shadow of that divine spear, their very souls nearly torn asunder by its overwhelming celestial might. In the VIP section, the 3 titans of the Dan Tower, standing atop the pinnacle of the continent's power hierarchy, were as pale as parchment. Their fighting spirit was suppressed to the utmost, and even the slightest movement of a finger became an unattainable luxury. It was over. Despair consumed Xian Kongzi's mind, leaving only those 2 hopeless words. Such divine retribution, one could scarcely imagine a mere participant surviving, let alone a true combat sage. All would be reduced to ash in an instant. The young man named Xiao Yan and his peculiar rice cooker were destined to be extinguished in the dazzling fireworks of this martial continent, taking with them their secrets to oblivion. The soul-devouring specter, once utterly crushed in his resolve, now found a morbid flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. He fixated intently on the divine spear, his heart raging with a fervent mantra, "Die, die, die, regardless of your origins or hidden trump cards. Before the true might of heaven and earth, perish before me." He envisioned the exquisite satisfaction of witnessing the black-clad youth and his cauldron reduced to dust beneath the divine punishment. Yet, in the subsequent moment, the collective anticipation, dread, malice, and despair of all living beings crystallized in an instant. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no world-shattering impact. Instead, a sound emerged, reminiscent of a small hammer gently striking a bronze bell, crisp and melodious. The 9-colored divine spear, capable of passing judgment on deities, accurately struck the very center of the delicate cauldron's lid, under the watchful gaze of the multitude. Time seemed to slow down, stretched to an unimaginable extent. Everyone witnessed clearly as, upon contact between the spear's tip and the lid, a gossamer, almost translucent golden halo flickered momentarily from the cauldron's surface. And then, there was nothing. The spear, a weapon embodying 9 supreme laws, akin to a pebble cast into an unfathomable abyss, stirred not a single ripple. It vanished silently, consumed by that seemingly innocuous cauldron. Indeed, it was devoured. All its energy, all its laws, all its overwhelming pressure assimilated, transformed, and reverted to nothingness within the blink of an eye. The world fell into a profound silence. The ecstasy on the soul-devouring specter's face froze into the most ludicrous expression of his life. The despair of the 3 titans of the alchemy tower became an incredulous stupor. However, this was merely the beginning. Though the spear's essence had been fully absorbed, a nearly imperceptible wave of residual energy dispersed from its descent, akin to a gentle ripple on water, softly and slowly expanding outward. This ripple was tender, like a lover's caress, like a spring breeze. It brushed against the stone platform, leaving it unscathed. It glided across the square, the pavement tiles remaining intact. It appeared utterly harmless. Just as the soul-devouring specter began to relax, the ripple caressed his prideful, blood-red cauldron, etched with sinister skulls. This cauldron, bestowed upon him by the Soul Palace, was a treasure of the highest caliber, reaching the apex of the 8th rank, indestructible. Having withstood the full force of a combat sage without a scratch, this was his greatest reliance. A low, mournful hum resonated from the cauldron. The specter's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. What did he see? He beheld that after the gentle breeze-like ripple passed, the surface of his indomitable cauldron began to manifest the first hairline crack. Crack. Following that, the 2nd, 3rd, 10th, and 100th cracks appeared, like a spider's web. Like an avalanche, the speed of the crack's propagation surpassed that of lightning, transcending even thought itself. In the mere span of a breath, the entire blood-colored alchemical cauldron became riddled with countless intricate fissures. No, a despairing syllable barely escaped the lips of the soul devourer. Boom! There was no thunderous roar, only a dull sound, akin to the collapse of a sandcastle. The pinnacle 8th grade cauldron, a vessel of innumerable sins, regarded by the soul devourer as his ultimate trump card, disintegrated silently, gracefully, before his eyes, transforming into the finest dust that scattered across the heavens. These particles, illuminated by sunlight, reflected a glimmering sheen, as if mocking the ignorance and absurdity of their former master. With the destruction of the cauldron, the soul devourer, whose consciousness was intricately linked to it, felt as though struck by a million bolts of lightning. He could no longer contain himself. A torrent of blood, mingled with fragments of his innards, erupted from his mouth. He was like a kite severed from its string, careening helplessly to the ground, crashing down with a resounding thud. His breath instantly dwindled to the brink of extinction. His visage bore no trace of color, only the infinite pallor of despair and bewilderment. He had been defeated in the most inexplicable and absurd manner. He could not even comprehend how he had fallen. His painstakingly forged pseudo-9th grade elixir had proven utterly insufficient before the true 9th grade golden elixir of his opponent, lacking even the merit to summon the thunder of alchemy. The treasured cauldron he had taken pride in never even touched the essence of his adversary's alchemical lightning. It was merely the trivial residual energy from that lightning's descent that had reduced him to dust. Had I not yet made my move, and you were already vanquished? No. It was not that I had not yet struck. Even my background effects had yet to manifest, and merely a fragment of their residual essence had swept you and your equipment away. What a humiliation this was. What an overwhelming disparity in power. At that moment, the soul devourer's resolve lay shattered, reduced to naught. And yet, that seemingly gentle ripple of energy did not cease after eroding the cauldron. It retained its innocuous facade, drifting lightly and devoid of any malice, continuing to caress the soul devourer, who lay prostrate on the ground, utterly bereft of the will to resist. Chapter 86. I have heard you dabble in souls. That ripple was soft and delicate. It resembled the most tender sigh of a lover, akin to the first breath of spring brushing against the willow tips. It bore no intent to kill, no trace of hostility, and not even the slightest fluctuation of energy. As it gently approached the soul devourer, now sprawled on the ground, his eyes reflecting nothing but endless desolation and confusion. In that moment, his pupils contracted to the smallest point imaginable. A fear, primal in nature and surpassing even death itself, pierced through his very soul like a myriad of poisoned icicles. He yearned to flee. He wished to run. He would burn his soul without hesitation, willing to pay any price to escape that seemingly harmless ripple. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. His proud mastery of the fighting arts, his formidable physique steeped in countless sinister secrets, and the terrifying power capable of effortlessly tearing apart the fabric of space, all seemed to transform into a mere jest at this moment. He was ensnared, not by the constraints of space or the threads of fate, but by a higher dimensional force known as the law, pinning him firmly in place. He resembled a mosquito trapped in amber, left with no choice but to witness the impending doom with wide, unblinking eyes, utterly powerless to act. Then, that ripple brushed against him. There was no agony as one might imagine, no heart-wrenching screams. The instant the ripple made contact with his soul, he merely shuddered violently, and his expression shifted from sheer terror to a grotesque distortion of anguish. Yet this suffering did not stem from the external world. It arose from within him. Roars of hatred echoed, sharp, vengeful, and filled with boundless torment, not emanating from his mouth, but bursting forth from every pore, every inch of flesh, every single cell of his being. These were the countless powerful remnants of souls he had forcibly sacrificed and imprisoned within himself during his alchemical pursuits. He had once been their sovereign, the god who wielded dominion over their pain and despair. But at this moment, under the gentle caress of that ripple imbued with the supreme laws of creation and purification, all the wicked restraints binding these remnants were instantly erased. Furthermore, the pure power of the law within the ripple acted as a catalyst, igniting the pent-up grievances, hatred, and suffering of these souls accumulated over countless years to a fever pitch. Thus, a most magnificent backlash commenced. Return my life, soul shatterer. I demand your utter annihilation. Devour him. Feast upon his flesh. Gnaw at his soul. Countless distorted faces emerged beneath the skin of the soul shatterer, writhing and roaring. They had once been the source of his power, the foundation of his prideful mastery of soul alchemy. Yet now, they had transformed into his most terrifying harbinger of doom. I hear you play with souls. Then tell me, what is it like to be ravaged by billions of them? The body of the soul shatterer began to swell in a bizarre manner, not from inflation, but as the flesh and blood within him were being consumed inch by those frenzied, vengeful souls. His fighting spirit, his vitality, and the very soul power he once cherished had become the finest sustenance for these anguished spirits. He longed to scream, yet no sound escaped him, for his vocal cords had been devoured by the first vengeful soul that surged forth. He yearned to struggle, but his limbs had long since become a feast for these souls' revelry. The only thing he could do was to consciously and fully experience the excruciating process of being devoured from the inside out by the very tools he had once wielded. This was the ultimate agony, the most brutal of punishments. Even the esteemed figures of the three great leaders of the alchemy tower, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, felt their scalps tingle and their stomachs churn at the sight before them. They could not comprehend the nature of that ripple. Yet, they could distinctly sense that the soul was enduring a torment far more terrifying than complete annihilation. However, the young man clad in black, responsible for this chaos, exhibited no interest in even casting a glance. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, waved his hand before his nose as if in distaste, and muttered, "TSK, self-produced and self-sold," creating such a foul atmosphere. Having said that, he disregarded it entirely and turned his gaze back to the heavens. For the second nine-colored divine thunder had already coalesced, ready to descend. Boom! A spear of divine punishment, even more robust and fearsome than the first, pierced through the heavens and earth, striking fiercely upon the diminutive alchemical cauldron. When it struck, a crisp and melodious sound resonated, absorbed entirely by a thin golden aura. This time, the energy waves that dispersed were even more tumultuous. The ripple swept across the square once again, this time not bypassing the soul, which was being devoured in return. With a soft sound, akin to the bursting of a bubble, the soul's form expanded to its utmost limit, like a balloon made of human skin filled with wailing spirits, was. In that fleeting moment as the ripple passed, purified along with its nearly consumed essence and the myriad of resentful souls within. There was no explosion, no carnage. Just like that, silently and without a trace, it was utterly erased from this world. All traces of its existence, every cause and effect, every sin, were in that instant cleansed by the supreme law of purification, leaving not even the slightest remnant behind. A being once held in high regard by the Soul Palace, a top-tier antagonist who incited boundless slaughter at the alchemy conference and drove countless talents into despair, had simply ceased to exist. It was a death akin to a mere jest, a demise as inconsequential as a speck of dust. Indeed, his passing was nothing more than an insignificant, discordant note amidst the cataclysmic background music of the protagonist's alchemical endeavors. The entire venue remained shrouded in a deathly silence. Everyone's minds had completely crashed. They numbly gazed at the empty corner, then numbly lifted their heads to the sky. Boom! The third divine thunder. Boom! The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, each one more terrifying and resplendent than the last. The entirety of Holy Dance City, nay, the whole of Central Continent, trembled beneath this world-ending divine retribution. Yet, the young man in black at the eye of the storm, along with his small alchemical cauldron, remained unscathed, as calm as if this turmoil were entirely unrelated to them. They were simply waiting for their meal to finish cooking. Chapter 87. Ding. Your 9th rank golden pill has been completed. The residual waves of the 6th divine thunder had just begun to dissipate across the realm. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of the soul's effortless purification, the 9-colored calamity clouds in the heavens began to brew for the 7th time, even more terrifying than before. Thunder rumbled. This time, what descended was no longer a divine spear. It was not merely a web, but a celestial net woven from billions of 9-colored thunder laws. This immense net obscured the heavens and shrouded the earth, sealing off all dimensions of time and space, past and future alike. Each thread of this net harbored the catastrophic power to effortlessly strangle a mighty fighter. As the vast net descended, it seemed intent on annihilating even the modest alchemical cauldron along with its surrounding space, reducing them to the primordial chaos. However, in the face of this lethal predicament, the cauldron merely manifested a gossamer, golden aura. With a soft chime, reminiscent of a pebble nudged by a gentle stream, the thunderous web of laws met the golden halo. In that instant, it disintegrated like a true fishing net submerged in the heart of the sun, leaving not a trace nor a wisp of smoke. Its boundless power of law devoured entirely by the diminutive cauldron as if it were a late-night snack. The arena fell into a numbing silence. The spectators resigned to a state of thoughtless stupor, gazing upwards like marionettes. Then came the 8th strike. This time, the 9-colored calamity clouds eschewed any fanciful forms, condensing all their might into a towering furnace of thunder, soaring from the heavens. This furnace, aimed directly at the cauldron below, sought to forge anew this audacious mortal being. using the world as its crucible and divine thunder as its flame. Once again, a gentle sound resonated. The lid of the thunder furnace, barely poised to descend, was met by the golden halo, causing the entire furnace along with its world-destroying divine fire to transform into the purest torrent of energy, entirely consumed by the cauldron in one swift gulp. Afterward, the cauldron emitted a contented hum, as if letting out a satisfied belch. At last, the ninth divine thunder. The final strike. In that moment, the entire continent of combat energy seemed to have been muted. High above in the firmament, the tumultuous nine-colored calamity clouds, having churned for an eternity, collapsed inwardly, all colors, all laws, all powers converging toward a single point at their center. Ultimately, they coalesced into a beam of chaotic hue, slender as a finger. This beam emitted no sound, or no oppressive force, and did not radiate any light outwardly. It simply hung there in quietude, yet instilled a frenzied terror in all who beheld it, mortals and semi-saints alike, sending their souls into a wild scream of dread. For from that beam, they sensed the essence of the void itself. It symbolized the end, the return to the void, a true divine retribution capable of obliterating time, causality, and law itself. The chaotic beam descended slowly, this time without a whisper. It silently touched the golden halo. This time, the halo did not instantly consume it. Instead, it lingered for a mere tenth of a second. Then, at its core, like a miniature black hole, it began to draw in the chaotic beam and the law of nothingness it embodied, digesting it bit by bit. Upon the completion of all these events, a golden halo flickered momentarily before retreating into the cauldron. The 9 divine thunders had all passed. Above the sky, the multicolored calamity clouds that had enveloped the entirety of Zhongzhou fulfilled their purpose and began to dissipate slowly. As the calamity clouds receded, strands of golden sunlight once again cascaded down upon the earth. However, this was not the conclusion. The sky did not revert to its usual azure hue. Instead, it was replaced by a vast expanse of purple aura stretching 30,000 miles, and countless golden lotuses emerging from the ground. Ethereal celestial melodies resonated from the heavens, accompanied by a shower of heavenly flowers. Each petal contained pure life energy, and each celestial note seemed to expound upon the profound truths of the universe. In that moment, the entire Shengdan city transformed into a realm of ethereal beauty. Within the city, the old wounds and hidden ailments of countless individuals were miraculously healed under the baptism of these heavenly melodies. Numerous alchemists, who had been stuck at their bottlenecks for decades, suddenly gained enlightenment from this profound resonance. Everyone was immersed in this miraculous gift, their expressions enraptured and intoxicated. The atmosphere descended into a sacred and solemn tranquility. Yet, amidst this supreme serenity, a sound incongruous with the grandeur and holiness of the scene, a crisp and melodious tone, reminiscent of a call to dinner, suddenly echoed in every person's ears. Ding, followed by a soft click. Under the gaze of all present, including the dazed and nearly petrified trio of leaders from the Dan Tower, the fully automated Imperial Flame Alchemy Cauldron, which had withstood the 9 annihilating divine thunders and invoked the celebration of heaven and earth, had its lid pop open automatically. There were no soaring beams of light, no dominating aura, and no imagined dragon roars or phoenix cries. Instead, a pure golden pill, the size of a dragon's eye and adorned with naturally formed patterns of auspicious dragons and phoenixes, as well as celestial bodies, slowly emerged from the cauldron like a well-rested child yawning. It did not emit any medicinal fragrance. Rather, it radiated a profound aura. At the moment of its appearance, the souls of all alchemists in attendance bowed in reverence. All their cauldrons seemed to submit to it. Zhuangkangzi merely cast a glance at it and felt a hint of movement in his stagnated semi-saint cultivation that had been frozen for centuries. An elderly master alchemist, with hair as white as snow, shed tears upon sensing the faint aura and immediately sat cross-legged, directly breaking through to the realm of an 8th-grade Grandmaster alchemist. This pill was no ordinary item. This pill embodied the very laws. This pill was divine. The gaze of everyone in the hall became fixed. Their breaths halted, heartbeats ceased, and thoughts came to a standstill. In their eyes, there remained only that perfect, floating 9th-grade golden pill, resembling a work of art. The dazed shock that had been stirred by the miraculous event within their pupils slowly, uncontrollably transformed into a fervent, unrestrained enthusiasm. Chapter 88. Champion? No. It is the pill god. Fervor. As the exquisite golden elixir, seemingly containing an entire world, ascended gracefully into the sky, the entire square of St. Dan's city, along with all the alchemists within and beyond its borders who had their gaze fixed upon this moment, was enveloped in a singular, profound emotion. This was not mere avarice for a treasure, but rather a primal, unadulterated impulse. Like moths drawn to a flame, like devotees gazing upon their deities. Every alchemist's soul bowed in reverence to that pill. The flames within each alchemist flickered in submission. This was indeed a divine elixir, a true celestial concoction. An esteemed 8th-tier alchemist wept openly, trembling as he extended his hand, yearning to touch the unreachable essence of the Tao, yet fearful that his mortal essence might desecrate such a divine artifact. To possess it, even if only to glimpse its intricate patterns, would render my life complete. Another prodigious alchemist's eyes blazed crimson, breath quickening, nearly oblivious to everything as he surged toward the stone platform. A wave of unrest spread through the crowd. Rationality appeared frail in the face of such a miracle. Just as this fervor was on the verge of spiraling into uncontrollable chaos, an ancient and authoritative voice resonated within the depths of every soul, like the tolling of a great bell. Silence. It was Zhuangkongzi, the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower, a semi-saintly powerhouse who had finally emerged from the depths of his astonishment. Rather than suppressing the turmoil, he executed an action that astonished all, including his companions Xian Yi and Tian Lei. He adjusted his robes, each motion imbued with solemnity, as if performing the most sacred of rituals. Then, he descended from the esteemed seating, step by step, into the arena's center, already sanctified by the residual waves of the 9-colored divine thunder. He did not approach anyone. He simply stood there, his gaze complex and filled with awe, directed toward the floating 9th-tier golden elixir and the young man in black holding it. Xian Yi and Tian Lei exchanged a glance, each recognizing the same resolve in the other's eyes. They too rose to their feet, following closely behind. Then came the elders of the Dan Tower, the enforcement team, and all the high-level alchemists who still retained their reason. They converged into a torrent, gathering behind Zhuangkongzi. The entire venue fell once more into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, observing this assembly of the highest authority in the continent's alchemical realm, uncertain of their intentions. Were they to seize the divine elixir? Or, in the spotlight of countless gazes, Zhuangkongzi, this semi-saint who had lived for nearly a millennium, slowly and profoundly bowed his proud figure, bending at a 90-degree angle. This was the utmost respect a disciple could offer to their revered mentor. The crowd erupted in astonishment. If the previous 9-colored thunder was a miracle, then this scene before us was the coronation of that miracle. The 3 giants of the Dan Tower, leading all the tower's upper echelons, were paying homage to that young man. What did this signify? This signifies that the Dan Tower, a sanctuary cherished by the alchemist, one of the most transcendent forces on this continent, bowed its noble head before the youth. Zhuangkongzi paid no heed to the clamor behind him. He stood tall, inhaling deeply, his voice, imbued with the might of fighting spirit, resonated across the entire central continent like a divine decree. Today, I, Zhuangkongzi of the Dan Tower, am fortunate to witness the arrival of a miracle. His voice trembled with an irrepressible emotion, excitement, reverence, and the honor of witnessing history unfold. This pill has transcended the 9th grade, a legendary creation capable of resurrecting the dead, transforming flesh and bone, illuminating the laws, and forging new worlds. The 9th grade golden pill. This art is no longer a mere earthly alchemical skill, but a pathway to seize the very essence of creation, to unravel the mysteries of the sun and moon. With each utterance, the heavens trembled, and the fervor etched on the faces of all alchemists dimmed, replaced by a deeper sense of awe and pilgrimage. Ultimately, Zhuangkongzi's gaze fixed resolutely upon Xiao Yan, his voice soaring to its zenith. Such a monumental achievement, the title of champion of the Dan Association, is insufficient for such a crown. Indeed, it would be a desecration. Therefore, in the name of the Grand Elder of the Dan Tower, I hereby declare to the entire world, from this day forth, all alchemists shall jointly revere Master Xiao Yan as the Dan God. The words Dan God reverberated like a million thunders, exploding in the minds of each listener. Champion, who remembers the champion? Before the divine, any worldly honor appears so pale and trivial, so utterly laughable. After a brief silence, a response akin to a tidal wave surged forth. Salutations to the Dan God. It was unknown who first cried out, but soon the entire square, the whole of sacred Dan City, filled with millions of alchemists, regardless of rank or strength. At that moment, like the most devout of followers, prostrated deeply in the direction of the calm young man in black. Salutations to the Dan God. Salutations to the Dan God. The uproar surged into a torrent of faith, soaring into the heavens, as if to etch the name of this new deity into the fabric of existence. And at the center of this fervent adoration, Xiao Yan merely extended his hand. The sacred 9th grade golden pill obediently settled into his palm. Without a glance, he casually stored it in his spatial ring, then patted the still warm, fully intelligent alchemical cauldron, tucking it away as well. After completing these actions, he turned, step by step, under the gazes of countless fervent, awed and adoring eyes. Returning to the VIP seating that had long been overlooked by all. There, his ancestor regarded the empty cola bottle in hand with a look of disdain, seemingly troubled by the issue of waste sorting. Chapter 89. Ancestor, this rice cooker is quite useful. The resounding calls of reverence for the Dan god coalesced into a torrent of faith potent enough to shake the stars, echoing through the skies above sacred Dan City for a long time. Millions of alchemists prostrated themselves, their foreheads pressed against the frigid stone slabs, their eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor and devotion. In their hearts, the young man clad in black, wielding a cauldron, transcended the role of a mere contestant or champion. He had become a living deity, descending upon the mortal realm. They worshipped a miracle, revering the laws of nature. Yet, at the eye of this tempest, the youth bestowed with the title of alchemy god, Xiao Yan, remained oblivious to it all. In his gaze, there was no pride from the adulation of the masses, no joy from ascension to divinity. His eyes pierced through the throngs of kneeling figures, beyond the fervent faces, ultimately resting upon the highest VP seat, long overlooked by all. There sat his revered ancestor, wearing an expression of disdain as he scrutinized an empty soda bottle, seemingly troubled by which trash bin to dispose of it in. A faint smile involuntarily graced Xiao Yan's lips. He extended his hand, and the legendary 9-tiered golden pill, celebrated by heavens and revered by flames, gracefully settled into his palm like a weary bird returning to its nest. Without a glance, he casually stowed it away. Then, he gently patted the still warm, state-of-the-art alchemical cauldron, treating it like an old companion who had accomplished great deeds, and contentedly tucked it away as well. Having completed these actions, amidst the resounding chants of alchemy god, under the fervent gazes capable of melting steel, he turned and took his leave, step by resolute step, returning to the place from whence he came. At that moment, the collective breath of the audience held in suspense. What was the alchemy god about to do? Whom would he meet? Under the glare of countless eyes, Xiao Yan approached the VIP seat, directly confronting the young man in white, who was attempting to discreetly stuff the soda bottle into the crevice of his chair. Then, under the anxious watch of Xian Kongzi and others, the newly anointed alchemy god performed an action that shattered the audience's expectations once more. He scratched his head, a simple smile dawning on his face, reminiscent of a student who had just completed an assignment, awaiting his mentor's appraisal. He presented the prize for winning the alchemy conference, a smooth, intricately carved ancient jade, with both hands. Following this, in a tone imbued with genuine sincerity, he uttered a statement that would leave the spirit of his master contained within the ring, utterly astounded. Ancestor, this rice cooker you made is quite useful. At this utterance, the solemn atmosphere of the heavens and earth collapsed instantaneously. Within the ring, the spirit of Yao Lao, who had only just been stirred by witnessing his disciple concoct the 9-tiered golden pill, almost disintegrated in shock. What had he just heard? A rice cooker? Quite useful? This was the supreme artifact that had produced the 9-tiered golden pill, summoned the 9-colored divine thunder, and prompted the 3 great heads of the Dan Tower to bow in reverence. Yet, reduced to merely quite useful in your words? What has become of the dignity of us alchemists? What has become of the prestige and dignity that our industry has cultivated over millennia? At this moment, the elder Yao felt as though his worldview, philosophy of life, and understanding of alchemy had been utterly reduced to dust by the dialogue between this master and disciple, leaving behind not even a trace of ash. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He took the ancient imperial jade in hand, tossing it casually before directing his gaze towards the rice cooker, inspecting it as one might a product. He patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder and remarked in a tone reminiscent of a product manager discussing with a programmer, "Well, it's the novice version 10. It lacks certain functions, the design is a bit crude, and there is substantial room for improvement in user experience." He paused, as if genuinely contemplating the direction of the product's iteration. "I'll take a closer look and provide you with an upgrade. It seems you rather enjoy barbecuing. Next time, I'll add a 1-button barbecue feature with automatic rotation and intelligent temperature control, along with an integrated skewer module. This way, whether out fighting or traveling, you can always enjoy a warm meal conveniently." The words barbecue, automatic rotation, and automatic skewer struck the souls of Elder Yao, Xian Kongzi, Xian Yi, Tian Lazy, and all the eavesdropping dignitaries like a flurry of thunderclaps. Xian Kongzi's lips twitched. He had just prepared a multitude of eloquent praises for the alchemy deity, but now they lodged in his throat, caught in a precarious limbo, nearly causing him internal strife. So, it was indeed a kitchen appliance? We do not worship a deity of alchemy, but rather a god of cooking? The entirety of our alchemical realm has been utterly bested by a rice cooker with barbecue capabilities? At this moment, all the dignitaries sank into profound self-doubt, feeling as if centuries or even millennia of diligent cultivation had devolved into a mere jest. In the midst of this peculiar silence, The awards ceremony of the Alchemy Tower Conference awkwardly concluded. No one dared to utter the word champion, nor did anyone have the courage to mention the title of alchemy deity. Everyone hastily departed the square as if fleeing from a plague, seeking a quiet refuge to reconstruct their shattered worldviews, now as fragmented as dumpling filling. Thus, the alchemy conference came to a close in a manner that was both abrupt and resonant. Yet, all understood that from this day forth, an indescribable legend would circulate throughout the alchemical realm of the Duki continent, one concerning the alchemy deity and his rice cooker with barbecue functionality. Within the guest courtyard, Lin Feng accurately tossed a soda bottle into the recycling bin before returning his gaze to the ancient imperial jade in his hand. He toyed with the warm jade, observing the intricate map-like patterns within, which revealed a peculiar order to his discerning eye. Interesting, he mused, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Chapter 90. The game has concluded. It is time to seize the estate. The guest courtyard lay tranquil as water, moonlight streaming through the window, casting a silvery glow upon the ground. Lin Feng toyed with the ancient jade won from the alchemy conference, his expression one of intrigue. In his eyes, this ancient jade was anything but an inanimate object. The intricate and enigmatic patterns, which appeared as mere lines to outsiders, revealed an entirely different spectacle under the scrutiny of his imperial consciousness. They transcended the confines of two-dimensionality, manifesting as countless exquisitely subtle spatial principles, akin to a series of meticulously crafted genetic codes, collectively constructing a three-dimensional, directional spatial coordinate. This coordinate was shrouded in a remarkably sophisticated layer of law and power, concealed in such a way that even the most dedicated of Dou saints would struggle throughout their lives to glimpse but a fraction of it. Yet, before Lin Feng, the so-called encryption seemed as trivial as a child's diary written in pinyin, devoid of any desire to decipher it. Well hidden indeed, Lin Feng mused with a light chuckle. Unfortunately, it has encountered one who excels at open-book examinations. His seemingly cryptic remark left Xiao Yan and Yao Lao, who had just emerged from his ring for a breath of fresh air, feeling rather perplexed. Just as Xiao Yan was about to inquire, Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. Buzz! A vast, three-dimensional light curtain composed of countless luminous points and lines suddenly unfurled within the room. This light curtain was a real-time coordinate map of the Soul Palace division produced by the system. At this moment, the once densely packed red dots on the map had been reduced by 99% due to Lin Feng's previous explorations, leaving only a few stubborn strongholds and an expansive area enveloped in endless black mist, which displayed as lacking permissions and data, no matter how one's consciousness swept across it. Upon seeing this map, Yao Lao's pupils constricted abruptly. The deep-seated resentment buried within his soul for centuries erupted like a volcano, its fury unleashed. His spiritual essence quivered violently, causing the temperature in the room to plummet several degrees. This is... Yao Lao's voice trembled as he fixated on the blank area of the map, his eyes radiating boundless hatred and murderous intent. He recognized that this was the lair of his lifelong nemesis, the very source of evil that had annihilated his kin, imprisoned his dear friend, and pursued him relentlessly for hundreds of years, the true stronghold of the Soul Palace. However, he also understood that this place had been managed by the Soul Clan for millennia, obscured within the void through spatial secret arts, making it impossible for even ancient imperial clans like the Ancient Clan to pinpoint its coordinates with precision. Yet, Lin Feng's next actions utterly shattered his understanding. Under the tense, excited, yet slightly bewildered gazes of Xiao Yan and Yao Lao, Lin Feng delicately positioned the ancient jade, akin to playing a puzzle, against the vast blank area on the light curtain map, gently pressing down upon it. Now, let Master Ancestor perform a little magic for you. At the moment the ancient jade made contact with the light curtain, boom! The entire light curtain map erupted in brilliant radiance. The ancient jade, akin to an activated divine artifact, instantaneously analyzed, read, and loaded the spatial principles contained within. Golden threads shot forth from the ancient jade, precisely connecting to the remaining scattered coordinates of the Soul Palace strongholds on the map. Subsequently, all the golden threads, like countless rivers converging into the sea, collectively pointed towards the mist-shrouded blank area. In the realm of data analysis, barriers of space have been dismantled, the laws of causality firmly established, and the final coordinates confirmed. A mechanical system notification echoed within Lin Feng's mind. Before Xiao Yan and the Elder Yao, an expanse shrouded in endless black mist was violently pierced by a golden beam of light descending from the heavens. As the mist dissipated, a vast and suffocating independent world, composed of countless foreboding palaces and wailing souls, became vividly apparent before them. At the heart of this world, two distorted and malevolent ancient characters, seemingly inscribed with the blood of myriad souls, exuded a nauseating aura, Soul Realm. They had found it. Indeed, they had discovered it. Elder Yao gazed at the characters, his body trembling violently, not from fear, but from overwhelming excitement. After centuries of unfulfilled desires and deep-seated grudges, today finally presented an opportunity for reckoning. Once the continent's foremost alchemist, his eyes now burned crimson, akin to a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. Xiao Yan, too, clenched his fists tightly. From the moment his father was captured to the numerous confrontations with the Soul Palace, and the profound enmity with his master, his vendetta against this colossal adversary had long since become a matter of life and death. Now, with the enemy's stronghold within reach, his fighting spirit surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption, impossible to contain. The entire room was enveloped in this oppressive atmosphere of impending explosion fueled by hatred and combat fervor. At the pinnacle of this tense moment, a languid voice pierced through the silence, akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, shattering the stillness. Lin Feng retracted the shimmering screen and stretched luxuriously, as if he had just completed a trivial task. He patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder and glanced at the almost spontaneously combusting Elder Yao, casually remarking, "All right. We've completed the little game in this novice village of the Alchemy Conference and acquired our experience and equipment. It's time to attend to more serious matters. Gather your things, don't just stand there. Let us go raid the Soul Palace as stronghold." Chapter 91. It seems your father is on the brink of being slain. Within the guest house, the atmosphere had solidified to its zenith. However, this rigidity stemmed not from coldness but from the impending eruption of molten magma. Xiao Yan's fists were clenched tightly, the knuckles whitening from exertion. His chest heaved violently, each breath seemingly capable of igniting fiery sparks. In his obsidian eyes burned a fierce flame of combat spirit. The deep-seated enmity for his master, the humiliation of his father's imprisonment, and the blood debts accrued from numerous clashes with the Soul Palace. All grievances and foundations converged tonight at the destination marked by his ancestor on the shimmering screen, the Soul Realm. He could almost hear the sound of his blood coursing through his veins, a roar of desire for battle and vengeance. Beside him, Elder Yao's ethereal soul surged with unprecedented fervor. He gazed upon the two malevolent ancient characters, twisted from countless souls, and the once sagacious eyes that had regarded the world's tumult with indifference now blazed with a fierce crimson. Centuries had passed. From the moment he was betrayed by his wayward disciple Han Feng, forced to forsake his corporeal form, to the relentless pursuit by the Soul Palace that left him with no avenue for escape, and ultimately to the heart-wrenching sight of his only disciple being abducted by the Soul Palace. The accumulated years of forbearance, humiliation, and vengeance fermented within him like the most potent of wines, awaiting the opportune moment to spill forth. And now, that moment had finally arrived. The very lair of evil he once deemed unattainable in this lifetime, a place that haunted his dreams and roused him from slumber, lay before him, stark and unmasked. The Soul Palace, the Soul Emperor, the voice of the Elder Yao rasped, each syllable squeezed out through clenched teeth, infused with an indelible hatred. At last, I have awaited this day. His soul's power surged uncontrollably, causing the temperature of the entire courtyard to plummet, thick with an aura of impending slaughter. Let us raid the stronghold of the Soul Palace. Lin Feng's seemingly casual remark acted as the final spark to ignite the powder keg, ready to shatter the suffocating atmosphere. Yet, just as the within Xiao Yan prepared to soar, and the Elder Yao's declaration of revenge was on the brink of manifestation, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A tortured cry, as if his very soul were being forcibly rent asunder, erupted from Elder Yao without warning. His once solid soul essence flickered and twisted violently, akin to stones thrown into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of black cracks sprawling across his ethereal form, as if on the verge of complete disintegration into a myriad of luminous particles. Master, the fighting spirit in Xiao Yan's countenance evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming dread and concern. He lunged forward, desperate to support the faltering Elder Yao, only for his hands to pass through the insubstantial form. What is happening? Xiao Yan was drenched in sweat, acutely aware that his master's soul essence was dissipating at a terrifying rate. Elder Yao clutched his head tightly, curled in midair, enduring unimaginable agony. His mouth opened in a silent scream, yet no sound emerged. Only the anguished wails from the depths of his soul reverberated, shaking the very room. At that moment, an ancient, dark gray jade pendant, unbidden, flew from the Elder's spatial ring, hovering in the air. The pendant was already marred by a web of fine cracks, as if the slightest touch would shatter it completely. Xiao Yan recognized this artifact. His master had once told him it was the bloodline soul jade crafted from the blood and soul power of their direct lineage, capable of sensing the life and death of one's closest kin. At this moment, this soul jade was approaching the precipice of existence. Buzz. In the final moment before complete shattering, A faint yet tenacious radiance erupted from the soul jade, casting a flickering, precarious image in the air. It was a prison cell, dark, damp, and reeking of a potent blend of blood and decay. Countless twisted, malevolent black runes were etched upon the walls, seemingly alive as they writhed slowly, greedily absorbing every vestige of vitality within the cell. At the center, an ancient figure was bound tightly to a colossal stone pillar by numerous chains thicker than arms. These chains were no ordinary iron. They were forged from the purest essence of resentment and curses, their ends transforming into sharp spikes that pierced deeply into the elder's limbs and even through his pelvis, anchoring him firmly to the pillar. The old man, disheveled and tattered, drenched in blood, was on the brink of extinguishment, his breath faint to the point of vanishing. Yet even so, his wrinkled visage retained a semblance of the pride and authority characteristic of the finest alchemists, reminiscent of the revered Master Yao. Suddenly, a soul whip crackling with black arcs and adorned with barbs materialized out of thin air, striking the old man with brutal force. This whip contained a malicious power specifically targeting souls. With each lash, it extracted a pure essence from the depths of the elder's soul, imbued with a trace of imperial resonance. The old man trembled under the impact, but did not utter a sound of pain. Instead, he slowly and laboriously lifted his head, his murky eyes still ablaze with an indomitable spirit. He gazed into the void, expending all his strength to utter a hoarse yet defiant curse. Soul Palace, wretched scum. If you dare kill me, to seek the imperial-grade alchemical formula from me is sheer folly. Before his words could fade, the image began to flicker violently, seemingly reaching its limit. A crisp sound, reminiscent of a heart-shattering, echoed. The bloodline soul jade could no longer sustain itself, disintegrating into a fine powder that cascaded from the air. The vision abruptly ceased. The entire chamber fell into a deathly silence. Master Yao halted his trembling, slowly and stiffly raising his head to stare blankly at the place where the image had vanished, all excitement, hatred, and fighting spirit draining from his crimson eyes. What replaced them was an abyss of sorrow, the bewilderment of a shattered belief, and a chilling despair that penetrated to the marrow. He appeared lost, like a soulless statue, silently suspended in the void. Xiao Yan stood frozen, his mind blank. What had he just witnessed? The old man, imprisoned, tortured, and stripped of his soul essence, bore an uncanny resemblance to his teacher. A thought that sent shivers down his spine and filled him with disbelief began to proliferate wildly in his mind. Teacher. Xiao Yan's voice trembled as he struggled to swallow, cautiously inquiring, "That elder, is he?" Master Yao offered no reply. He slowly turned his head, his hollow gaze directed at Lin Feng, who had been standing silently beside him, showing not a flicker of emotion. This once great alchemist of the continent, the master who had guided the Flame Emperor, and a sage whose soul had reached the pinnacle of celestial perfection, now found ethereal tears of profound sorrow streaming from his spirit. He murmured softly, his voice as faint as a dream, yet resonating clearly in every ear, laden with boundless regret and anguish. "Father, so you are still alive." Chapter 92. Ancestor, I implore you. "Father, so you are still alive." These words echoed through the silent courtyard like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, carrying with them endless remorse and suffering. Each syllable pierced through Xiao Yan's heart like a venom-laced icicle. He gazed at his master, who seemed lost and on the verge of vanishing into the wind, as an indescribable pang of sorrow and fury surged from his chest to the crown of his head. "Father." The figure, ensnared by countless soul chains in the visions, mercilessly whipped by a malevolent soul lash, and extracted for his essence like a mere ingredient, yet still holding his head high and rebuking the base souls with an air of celestial grace, was, astonishingly, his master's father, the venerable alchemist, who had often jested and pointed out the world's follies in front of him, now appeared like a lost child, helpless and bewildered, with tears of sorrow flowing from his very soul. "Master." Xiao Yan's voice was dry. He wished to offer comfort, but found that any words in the face of such tragedy felt utterly powerless. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, allowing the overwhelming tide of murderous intent to surge within him. The Soul Palace. Once again, the Soul Palace. This blood debt has deepened, a debt that runs to the bone, a vow of vengeance that shall not be forgotten. The venerable alchemist slowly turned his head. His hollow eyes finally regained focus, landing on Xiao Yan's youthful visage, etched with worry and rage. His lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, only a long sigh, steeped in endless desolation, escaped. "Foolish child, forgive my weakness." His voice had lost its previous calmness and warmth, now replaced by a raspy exhaustion that seemed to seep into his very bones. In that moment, he appeared to have aged millennia. He began to recount a tale, as if speaking to Xiao Yan, yet also confessing to the shattered memories of his past. "Centuries ago, our alchemist clan was one of the most prestigious ancient races on this continent. renowned for our mastery of alchemy, unparalleled across the ages. A glint of nostalgia and pride flickered in his eyes, a pride belonging to the descendants of the alchemist clan. Yet, this pride was swiftly overshadowed by deeper pain. But it was precisely because of this glory that we became the target of the Soul Palace. They coveted our clan's sole remaining recipe for the imperial-grade elixir, a treasure painstakingly preserved through countless generations. That night, rivers of blood ran, and the cries of battle shook the heavens. The powerful forces of the Soul Palace emerged en masse, and though our medicinal clan fought valiantly, we were still forced to retreat step by step. The voice of Elder Yao grew profoundly somber, as if he were transported back to that night of bloodshed, where corpses lay strewn across the battlefield and flames engulfed the sky. Just when our clan was on the brink of annihilation, it was my father, the then clan leader, Yao Wangu, who made a fateful decision. He divided the precious formula into two parts, one concealed within the deepest confines of our ancestral grounds, and the other carried by him personally to divert the most elite pursuers of the Soul Palace, including its master. As Elder Yao recounted this, his ethereal form trembled violently once more. We all believed, everyone was led to think, that my father chose to perish alongside our enemies to preserve our clan. The records of our lineage state that he detonated his life's soul cultivation in a self-destructive act, severely wounding the master of the Soul Palace, thus granting our clan's remnants a fleeting chance of survival. Ha! Suddenly, Elder Yao emitted a dry, harsh laugh, more painful than tears. Self-detonating one's soul. How tragically noble. How glorious. For centuries, I have taken pride in this, feeling grateful to have such a magnificent father. I even often reminded myself to follow his example, to prefer glorious destruction over ignoble survival. But I was wrong, profoundly, egregiously wrong. His voice rose sharply, filled with heart-wrenching guilt and regret. What mutual destruction with the enemy? What self-detonation of the soul? All of it was a deceit, a figment of our own wishful thinking. The truth is, my father was captured alive. He was imprisoned by those beasts of the Soul Palace for hundreds of years. Day and night, he endured the agony of soul devouring, treated as a mere living ingredient. His essence was siphoned away, tortured beyond recognition. And what was I doing? I, his son, was hiding in the diminutive Jamadi Empire, clinging to life while priding myself as the continent's foremost alchemist, basking in the adulation of the world. I even once felt a sense of honor for his heroic sacrifice. What kind of son am I? I am the greatest joke in the world. A treacherous and unfilial wretch. Boom. The endless pain and remorse erupted like the most ferocious volcano deep within Elder Yao's soul. His pride as the continent's premier alchemist, his composure as a sage, and his dignity as a master were utterly shattered by that cruel truth, leaving not even a fragment behind. In the throes of despair intertwined with a glimmer of hope, Elder Yao made a move that sent shockwaves through Xiao Yan's heart, rendering the heavens and earth silent. His ethereal soul began to solidify at a visible speed in midair. Then, this revered figure who had once stood at the pinnacle of the continent, never bowing even before ancient clans or the Alchemist Guild, found his knees buckling as he knelt heavily before the white-clad youth who had merely observed throughout. As if an outsider. Thud. It was not the sound of an ethereal collision, but rather the resonant impact of a solid kneecap against the hard stone floor. Immediately, he bent down the spine that had upheld the faith of countless alchemists, and deeply, profoundly bowed his noble head, which had never lowered before anyone. Prostrating himself completely, a sage of his generation performed this grand gesture. Master. No. Xiao Yan let out a cry of astonishment, longing to rush forward and support his mentor. But an invisible force firmly imprisoned him in place, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as his most respected teacher, in the most humble of postures, crawled at another's feet. The atmosphere in the room became unbearably tense. The voice of the elder alchemist, tinged with sorrow akin to blood and tears, emanated from the ground, each word imbued with endless pleading and final hope. Master Ancestor, in my lifetime, I have considered myself blameless before heaven and earth, never asking anything of anyone. But today, I beseech you, I implore you to act and save my father. For this favor, I, Yao Chun, would be willing to serve as a beast for eternity. My soul scattered, facing 100 deaths without complaint. In the deathly silence, only the elder alchemist's voice, filled with suppressed agony, reverberated. Lin Feng observed quietly. He witnessed the elder alchemist's journey from excitement to despair, from self-reproach to collapse, culminating in this moment of kneeling supplication. His calm demeanor betrayed no signs of turmoil. At last, he stirred. He slowly set down the empty, slightly deformed soda bottle he had long finished, producing a soft thud. Instantly, the languor that had lingered in his eyes, as if disinterested in the world, began to quietly dissipate. Chapter 93. Is it difficult to come and take someone away? A soft sound shattered the palpable sorrow and silence in the guest house. Lin Feng placed the now empty soda bottle aside and rose slowly. Though he remained the same tall, snow-clad youth, in that moment, the air of indifference that had surrounded him ebbed away like a receding tide. An indescribable aura, seemingly transcending the very fabric of this realm, began to silently envelop him. The elder alchemist, kneeling on the ground, along with the anxious Xiao Yan, whose movements were hindered by an unseen force, found their gazes irresistibly drawn to Lin Feng. In that instant, he became the singular center of this world. The elder alchemist's heart, once frozen by despair, ignited a flicker of hope, faint and scarcely believable. Was there hope? Would this enigmatic and unfathomable master ancestor truly be willing to venture into the perilous soul realm for him? He dared not imagine, nor did he dare to wish. He merely buried his head deeper, adopting the most humble of stances, awaiting the ultimate judgment. Under the tense scrutiny of both, Lin Feng finally spoke. His voice was calm, devoid of sympathy or pity, merely stating the facts with an air of indifference. Rise. A gentle yet irresistible force lifted the kneeling elder alchemist, allowing him to hover once more in the air. Lin Feng gazed at him, continuing in a tone devoid of embellishment. Seeking help is perhaps the most futile endeavor in this world. The resolution to your dilemmas will never stem from the benevolence of others, but rather from your own worth, or the might of those who stand behind you. This statement left both Yao Lao and Xiao Yan momentarily stunned. Before they could fully contemplate the profound implications of his words, Lin Feng resumed his pacing, his brow slightly furrowed as if he were grappling with an exceedingly complex conundrum. He extended a finger, lightly tapping the air as he muttered, "First, we must infiltrate the Soul Realm. That cursed place has been under the dominion of the Soul Clan for millennia. Its spatial barriers must be fortified as solid as iron. To enter undetected, one must exert considerable effort to unravel their spatial laws. Once inside, we must ascertain the location of their dungeons. The denizens of the Soul Palace delight in concealing their treasures in the most obscure corners, making the search arduous. Upon discovering the dungeon, we must also dismantle the prohibitions guarding it. Judging from the earlier imagery, the chains are imbued with a curse, indicating that the level of restriction is quite formidable. After breaching these constraints, we must rescue the captives. However, any significant commotion is bound to attract the powerful entities of the Soul Palace, such as the infamous 4 great demons or even the nearly lifeless Soul Emperor. At that juncture, a confrontation will be inevitable, necessitating a diversion of the guards. Ultimately, we must carve a bloody path out while escorting a severely injured individual, barely clinging to life, through the clutches of the mad dogs of the Soul Realm. At this point, Lin Feng halted, letting out a profound sigh. A palpable expression of genuine frustration etched across his face. Alas, this entire sequence of events is exceedingly troublesome. The words "too troublesome" resonated like thunderclaps, striking Yao Lao and Xiao Yan with a visceral impact. The last flicker of hope ignited by Lin Feng's earlier remarks was extinguished in an instant, drenched in an icy deluge of despair, leaving no trace behind. Yao Lao's ethereal form trembled violently, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. The spark that had briefly illuminated his eyes faded instantly, rendering them even more hollow and lifeless than before. Indeed, why should he even dare to hope? The Soul Realm is a forbidden domain that even the ancient clans cannot navigate, the most formidable lair on the continent. To infiltrate it for a rescue mission is, at best, an optimistic endeavor that ends in near-certain death. His revered master possesses unparalleled strength, yet why should he risk everything for him? What merit does his meager worth hold to warrant such sacrifice? Yao Lao's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. Xiao Yan, too, was struck with a thunderous shock. The color drained from his face, his heart constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him breathless with pain. The very scenario he feared most had materialized. His master had declined. Was he not omnipotent? Could he not obliterate the Yunlan Sect with a mere gesture, dismissing the Dou Sect as if they were mere insects? Yet, why did he utter the words "too troublesome" when faced with the Soul Palace? Had the Soul Palace truly grown to such formidable heights that even his master found it daunting? A profound sense of helplessness and desolation suddenly engulfed Xiao Yan. At the moment when both master and disciple felt utterly despondent, and the atmosphere in the room was so oppressive it seemed poised to freeze. A voice tinged with curiosity and bewilderment shattered the suffocating silence. "Hey, what expressions are you two wearing?" Lin Feng observed the elderly man and the youth, whose faces had morphed into expressions of deep sorrow, as if they had just lost a beloved father, which, in a sense, was not far from the truth, and felt a wave of confusion wash over him. They looked as though the sky had fallen, as if I had no intention of rescuing anyone. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao and Xiao Yan abruptly lifted their heads, staring at him in a daze, their minds completely frozen. Not planning to save anyone. Hadn't you just said it was too troublesome? Lin Feng, noticing their bewildered expressions, finally grasped their misunderstanding. He facepalmed in exasperation and explained in a tone akin to that of a teacher addressing a child with learning difficulties. What I mean is, based on your conventional thinking, the usual process of infiltration, decoding, rescue, and breakout is far too cumbersome. Can't you think outside the box? Must you be so rigid? With a stance of unwavering confidence, Lin Feng placed his hands on his hips, his voice brimming with the conviction that this was quite simple. Let us clarify the logic. First, who did that group from the Soul Palace capture? He extended one finger. They captured my disciple's father, who is also the elder of my grand disciple. Second, they have already attacked the younger generation, and now they dare to target the elder of my grand disciple. What does that signify? He raised a second finger. This means they do not regard me as their ancestral master with any respect. It is an outright slap in the face. Thus, the conclusion was drawn. Lin Feng clapped his hands, a relieved smile illuminating his face as if the problem had been effortlessly resolved. Since they initiated the attack, we are the victims. Why bother with stealthy assassinations? Isn't that something only a villain would do? He approached the utterly petrified Xiao Yan and Yao Lao, articulating with the gravity of one expounding profound truths. For every grievance, there is a rightful owner. Let us confront them directly, kick down their door, and, in front of their entire clan, drag the person out of their dungeon. Isn't that straightforward? After speaking, he curiously posed a rhetorical question, as if earnestly seeking insights. Is that too difficult? Is that too difficult? These three words struck like a divine thunderbolt in the minds of Xiao Yan and Yao Lao. The entire world seemed to be muted at that moment. Yao Lao's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit an egg. His hollow eyes, now bulging, were filled with disbelief, reflecting a shattered worldview. Xiao Yan stood completely frozen, feeling as though his mind had become a boiling pot of porridge. Every thought and logic utterly scrambled by Lin Feng's astonishing proclamation. Infiltration? Decoding? Rescue? Breakout? No. The ancestral master's plan is to kick down the door and seize the person. This is actually feasible. But the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace, which has dominated the continent for millennia and commands a respect even from the ancient races, stands as a behemoth. It is akin to a confrontation between two villages in the mortal realm, where one side is still contemplating how to dig tunnels and send spies, while the other arrives aboard an aircraft carrier, prepared to erase the opposing village from existence. This transcends mere dimensional assault. It is a colossal interspecies engagement. After traversing the arduous journey from hope to despair, and finally to this bewildering, earth-shattering reversal, Xiao Yan's mind, after a brief moment of paralysis, struggled to reboot and grasp a fundamental, pressing issue. He gazed at his venerable ancestor, who bore an expression of profound wisdom, and instinctively, in a dreamy, tearful whisper, murmured, "But, ancestor, where's the soul realm? We do not even know." Chapter 94. Alas, heavenly path, please chart a route to the Soul Palace. Xiao Yan's plaintive, dreamlike murmur pierced the inflated balloon of fantastical aspirations. Indeed, the notion of kicking down doors and seizing individuals sounded deceptively simple. Yet, that is the very lair of the Soul Palace, the Soul Realm. A place so elusive that even the ancient clans cannot pinpoint its location. A forbidden territory that does not exist on any map. If we cannot even locate it, how can we discuss breaking in? The fervent blood that had surged through Xiao Yan's veins after Lin Feng's astonishing declarations suddenly chilled significantly. The reality of his situation was starkly etched across his face, revealing a bone-deep weariness. He felt as though his mind were a computer, forcibly overclocked by his ancestor's celestial logic until it began to smoke, now on the brink of a catastrophic blue screen due to fundamental hardware failures. Beside him, Yao Lao, shaken from his initial astonishment, also returned to the gravity of the situation. The light that had ignited in his eyes was now shrouded in deep concern. He understood more acutely than Xiao Yan the implications of the term Soul Realm. It was an independent world that the Soul Clan had painstakingly forged over countless eons. Through the dedication of numerous powerful beings and the collective fortune of their entire lineage. Its coordinates were regarded as the highest-level secret of the Soul Clan, concealed more profoundly than the ancestral lands of the ancient 8 clans. Not only outsiders, but even within the Soul Palace itself. Perhaps only the Palace Master and a handful of core leaders were privy to the true methods of entry and exit. Without a means to locate it, entry was impossible. This was a deadlock, a fundamental dilemma that could not be circumvented by grandiose proclamations. The atmosphere in the guest chamber descended once more into an eerie silence and awkwardness. However, in the face of this ultimate conundrum that could render any peak powerhouse of the Dou continent helpless, Lin Feng's response once again exceeded their comprehension. He neither furrowed his brow nor contemplated deeply, not even a hint of gravity graced his expression. Instead, He regarded Xiao Yan and Yao Lao with a mixture of disappointment, as if lamenting the unteachable nature of youth and a peculiar incredulity at their fundamental inquiry. His gaze was reminiscent of a university professor elucidating quantum mechanics. Suddenly confronted by a student asking, "What is 11 equal to?" he let out a long, resigned sigh, feeling as though there existed a chasm between himself and the indigenous people that was deeper than the Mariana Trench. I spoke, and Lin Feng, finally losing his patience, waved his hand dismissively, interrupting the suffocating silence. "Who told you that we are unaware of our whereabouts?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao were taken aback, their faces adorned with expressions of bewilderment. Unaware? The entire continent knows that we are lost. Lin Feng disregarded their stunned expressions and, lost in his own thoughts, extended his hand, flipping it over. In a flash of brilliance, a warm, ancient jade pendant, inscribed with enigmatic patterns, appeared in his palm. This was the legendary Duel, Ancient Emperor jade, which he had won from the Dan Tower during the alchemy conference and was said to be linked to the treasures of the Dou Emperor. Upon seeing the jade pendant, Yao Lao's gaze sharpened. He certainly recognized this object. Yet, he could not fathom how this artifact, which recorded information about the ancient emperor's cave, related to their quest for the soul realm. Lin Feng weighed the ancient jade in his hand, a smile of youthful confidence gracing his lips as he explained, "This artifact, on the surface, serves as the key to unlock a certain ultimate dungeon. However, the Soul Palace's minions, in their relentless pursuit to gather it, seek more than mere access to treasures. More importantly, these 8 jade pieces encompass the most primal spatial laws of the Dou-Chi continent. When all 8 are united, they can not only pinpoint the ancient emperor's cave, but also reverse engineer all hidden independent spatial coordinates across the Dou-Chi continent. The Soul Clan, masters of manipulating space and souls, have already transformed their piece of the ancient jade into a core beacon for concealing and locating the soul realm." Thus, Lin Feng shook the jade pendant in his hand, saying, "This artifact is both a key and the final, pivotal piece of our treasure map." Pivotal piece? Xiao Yan and Yao Lao were left in a fog, still ensnared by the lofty terminology of spatial laws and core beacons. Lin Feng, however, had grown weary of explaining further. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Now, let me show you something more tangible. With a thought, he summoned the real-time coordinate map of the Soul Palace division, which had shown brilliantly during their earlier cleansing of the division. It materialized once again in the air of the guest quarters, a vast three-dimensional light screen, densely populated with hundreds of luminous points, each representing a once glorious, now vanished stronghold of the Soul Palace, effortlessly erased by Lin Feng. At the center of this map loomed a vast, empty expanse shrouded in a thick, swirling black mist, pulsating as if alive. This area symbolized the unknown, the forbidden, the terminus of all known coordinates, yet it also represented an unreachable starting point. It embodied the Soul Palace's most profound secret, the Soul Realm. Under the anxious gaze of Xiao Yan and Yao Lao, Lin Feng raised the Duel, Ancient Emperor jade. His motion bore no hint of energy fluctuations, no earth-shattering aura. He resembled a child engrossed in a jigsaw puzzle, treating the ancient imperial jade in his hand as the final, elusive piece. Casually and gently, he pressed it against the vast blank space at the center of the luminous screen, shrouded in black mist. A faint yet distinct crack echoed, resonating deep within the souls of all present. The puzzle fell into place. In the next instant, an explosive brilliance erupted from the entire luminous map, radiating a resplendence 1,000-fold brighter than the midday sun. The blinding light compelled Xiao Yan and Yao Lao to instinctively close their eyes. A force of incomprehensible rules, seemingly derived from another dimension, began to surge chaotically across the map. The primordial spatial principles contained within the ancient imperial jade were abruptly deciphered and restructured by the system behind Lin Feng in an utterly unreasonable manner. Torrents of pure golden data surged forth from the ancient jade like a well-trained army of deities, purposefully traversing and connecting across the map. These data streams interlinked the hundreds of luminous points representing the Soul Palace's branches at the map's periphery, forming an unprecedented temporal and spatial network through an intricately profound trajectory. Countless golden data lines crisscrossed the luminous screen, ultimately converging with precision towards the heart of the black mist. Lock on, decipher, render. The black, dense mist that enveloped the center of the map, symbolizing the unknown and the forbidden, hissed in reluctant defiance as it melted away beneath the onslaught of the golden data streams, akin to snow under the sun. A vast and sinister world, hidden within an independent void, composed of countless floating black palaces and chains, was unveiled in its entirety upon the map. The realm of souls was exposed. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Just as Xiao Yan and Yao Lao were left in a stupor, their minds blank with astonishment at this miraculous spectacle. An even more outrageous scene unfolded before them. A modern blue arrow icon abruptly appeared on the luminous map at their location. Beside the freshly revealed image of the Soul Realm, a red icon, signifying the destination, materialized. Soon after, a line of simplified Chinese characters, previously unseen yet instantly comprehensible, slowly emerged at the bottom of the luminous screen, accompanied by a cold, emotionless mechanical voice that resonated throughout the guest courtyard. Destination, Soul Realm. Route planning complete. Initiating real-time navigation. Estimated time of arrival, 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the air. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao stood there, dumbfounded, gazing blankly at the luminous screen, gazing at the cerulean navigation arrow, the crimson destination, the remarkably cleared golden route, and the cold, flickering text beneath that glimmers with futuristic technology. They were rendered completely numb. Numb from flesh to soul, from values to cognition. If Lin Feng's previous actions had merely been a continuous reshaping of their worldview, at this moment, he had taken their entire perspective, along with the brain housing it, and tossed it into a blender, only to haphazardly glue it back together, then stomp on it for good measure. The Soul Clan's millennia of painstaking effort to construct a secret, the most revered forbidden ground of the Duki continent, a legendary realm untouched even by ancient clans, had now been reduced to a navigation map, and it even had an estimated arrival time, accurate to the second. This was no mere dimensional reduction strike. It was as if a creator deity wielding a smartphone was demonstrating to a group of primitive beings how technology transforms life. At the moment when the master and disciple were on the verge of existential crisis, Lin Feng's voice, imbued with a sense of ease and delight, acted as the final straw that broke their taut nerves. "All right," he said, satisfied as he clapped his hands, admiring his creation like a player who had just conquered a challenging puzzle game. He turned to his petrified disciples, who had become like stone statues, and curiously inquired, "The navigation is set. Why are you still dawdling? Let us go to the Soul Palace to retrieve our goods." Chapter 95, Team Building Activity, a day tour of the Soul Palace headquarters. "Let us go to the Soul Palace to retrieve our goods." Lin Feng's tone, as relaxed as if he were heading downstairs to the supermarket for groceries, served as the final command that finally thawed the two disciples, who had been utterly transformed into statues of disbelief from their petrified state. Xiao Yan and the elder Yao stared blankly at the remarkably clear, celestial navigation screen suspended in the air. They gazed at the blue arrow representing their location, at the red marker indicating the destination, at the glaringly distinct golden route from start to finish, and at the line of cold, technological text that displayed the estimated arrival time accurate to the second. Their minds remained a tumultuous chaos. From the overwhelming rage upon learning of their master's imprisonment to the endless despair of begging for help, followed by the astonishing reversal of kicking down doors to rescue him, and culminating in this navigation system capable of shattering the understanding of all powerful beings on the Duki continent. The emotional roller coaster they experienced that night surpassed the thrill of centuries combined. Yet, reality left no room for further doubt. Regardless of how absurd or unfathomable the journey had been, an undeniable truth lay before them. The Soul Realm, this continent's forbidden territory, had indeed been located, and they were truly about to venture there. With a long exhale, Xiao Yan released a breath of pent-up frustration, and the confusion and stupor in his dark eyes dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented determination and fervent fighting spirit. Regardless of the celestial techniques employed by his master's ancestor, he was acutely aware that there was hope in saving his master's father. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of fighting spirit erupted from within him. The azure flames of the blue lotus earth heart fire and the ethereal flames of the fallen heart source spiraled around his body like two living fire dragons, swirling and rising with fervor. In an instant, he elevated his state to its zenith. Beside him, the ethereal soul of the esteemed elder Yao finally coalesced all its focus amidst boundless excitement and astonishment. In his aged eyes, a fusion of murderous intent and resolute determination took form. For centuries, he had awaited this day. For this moment, he was prepared to sacrifice everything, including his very soul. The soul power of a perfected heavenly realm surged around him like boiling magma, causing the temperature of the entire guest courtyard to become ominously frigid. Even Kai Lin, who had been languidly observing from the corner, seemingly indifferent, slowly opened her alluring, elongated purple eyes, which shimmered with an enchanting yet chilling allure. Her gaze was devoid of any emotion, icy and detached. A terrifying pressure, emanating from an ancient, otherworldly beast, quietly enveloped her delicate form. Behind her, a colossal phantom of a seven-colored sky-devouring python flickered into existence, its cold serpent eyes impassively surveying the void, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The destination her master sought was her battlefield. The enemies her master faced were her prey. In that instant, the entire guest courtyard was saturated with a palpable aura of combat and murderous intent. A genius at the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor realm, whose true combat prowess vastly exceeded this. A sage with a perfected heavenly realm soul. And an ancient ferocious beast at the peak of the Dou Zone realm, its bloodline on the verge of evolution, had all adjusted themselves to their most formidable combat stances. Akin to a tautly drawn bow, poised to unleash a cataclysmic arrow at the slightest command. They were ready for a blood-soaked battle at the Soul Hall, prepared to face death itself. However, in the presence of these three formidable allies, Lin Feng, the initiator of this endeavor, reacted in a manner that left them collectively disarmed once again. He gazed at the trio before him, one ablaze with fire, another radiating with soul light, and the last with the phantom of a gigantic python looming behind, and saw them as children overly eager for a Halloween party. He paused momentarily, then shook his head in resignation, raising a hand to massage his throbbing temples. I say, his voice, laced with a hint of weariness, punctured the tense atmosphere with ease. Everyone relax. What else with all this fuss? One might think you're preparing to blow up the Soul Hall. Xiao Yan, aren't we going to blow up their home? Lin Feng disregarded his disciple's bewildered expression, continuing in a tone tinged with exasperation. What is our purpose? To save people. We are the righteous side, here to restore order, not to court death. Can we not exhibit a bit of grace? He cleared his throat, and, adopting the manner of a tour guide announcing an itinerary, smiled as he continued. Do not be so anxious. Consider this merely a collective team-building activity to deepen the bond between us as mentor and disciple, master and servant. The theme of the event is a day tour of the Soul Palace headquarters. Team-building activity? A day tour of the Soul Palace headquarters? The ethereal fire on the surface of Xiao Yan flickered violently, almost extinguishing in an instant. The boiling soul energy of the old medicine master abruptly froze, as if the play button had been pressed. Even the menacing illusion of the colossal serpent behind Kai Lin seemed momentarily choked by these words, its serpentine eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment. They had prepared for a desperate charge, only to be told it was a company-organized spring outing? The contrast shattered their already fragile nerves once more. Before they could recover from the absurdity of this event definition, Lin Feng had begun to assign tasks with the enthusiasm of a true leader. He extended a finger, gesturing earnestly. Let us clarify our roles. He first pointed at Xiao Yan, a smile of encouragement gracing his face. Little Yan, you possess various types of exotic fire, making you the most destructive force. Therefore, you shall be our primary attacker. Once we kick down the door, you will be responsible for the demolition. Whatever building displeases you, set it ablaze. Demolition? Xiao Yan's lips twitched uncontrollably. Lin Feng then turned to Kai Lin, nodding in satisfaction. Kai Lin, your speed is impressive and your aura commanding. You will handle perimeter clearance. If any oblivious minions from the Soul Palace emerge to disrupt our rescue, it will be your duty to eliminate them. Is that understood, minions? A rare crack appeared on Kai Lin's icy visage. The formidable beings of the Soul Palace, the Dou Zone and Dou Zun, were merely referred to as minions by her master? Finally, Lin Feng's gaze settled on the old medicine master, his expression becoming solemn. Old Master Yao, your task is the most crucial. Once we storm the dungeon, you must identify your father at the first opportunity and point him out to me. Do not make a mistake. It would be disastrous if, after all my efforts in rescuing someone, it turns out to be Mr. Wang from next door. Old Master Yao, his heart, steeped in grief and determination, was momentarily distracted by this remark. He began to ponder seriously whether his father's appearance would have changed after being imprisoned for hundreds of years. What if he truly recognized the wrong person? Ugh, is this really the time for such thoughts? After clearly assigning the roles of the three team members, Lin Feng clapped his hands, delivering a final summary. With a radiant smile, he even produced a futuristic phone from an unknown source, switching it to camera mode and gesturing a peace sign towards himself. As for me, he chuckled like a schoolboy ready for a spring outing. I shall serve as both the team leader and chief photographer for this day tour of the Soul Palace headquarters. I will guide the way and capture the historical, glorious moments of your valiant demolitions, passionate clearances, and the reunion of father and son. All right, is everyone clear? If so, prepare to embark. As his words fell, the entire room descended into an eternal silence. Xiao Yan, Yao Lao, and Kai Lin, three individuals with 6 eyes, stood in a state of stupor before their exuberant leader, who held a heavenly navigation instrument in one hand and a camera in the other, as if he were about to embark on an exhilarating adventure. Their minds had entirely abandoned rational thought. They felt as though their destination was not the ominous and terrifying Soul Realm, known as a forbidden land of the continent, but rather a tourist attraction requiring an entrance fee akin to a 5th-tier scenic area. Lin Feng, however, showed no inclination to allow them time to process this absurd reality. With satisfaction, he stowed his phone and, observing the three still frozen in disbelief, waved his sleeve dramatically. Onward, comrades! A gentle yet indescribable spatial force, akin to a spring breeze, enveloped the four of them. There was no dizziness, nor the agony of spatial rending. Instead, the world around them transformed into flowing light and shadow, reminiscent of a splendid dream. When the luminescence dissipated and they opened their eyes once more, they found themselves ensconced in an endless void of chaos. Surrounded by impenetrable darkness, they could hardly see their own hands. In the distance, spatial storms capable of effortlessly tearing apart even the mightiest of warriors surged like a magnificent, yet lethal galaxy. Yet, directly before them loomed a terrifying aura, so dense it seemed to embody all the world's malice and resentment, crashing against their souls like an invisible wall, plunging them into an icy abyss. Chapter 96. Warning: Unauthorized structures ahead, please detour. In this void of chaos, there was no up or down, no passage of time, only the eternal silence, punctuated by the distant, flowing spatial storms resembling a fatal galaxy. Yet, within this realm, where even the mightiest dared not tread, an overwhelming malevolence surged forth, crashing into Xiao Yan and his companions, ensnaring them in an instant of terror. The extraordinary flames on Xiao Yan's body writhed uncontrollably, as if confronted by a natural enemy. Driven by an instinctual restlessness and wariness, Kai Lin's violet eyes, for the first time, revealed an unprecedented gravity. The ethereal shadow of the seven-colored sky-devouring python behind her emitted a low hiss, its cold serpent eyes fixated intently ahead. Yao Lao's spectral form was taut with tension, his ancient gaze locked onto the source of the malevolent presence, his voice strained. We have arrived. This is the entrance to the soul realm. Following his gaze, even prepared for the worst, Xiao Yan and Kai Lin couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Before them stood a colossal door, indescribable in its grandeur, spanning the chasm between void and chaos. It was immense, so vast that it seemed to uphold this independent realm of nothingness, soaring to towering heights, exuding an unsettling darkness as if it could consume all light. The material of this gate was neither metal nor stone. It was, in fact, the very essence of the soul. Countless tormented, distorted, and wailing faces of anguished souls have been ruthlessly forged together, forming the immense gateway's structure. They remain alive, their mouths silently opening and closing, black tears flowing from their hollow eye sockets, every inch of their being narrating the exquisite agony of eternal damnation. A shrill, piercing wail does not emanate from the outside world. Rather, it pierces directly into the depths of one's soul like countless poisoned steel needles, causing their spirits to tremble violently in the torrent of resentment. Atop the colossal gate, several figures with profound, oceanic auras sit cross-legged. They resemble ancient, eternal sculptures, exuding an authentic and formidable presence of dominance. At the pinnacle of the gate's architrave, two ancient, twisted characters formed from pure black mist spiral ominously, radiating an evil that devours all vitality. Soul Realm. This is the gate of 10,000 souls, a final bastion of the Soul Clan. Empowered by the spiritual forces of their ancestors, forged with the essence of billions of souls as offerings. It is not merely a door. It connects the very foundation of the entire Soul Realm. It is said that unless struck by an Emperor-level powerhouse, this gate is utterly unbreakable. As the Elder explained, the sculptural guardians of the gate finally discerned the intrusion of Lin Feng and his companions. Initially, they were taken aback, seemingly unable to believe their own eyes. Soon, a raucous, contemptuous laughter erupted, echoing like thunder through the void. Ha! What do I see? After so many years, since the fall of the Yao clan, is it possible that fools still find their way here? The leading figure, a black-robed guardian, slowly rose, gazing down upon Lin Feng's group with an expression akin to that of a butcher surveying lambs led to slaughter. A mere Dou Huang brat, a Douzone girl. And oh, what is this? Isn't this the remnant soul of that old dog Yao Chen? Come to collect your father's remains, have you? His gaze finally settled on Lin Feng, scrutinizing his unremarkable aura. The mockery intensified on his face. A mere mortal, devoid of any Dou Qi, dares to venture into my soul realm to meet death? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Ah, well, since you've come, do not leave. Your spirits shall become the new sustenance for the gate of 10,000 souls. To be part of my Soul Clan's grand legacy is your supreme honor. The oppressive pressure, arrogant proclamations, and despairing scene reached a suffocating peak. Xiao Yan, the Elder, and Kai Lin felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon them. They faced the most elite and nefarious forces of the Dou Qi continent, an insurmountable chasm of legend. Yet, amidst this stifling atmosphere that could suffocate anyone, Lin Feng, the leader of this expedition, displayed a stark contrast in his reaction. He did not cast a single glance at the taunting Dou zone. His brow had been furrowed tightly since earlier, lost in contemplation. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Resembling a fastidious client or a vigilant supervisor surveying a construction site, his countenance grave as he scrutinized the imposing yet sinister gate of souls before him. His examination was meticulous, punctuated by nods of approval and shakes of disapproval. Just as the guardian of the gate prepared to issue orders to unleash the formidable array that would annihilate these oblivious intruders, Lin Feng's soliloquy, tinged with disdain and heartfelt concern, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. TSK, 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 he lamented, shaking his head as he extended a finger to gesture at the grand portal, embarking on a professional critique. Firstly, the design is problematic. The myriad grotesque faces, densely packed, lack any semblance of aesthetic appeal. This is a quintessential example of outdated Gothic dark style, disgraceful. Secondly, there are environmental concerns. This gate incessantly emits negative energy around the clock and produces a cacophony of soul-related noise, severely polluting the surrounding void. Haven't the neighboring entities lodged complaints? Disgraceful. Lastly, and most crucially, there is a safety issue. Lin Feng's tone shifted to one of solemnity. Look at the structure. It's weak and flimsy. Entirely composed of souls with nary a steel-reinforced concrete load-bearing wall in sight. What if it were to collapse one day? What if it falls on a child? Even if it misses the children, it would still be detrimental to the flora. Having conducted this comprehensive and multifaceted professional assessment, Lin Feng, with a heavy heart, arrived at his final conclusion. He turned to face the now thoroughly petrified Xiao Yan, Yao Lao, Kai Lin, and the bewildered guardians who were at a loss to comprehend his remarks, and declared in a gravely serious tone, in summary, this gate is an unsightly, environmentally hazardous structure rife with significant safety risks, a blatant violation of regulations. With that proclamation, he disregarded the aghast expressions of those around him. His face illuminated by the sacred glow of civic responsibility and universal peace, as he resolutely stepped forward. As a law-abiding citizen devoted to harmony, today, I must stand for justice, not for the moon, but for righteousness, and have it dismantled,